Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
What's good, my gamers and ballers, and maganda araw to the people here locally here for eFIBA Season 3 live in the Philippines. Shout out to everyone in Clark, Pampanga. Make some noise. Let me hear you. That's what I'm talking about. It's been a crazy season. It started all the way in October, and now we're here live. I'm going to be your host, Vince Cheng, a.k.a. The Energy, and I got to introduce my brother to the right and also my brother from down under, Mr. Chris Simpson, Trumpet Monkey. How you doing, man?
Mate, excited and delighted to be here, Vince. No better man to be on the desk with, but what a freaking arena. Are you kidding me? This is absolutely awesome. Electrifying atmosphere here.
Live at the SMX Convention Center again in Clark, Pampanga. It is Pampanga Day, so everyone, happy Pampanga Day. But I want you to really tune in because now we have the final 8 teams for eFIBA Season 3 World Finals. And as I said, it's been a long road since we got here.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. 62 teams participating, which is a third of the all of the countries in the world and every single continent represented, which is massive. You can see the map breaking it down right there. It has been a tournament for the ages, and it chisels down to 8 teams from 62, the best of the best. This is the premier NBA 2K tournament in the whole world now. These are the 40 best players in the world. And we're staying with them in the same hotel. It's been a lot of fun.
A lot of fun. You see 6 from North America, 4 from South America, 20 from Europe, 17 from Africa, 8 from Asia, 2 for Oceania. But let's talk about the Middle East first because there were 3 teams there, and that was Lebanon, Oman, and now Saudi Arabia has a chance to become World Final champ.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, Lebanon, they were phenomenal last year. Good effort from Oman as well. But the Saudis, they really showed up in form, on time, when they needed to win those qualifiers, to book their tickets. They are a very humble team as well. You know, we've had the pleasure of hanging out with all the teams We got little tidbits here and there, tidbits and information behind the scenes. But I can tell you, the Saudis are well prepared. That was a well-oiled machine we saw during the qualifiers. Really, probably their best performance in years. And you're peaking at exactly the right moment.
Absolutely. And now we're going to break down Asia, in which the hometown heroes are here. The Philippines came out that group, but they had to fight against Kazakhstan, Malaysia, Mongolia, Indonesia, Thailand, India, and Macau.
Yeah, and that was a really strong region as well right there. Obviously, the Philippines and Indonesia, it always goes down to the wire. That is one of those amazing rivalries for the ages. They know each other really well. They scrimmage all the time. But the hometown heroes, Vince, look, there's that expression, don't forget your toothbrush, right? But these lads, even if they do, they're only going to drive like an hour or something down the road. So the crowd is going to be going absolutely bananas for them. It has been a really fun few days here in the Philippines. Everybody's been so gracious, the best hosts ever. And yeah, they're going to be kicking off things tonight. It's going to be fireworks, let me tell you.
All right, now you're from Australia. Now your cousins to the east are now here. I want you to break down Oceania.
Yeah, absolutely. So it was Guam and New Zealand there in Oceania. And it's the Kiwis punching their ticket yet again. They're at the World Finals last year, and they really turned some heads right there. Horsey dropping the 50-burger. Team USA in particular with a lot of positive things to say about the Kiwis, which is, that's praise from Caesar, as they say. And, yeah, it's going to be really interesting. Now, they don't have to travel that far, and the time zone is really fantastic for them as well. Only a couple of hours difference, so it's kind of like their backyard right here, and I'm expecting big things.
Talk about time zone. Now we're going to go back to my backyard, North America, in which USA is the defending champs of eFIBA Season 2, but they went against Cayman Islands, Dominican Republic, Mexico, Puerto Rico, and Guatemala. And now everyone has a target on their back because they want to be crowned eFIBA World Final Champ.
Yeah, you got the feeling that every time a team played against USA, it was like their finals, like their Super Bowl. They were going up against them, but hey, they punched their ticket. They look really, really good in qualifiers, as advertised. They're trying to do the two-peat. They're trying to go back-to-back here at the World Finals. So, yeah, we're expecting big things, but heavyweights the crown, as they say.
Yep, indeed. And now I want you to break down South America because you do it so well.
Oh, yeah. It's metal sharpens metal. It's always Argentina and Brazil going neck and neck right there. Uruguay and Venezuela take nothing away from those two strong squads as well. It will be Brazil punching their ticket back-to-back years now. They always bring the ball and they always bring the party. They are a fantastic team. Tons of fun around the hotel as well. Lots of charisma. And yeah, look, we're not going to name names, but they scrimmaged against a certain very good team yesterday and pushed them all the way down the wire. We know they were sandbagging, holding back a few of their plays as well. So look out for Brazil. They might be very, very strong.
Very interesting. Could be a dark horse. But now we're going to go to Europe, the biggest region we had with 22 teams. Albania, Belgium, Croatia, Cyprus, Finland, France, Germany, Great Britain, Switzerland, Luxembourg, and Spain. And the winners are on the right.
Yeah, Greece, Hungary, Israel, Italy, Kosovo, Lithuania, Turkey, Poland, Sweden, Portugal, and Serbia. And it would be Turkey and Portugal punching their ticket out of the conference that we affectionately refer to as Catzilla, because it is unforgiving, unpredictable. It doesn't care about your feelings. You just have to be the best of the best out of the continent. 22 teams. It did not disappoint. It was exhausting for the players and the commentators. Let me tell you, that was some of the best 2K competition we've ever seen. I mean, Finland coming along and pushing Turkey all the way, Sweden as well. So many massive stories there, but take nothing away from the two winners there, Turkey and Portugal. And of course, Turkey are going 5-peat there in Europe, 5-time European champions, and they are expecting big things of themselves. When it comes to this particular tournament, you see my predictions as well, so I think very highly of them. It is going to be very interesting to see how those two teams fare.
We couldn't have written the script better. Should have been on Broadway, but now we got to talk about Africa, which we had the most new teams in eFIBA, and it was Angola, Burkina Faso, Egypt, Gabon, Madagascar, Liberia, Nigeria, Senegal, and Morocco. And on that other side,
Benin, Togo, Algeria, Kenya, Guinea, Tunisia, Cameroon, and the Ivory Coast. But of course, it's Algeria who end up punching their ticket, and this was a little bit of a quacker-shocker because Morocco looked so good last year, and we were expecting them to go back-to-back. Egypt, previous champions as well. But Algeria, and just quietly, I'm not going to name names, but I have my player sources. A lot of people are expecting massive things out of this Algeria team. We're talking top 3 finish. So dark horses without a doubt, all right? They got a star in their flag, but they've got 5 stars on that team. we're expecting big things. And yeah, like you said, the second largest conference, 17 teams, so many new teams as well. I'm really looking forward to seeing the players that have come out of Africa in the future. Algeria here representing. This is going to be huge.
Yep, and now we're going to check out what these teams are playing for. Not only to say they're the best in the world, but a prize pool of $50,000. It's going to be broken up in different kind of ways because the MVP is going to get some money, defensive player is going to get some money, and maybe the top 5 All-Stars are going to get it. This is massive.
Yeah, it is, and shout out to FIBA for bringing out the money bags. I mean, not only these players representing their nations, playing for that national pride, but of course, the financial compensation is huge for them. This is a massive opportunity. You touched upon it as well. Everybody is going to be taking home a little bit of that cheddar right there, including the World 5. So, hey, your team comes 8th, but you're one of the best 5 players in the world. You're going to get you're going to be picking up that drink tab, okay? You're going to get a little cheddar, but this is massive. That's what it's all about. You know, back-to-back years now with huge prize pools at the eFIBA World Finals, both Season 2 and Season 3. Very exciting stuff. And, hey, it just adds a little bit of extra tension into the mix right there for the players. I love it.
Yep, we love it, and we just talked about the prize, but we talk about the teams. We see who's going to be playing for the 8 final teams here in beautiful Philippines. But now let's check out this venue at the SMX Center here in Clark, Pampanga. It is absolutely beautiful, exquisite, and so detailed. As you see everywhere, people are supporting. You see the Gilas Pilipinas. Shout out to everyone that's helping us put this beautiful idea to life. Smart, PLDT, Signal, Philippine Sports Commission, Laos Group, Nike, and Samahang Basketball Naga Pilipinas. Thank you so much. And as you can see, so much is to be done around here. I mean, I'm getting like antsy because I want to participate.
Yeah, man. I mean, literally all of the teams and the commentators were having their chance at the shootout right there. Now, I thought that was a Funko for you right there, Vince. The resemblance is uncanny. Of course, it's Michael Jordan. And but it's been a bunch of fun. The sponsors really went all out. We're having so much fun here. And, yeah, the best set ever to be on, especially when we're in between rehearsals and takes. We get to go shoot some hoops. We get to have some Red Bull, giving us wings. Haven't quite managed to dunk on that ring yet, though.
Yep, and also this whole event is helped by and presented by Acer Predator. And again, discover the power and then dominate the game with Predator. Hashtag it lies within. And also special shout out to our sponsor, Red Bull. Red Bull gives you wings. And there's a lot of teams here may need some extra energy, so they got more of that to dunk, might knock down that 3, and also just win that game.
Oh, without a doubt, mate. I mean, we're going to see some of the best dunks in 2K history here at the World Finals of eFIBA Season 3. Make no mistake, Red Bull going to be giving them plenty of wings, and I don't know which teams are going to be hunting their prey through the jungle like the Predator there. We've definitely got some out-of-this-world players, definitely otherworldly, some aliens representing these nations right here. They are phenomenal.
Yep, and now let's check out the matches for today because we have a full schedule. There's going to be so many different chances for people to win, and I want to explain to you, it's going to be best of 2, okay? It's going to be Philippines versus New Zealand, Portugal versus Saudi Arabia, Saudi versus Algeria, Brazil versus New Zealand, Portugal versus USA, Turkey versus New Zealand, and then we have another set of games for you.
Oh, yeah, it's a full day slate of action right here. Turkey will be playing the hometown hero Philippines. It'll be USA versus Algeria, then Turkey versus Brazil, Portugal versus Algeria, the Philippines versus Brazil, finishing off with an absolutely epic game as well. USA versus the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. That will not disappoint. The best of 2 format, Vince. We love this. We speak about this on air, off air. It is cumulative points, which is absolutely huge, and it's been impacting the way teams strategize for these games. We see a lot of scoreboard management. We see a lot of clock management as well. I love it when it comes to game number 2. Who's going to pull up the rock? Who's going to slow it down? Who's going to milk that clock for all it's worth? And then who's going to be pushing the envelope, pedal to the metal, trying to get those points and make up the big difference? It's going to be absolutely massive, and the teams are getting ready.
Yep, and it's not just us. We have some help from our courtside reporters live here in the Philippines. Shout out to my man Blue and also the Beef Mommy. And also, I love to talk about how the Philippines has been helping us so much with this gameplay as well. The hometown heroes are definitely trying to show out. I mean, we saw them go against USA in eFIBA Season 2. And you know what? The first game was actually pretty close. The next game was pretty dominant, so they have a chance to come out on top.
Oh, no, they do, absolutely. And what they found out is you got to play the full 4 quarters against USA basketball when it comes down the stretch. However, they also got a big dub during scrimmages, so take nothing away from what goes on behind the scenes before the broadcast starts. There is a lot of chirping, there's a lot of scrimmages, a lot of action behind the scenes. It's absolutely brilliant. But yeah, the host country landed in Manila, got to see the skyline there. We've been greeted by smiles everywhere we go, helpful people. And let's just give a quick shout out to the literally hundreds of people behind the scenes here on the production team setting up the facility. One event ended and then they had sleepless nights setting up right here. And this is just room number 1, Vince. Wait until people see the LED screen there for the finals next door. Oh my God, this is going to be absolutely epic.
Finals indeed, and I'm going to let you know everything about this tournament. But again, we want to repeat this because the best of 2, some people get confused. It is going to be the best of the 2 games and cumulative scores. So you can technically lose the first game, but then win the second game by a certain margin and still come out on top.
Absolutely, and that's exactly what we love. It impacts the strategy. It impacts the way they play. I love it.
All right, and now we're going to go to courtside really quick with my man Blue and Beef Mommy.
Thank you so much, Vince and Chris. And we are having an exemplary time here at the eFIBA Season 3 World Finals. My name is Blue, and joined with me here is the wonderful and lovely Beef Mommy. What do you want to say to the crowd right now?
I mean, it's exhilarating to see the energy of everyone here. And it's not just us, of course.
Of course.
We got a representative of Turkey.
Hey.
He's in the zone right now, dude.
Absolutely,
But
I can
there's definitely a lot
tell.
of things we can ask him before he actually starts later on in the afternoon.
Yeah. All right. So I'm here with.
Birkan, low battle that.
All right. So you are from Team Turkey. So what I want to ask you is, your team is known for its unique play style. What inspired this play style, and how are you going to utilize it here today?
I think it's about the basketball IQ that we play the game. That's how we play the game, with basketball IQ. We utilize with the real basketball. That's it.
All right, all right. How about you, Beef Mommy? Have any questions for our main
I got
man
spicy questions
here?
right here, my
spicy
dude.
question.
You guys didn't have the turnout that you wanted last year in Season 2. You didn't make it in the grand finals because France did eventually beat you. This time around, you guys seem laser focused to finally get into the finals. How did you and your team prepare for that?
That's a great question. That's a really good question because I don't have any answer for that. We know we are focused. We know what we were so bad for last year. We work for it. We know what we are capable of, and we want to show the world that we are the real champion.
Great words from a wise man that for later on, they're going to be focused. And it's nice to see that they definitely really want it. And it's also important that they don't give away strategy. So
Yeah.
great answer, my dude. Thank you so much for
He's
joining
PR
us here.
trained for this.
Exactly. Thank you so much,
Thank
man.
you so much, man. All right, so I think we have another insight coming for us, but looks like that's about all the time we have left for right now. We're going to be throwing it back to you, Vince and Chris. Thank you so much. This is eFIBA World Series Finals.
Appreciate you, Blue. Appreciate you, Beef Mommy. And now we got some exciting gameplay for you for NBA 2K25 Pro-Am Mode 5-on-5, in which we're going to find out who's going to come out on top. And our first game is just about to go underway. Let's check out the lineups. And as I said, that first game is going to be between the Philippines and New Zealand. As you see, Philippines, we got Clark Baizon, Zavel, LCB, Julian Malin, Social, also Isaiah Alendada, Ice Too Fast, Charles Gutierrez, Clue, and also the big fella, Preach Diaz, Don Preach.
The hometown heroes right there representing the nation. They got a lot of weight on their shoulders right there, Vince, as well. A lot to play for. Game just about ready to go as well, so this is absolutely huge. But let's look at this Kiwi lineup.
Oh, it's going to be absolutely fantastic. They're strong, and they're ready to come out on top. Flomento, the one and only Jackson Sutton, with also Cam Allen, only Sensei, Caden Bull, also Wished, and then Mona, just calling them that. This guy's all getting buff and ready to go. And then Cam Fox, old horsey. They've been talking a lot of smack, but without further delay, let's get to the game because they're already playing, and let's see who's going to come out on top.
There we go. Unreal.
Starting up for the inbound play in New Zealand. I just see Mona taking his time, finding his man. Wish going on the left side. You see right there on that elbow, doing a little cross in Boston, finding that mid-range pump fake, giving it to the corner. Or Horsey is trying to ride this team all the way to victory, but unable to knock it down. And then a great big rebound by Don Preach.
Here we go, Vince. It is early days in quarter number 1 right here. The Philippines nursing this 1-point lead, and it is really going to be a test of both teams here. So much speculation, so much talk, so much build-up, even within the hotel, and now we finally get to see them in action as we see good defense right there from the Philippines. Forcing the turnover. Here we go, and a reach-in foul right there. Going to send it to the sideline.
Very low-scoring game. It's only 3-2. Philippines up by 1. 3:07 left in the first quarter. Again, it's going to be 4 5-minute quarters. LCB giving it to Social, taking his time, crossing. LCB, again, being very patient with the rock. He had an open man, but unable to hit him. Trying to get some ankles here and maybe get activated. Mid-range is a lost art, but he's doing his part, knocking it down 2-5.
Ooh, so far, so good for the Philippines. New Zealand just got to ride the horse a little bit right here. Big man taking the rock. Solomona going to give it back to Wish. Wish trying to work that magic. Oh, risky pass to the corner. Good hand up in the lane right there. It will be New Zealand ball here. 12 seconds left on the shot clock. They're going to get the inbound. Loving Pro-Am mode and all the customization. If you're just tuning in, it's the Philippines in the white jerseys, New Zealand in the all-black jerseys. Another pickpocket right there. Ice getting the steal, and I don't hate that foul at all. Stops a quick transition bucket, slows things down.
You got to protect the bucket. That's like getting all the Dragon Balls and also forgetting your wish when you go to Shenron. Again, possession is key, and you got to watch it for both these teams. But again, it looks like it was a technical foul. Going to the line, 6-2. And you know, shots win games, but free throws win championships.
Absolutely. There we go. So Zebra's getting involved early on in this one, Vince. We get the inbound as well. Social misses the 3. Clue gets the offensive board, though, so they do get a reset here. Zaval. Oh, good hand up in the passing lane. Oh, was that just a completely off-balance pass? No, I'm pretty sure that had a deflection. Yeah, here we go. Philippines are going to get the inbound.
Didn't cut his fingernails there. Little tip, and it goes right out of bounds.
Good defense from the Kiwis, though. Well, there we go. Social open again. Misses again. Fighting for those boards, but 2 New Zealanders in the paint. Get the ball back. Here comes Flametto. Just pumps the brakes a little bit. Says, okay, let's set this up. Driving in. Wished from the top. It is going to be a little bit short. Horsey gets open, though. He had a 50 burger last year. Absolutely impressive player. Can't get that one to go down. And we got a cagey, low-scoring affair here. It's only 6-2, a minute 48 to play here in the first quarter.
Let's see what they're going to do here. But again, knocks it down. Now it's 8-2. The Philippines coming out strong in their hometown. Now, wish to see if he can answer back. It is a very close game. Only 6 points. Giving it right back to Mona. Seeing is trying to find anybody on the top of the key. Flumento can definitely knock that down if you give him so much space, but unable to do it.
And I think what we're seeing here is just first game nerves. They're just trying to get their hands warmed up a little bit right there. Social going to bring down the rock. Wide open ice, though. Bangs it home.
Ice too fast. Red Bull may give you wings, but sometimes it gives you range. Stroking it green and now making 11-2.
Yeah, now this is getting a little bit ugly. The Kiwis, they need a bucket here like a glass of water in the desert, as we said. A nice little dunk. They just needed to stem the bleeding right there. Very nice bucket, just staying within touching distance. Look, at this level, 7 points is nothing. That can be made up in a couple of possessions right there, but they got to start clamping up on defense. Stop the Filipinos from scoring right here. As we see Zaval step back, it rims out a little bit of a break because that is open.
That was open. I wish going down the left side, trying to find an open man, but then that parted like the Red Sea, but then rejected at the rim, but a foul. Hey, sometimes you got to keep your hands to yourself.
And here we go, getting to the free throw line. Is going to rattle the first one home right there. Can Wished make it swish? It misses, rims out. I mean, the pressure is on. Still just a 6-point game here, 36 to play in the first quarter. We're finally here, Vince. eFIBA Season 3 World Finals tip-off game. Host nation opening it up against New Zealand. We are going to see at least one more possession. Oh, he had the shoulder open right there. 4 to shoot. Going to lean into it, pull it up. Good defensive boards here from the Kiwis. No shot clock, so this will likely be the final possession of the first quarter. What can they do?
All right, Mona keeping it calm and collective, understanding his role on this team, being that captain. But then hitting it. Not going out, but then knocks it down. 11-8. Oh, my goodness. They're getting vocal, and they're closing that gap.
Now, wished he was standing up, and now we are seeing a little bit of talking. It is going backwards and forwards with the buzzer beater to end the first quarter. 6-point differential. Hometown team are not going to get talked to like that, standing up for themselves with a big three.
This right here is a rumble in Pangaba. Let's go, baby. Wish understanding his role, but again, getting the timeout. 14-8. They're getting emotional. They're right across, and we keep talking about it. This is an offline event. This isn't online. You're not in your house in your underwear just chilling. You are across from your opponent. You're smelling what they have for breakfast and feeling the emotion.
Absolutely. Close enough to feel their breath on you, Vince. That's how close they are. That's what's amazing about the World Finals. And this is not disappointing. A high-octane affair opening things up. A miss right there. 3 Philippines players in the paint to secure that board. You can see how important rebounds are for both of these teams. They got to eat up that glass.
Only a 6-point game. 4:25 left in the second. Again, it's going to be 4 quarters of 5 minutes. Ice too fast, getting some handles, a little contestation, but no, baby. He knows how to knock it down, stroking the green from that elbow, bringing that up to 8.
16-8 right here. So the Philippines just kind of establishing a little bit of a lead. It isn't insurmountable by anybody's standards at this particular tournament right there. So New Zealand will not be panicking as Wished is going to step into it, and another miss.
LCB, a nice little stop of the play, but also if you're following us, please do it again, all right? And you're watching from everywhere. This is eFIBA Season 3. Make sure you're clicking that like button, subscribe as well when it comes to YouTube, TikTok, and also Twitch. And thank you so much, everybody, for participating with this great final with the 8 teams fighting to get that $50,000 prize pool. Ice too fast, keep it on the left side. Understanding you got that man LCB knocking it down, stroking it green like an archer, hitting it right where you're supposed to. And now it's 8-19, 3:30 left in the second. Wish right now keeping it calm and collective as usual, but then a little timeout as you see the New Zealand team making it go, and you see him on it with a great outfit. He's ready to fight, just bringing that fire like Haka. But then Wish keeping up, little pump fake, no reason to rush, giving an open man under, but just lost it. I think he had some popcorn, slipped out of his fingers. Keeping it on that right side, understanding that right elbow, giving it up here, pump fake, going up, and stroking it again, a 3-pointer for New Zealand.
Oh, and that is a quiet Filipino team right there. They definitely needed that one, Vince. They needed those points just to stay within touching distance right here. So far, so good. You'd be thinking for the hometown heroes, though. 19 points to 11. That was a nice shot right there, though. Establishes this double-digit lead for the Philippines.
That shot was so good that John Wick would nod of approval. But again, had a hand up, but so what? But let's see how New Zealand is going to respond. The key was going on the top of the key. Flamento, you know this guard is nice. This man is technically averaging 47 points a game, but they only had 2 in the qualifiers, but he can score. He's finding his open man going against that pick. Only 3 seconds left in the shot clock. Giving the corner, but then a steal. Hand in the plastic lane. Clue had all the clues in stealing it.
Really nice work right there. Here we go, trying to add to this 10-point lead. Pulling up. It will be a miss, and the Kiwis do get the rebound.
There we go, Mono. Cross court. Only Sensei with the first real slammer jammer. eFIBA Season 3, 21-13. 2 minutes left in the second.
Climbing that invisible ladder. It was only a matter of time before we saw our first dunk. You love to see it. And what can the Filipinos do in return? Trying to work Zaval at the top of the key. Big man just making a nuisance of himself right there. Impressive. Pulling up, 15-footer. Nothing but green and the bottom of the net. This 10-point lead seems pretty well established here. Under 2 minutes of play in the first half.
Yo, the chemistry is absolutely beautiful. It's like watching a Kulintang ensemble. Again, Philippines ready for this, but New Zealand put a lot of work in, but unable to knock it down. Chasing down the rebound, but unable to get it. You see the diving, you see the effort, but they are not out yet. It's only a 10-point game, which is nothing for the Kiwis.
Hustling like Russell right there. You love to see it. What can they do? We got a handful of possessions left here in the first half. It's impressive stuff. Really good D right here from the Kiwis. They're recognizing the fact that they do not want to get pulled away from right here. They got to stay within touching distance. Good D. Look at the rotation off the ball by both teams. Men trying to find themselves open. Kiwis hustling on defense. Pull up. Great defensive rebound right there. And here come New Zealand back the other way.
Tracking down that rebound like a predator stalking his prey. But you see Wish going on the left side, but then great hands up and gets a steal. Ice too fast, seeing the open man, but not giving it up. Smart little short corner floaty. Knocking another two, and Philippines up 25-13.
We are seeing the talk between the two teams right there. No one backing down. No quarter us, none given. That is what it's all about. Final 40 seconds of the first half of our first game here as we see a glorious steal from the Kiwis. They needed that one, Vince.
Like a car 98, he's a sniper behind the arc, knocking it down 16-25. But no one's backing down in this first matchup of eFIBA Season 3. I don't know who's going to come out on top when it comes to group, but the LCB going up on everybody, but the little fella couldn't knock it down on the two towers.
Impressive stuff. Here comes Wished. Got about a 4-second differential between play clock and game clock. Solomona just pumping the brakes. We get a reach-in foul right there. Nobody in the bonus just yet, so it's going to be the inbounds. And now just a 2-second differential between game clock and shot clock. Good pressure on the inbounds. Couldn't quite force the steal. Wished taking his time. You like to see it. Game management. We spoke about this. Baseline cut. Sensei going to bang that home. The lead gets cut to 7, but they leave 5.1 seconds on the clock here, Vince, for the Filipinos to do something. Works the open shot. Clue rims out. Halftime, game 1. So far, so good. Pretty impressive stuff.
As I said, a 10-point lead is nothing from the strong prowess of the Haka doing Kiwis. But the one thing I do know is that they've been ready for this. They've been training so long, so hard. But again, shout out to Coach Knight from the Philippines as well, trying to rally his team so they can come out on top and get the first win of eFIBA Season 3.
And look at that. Really, really close on stats as well. Low scoring affair. At this stage, we're looking at about the 50-point mark. That's a sign of a couple of good teams. But that's been the difference for me. The really impressive stuff has been the defense from the Philippines. They managed to force a few steals. Really, really good.
Don Preach pump faking the big fella. But as you see, we got another game going on. That's Portugal versus Saudi Arabia. And we're going to go back and forth. And we're going to talk about the Portugal lineup. We got Henry Jones, Henrique Ribeiro, a.k.a. the Long Firm, Alexander Salazar, No Brain Salazar. We got B, that's what's called, Andre Castro, and also a fantastic other squad. But then Saudi Arabia, really quick, we got Am Nasser, and that's not F5R, that's Fakher, and then V Chopper, React Sam, and V Holston.
Couple of amazing teams going at it over there as we see a glorious dunk. The lead is cut to 5. We've seen so many times, time and time again, Vince, games won and lost in the third. This is when the teams either cement their lead or they sneak back in the back door right there. You can't leave it open if you're the Philippines. You got to clamp up here defensively and keep pouring in those points. Well-worked shot right there. Great offensive board. Kicks it back out. Social on the wing. They get the shot clock reset. Nice baseline cut. Clue with the two-handed dunk. Majestic.
He had infrared finding that man right through the pressure, but then he was so open, ain't nobody was around him because I like to sing it all by himself. You got to play defense there, but again, a 7-point affair.
And now we're just having a looky-wookie right here at Portugal versus the Saudis. Again, these teams chomping at the bit to get started. And really, really cagey affairs early on by their own high standards as we see F5 with the Santa Claus beard. I'm loving the fact that we got Pro-Am mode, highly customizable, 5-on-5 as you see it. Open 3 right there for Portugal. They extend the lead to 4 points. Impressive stuff.
Right there, making it a 4-point game, and just like that, it's another cagey affair. As you see, 23-27. I'm loving it.
Oh, yeah. So back-to-back games going here. Impressive stuff.
Going here 27-23, Philippines having a great time, understanding what's on the line. Again, really quick for the other game, it's going to be Portugal versus Saudi Arabia, 8-2. But as you see, Clue right in the corner, knocking it down. Another 3 for the Filipinas, knocking it. As you see, Wish going down the right side, keeping it open. That's a mid-range. I'm telling you, kissing it off the glass. It is a work of art. I love seeing it. Again, people say it is a lost art, but not understanding that you don't need to knock the Steph Curry threes all the time. Just get the 2 points and keep the game going. 30-25. Zavell finding Social in the corner, trying to use that left hand without trying to get double teamed. Understanding what is at stake. Again, LCB going at that Social, but getting rejected by the big fella. Clue still has possession. 10 seconds left in the shot clock. 2:22 left in the third. LCB still got some handle, trying to get that takeover. Gets between two, another mid-range, nothing but green, baby, and he's mean.
Oh, this is coming down to the wire. A very impressive third quarter from both teams. The Philippines have managed to establish that lead and hold on to it while New Zealand are fighting back as best they can. They got the possession right here. They're probably going to try and work a few more threes in this commentator's humble opinion, but that defense around the perimeter from the Philippines, really solid.
Oh, little fancy pass right there. Okay, this man's on the dance floor just breaking it down. 32-27, and they got more confidence in their step. They got a little stride in their glide, and let's see if they can bring it home.
Here we go. This is pretty important bucket right here. They leave a man wide open. It's Social in the corner. He bangs it home. It is one of the loneliest jobs in 2K. You just got to be ready to stroke a green at a moment's notice. He does not disappoint. That pushes the lead back to 8.
Pushes it back to 8, 35-27, but a nice steal right there by Clue. The hands in the passing lanes has been absolutely fantastic. They're not scared about the fouls, but they definitely keep that possession. LCB, a point guard with that good Targaryen haircut, as we talked about pro-am mode. But another stroke in the green behind the arc. It is confidence. They're ready.
They are ready indeed. I like the chatter, though. You can see both teams communicating with one another. They know that it's all going to come down to the wire right here. Very impressive stuff. 1 to play in the third, and so far, with an 11-point lead, the host nation are looking like they're going to be taking game number 1, unless the Kiwis can turn this around in the fourth quarter.
They have the capability, no doubt. But let's see Flamento keeping that control, understanding he is the guy with the rock. Mona back and forth, little pick and roll. No one's guarding him. That's another mid-range. Kissing it off the glass, the bank shot. Shout out to one of the best ever do it, Tim Duncan. And I think they took it out of his playbook.
Hey, they call him the teller because he only deals in banks. You love to see it. Here comes Javal. I'm liking this defense from the Kiwis. I actually think it's been on point. To hold the Philippines to 38 points. Didn't we see him drop 196 on somebody? Absolutely insane. Really impressive stuff right here. That is a nice deep three, but a good defensive board. Keeps New Zealand within touching distance here. Under 20 to play. No shot clock in the third quarter. Wished gonna milk this all the way down. Big man making a nuisance of himself, just getting in the way. Good rotation off the ball. Finds himself open. Can he connect? It rims in and then backhand. Oh, it's in there. It drops. What a three-pointer right there. Cuts the lead to 6. Final play of the third, and he bangs it home with a 3 of their own. Goodness gracious me.
That right there was Broadway bound. It was so dramatic, and this game is having more twists and turns than a showing jump storyline. We don't know what's going to happen because every time you see a double-digit lead by the Philippines, New Zealand keeps clawing back, and that's what I love about that fight, about that dog. They're not going to lay down and just let it take it. They're going to keep fighting as long as they can. Now, LCB, that mid-range on top of the key, under to knock it down, and let's see if the Kiwis can come back.
Way to crash the boards right there. I mean, that was great defense from Philippines as well, getting a hand up in the passing lane. Brilliant stuff. Both teams are capable of going into triple digits when it comes to the scoreboard. So the fact that this is such a low-scoring game shows you that it is defense they're leaning upon right here. A few uncharacteristic misses, but again, put that down to the D, put that to the hand in the face. Exactly what they've been training for. Wished gonna pull back and bang home another 3. He has looked as advertised. Very nice shooting from beyond the arc.
That shot needs a Hubble telescope, straight stargazing. That was deep within that galaxy. And shout out to the other game that's going versus Portugal and also Saudi Arabia. It is 10-15. Portugal is up by 5 with 3:59 left in the second. But back to New Zealand and Philippines.
They cut the lead to 6 right here, so it is going to be coming down to the wire. Now, every time the Kiwis have gotten close, the Philippines have managed to just reestablish that lead, drop in a big bucket of their own. But this defense is looking really good from the Kiwis. Working the open man and the shot, though. That's exactly what they needed, a big-time three-pointer.
Yup, and New Zealand is not getting a break because they're playing again when it comes to Brazil and then one more time against Turkey. So it's going to be back to back to back. Now, Mona keeping on that right side. Wish, the guard, trying to keep that handle, understanding that he's getting that open man, but people got to stay mobile. Flamento unable to knock it down, but only Sensei tracking down that rebound. Still hands up, but not doing no worm. Dennis Rodman would have been proud, but they're keeping that possession.
Oh, there is some chirping going backwards and forwards right there as you miss a high percentage layup just because 3 Filipinos were crashing the boards there, trying to make the shot as difficult as possible. Impressive stuff. They are going to get the inbound here and try to add to this lead. It's a 9-point lead. You got to be thinking it's nearly enough, but we know how dangerous the Kiwis are. They can come back dropping 3 threes in the blink of an eye. As we see a nice rejection right there. Oh my God, that was prom night all over again. Dancing by myself in the corner, pure rejection.
That rejection is so bad, that ball needs therapy. Oh man, who got an HMO or PPO? That was just nasty. Go see a doctor.
Great defense, and here come the Kiwis. They got it done at one end. Can they get it done at this end? Good cut right there. Finds the open man in the corner. You gotta bang that home at this level though. And that's a smart foul. Just slowing things down a little bit.
3:07 left in the fourth, 14 seconds left on the shot clock. They are down, but they are definitely not out. Getting that pump fake, trying to find the point guard. Wish, keeping that tempo. Behind the arc, almost hitting his mark and just missing that rebound, but a timeout. And as you see, Portugal getting crazy against Saudi Arabia, 24-10. This is a lot of energy here at the SMX Center in Clark, Pampanga.
Absolutely. So much going on in the background. Plus, we got the crowd as well. This is a fantastic venue, great atmosphere. But here we go. We have now switched over to the feed between Portugal and the Saudis, who find themselves down by 15 at the moment. It's the Saudis in the green and Portugal in the white jerseys right there. Very impressive start. We're only in the second quarter here, Vince. And so far, so good as we see a nice two-handed reverse dunk. Movement off the ball, so hard to defend.
Movement off the ball, but you got to stay mobile when it comes to any kind of real game of basketball, but especially NBA 2K. Nasser, known at that Nasser snatch, unable to knock it down. But as you see, a foul to stop that transition. Henry Jones defending the inbounder. He has a nice long run, but he's the law firm. He's definitely going to try to put you in jail and put them clamps on. So Nasser going on that left side, a nice little behind the back, but unable to find his man. Fahak understanding that he needs to knock it down when you got that first pass, but then the hand of pass of PT Creative is going to get creative.
Ooh, not too bad. So far, though, I mean, Portugal were probably one of the biggest surprises this year when it came to the Catzilla Conference of Europe, right? 22 teams. Portugal come in there potentially kind of ranked maybe about 4th, you would think, out of that field. We saw so many newcomers impress as well. I should say, we saw teams returning, but really for the first time as powerhouses, the likes of Finland, the likes of Sweden. But Portugal, man, they were great from start to finish. And now here on the biggest of stages, you see them pouring in the points. Right now, that bucket is as wide as the ocean, and they're just pouring in the points. It's 32-10. The Saudis gave their best performance in years, and they're just getting blown out of it right now.
Right now could be the first game jitters, as you said before. But let's see as Nash is going to right side. He was open, unable, but nice reverse lay. Using the rim as another defender, which is beautiful. Understanding what is at stake, 32-12. It is a 20-point game. 1 minute 25 left in the second.
Ooh, really massive performance for Portugal as they continue to stroke it green. Holy moly, Vince, 35-12. We did not expect this. At one end of the court, they're dropping in three-pointers like nobody's business. And at the other end, they're clamping up defensively.
Clamping up defensively, but I see PT Crib is activated. That is deep bomber right there. So all his shots are being extended beyond that three-point line. But V Chopper raining down the chopper. Shout out to J. Cole trying to bring it back, but still it's a 20-point game, and that is one whole year. It's hard to dig out of.
Oh, yeah, and just give you an update on the other side. The Philippines currently have a 12-point lead, under 1 minute to play in the fourth. It looks as though the host nation is going to open the tournament with a big old win against the Kiwis. Really impressive stuff from them.
Impressive again. But remember, it is best of 2, so they are going to play again, and you got to add both those games up. So you can lose by 12, but if you win by 13, you still can come out victorious with this best of 2.
Big time. And I think the Kiwis will probably be thinking, hey, if we make our threes, we are right in this. That's going to be the differential. We'll have a look at the stat line. We'll see what the shooting percentage was beyond the arc. We saw enough defensively, in my opinion. They look phenomenal. Just got to make those shots as, it looks as though the Philippines now extending their lead to, 15 points right there. But back to this Portuguese-Saudi Arabia game, 37-15. The Saudis will just have to have a really short-term memory there, Vince, as we approach halftime. They just got to wash that away, come back in the second half, and start chipping away at this lead to give themselves a chance in the fourth quarter.
Let's see what's going to happen. I just see Simon Bond going to PT Creative. But I see 41-54. The Philippines definitely showing that they can ball out and getting their first win of today. I know New Zealand's going to go back to the lab and work on what's going to happen, but man, what a game.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the best of two format is what it's all about. Impressive stuff, Vince. And yeah, a really good showing straight away from the host nation. Really good to see.
First game in the books. You can see the stat line. Zavala LCB with 20 points, and also Icy Fast with 18, and Clue with another double digit. Now, when you got 3 players in the double digit realm, that's automatically a double. But we've seen a lot of certain situations in which people have lost when they've done that.
Yeah, absolutely. But look, as predicted, the stat line on the 3-point shot percentage right there, only 6 of 16 for the Kiwis. Isn't going to get it done, not at this level. But they'll know that they were right within touching distance. 3 of those threes go in, and that lead is chiseled down to just 1 bucket, and that's exactly what you're looking for.
Now they're going to have another chance because, again, it is best of 2 here live in Clark, Philippines. Again, the SMX Convention Center. It is huge. It is big. Shout out to Predator. Shout out to Red Bull and all the other supporters that's been making this come to life. But we still have another game going on right now, which is Portugal versus Saudi Arabia. 41-17. That is a decisive win right there.
Oh, that's absolutely phenomenal stuff from the Portuguese team, and the energy levels are well and truly high. I think the folks at home are probably picking up some of the noises through our mics as well. They are chirping. They are loud and proud. I mean, you've been preparing for so many months. A lot of these teams started training 6 months ago, all right? Then they had to go through a full month of competition qualifiers just to get out of the European Conference. 22 teams, some of the best 2K players in the world just to get here. That's a lot of pented up rage that they're about to unleash on their opponents, and that's exactly what they did.
We got a lot more gameplay today, but again, still Portugal versus Saudi Arabia still going on, 43-23, 40 left in the third. B is on the left corner trying to find it to PT Creative, understanding what's at stake. But then Henry Jones, the law firm, just gliding down to the rim and bringing it home. A great slammer jammer here in the Philippines.
Oh, absolutely. So look, a 25-point lead. It is the third. We often see teams either cement their position in the third quarter. A lot of these games are won and lost. Or if you're the Saudis, you're just trying to kind of open that back door, creep it open a little bit so you can come in and make a little bit of a comeback in the fourth. But that is a very large lead to try and overcome right there. This is where best of 2 comes into it, though, that cumulative score as well. The Portuguese team will be sitting there going, let's just keep pouring it in. Let's keep scoring. Go, 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 go.
You got it, because we did have that situation where we did have one of our first tiebreakers ever, and it went down to the last quarter. It was Spain versus Sweden, and we were all at the edge of the seats for that one.
Yeah, and look, oh man, Sweden, one of the brilliant surprise stories out of that European Conference right there. Impressive stuff. Just shows that look, eFIBA Season 3 was the best yet, and it's not going anywhere, as we now have the 40 best 2K players in the world gathered in one location here in the Philippines. It's been a fun week, Vince.
Fun week indeed. PT Creative, again, D-Bomber is activated. You got to make sure you put a hand up so he doesn't knock it down. Just cutting through the defense, slicing and dicing all the way to the crib, but unable to hit the 10. And see, what happened was it was just too much mustard on that.
A little too much mustard, okay? You know, you got to get a little mayo on there as well, a little bun as you try to take that mustard right. But here we go. What I'm really liking is that the Portuguese team just seems so fluid, so free right now. And that's what you need at this level. You kind of got to get out of your own way sometimes psychologically. And right now they're just playing as a unit. We saw them training even late last night, scrimmaging late last night. So, yeah, sleepless nights, preparation, leaving it all on the line. And so far, well, the product is showing up on the court as well.
All right, Saudi Arabia going for the 3, unable to knock it down. But then that rebound from Portugal going down that right side, trying to find open man Henry Jones. being a give and go. Oh, that was absolutely a masterpiece. I thought Simon B. Ball would be knocking it. No-brain Salazar giving it back to Henry Jones. Another cross to the right side. He can shoot off the dribble. Mid-range pump fake. Unable to do it, but then that shot was just uncharacteristic, and he couldn't knock it down.
Ooh, yeah, the law firm. Look, he's everywhere, isn't he? He's in the paint. He's working his way at the top of the key as well. Impressive stuff.
All right, give it out here. But it's not going to get that steal. Saudi Arabia not giving up. Going on the left side, Henry Jones understanding what's at stake. Like you said, just keep pouring on those points so you have that great lead so they cannot come back the second game. But then a great mid-range, 50-24.
Absolutely impressive stuff. And, hey, look, if you're the Saudis, you got to be focusing on, like, what can you hang your hat on? You know, what was actually going well for you and what can we do as we're now going to kick over to the beginning of the second game between the Philippines and New Zealand. Remember, point differential 11 if I'm not mistaken. So the Kiwis win this one by 12 and they get the dub.
3-0. Philippines up. Only Sensei giving it to Mona. Keeping it calm. Flumento, 4 seconds left in the shot clock. It's cracking down, but getting that mid-range and knocking it again. He did come to me before saying, yo, the team is definitely going to work on the mid-range game, finding those easy shots. Threes are great, but them twos sometimes are better.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we go. And if you're just joining, it is the Philippines who are in the blue jerseys right there, just like the ones they're wearing in real life right here and are being sold over there. The merch shop as well. It'll be the Kiwis in the white jerseys. And, yeah, the Kiwis got to win by about 12 points or at least 11 to send it to OT. Impressive stuff so far. It is a tight affair, and really it came down to that three-point shooting by New Zealand. Wasn't quite up to par. If they make 3 more of those threes, like I said, it's a very tight game.
It is a tight game indeed, but LCB, again, another mid-range stroking it green, 5-2, keeping it nice and calm. As you notice, there's not a lot of rush shots, not a lot of contested shots. They're taking their time, finding that open position on the court, and then be able to knock it down with how long they've been playing NBA 2K.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see really good defense, though, from both teams on and off the ball. The player movement off the ball is critical here. Probably going to, unnecessary foul because he was very close to a 3-second offensive violation. That resets the shot clock, gives the New Zealanders a second chance at this one.
Second chance indeed, getting the inbound wish right there in that corner. Nobody's on him. Crazy cross-court pass. Wasn't up, was just a straight beam line, but then knocking it down again. Green bean, 5-5, New Zealand tying it.
Nice shooting right there. Really impressive stuff. And, yeah, look, I don't think New Zealand are going to panic at all whatsoever. Well-coached, well-disciplined team. They got their heads screwed on those young lads. Very, very capable. They'll just be thinking, okay, guys, let's play our game. Let's come back into it in this one. But the one thing Philippines did incredibly well, though, they had a few more steals than New Zealand in that first game. So they were a bit more sticky, hand in the cookie jar when it came to defense. I want to see New Zealand do a little bit of that this game as well.
Let's see again the stats for the Philippines. They did play 8 games and up to 13 to qualifiers because they were subbing back and forth. Ice Too Fast was averaging 21 and also Clue 15 points. Social 7.8 but also 1.4 steals. So he's definitely a defensive player. And Don Preetz 9 points with 12 rebounds and also 3.8 assists. They're a very unselfish team, and if they keep it going, they can come out on top.
Absolutely. As we see yet another steal there and a gliding and one dunk. Little man getting his Spud Webb on, hanging off the rim. That is going to make the scoreline a little bit unflattering for New Zealand, but he rims out, missing the free throw. Again, though, another steal as we see an attempted steal right there. Oh, that will actually count. There we go. This is what I'm talking about. You're basically turning turnovers into points. That's what it's all about if you're the Philippines.
I've been really quick when it came to that Portugal-Saudi Arabia game. It's 58-32 with 3:30 left in the fourth. But concentrate on the hometown heroes going against the Kiwis. You know they can fight. They're making it as tight as they can. Flumento able to score over 50 points in a game. You cannot leave him open, but it's the second time. So nice. We saw it twice, 9-8.
Really shows the importance of those offensive rebounds and turning them into points as well. Any opportunity to get a leg up on your opponent, that's what you're looking for. So here come the Philippines back the other way. Zaval toting the rock like an absolute pro here. Big man making a nuisance of himself. Social with the pump fake in the corner, kicks it back out to Ice. Too fast. Again, 2 to shoot. Gotta have it. Great defense. No shot clock violation. It left his hands. The Zebras letting him play, Vince, and that's a three-pointer for the ages.
All in the meta. I don't know what kind of cryptocurrency they getting, but they're doing their job. I like it. Fomento doing it to Mona on top of the key, understanding how he's going to shoot that with so much suffocating defense from the Philippines. But Wish getting some space. Nobody on it. Give and go. Fomento, he can definitely score. I would have been back-to-back, but he misses at the 10.
Ooh, finding the open man. It's Ice again. Gonna bang it home, and don't look now, but the Philippines getting a little bit of big momentum. Big Mo showing up. It's a 7-point lead.
They're trying to be the apex predators of this tournament, eFIBA Season 3, and now a foul. 15-8. Philippines put in some work, yo.
And speaking of apex predators, shout out to our sponsor as well, Predator. Absolutely phenomenal from Acer. This arena right here, all of the equipment, you love to see it. Discover the power and dominate the game with Predator. Hashtag it lies within.
That's what I'm talking about. And now down the stretch, LCB getting a nice little steal from the back. Nope, it was a foul. But he tried to keep that hand right in that passing lane. But as I said, keep your hands to yourself. If you're going to touch him, you're going to get possession. And you got to be careful of getting in that bonus because you don't want to give up free throws.
And this is danger time right here for the Kiwis, okay? We've seen this movie. Now we're watching the sequel. New Zealand cannot allow the Philippines to pull away. A little bit of lackadaisical clock management right there, as it is now going to be inbounds for quarter number 2. Philippines, 7-point lead, but New Zealand have looked much improved in this game. They just got to get back on the bike right here.
Wish right now giving up a little bit of space, but give and go to Mona. Nice little shutter pass back to Fomento. As you see, they're really crashing and understanding they have to close out. But I think that was tipped, and it couldn't go down. Great offensive rebound from New Zealand, and then a foul, keeping the possession.
Man, the Philippines are flying around off the ball, Vince. Really good rotation defensively right there. I love that shot that they worked right there, the Kiwis. But a hand up makes it go from a 90% three-point attempt to a 0%. Really great hustle right there. Fomento with the big man. Solomona working their magic at the top of the key. Fade away 3 on the move. A little bit of momentum now for New Zealand. Can they capitalize on this? We're seeing the full court pressure on the inbounds. And now it looks as though, I thought they were going to spring a trap right there, but they don't. They're sticking to their zone. And they have been moving really, really well. Since this Philippines team, they are peaking at the right moment.
Ice too fast. Ice in his veins. Man, that shot was so cold. It's like a frozen polar bear in the Arctic. But 18-11, they are not giving up at all. I'm loving the coaching. I'm loving the fight. But I got to give it to New Zealand. They're not giving up as well. Only since they're giving up to Mona, understanding he ain't going to shoot that 3 a lot, but he is a facilitator. Wish going for that mid-range, but then hand in the passing lane. That was high octane. Red Bull may give you wings, but giving them hands as well.
Absolutely great defense here from the Philippines as we see a reach-in foul. And again, getting a little bit handsy, but I like that. I think they got to force some turnovers here in New Zealand. They got to keep trying to get the hand in the cookie jar. Sometimes it gets slammed shut, though. So keep it up here as we see Zavao working the pick and roll to Dom Preach. Preach! Big man working down low, gets his own board and the putback. That's a hustle bucket right there.
Preach right now saying, Lord, I can do the work for you. 20-11, only a 9-point game. 3:16 left in the second. Mona getting a little bit on the floor, but you got to be careful. You see Wish, a little bit of cold right there, a bit of a cold spell. He better start heating up somehow. They need him on the offensive side. Fomento going on that right, trying to cross into Boston, but the hands are so scrappy when it comes to the Philippines, but they don't care about the foul. They're just showing their aggressiveness.
No, I mean, they've turned so many turnovers into points at this stage that it's even worth getting into the bonus. I think this is a much improved defensive team, and we noticed that throughout all the qualifiers as well. A lot of teams saw USA and just decided, you know what, we have got to improve our defense, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. Is we have a result in game number 1 between Portugal and Saudi Arabia. Wow, 64-46. That is a massive 28-point victory right there for the Portuguese. They were on absolute fire, and they had 3 players close to 20 points there, Vince, into double digits, and they absolutely shot the lights out right there. 8 of 13 from beyond the arc. That's massive.
Yep, 18 points from Simon B. Ball, 18 points from Henry Jones, the law firm. I love seeing it. We're going back to Philippines versus New Zealand, a 10-point affair, 2:16 left in the second. Mona, being that big fella, couldn't get it out of under the paint. You got to be careful of the 3 seconds, but able to dribble it out. Wishing upon a star and hitting it from far, knocking it down, keeping the game close.
Now that's an impressive clutch three-pointer right there. It's again what we have is a low-scoring affair, which will actually favor the team that is behind, because if they can get on a little bit of a roll, we know how good these teams are right here. 7-point differential, but it's not an insurmountable lead at all whatsoever. Under 2 minutes to play, but it's so hard to keep up with the Filipinos. That time, it rims out an uncharacteristic miss, and this is a massive opportunity here for the Kiwis.
Oh, man, lose your feet, baby. You can't be jumping on that. You got to be careful, but they did not capitalize on it. Flamento, understanding from the right side, trying to get some kind of open space, suffocating defense. That's a deep range right there. Man, that's so much range. It was 5G, baby. Love seeing it.
5G indeed. Wowzers, what a shot. And we got a tight game right here, 4 points. Now remember, best of 2. New Zealand have to get at least an 11-point win to send it to overtime, okay? 12 points and they get the win-win. That's what it's all about. That's what I love about this best of 2. So it actually favors the Philippines to slow things down, to milk the clock, to milk the scoreboard.
Now let's see it, but then knocking it down once again. The Philippines are focused, lasered in, infrared eyes, just being, as we said before, that apex predator of the Asia region. Now Mona, again, he is that captain. He also played in the Piston when it came to the NBA 2K League, so he has a lot of experience, also a lot of knowledge when it comes to this game of NBA 2K, and this is NBA 2K25 Pro Am Mon. Each different avatar has their own player. It is offline, so let's keep it going. And who's going to come out on this time?
And that might be the first time a mullet was ever seen in Detroit, mate. I love it, man. He's got the big, the French pronounce it moulet. It's a beautiful mullet right there representing, well, you know, the Southern Cross. My neck of the woods right there as we see another good shot right there. It is a 4-point lead. We've just got a 1 second differential between play clock and game clock right here, so expect the Philippines to milk this all the way down for the final possession of the first half. Zaval with the rock in the triple threat. Big man making a nuisance of himself like they do so well. Good defense rotationally, but Preach gonna throw it down with the Shaq attack dunk. All it was missing was a broken backboard, Vince.
That Don is being the Don of the big fellas here in NBA 2K25 eFIBA Season 3. Not scared at all, but I got to give credit to the Kiwis. Just like a rugby match, it's just fight after fight after fight. Break my nose, take my arm off. I'm still running down that field. And now you see it's a 4-point affair. It was a double digit for a while, but they never give up. That's that grit. That's that dog. And they know they can put so much more in this game, and they may be able to get that 12-point lead and come out on top for the best of 2.
And I love that shot we see right there. This is a fantastic setup. You're seeing how close the fans can get to the players as well. A lot of good etiquette, a lot of golf etiquette. I'm liking that as well. Not being too loud, but everybody locked in, hydrating. A massive second half coming up here between New Zealand and the Philippines. Philippines got it done in game 1. Trying to get it done here in game 2, but the Kiwis have something to say about it as Horsey, that man's been a little bit quiet. Look for him to have a massive tournament, a nice drive and an offensive board from the big man. The piston down low and a reach-in foul.
Reach-in foul indeed, and you see other teams watching patiently. Brazil doing some homework. Shout out to the coach, Nick Cottrell, keeping them focused because they're about to play in just a couple of hours. But as you can see, another game is happening. Saudi Arabia versus Portugal, and let's see if they can flip it aside.
Absolutely. And look, it was obviously a big win for Portugal in game number 1 right there. 28-point victory. That is a massive mountain to climb for the Saudis. But hey, if anyone can do it, it's one of the 8 teams here who made the finals.
All right, going to the left side. Understanding 28-24, a 4-point game. Don Preach, big fella, getting fouled. All right, getting a little bit bossy right there. I think he dropped his shoulder. That could have been a charge.
Yeah, nearly, right? But this is just one of those tight games, man, those classic contests. It's like a snow game, yeah? As Social passing up on the 3, hitting Zaval at the top, and he will make it rain from beyond the arc, stroking it green. A beautiful shot. And, yeah, every possession absolutely critical in this one, Vince, in such a low-scoring game. Those 1 percentiles, they add up.
Wish unable to keep the possession, but almost got a turnover. Flamento keeping the game fluid. Going to the top of the key, a give and go to the big fella. Great recovery defense, and then a quick switch, and then unable to knock it down. Like you see, 31-24, 3:28 left. As you see, focus. Mona as the captain talking to his teammates, trying to bring them together. They got to rally. They got to do a lot more work if they want to come out on top.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, Coach calls them 1%ers, right? And they do add up in such a low-scoring game. As we see a nice open three, you got to knock that down. That was unlucky. They worked it well. Just slightly off right there as the Don trying to make him offer they can't refuse. Finds Zaval at the top of the key once again. He has just been so agile on the sticks, pulling up for three. Great defensive board here and a quick transition. Good hustle back defensively. Look at that. That's impressive stuff from the Philippines.
Hustle back indeed. Let's see how they're going to respond really quick. Second game that's going on. You may not be seeing it on our Twitch channel or YouTube or TikTok. 4-8. Saudi Arabia is actually leading Portugal with 2:37 left in the first.
And we have a massive three-pointer here, though, in the Philippines-New Zealand game. Cuts the lead to 4 again. This has been as close as they've been able to get since tip-off. What can they do? Social, working it to the Don. Down low, back out. Oh, miscommunication, and the ball goes out of bounds. One of the rare mistakes we've seen from the Philippines. This is a massive possession and opportunity. Oh, it was a hand in the passing lane. That's why. So it's actually going to be the Philippines. They keep the ball right here. They find the open man, and he banks home the three. Woo, it's a tight margin game, Vince. Really impressive shooting.
Shot was more reliable than Tanjiro from Demon Slayer, protecting his blade. It's just quick, clean, and just striking that defense. And then heartbreaker. But Mona getting on the right side. Almost a travel, but a smart timeout. You saw that little realism, though. He was doing a little stinky leg underneath the rim.
They were indeed. Look, words of encouragement right there from the El Capitano to the team, getting the lads on the same page. Good comms, critical. Horsey, oh, a pickpocket right there. It's the big man rumbling down the court right there. They catch up to him, though. That's a wide load. They caught him up, Vince.
Looking like the $5 million man. Just but the mid-range from LCB, baby, knocking it down for the Philippines, getting that lead to 36-27.
Absolutely phenomenal stuff from the Philippines. I mean, that is the way to crush those hopes and dreams. In the other game, the Saudi Arabia team have a 6-point lead. Still a massive mountain to climb, but they have bounced back really nicely. The Kiwis get a bucket of their own. What can they do here? 90 seconds to play in the third, Vince. They've got to claw a little bit closer to give themselves a chance at a dub in game number 2.
Let's see them claws indeed. Keep fighting, keep climbing. But also let you know this is Pro-Am mode once again, 5-on-5 here for eFIBA Season 3. And everyone is trying to mesh together. It's all about team chemistry. And Dom Breach climbing that ladder once again, knocking it down, ripping down the rim, 38-29.
Beautiful dunk. Yeah, Pro-Am mode, 5v5. So you're seeing each of the avatars on the court controlled by players. We see another pickpocket right there. It has been really the difference in this one. Turnovers into points. That's what the Philippines have been doing. They've been picking those pockets all day, and it looks so good.
So good indeed. LCB, that point guard, giving him go and knocked down right down the hole. Social, again, another slammer jammer, and getting more talking. You see, they're right across each other. Trash talking is involved in the game.
And early on, it was going both ways, but it's been one-way traffic now for about 7 quarters, okay? But here we go. Again, that sticky defense. These are the fouls that the Philippines don't mind giving up because they are getting steals and turning them into points, taking maximum effort, maximum opportunity. Flamento doing a fantastic job trying to work his open three right here. Really good defense, though. Good rotational defense from the Philippines. The big man just going to have to take those points, gets his own board, kicks it out. But I believe we had a foul. He's going to the line.
All right, Mona at the foul line again. Shots with gains, but free throws win championships. They're in the bonus. So now the Philippines have to be careful about that fouls. I did say before that Red Bull was giving you wings and gave him a lot of hands, but when you get too many hands, you're going to give away free points, and now you're making it a 9-point game with 29 seconds left in the third.
No, fair point, Vince. Absolutely. So far, so good for the Philippines, though, in their opening best-of-2 series here against New Zealand. I've liked what the Kiwis have done as well. The difference has been those steals and those three-point shots as we see another pick and roll. Hey, that's fixable, though. That's coachable. That's something they can fix before the next game, the Kiwis, and they're going to have to because there is no let-up when it comes to eFIBA Season 3 World Finals. A lot of teams playing back-to-back series.
Wish right now, little floaty trying to find that glass again, unable to get it, but offensive board and then hitting it up. End of the third quarter as they are trying to reset and they keep coming back. 42-31. LCB keeping that control for the Philippines, trying to find an open man, and the give and go has been extremely effective, like a submarine door. But then it's a nice deep three, but unable to knock it down. Let's see if New Zealand can answer back.
Oh, another steal there. Hand up in the passing lane and a reach-in foul. You're seeing the chirping. The fans absolutely love it. And, that is going to be a transitional foul right there. There we go.
As you see, Mona right now standing on top, talking across the screen. Now, like I said, everyone's going to try and get each other heads. I played real-life basketball. Sometimes the game is mental, not just physical. Let's see if we can throw them off their game. 43-31, 4:30 left into the fourth. Let's see if the Kiwis can hit back.
Absolutely. Look, still some time left in this one. Now, they will need to at least win by 11 points, though, Vince. That's the key. And 12 if they want to take this series. It's not impossible at all. That's exactly the type of transition bucket they need. If they can bang it home, they do. Don't look now, but the Kiwis climbing out of that dungeon at the moment, looking good.
Creeping back like a monster underneath the bed. You got to check it because then they're going to take your ankles. But Laval, LCB, unable to knock it down. But Clue, beautiful crash into the rim, keeping the possession on the Philippine side. LCB keeping control, trying to find that give and go. Getting that corner three, P.I. Social, understanding he didn't need that at all. Ice too fast, keeping it quick. But then that was a little hand up. So what? But unable to knock down, not the cup.
And the quick transition three again in the corner. The Kiwis, that's back-to-back three-pointers. Look out. That was some of the best transition play we've seen from them, peaking at exactly the right moment.
3-ball, corner pocket. You got to knock it down when it's open. As you see the team getting hydrated because there's a lot more gameplay today here at eFIBA Season 3 at the SMX Convention Center in Clark, Philippines. Now, as you see LCB trying to keep that control, giving it up, ice too fast, looking for the pick and roll. Let's see, he's going to give it to the big fella. Great defense from New Zealand, really keeping it clamped, but trying to go up. But that would have been a crazy dunk, but that was a smart foul right there.
Yeah, I don't hate that foul at all. I like that one, in fact, Vince. I think both teams recognizing the significance of this possession as a little man gets loose and throws it home with two hands. That was a big-time bucket from the smallest of players.
That dunk had more power than Manny Pacquiao right there. It don't matter about the size of the dog in the fight, but the fight of the dog in the fight, and I like it.
Absolutely, as we see a reach-in foul right there. Only an 8-point game. The Kiwis, they look down on themselves, though. Like, they just got a memory of a goldfish. Flush that one away before the next game. I mean, they're still in this one right here, but can't be beating yourself up too much because it's been a valiant effort so far.
Either win by an inch or a mile. Winning is winning. You got to get that win so you got the momentum going in another game. New Zealand got a crazy schedule ahead of them, so you got to keep that morale up. Clue, give it up to LCB. Definitely keeping control of the tempo. 6 seconds left in the shot clock. Another big bomb. Dunk right there. Social ripping down that rim.
Wow, lots of dunks from the Filipinos here in front of their hometown fans. You love to see it. Kiwis not out of this one just yet, but the fat lady is warming up, Vince. Only 2.5 minutes to play in a 10-point deficit. They need to come back in a hurry right here.
And really quick, the other game that you're watching live, Saudi Arabia versus Portugal, 26-13 with 2 minutes left in the second. The Saudis are trying to be the kings of this group.
They are, but I mean, they're going to have to win by 29 points. Again, best of 2 series means that you are seeing like distinct playing styles, especially when it comes to the second game. The team that might have the advantage is sometimes pumping the brakes as we approach the 2-minute mark here in game number 2 between the Philippines, the host nation, and New Zealand. And so far, the Philippines, they can pump the brakes a little bit in this one, control the tempo. They know they got the win in game number 1. They know they don't have to rush to anything right here, but the Kiwis on the other side are just going to be going pedal to the metal, try to score as many points as quickly as possible right now.
And really shout out to the crowd here at the SMX Convention Center, rooting their home team on. All right, make some noise if you can hear me. Let me hear you, crowd. Let's go. 49-39, Philippines up.
You love to see it. Just that double-digit lead they've been able to maintain for most of the fourth quarter here, Vince. Zaval waiting for that pick and roll. Ooh, using his feet there. Get that ball out of bounds. Filipinos all smiles. They look happy. The body language says, hey, job nearly done. Under 2 to play here. Kiwis trying to get back into this one. Flametto rims out and a big defensive board. Good transition as we see, a foul down the other end right there. I thought that might have been a charge, but it looks like they're going to get him for a block. Well, they're in the bonus as well.
Frustration push right there. Understanding Clue knocking down the free throw, 51-39, extending the lead with a minute 41 left.
Impressive stuff right there. I like the hustle defense, though, from the Kiwis. So there's definitely been, like, some bright spots here, without a doubt. As we see a worked open three, it does rim out. And, again, transition. Both teams trying to catch each other, napping at the other end, but the defense has been good so far. Clock is your friend if you're the Philippines, so they can just let this tick-tock all the way down.
Yeah, but also shout out to Saudi Arabia versus Portugal, 30-15, 30 seconds left in the half. Second has been absolutely domination by Saudi Arabia, but a good dunk from Portugal, making 17-30.
Big man shoot free throw. Big man make free throw. Don, preach, making him an offer he cannot refuse right here. It rims out. It is a 13-point lead for the Philippines right here. Add that to the 11-point lead from game number 1. They have a cumulative 24-point lead. Flametto, great defense again from the Philippines, just not allowing him to climb back up the court and work his open shot. You can see they've been studying the film.
Absolutely. I'm telling you, the Philippines are on top right now, 52-39. They definitely discovered their power and dominating the game with Predator. And shout out to Predator once again for giving all this amazing equipment so we can have this event here in the Philippines.
Absolutely. Philippines have been a gracious host all week. Like we said, greeted with smiles off the plane. It's been absolutely brilliant. The staff, the team behind the scenes making all of this happen. It really did take an army to get it done. Impressive stuff.
33-17 going into the second half with Portugal and Saudi Arabia. Just a straight 180. The game has switched. But as you see, New Zealand still fighting as much as they can, but they got more games throughout the day. 54-41, 37 seconds left.
Absolutely. And, yeah, look, I've been impressed by what we've seen from the host nation as they drop in another three. This one getting away from the Kiwis. I feel like game number 1 came down to three-point shooting. And game number 2, though, the steals, the defense from the Philippines, and their ability to make the clutch shots is really what showed up as Sensei bangs home a 3 of his own. A lot of talent on that New Zealand team. A lot of capability. You know, this can just be the warm-up game. That's the way they need to approach it. They got to bounce back in the next game. And honestly, they came out against the host nation who you know were going to give their biggest and best performance. So impressive start from the Philippines. The host nation getting the dub in game number 1. You can see the sportsmanship, the camaraderie right there as we've got 12.6 to play. But that is just about all she wrote in this one. Javal just going to bang home that one right there. We'll see the inbounds. And that'll be it for game number 1. Well, I should say, second game, series number 1.
Series number 1, winning both games. But again, I love the sportsmanship. But also, you got to love the trash talking. Understanding, look, after the game is done, we're all amongst the same community. We all love NBA 2K. We're in the 2K25 era. And look, the great thing about it is that they understand it is a game. But you got to take it seriously.
No, without a doubt. I mean, they were chirping at each other right there. But look, handshakes, respect. Of course, we have all the teams staying in the same hotel. Everybody's getting to know one another. You know, some of the teams do have rules about communication, but honestly, a lot of friendships for life being formed right here.
Man, I need the coming energy, but I think I need a little bit of boost right here. Shout out to Red Bull. Let me get a little sip. Oh, that's enough. All right, it's giving me wings, but now it's gonna basically make my throat a little better so I can talk longer. So I gotta admit, that was a great first showing of the Philippines here in Clark. However, we have a great game going on right here. Saudi Arabia versus Portugal, because as you saw, Portugal had a defiant win against the Kings of the Sands, but now Saudi Arabia is coming back with that revenge.
And let's have a look at these results right here. As you're seeing, the Philippines win 54-41 in game number 1. It's a best-of-2 series, which means cumulative score. They're able to get 59 points to 44 in game number 2. And honestly, the Kiwis were very close in that one. But now you're seeing the big difference in this one right here, as we had ultimately an 18-point game right here. Portugal beating Saudi Arabia in game number 1. However, at the moment, it's looking pretty tight because we got only a 13. Oh, it went up right there. It's the 16-point deficit. This is where best of 2 really comes into play, as now Portugal fighting for their lives here in series number 1. The Saudis, Vince, having an amazing game number 2.
39-23, 2:26 left. Henry Jones, the law firm, understanding he's been averaging a double-double when it came to eFIBA Season 3 qualifiers. But let's see if B is going to respond back. No brain sound, so using his brain indeed. Smart pass, but unable to knock down that easy crib. But it was contested. Henry Jones got a foul.
And this is why we love the format, right, Vince? You can lose game 1, but you can come back and have a Herculean effort in game number 2. Everything to prove. And the Saudis, I got to tell you, we were a little bit disappointed in the performance because that's the most polished Saudi Arabia team we've seen in years through the qualifiers. They made it look easy. They didn't seem to break a sweat even, just taking out the Middle East, becoming champions there, booking their ticket here to the Philippines. And game number 1, Portugal were firing on all cylinders. So far, so good, though, for the Saudis in game number 2. If you're just tuning in, it's Portugal in the red, and the Saudis, who you see make another massive three-pointer in the white jerseys. Goodness gracious me, that's a 19-point lead. If the game would end right now, Vince, Saudi Arabia will be taking the series.
Let's see what's going to happen. We still got a minute 38 left in the third. As you see, Henry Jones, as I said, he's been averaging a great game and again a great series. 12.8 points, 12.2 rebounds, and 3 assists. 74% from the field and 59% from 3. He is reliable.
Oh, Mr. Reliable, absolutely. There we go. Portugal banging home a 3. They're starting to talk themselves as well. I mean, they were so loud in game number 1. It's crickets at the moment as the Saudis, just to confirm for everybody at home, if they want to win the series, Saudi Arabia need to win this game you're watching right here by 19 points. That's what's on the line.
And they're on their way. I'm Nazar. Again, 20.5 points a game, one of the leading scorers on this Saudi Arabia team. But Fahak, 20 points a game with 3.5 assists. So you definitely have to find a way to stop them getting to the rim. But I am Nazar. Snatch. Oh, gives it up. You got to protect the ball if you want to win this game.
Now, obviously, we were locked in on game number 2 between the Kiwis and the Philippines. New Zealand versus the Philippines right there. The Philippines, hometown heroes, taking series number 1. So we weren't able to necessarily see what was going on in this game. However, that was a characteristic steal right there of Portugal. Their defense was phenomenal during the qualifications out of the Catzilla European conferences. We're going to see a gliding two-handed dunk right there, transition bucket, posterizing that rim. Impressive stuff from the Saudis.
Oh, man, going to the rim as fast as he can, giving everyone so much respect to his game, and I love seeing it. Not fearful at all, trying to go for that and one. Henry Jones keeping it controlled. Now, he is the center, the nucleus of this Portugal team, getting that pick and roll and understanding what his role is going to be throughout this entire series. Henry Jones getting to that left side, a little bit of handle for the big fella, but then a steal, and now it's going to be showtime for Hawk gliding. A little fancy dunk right there, like a true gem worthy of the markets of Jeddah. That's Saudi Arabia, 46-26.
Santa Claus is coming to town on that rim right there. Are you kidding? With the Santa beard as well. Get into the spirit of the season. What a dunk. Here we go. That is a 20-point lead as well, which is what Saudi Arabia need if they want to win this series. Henry Jones, a.k.a. the law firm, finding his man in the corner, crashing the boards offensively as well. And that is going to be the end of the third quarter. Everything to play for here in the fourth. It'll be Portugal ball to begin things. Every possession critical, Vince.
46-26, as you said. It is best of 2 and a reject from behind, baby. Dude got eyes on the back of his head. I thought Jason Kidd only did that on offense, but I see they do it on defense.
And that is a risky block as well, but it pays off as Henry Jones is going to work the low post with a one-handed dunk. He's taking out some frustration on the rim there.
As you can see, recovery is key. Going down that left side on Nazar. Again, I call it the Nazar snatch. You got to be careful. He's ready to step back and knock it down. V Chopper also got that chopper as well. A great arsenal when it comes to offensive prowess of Saudi Arabia. Unable to knock it down, crashing the board. Full court pass to No-Brain Salazar, but a great stop transition foul.
Yeah, that's a coach's foul right there. Coach don't mind when you make those fouls. It stops the quick buckets. So again, it's this fragile 18-point lead for Saudi Arabia. They need to win by 19 to win the series. So truly, truly, on aggregate score, it's as close as it can be right now. Just a 1-point differential. Every single bucket crucial as we see No-Brain Salazar, one of those ironic names because he has a big brain, finding Henry Jones down low, and the big man capitalizing on back-to-back buckets in the paint right there, helping his team get the aggregate score and the lead that they need.
Let's see, Nazar keeping that point good, 46-30, losing it just a little bit, but you see the foot is on the gas, and they're not backing down at all, Chris.
They are not. I love it. We got our first tight game of the day right here as we see, again, that iconic Portuguese defense. Salazar going to go in. It rims out. Can't quite get the M1, but the little man with the beautiful red mohawk going to go to the line right here.
Ain't scared of the contact. Put that shoulder down. Try to knock it. But I see free throws are free for a reason. Take your time. Get your rhythm and put 2 points on the board.
He got to change his name to Big Brain Salazar. I think he's Big Brain right here. It's going to rim out. However, the 15-point lead is good as we see quick transition back down the other end. A reach-in foul. A little bit unnecessary on this occasion. But, ooh, interesting in the box score there. A 5-0 run here to begin the fourth quarter. So the Saudis, they got to get back on the horse right here because they need some buckets.
Let's see, navigating left and right. Nazar trying to find the open man, a little give and go. But as you see, the lock with the guard, but then a foul. Or as you can see, it's a moving pick, and then trains in transition. Now it's Portugal ball.
Zebra's getting involved late on in this one. Really good defense again from Portugal. That's how they booked their ticket here, and it is showing up when they need it the most. Yes, they are down by 15 in this game, but it's a best-of-2 series if you're just tuning in, and they won game number 1 by 18, which means this is good news for Portugal right now to be down by only 15 points. Back the other end, if you're the Saudis, you need a bucket.
Now, to let you know, this is a offline event, but sometimes we will have technical difficulties. If you notice, Portugal does have an AI player, so one of the players did get disconnected, but they still got to play all the way through.
Well, it happens. It does happen. I mean, occasionally we've seen the AI players show up in big moments as well, Vince, especially when it came to the European finals. 22 teams fighting for a slot here as we see a gorgeous step-back three. That's exactly what the doctor ordered. And if the game would end right now, we'd be going to our first overtime.
I see a little Mikael Bridges putting up that three and going side to side like a psycho. 49-31, 2:46 left in the fourth quarter. No-Brain Salazar going down that right side, trying to get a pump fake. Little shutter pass to Henry Jones, being the big fella that he is, destroying the rim. 33-49 now.
Phenomenal stuff. Here we go. 16-point deficit. Nassar, as you said, he's got that gorgeous step back, but finding his open teammate who banks home the three. Exactly what the doctor ordered right there for the Saudis. That's a 19-point lead. That would be a win as of right now.
Play is going bad, but somebody's got to do it. Got the foot up on the gas, and somebody got to do it. Mustard! Let's go, baby. 52-33, and now Saudi Arabia is coming back. They're not giving up with 2 minutes left in the fourth, but let's see if Portugal can rally.
I understood that cultural reference. Here we go. Finding the man in the corner, Simon B. Boland. Henry Jones, the law firm. It rims out a big board right here for the Saudis. They had an open man. Good transitional defense there from Portugal, though, as they're going to hand it off to Nassar. He's so dangerous with the ball in hand. You just never know when he's going to take that snatch, that step back right there. Honestly, like a trapdoor spider from down under, mate. As we see, F5's going to rim out right there. A little bit unlucky. Holston, good offensive board. Way to crash the offensive boards there. They kick it back out. The clock, their friend. This is a huge possession. 2 to shoot. Nassar got to have it. Good defense. It rims out on a massive board from Henry Jones as we're coming back the other way, trying to find a transition bucket of their own. Salazar, reach-in foul. And we can take a breath.
I just see Nasser 23 points and got two other people on the Saudi Arabia team in double digits, 52-33. Let's extend it as much as they can because they do have a chance to win this best of two.
Absolutely. And are we gonna see our first overtime, Vince? This could be absolutely huge. For the folks at home, if you did not see game number 1, Portugal won by 18. That means that if the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia win by 18, we're going to overtime in this one. Best of 2 series. Right now, if the game would end, Portugal will be the winning team right there, down by 17 in game number 2.
Now, in the best of 2, they do not play in overtime, but there is a technicality. So basically, first one's how many points you scored on the home court. Then it's how many points you scored in the second. Then it's how many points you scored in the fourth quarter. So home court, second half, and then fourth quarter. And everyone's agreed to it. We know what it is. We've seen it with Spain and Sweden, so it's not something new. So we've seen it go.
No OT, NOT. I'm here for it. Absolutely fantastic. This means everything to play for right here. You got to leave it all out on the court.
B short corner, stroking it green, 37-52. You see they're getting wild right there. They're getting a little dancing like Fado on the streets in Portugal. Let's keep it going, baby.
And remember, one of the Portuguese players dropped out as well, so it really is 4v5 at the moment. The AI player out there, it happens. Even in a LAN event, there can be technical difficulties. You just have to come together as a team and overcome. React Sam finding Nasser right there. It is coming down to the wire in this one, 2 to shoot. That's a massive 3. It rims out. That might be all she wrote in this one. They've got to go full court pressure and get a turnover here. If you're the Saudis, they foul the law firm. They will be sending him to the line, but that might be all she wrote in this one unless we see a couple of quick three-pointers from the Saudis.
6.3 seconds left in the game, but you got to think about the mental capacity of this. They still won the game. Even though it's best of 2, that gives you momentum throughout this entire tournament. That means you're not on the bottom. You're just as equal. You can fight. This is going to be a great night here in Philippines.
Big facts, and we're just getting started. I mean, this was our first 2 series of the whole day. Stay tuned. It's going to be absolutely massive, guys. If you're watching at home, Chopper's going to bang home a 3. The Saudis have something to hang their hat on. They did still get the win by 16 points, proving that they belong right here as we get another reach-in foul. The math is not on their side. However, they're going to fight all the way down to the last second here.
Do want to shout out these 2 teams. It's the first time they're in the finals. So the pressure did not get to them. They knew how to compete, and let's see what they're going to do the rest of the series.
As we see both free throws banged home right there, it's a 14-point deficit. So, to be clear, we need a 4-point play here. That's a 3-pointer and 1. It all comes down to this final inbounds. Never say never. Gotta have it. No foul. It misses. And Portugal are going to come away with victory in Season 1. You can see what it means to the lads. Congratulating each other first, and then I'm sure we're going to see the same level of camaraderie and sportsmanship that we did between New Zealand and the Philippines. But you can see what it means to them right there.
B. Larinho screaming at the top of his lungs. He just popped a Red Bull today. I think they got him in capsules because the energy was on the roof. But as you can see, Saudi Arabia still was in the game. They still got that dub. But due to the best of 2 series, they're going to be winner of that best of 2 because they scored more.
Cumulative points playing a massive role down the stretch. Portugal did just enough to get the win right there. But like you mentioned, both of those teams, their first World Finals, they weren't with us in Jönköping, Sweden a year ago. They're here now, though. They both put up fantastic performances, it has to be said. Game 1, Portugal. Game 2, Saudi Arabia right there. Cumulative score, though, it is going to be Portugal winning the series. And what a way to open the World Finals here in front of the crowd.
Yep, in front of the crowd indeed. And you saw the first games was Philippines versus New Zealand, and it was 54-59. The latest one, it was 41-54, and then 44-59, which was a great game back and forth, but keeping them very low scoring. So it's going to go back and forth, but New Zealand has no break because they're going to get Turkey right after.
Absolutely, and you can see the tug of war that we saw right there. Portugal blazing in that first game. Honestly, they were up by 30 at one point, if I'm not mistaken. We were watching that game out of the corner of our eye. They finished 64-46 winners. Take nothing away from Saudi Arabia, though. They dominated that second game. They end up winning 55-41. but cumulative points, it is going to be Portugal taking that first win of the day, and you can see a lot of action upcoming as well, a lot more games incoming. It's going to be a long day for all of these players, and we hope you're with us for the duration because a lot of fun here in the Philippines.
A lot of fun in the Philippines. We're going to go to break for a couple of minutes, but I'm telling you, do not turn away. More games, more gameplay, and of course, there's more NBA 2K. But before, we got to give it to Courtside right now with our fellow commentators, which is Beef Mommy and also Bluey.
All right. We're seeing different sets of outcomes in our first two games, and I love to see it. But as we wait for the players to cool down on the e-court, of course, we're heating things up here on the actual floor. Welcome to the SMX Clark Convention. My dude, we're at your favorite tech trend right now.
Yeah, it's Predator.
We're excited.
I'm very excited to present to you guys. This is the Predator booth, one of the many booths here at the eFIBA World Finals Season 3. Now, I think there's more than just the Predator booth. Shout out to Predator for sponsoring this event.
Yes, of course. Sponsors all over the court here. And not just that, Acer Predator going to be our presenter. You can also shoot some hoops on the side.
Yeah.
So if you really want to test out your real-life basketball skills on and off your PS5, of course, you can definitely try it out here. It's a little bit higher than what you're used to, but that's definitely part of the fun here. Not only that, though, we have a lot of other things.
Mind you, this side of the SMX Convention Center, we have the fan zone. Now, for those of you that don't know that are in the event, the fan zone is already open, and you can play a bunch of games. You can shoot some hoops on the side, but the main event that you should actually go for is the 1v1 sort of battles that you can do here. All you got to do is step and make your way over here while we're on break. Maybe you can scan the QR codes, have a bit of fun with your friends, you know? Just maybe we have to hit that later.
We already know we're going to play 1v1 for sure.
For sure.
Who's going to win? Back at home, comment down below.
Yeah, for
is it
sure.
going to be Bluey or is it going to be Beef Mommy? I already know I'm going to lose. I'm not really good at in-game basketball, but maybe I can shoot some hoops in real life, man.
Maybe. I mean, you have the height for it.
It's just the heels.
It really is
I'm
just the
cheating
heels.
right now, but of course, there's a lot more in store for you guys. Of course, over here into our left side of the stage. You know what gives you wings?
What does it?
Red Bull.
Oh, Red Bull gives you wings.
So exciting. If you want to feel the energy of the event, it's because we have a Red Bull as our lovely event sponsor.
Yeah, absolutely. Red Bull. I had a Red Bull this morning just to like pump me up for this.
I brought home some Red Bull last night just to prepare for today. I know I told you that I might not drink Red Bull. Well, I lied. I had to. It's just so
it's important.
lovely already. It's very important to feel energized. And of course, haven't seen it yet. We have a Mad Max X. Look at that truck.
Yeah. Like that truck actually, I've been seeing it not only in this event, but actually around my own city. So I don't know. It's
Your neighbors with the person who owns that truck.
Yeah, for sure. It's parked like right next to my house. So it's fun to see that it is here in this event. And I'm pretty sure that it also has speakers on top.
Yeah, I mean, we're completed in this event. If you want, grab a Red Bull, open up a can, go to our 1v1s where you can match up with your friends while waiting for the actual games to start. A lot of things going to be happening in this event. And of course, I just want to reiterate everyone that actually made this possible. Acer Predator, discover the power and dominate the game with Predator. Hashtag it lies within. And of course, with Red Bull gives you wings. And of course, we have Smart literally right behind us, giving us the perfect connectivity for all of our players here.
All right, and also let's not forget our other sponsors too. We have PLDT, Signal, the Philippine Sports Commission, Laos Group, Nike, at Samahang Basketball ng Pilipinas. Ayan.
And of course, that's it for us here on the floor, but more action coming up next. For now, a quick short break.
Red Bull gives you wings. 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 Red Bull gives you wings.
Retro Games right here, eFIBA Season 3. The first half was absolutely astounding. New Zealand tried their best, but the Philippines came out on top. Saudi Arabia and also Portugal went down to the wire, and we almost had that split in the best game of two.
Oh, that was so close, mate. And yeah, absolutely phenomenal stuff here. Terrific effort from all competitors so far. And honestly, the human side of it, like we're having a little bit of a break there. We're seeing the players going in and out of meeting rooms. We're talking to the captains. We're talking to the coaches. It means the world to these guys. You see the emotions behind the scenes as well. Really impressive effort, though. But hey, like Highlander, there can be only one winner from each series, and so far so good. You would have to be thinking of the hometown heroes, the Philippines, and of course those Portuguese players who peaked at exactly the right moment out of the European qualifiers.
Definitely showed their dominance, and I have to admit, I love the fight on all different sides. And again, if you're tuning in for the first time, this is eFIBA Season 3, going from 62 countries, from 7 different regions, and now we're at the final 8 with a chance of a $50,000 cash prize pool. We're in Clark, Philippines. The crowd is great, the love is amazing, and the talent just keeps rising, Chris. I can't believe we're finally here.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of effort to get this far. Some of these teams have been training for 6 months up to this stage. I mean, really, they didn't take a lot of time off at all from the last World Finals in Jönköping, Sweden, but the Philippines have been the amazing hosts so far, Vince. You step off the plane, you're greeted with smiles and helpful people everywhere, and of course, it took an army to get this entire facility ready right here, and this is just one half. You should see the final stage, the LED screen. It's absolutely phenomenal. And, of course, this venue right here, jam-packed already. A lot of people having a fun time.
A lot of people having a fun down. Shout out to everyone that's been participating, but now we're going to get to the next couple of games. Let's break down Saudi Arabia, in which we got Mr. Nasser as the point guard, React Sam V hosting. That's F5R, but it's pronounced Fahak, and also V Chopper. And this team is ready to go because now they're warmed up. So
Yeah.
now no more nerve jitters, and now we're going to go to the next team.
Yeah, without a doubt. And they looked really impressive in game number 2 right there. However, they are going to be taking on Algeria, and this team is peaking, to name peak their first player right there at exactly the right time. We got Hazadi, we got Dabem, we got Bashi, and we got Adax. I am hearing murmurs from players from other teams that this Algerian team might get a top 3 finish. So this is going to be absolutely massive for them. They're coming in a little bit cold on the sticks. You know, they're going to come in with everything to show right here against the Saudis, who just put up a dominant performance against the Portuguese. This is going to be fireworks.
Again, 2 new teams to the finals as well. Algeria dominated in Africa and the Middle East. Saudi Arabia taking out Lebanon. So first time being on this stage, but we already know they're ready and gearing to go. They're getting into the lobby, and they're about to have the game of their life. It's the first one they're having here for Algeria, but as I said, Saudi Arabia just went through a great practice run with Portugal, and I know that was a little bit of loss, but we're going to see if that's going to fuel a fire under them and take it out all on Algeria.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, look, the Saudis, they have to be hanging their hat on exactly what went right in game number 2 against the Portuguese there. But it is difficult to say this mentally focused because it's best of 2. It means they're going to play 4 games in a row right here, Vince. We're going to see the toll that takes on them right here. I am expecting big things, though.
Expecting big things indeed, and you got to look at the point guards on both squads, all right? Peak and Nasser, and now we are underway. Saudi Arabia versus Algeria. 4:54 already left. You see both teams really focused, and the second game we're going to have on the right, so we may go back and forth, is going to be between Brazil and New Zealand. Brazil coming out from just watching the game, but New Zealand, the Kiwis are warmed up as well, and you know they're angry and raring to go.
Absolutely. Geographically, not too far apart. Saudi Arabia and Algeria as well. Right in that neck of the woods right there. This is going to be a huge game for both teams as well. Obviously, you're opening the account right now if you're Algeria. Your first game and series of the entire tournament. And the Saudis know that they went down in game number 1 against the Portuguese, looking to bounce back with a win in their group right here if they can. And it is, if you're just tuning in, the Saudis in the light jerseys, Algeria in the all solid green. We still don't have our first bucket here. Approaching 1 minute gone in the game. A cagey affair, and you can't expect this. During qualification rounds, we saw one team nearly get 200 points right there, Vince. Was absolutely phenomenal. Do not expect high-scoring affairs here. Expect cagey defense. And if you do see triple digits, well, that means someone made a boo-boo.
A little boo-boo right there. But talk about the Africa regions. They only had 8 games. XP averaged about 14.6 a game. Hazard, 18 points with 3 assists, 1.6 steals. The Ben, 10 points, 1.6. And we're going to call him Bash from now on. He's talking about that. He's not Bashy. 8 points, but 5.6 rebounds. He's a true lock. But Adax, that's their key player. 18 points, 13.6 rebounds, 5.6 assists, and also about 1 steal a game. That's who you're going to have to watch from the Algerian team.
Ooh, and here we go, trading buckets to kick things off right here. Low-scoring, cagey affair. I must say, during the regional finals, Saudi Arabia was the most polished I've seen them in years. And they didn't even seem to break a sweat. They really seemed to easily come away with the Middle East Conference right there. They made it look easy, which had me thinking they're going to have a big performance. They get blown out in game number 1 there by the Portuguese. However, game number 2, we finally saw the KSA team that we're used to seeing, and they showed up in a big way. A 1-point differential in this game, my favorite kind of lead, Vince, because anything can happen.
Indeed, Hazard right now on the left side, crossing in balls, and little jump pass to Adax. Look at that crazy closeout. Understanding, even though he's a big fella, he is a scorer, going all the way to the rim and ripping it down. So much confidence. Shaquille O'Neal would be proud.
Absolutely, just hammering it home, and look at that. Trading the lead here back and forth in this one. Low scoring, as we said. A lot of players speaking behind the scenes as you see a gorgeous open 3 right there dropped in from the Saudis. A lot of players telling me behind the scenes that this Algerian team is absolutely star-studded, and we can expect some big things from them. A lot of talent anyway. It's going to come down to whether they can gel together and play as one.
All right, Adax, big fella. He can knock down a 3 if you give it to him, but unable to do it right there. React Sam coming down the left side on Nasser again. This is Saudi Arabia on the white, but then putting the hands in the passing lane, basically sucked it up like a Jedi does a lightsaber, and I'm liking it. And Hazard shooting it, knocking it down. That's a 3, 9-8. Algeria up by 1.
And we've seen the difference time and time again. Teams that can turn turnovers into points are the ones who normally get the dub. That's what we saw the Philippines do against the Kiwis earlier. So Algeria taking a page out of that book if they can here as they crash the boards. Not a lot of offensive crash boards right there for KSA, so they're hustling back trying to stop the transition buckets that we know the Algerians love.
Again, Santa Claus has been in soot a little bit, as you see, 93 Adax, a little bit of gray on the head, but white on the beard. Hazard going on the left side, unable to knock it down.
Impressive stuff. Okay, just a 1-point lead as we're approaching the end of the first quarter in this one. So far, as advertised, a nice heavyweight bout, Vince. It's looking good.
Good. Adax, big fella, unable to knock it underneath the 10. A little bit off balance, but great defense from Saudi Arabia. Nazar, the point guard. Got to be careful of that Nazar snatch. Giving to that corner. V Chopper. Let's see if it's going to rain. It's not. He's holding it for another game. But a foul, which I don't know why they did. They had a decent double team in the corner. Could have been a turnover, but 58 seconds left in the first. I'm not the coach. We'll see what happens.
Just got a little greedy trying to get that hand in the cookie jar right there. Mama slammed it shut and said, no cookies. And the referees got involved. You see a nice off-the-ball movement right there, and the Saudis take that 1-point lead right back.
Fahak right there underneath the rim. Shout out to the coach, Ryan of Saudi Arabia, trying to bring his team to victory. Pete going on the left side all by himself. Adax again just munching down that rim. That boy hungry. 11-10. Algeria up by 1.
And it's just this seesaw battle right here. 1-point leads going backwards and forward. Exactly why I like that 1-point lead, because anything can happen. Nasa trying to find himself open. He is so good with the ball in hand beyond the arc, and we rims out right there. An uncharacteristic miss by his own high standards.
Adax being that big fella, as you know, looking on that left side, but giving that to Hazard again. No fear, going to the rim, really ripping it down, getting to a 2-point lead. But as you said, this is a pendulum swing, back and forth, back and forth. No one's giving an inch.
Yeah, absolutely. Algeria with the biggest lead of the game so far, 3 points, which is exactly what you want to see. And they are just going to let this go all the way down. The Saudis trying to work the final shot here of the first quarter, looking for that buzzer beater, and it rims out. That's going to be quarter 1 in the books.
As you can see, 13-10, very close affair indeed. Adax is going to bring it in. Algeria in the green, trying to be a little mean because they need to keep this lead. Now, Saudi Arabia has the tools to stop you on defense, but you got to be able to carve it out. You got to be able to just be precise like a surgeon, trying to find an open hole, which they almost did. As you said, that recovery, Bash going on top of the key. Hazard is hazardous, but unable to knock it down. Chopper got in a nice little foul, and now it's going to be a change.
First personal foul. First team foul.
Coming in here, React Sam, giving it to V Holston, being real calm. As you see, they're spreading the floor, but you see that open pocket, but they didn't go for the layup. A little hesitation. You got to be careful with your reaction when it comes to NBA 2K25. The realism is real. You act when you go into the baseline of the sideline, you guys can run out of bounds, so he's hesitating, but Nasser unable to knock it down again. Full court pass, Hazard being hazardous, a little bit of friendly roll. The shooters touch, 16-10, the biggest lead of the game.
Impressive stuff right here. Okay, Nassar trying to chip away at this Algerian lead, doing the best that he can here, Vince. He has been so dangerous. Not used to necessarily having the 20-footers right there. He prefers those 3-pointers, trying to work himself open. But the defense from Algeria, we are seeing the skills to pay the bills as they work an open shot. It's going to rim out, and a massive defensive board.
Man, the refs swallowed their whistle. I thought he had a little bit of the hand right there. That should have been a foul and went to 3 for the foul line. But you know what? I'm not in the meta, so I can't say nothing.
Hey, Zebra's letting him play, man. That's what I'm here for. Fantastic, okay? Madagascar shout out. Impressive stuff as Peak trying to peak at the right moment. Bash bringing the rock back out. Kicking it up to the top. Adax working the ball. Hazardi doing his thing. Gets open. Banks it home. We got an 8-point Algerian lead. Don't look now. The dangerous team. Those players were whispering to me, saying, watch out for Algeria. And here they come.
Stop, pop, and letting it drop from the mid-range, and then another one from deep range. Talk about a deep bomber. Shout out also to Clark, one of the biggest U.S. Air Force military bases here in the Southeast Asia region. Shout out to all that beautiful now construction when that happened, and now the airport was beautiful too.
It was. Hey, support our troops. We're glad they're here. Absolutely awesome. A massive 3 right there. It cuts the lead back to 8. Here we go. Algeria trying to cement this lead if they can. Good movement though off the ball. Nassar with the ball again. 10 to shoot. Trying to find himself an open shot. And it looks as though Algeria said, we're going to take away your favorite weapon, try and beat us without him. As they get a hand up in the passing lane. Bash with the grab. Coming back the other way for Algeria.
Bash with the grab, and I got to shout this. Coach Nick Gartrell from Brazil going back and forth with the captain of New Zealand, Mona, just basing John off. This is right before the game. This is that energy that we want when it comes to a live event. They're not even going yet, and they're still jawing, and let's see how it's going to go when they hit that court.
Absolutely awesome. Everything to play for. Brazil's first game of the day up and coming. The Kiwis drop series number 1 against the host nation, the Philippines. They are getting hot and heated, just like the weather here. I'm here for it, Vince.
All right, Fahak unable to knock it down, but let's see what Adax is going to do. As you see, his build when it comes to the meta, he has not that much speed. He probably emphasized on rebounding and being a defensive prowess, but he's such a great scorer, especially underneath the rim, a true center of the game. Shout out to the big man of the league when it comes to Shaquille O'Neal. And I would give it, to Nikola Jokic, but he has changed the big man indeed to be that full court prowess. But another big slammer jammer right there from Saudi Arabia. I can see he ain't going nowhere.
Absolutely impressive. Algeria with just this 8-point lead right here. Impressive stuff. We got a reach-in foul. And here we go. Algeria in the all-solid green jerseys. If you're just tuning in, the Saudis in the white. Trying to get open. Peak making a nuisance of himself. Good ball rotation. Adax driving in. Two-handed dunk. He brought it in. Put it back out. Stella got her groove back.
That play was smoother than Algerian famous mint tea. Just pure finesse. I like it. I love it. I need more of it. V Chopper in the corner giving a pump fake. Now for Hawk. Deep 5 range. Unable to get it, but a great offensive rebound from V Chopper. Keeping that possession. It's a 10-point game. Algeria up 25-15.
And don't look now, but it's Brazil versus New Zealand. They are tied at a bucket apiece right there. The chirping before the game was very real. You can see both teams already have gamer mode initiated, sitting forward in their chairs. Very meme-like. I'm here for it. It's going to be a cagey affair in this one. 2 very evenly matched teams, it has to be said, Vince.
Oh, man, there was a violation. Shot clock violation, Algeria versus Saudi Arabia, and he knocked down the 3. So basically, it was your fault of not going off. But as you can see, 38 seconds left in the game, 25-15 Peak going down the right side, understand Adax. And then also seeing that hazard, nothing but the lane and bringing the pain, 27-15.
Absolutely awesome. Algeria with the 12-point lead at the moment. Like you said, 30 seconds to play in the first half. It's impressive stuff right here. A great performance from them, considering they're coming in a little bit cold. The Saudis were warmed up.
They're warming up indeed. Nasser giving it a top for Huck. Nice little change and rotation. It's from D3, but couldn't get the friendly roll.
And here we go. 4 seconds to shoot. Algeria trying to get the final bucket of the first half. They do. It is absolutely awesome stuff here from Algeria.
Great stuff indeed. Let's see, again, 30 to 15, 15-point affair. Hazard, as you can see, 22 points. Are you kidding me? Over 90% of everything on the board. It's beautiful. And now we're going to go to Brazil versus New Zealand. Tied up game, and you already saw the John, the talking, the trash, all before the game. And that was coming from the coach and the captain. Yo, the soldiers have to be followed by the person that's leading them. So if they're going off, you know the other team's going to follow.
Yeah, absolutely, Vince, and that's fantastic stuff. It's a low-scoring affair right here. Only 2 points in it as we're approaching halfway through the first quarter. That's exactly what you want to see as we have both teams, actually I say both games up on the screen right there. Absolutely phenomenal stuff.
Phenomenal stuff indeed. As you see, Algeria versus Saudi Arabia, 30 to 18, 4:30 left in the third. ADOX pump faking, stopping on the dime, but couldn't bring anything. Okay, didn't do it in time, but let's see if Nasser going to do something.
And you can see what it means to these players. A 12-point lead here for Algeria. That's a massive stop for them into the third quarter. We see so many games won and lost in the third, Vince. It's imperative that Algeria establish this lead as we go into the fourth. And if you're the Saudis, you're trying to claw your way back into this game.
Definitely trying to claw your way back in again after that loss to Portugal, technically due to the points. But let's see if they can redeem themselves. 30 to 18 for Hawk going on the right side. Understand the top of the key. Nasser trying to get that Nasser snatch again. Nothing is defending him. Gets it off the backboard. Ooh, that's a love affair.
Calling the teller. He only works in banks. I love it. And here we go. Algeria back the other way. ADAX. Big man's got some skills on the ball. He's going to pull up from deep, too, and drop it in. I didn't know he had that in his repertoire. Impressive stuff there, Algeria. I see a lot of smiles over there, Algerian smiles. They know they're having fun as we see a nice block right there. But it is going to be a corner three. Saudis rattling home. Cut the lead to 9.
A rejection to a redemption. That is back forward. That's R squared. You can't give up on the play. Great defense, but sometimes it's better offense. ADAX from the top of the key. Peak being that guard. Let's see if he can navigate his offense by going through the empty quarter, finding the caravan to get on the other side, finding the oasis. Hazard going on the left. Seeing that little shuttle pass. ADAX, boom, right down, bringing the pain. Like Nelly would say, 3:06 left in the third, 34 to 23.
That was an angry dunk right there. I like what I see. Back the other way now, the Saudis trying to work their magic as we have our first attempted alley-oop of the tournament, and it did not go according to plan. That was a bit of a drop pie right there. Ugly. Good defense, though. Algeria were not about to be posterized with an alley-oop. That is a brazen attempt from the Saudis. And here we go. We're going to reach in foul. So now Algeria trying to add to this lead. It is going heated on the other side as well. You might be hearing it in the background. Brazil with a 2-point lead over New Zealand, 11 to 9. We'll keep you updated on that one. But here come the Saudis. 2.5 left to play in the third, finding their open threes, crashing the offensive boards, trying to get second chance points. It misses again, uncharacteristic for the Saudis. Back the other in Algeria, playing fast and loose with the transition, but they managed to pump the brakes, and here goes Hassadi. Big man with big man. It's ADAX Azad trying to make it happen. Open man in the corner. Bangs it home.
Bangs it home, 37-23. 2 minutes left in the third, but they're still fighting. Let's see how Saudi Arabia is going to respond. Nasser, point guard, going on the left side, trying to find his open man. You see they're trying to work that pick and roll, but great recovery from Algeria. Now it's going to the right side, understanding that he has the top of the key. We're not, but again, it's 3-ball, corner pocket, V-chopper, making it rain for Algeria. Getting on this possession, trying to keep some control as well. Going on his left. Hazard. Algeria 37-26. Little shuttle pass. Up. Going on to the right side. Peak. Almost going for the foul.
Very close right there. I believe that was inside the arc. So this is just going to be 2 free throws right here. But interestingly enough, if this next one drops right here, that's going to be their largest lead of the game there, 13 points. This is impressive stuff in the third quarter here because you can see the Saudis are fighting back, but Algeria are saying, no, this is our game so far.
Saudi Arabia trying to score on this tough team. Open lane, little man bringing the bang, going for the and one, 39-28, and they're still rolling.
All right, here we we go. Getting the do not disturb really quickly right there because, hey, we're only playing in the World Finals here at eFIBA Season 3. You don't need notice coming from your mates. Phenomenal stuff as they cut the lead to 10.
Going, hey, Ma, I want some meatloaf, but I need it later. Not right now. I'm trying to win 50K.
Loving it. Need some Hot Pockets. All right, here we go. And as we see a good foul right there, but in the bonus. Okay, interesting right here. Rattling home that first free throw. It cuts the lead to 8. Now, if you're the Saudis, the second one rims out, but you get the offensive board. So second chance points potentially here for Saudi Arabia. This is a big possession, Vince. I'm sensing as we approach the fourth quarter, the Saudis are trying to get within touching distance as they are fighting so hard for these offensive boards. Working the open man for the 3, it goes home. Don't look now, but Saudi Arabia have cut that lead from 13 all the way down to 6.
They got endurance as hotter than the sands of the Arabian desert, but they're not sweating at all. They're prepared, they're hydrated. They got Red Bull stroking through their veins, baby. High octane energy from start to finish. Keep going.
Shout out to one of the key sponsors here. Red Bull gives you wings, and indeed, we've had some high-flying, harebrained dunks so far in this one. It has not failed to disappoint. Couple of possessions left here in the third quarter, and Algeria will be looking to get some points because this is a little bit of a run the Saudis are on. They leave a man open, though. You can't do that, and Algeria extend the lead to 9.
Now let's see if they can get some defense. Algeria going to get stopped so they can keep this lead, but Saudi Arabia, as we know, is not going nowhere. Very experienced team, and they can score when they want to. Looking for the open man, a great cut. No one on V. Alston, a little stop on the dime, a little two-handed floaty. It's like playing volleyball, and I love it.
Absolutely. 10 left in the third quarter here. Setting ourselves up for a blockbuster finish in game number 1 of this series. It's best of 2. Adax finds himself open and rims out. Again, a reminder, if you're just tuning in, the Saudis in the white jerseys, Algeria in the green. It is best of 2, which means no matter what the score in this one, the losing team will have an opportunity in game number 2 on points aggregate as we see a nice drive down the baseline right there. A good dunk. The lead is only 5. It's the smallest it's been since the first quarter, Vince. Don't look now, the Saudis primed for a comeback here.
Excited and mighty and dear, but I want to let you know, Brazil versus New Zealand, 23-18, another cagey affair. They're going to where both these games I cannot keep my eyes off. And then if you're following us on YouTube, Twitch, or TikTok, press that like button, press that subscribe button. We're going to try our best to get all the games on you, but as you can see, we're going right here with Algeria and Saudi Arabia, 45-37, 4:22 left in the fourth.
Big old three-pointer right there, and yes, so far that 5-point lead in the other game for Brazil. Looking very, very nice. The Kiwis not out of it by any stretch of the imagination. 4:14 to play in this one. I thought it was an impressive third quarter from the Saudis there, but Algeria not panicking. They know they've actually got this game in hand. They just got to keep playing at that high-octane level that got them this lead in the first place.
They're trying to put their hands in the sands at times so they can come back and maybe replace some of the plays they had before. But as you can see, they wish they could get that one right there using that dagger, but they couldn't knock it down, and that would have definitely helped them on the scoreboard.
You got to be careful. You can lose a wrist blocking a dunk like that, but he got it done. Goodness gracious me. He got adamantium on his bones right there. Here come Algeria trying to work that open shot. Adax pulling up again. He misses, but a great offensive board. You could see him pre-orchestrated, crashing the baseline for that board. Hazard trying to get open, steps back, rims out again, and this time the Saudis, Johnny on the spot with a quick transition bucket of their own. Maybe unnecessary foul, got to be careful, but hey, it does stop the quick transition bucket.
Trying to keep that possession indeed real quick is now, again, 24-23. New Zealand finally has the lead against Brazil with 43 seconds left in the second.
Don't look now, but the land of the long white cloud is coming back. Once were Warriors showing up in a big way over there in the other game. We'll get to that in a minute, but right now, a 5-point game between Algeria and the Saudis as we have a turnover from the Saudis. A chance to cut this lead even closer if they can. Spin move 3. An heroic attempt, but it rims out. That was nearly a shot for the ages, Vince.
That was fancy dancy, but they couldn't do. Sometimes you got to do the simple move so you can score. But XP trying to use that pick and roll. A nice little cut to the corner. Oh, Bash couldn't get it. Great offensive. We done by the big for the ADAX and a foul. Still a 5-point game. 2:51 less than the fourth.
And if you are watching on Twitch, ladies and gentlemen, then absolutely spam your country's flag. I'm seeing a lot of Brazilians in the chat right now. I want to see all the other countries represented as well. Here we go. Algeria do manage to get that bucket. The lead is 7 again. It is a tentative, a delicate 7-point lead. You have the feeling, considering what we know about this Saudi team, that is a reaching foul to stop the quick transition bucket, but fantastic heads-up defense by Algeria.
Anticipation was on point. He had clairvoyancy in his brain, understanding where his fingers had to be on those sticks. And we are playing on PS5, so everybody knows. Everybody's on the same console. They're literally looking across from each other here at the SMX Center here in Clark, Philippines. And the energy's rising every single game, Chris.
It's a little too close for comfort, absolutely. But no, good sportsmanship, good camaraderie. 40 of the best players in the world, if not the 40 best players in the world, all in the same hotel. We're all getting to know one another, having a great time. As Algeria bang home another 3, they extend the lead to double digits. It's 50-40 in this one. 2 minutes to play. The Saudis, it's time to get on your bike and stop pedaling, lads. If you want the win in this one, you got to show up and show out right now.
Let's see. It's only a 10-point game. It's not out of their hands just yet. A nice little floater shot to the basket, but unable to hit the backboard. That would have went down. ADAX, big fella, top of the key, keeping it slow, calm, and collective. X-Peak, peeking at the right time, knocking down another 3, making a 13-point lead.
Ooh, Tasty is peeking duck right there. That was a nice shot, Vince. Are you kidding me? 13-point lead for Algeria. They got their mojo back. Honestly, the Saudis pushed them pretty hard right there in the third, and I was thinking, don't look now. Where's that Algerian team from the first half? But here they are, rearing their heads in the fourth quarter. A 13-point lead is massive. Remember, with cumulative scoreline, guys, it is really, really vital that you do not lose the game by too many points. In the other game, Brazil versus New Zealand, it was touted as a highly equal affair, and so far only 1 point in it. We'll get you to that game shortly. But closing in now on the final minute of Algeria versus Saudi Arabia, we have an absolutely high-flying dunk there, and the lead is 15. Goodness gracious me, that man has a family.
Oh, he's going to keep going. Naz, they're trying to knock down some shots. You know he can knock down them threes to bring it back, but a violation. And he stepped on the line. As I said with this game, NBA 2K25 is so real. You're not just going to run outside of the out of bounds being like that pro-am player just in one place. You're going to step out of bounds and get a turnover. You got to be careful.
Giving him my best Jackie Chan. Are you kidding? You got to watch the feet right there. That's good D, though, from the Saudis. They're not out of this one. 45 seconds as we see the reverse windmill two-handed dunk. Are you kidding me? Phenomenal stuff.
That phenomenal and absolutely gorgeous. He's getting tricky with it. Now 55-42, 39 seconds left in the fourth. It's almost safe to say that Algeria may come out on top, but this is just game one. It is best of 2, but that lead is not surmountable, that it's not out of Saudi Arabia's hands, Chris.
No, it isn't at all. It's, look, double digits, less than desirable, but certainly not insurmountable, not impossible at all. That hurts a little bit, though. 13-16 is a big jump right there. You got 20 seconds if you're the Saudis. You need a little bit more of that rabbit out of the hat right there. Those 3-pointers, you got to go full court pressure. You basically got to be playing these final few moments here like your lives depend on it, because the tournament might depend on it. Do not forget, Portugal defeated Saudi Arabia in their first game series, so the Saudis are in must-win mode at the moment. You can't only win a couple. You got to win quite a few as it's going to rattle home. That is absolutely massive right there, Vince. Algeria come out in style and stamp their authority on this series early on.
Now, you keep talking about Algeria, how they're the dark horse, getting respect amongst all the other regions, and they just showed out right there, which is amazing because they can knock down the shot, knock down the open 3, but the one thing I love about it is that they did not give up. Saudi Arabia had their warm-up. Algeria was coming in cold, but they were prepared, and they were ready to get out that dare and win.
Well, hey, loose lips sink ships, okay? I'm not going to name names, but let's just say I happened to share a flight with a couple of the players, all right, and they were telling me, watch out for this Algerian team. This is literally some of the best players in Europe who also happen to be Algerian, okay, coming together. I was told it was a team of 5 stars. It's all going to depend on whether or not they can gel together as a unit. So far, so good. That was an absolutely massive effort as we see the scoreline in game number 1 right there, 61-45. That final 3 might be the dagger because with a cumulative score, if the Saudis want to win the series, which they kind of have to do, they've absolutely got to win by 17 now, which is a tall task against what seemed to be a fantastic Algerian team. Well-oiled. The defense in particular for Algeria was what took me by surprise.
Yep, and they got a lot of energy, and I got to do it one more time. Another sit when it comes to Red Bull. I got to be careful because the energy may explode here, but they gave it all through the game.
They absolutely did. And we got the other game going on at the moment. As we're having a look live right now, the Kiwis, New Zealand up by 2 points over Brazil. It's got very quiet on this Brazilian side of things right here. They were chirping early. A 5-point lead right now for New Zealand. Don't look now, but they're coming back in their second series.
I can see it. Again, the Haka motion is going. They're bringing the fire, and they're not giving up. I want to see more, but Brazil is a well-oiled machine. They know what to do in these situations. ICBF going down the right side. This guard knows how to handle the rock. He's taking it himself, unable to get it. But Toledo, in addition to this team, very new, gets the offensive rebound, and that's what they need to win.
Yeah, absolutely. Impressive stuff, it has to be said, from New Zealand. You could see they were demoralized after that first game. Got to pick their heads up. They've come out here, and they are playing incredibly well. This is a really good Brazilian team, potentially the best team we've had in years, and they are coming out playing on all cylinders as well. But don't look now. The Kiwis, with the transition, bang home another deep 2, foot on the line right there. The Zebras didn't give them the 3, but it's a 7-point lead for New Zealand.
That was so clean, like the crystal clear waters of Milford Sound. But as we said, they're going nowhere. I'm loving the Kiwis fight, 37-30, and in a bonus, but the little feather rising to the top, dancing on the defense, 32-37 with 1.9 left in the third.
We had a Hobbit dunk right there, and the New Zealanders should be well and truly used to that, of course. It's Middle Earth. Here we go. Inbound now. Brazil were able to sneak in that last bucket. They get possession here to start the 4th and final quarter of game number 1 in this best-of-2 series. They have a chance right here. Icy working the 3. Rims out, and a great defensive board there by the Kiwis.
Only a 5-point game, 4:42 left in the fourth. Wish going into that left side. Flumento understanding what's at stake as well, keeping it calm. Understand it's 1-on-1. Let's see if he's going to snatch some ankles. Giving it to Mona. Mona, big fella versus big fella. 5 seconds left in the shot clock. Getting that open space. That's mid-range and bringing it down, making it rain. 32-39.
Yeah, they seem to have their groove, don't they? They are playing loosey-goosey. As we're going to see an out of bounds. Oh, it's going to be Brazil's ball, but really good full court pressure in all of the scrimmage games. We didn't see very much full court pressure at all there, Vince. We knew they were sandbagging it. We knew they were holding it back for when it really counted, and now we're starting to see it. No easy buckets here if you're Brazil, but they made that one look simple. Cuts the lead back to 5.
He is so unpredictable, like the beautiful and great streets of Carnival in Rio. You thought he was made going to the rim, but he stopped, popped, and dropped it. That's what you got to do in this game. Most people think it's just about 3-pointers and dunks. No, the mid-range is key, and New Zealand says they're going to emphasize on it, but you see Brazil doing the same thing.
Absolutely. The ball goes out of bounds right there. I thought that might have been a Brazilian ball, but the refs gave it back to the Kiwis. Here we go. The inbound, risky pass across the key right there. The ball rattles out, and here come Brazil, an opportunity to chip into this lead. I don't hate that foul right there. I mean, you put your hand in, maybe you get the cookie. Sometimes you get the glass.
Now here's a little bit of history in eFIBA Season 2 in Group 1. New Zealand and Brazil did play against each other, and it was Brazil that came out on top 64-50. So right now the Kiwis are trying to get revenge, and as you can see, 41-34. Revenge is best served cold. They're right now the apex predators, putting their teeth in defender and trying to rip them down and take them out.
Absolutely loving it, and of course, shout out to our sponsor, Predator. Here we go. Icy, nice backdoor cut right there, and a two-handed shack attack dunk of their own. The lead back to 5. Clock is ticking, though, coming up to 3 minutes right here. It's time for the Brazilians to get on their bike, get on that carnival float right there, Vince, and try to take the lead back if they can. But don't look now. New Zealand extend the lead to 8 with a gorgeous three-pointer right there, and they are feeling themselves.
Feeling themselves indeed, but you know Brazil ain't going nowhere. 36-44. Still a single-point game. Let's see if it's going to go down to the double digits, but Brazil has to take care of the ball. Vital going to right side. Lewis Clamps, the captain, trying to find some light, but step back, knocking it down. It can't do it. Great rebound by the captain of New Zealand.
And this is a big opportunity for New Zealand here to potentially extend the lead to double digits. Remember, in a best-of-2 series, those points, they really, really matter. We saw Algeria down the stretch there pouring in the buckets against the Saudi Arabia team. So this is really, really crucial time right here as Mona throwing it down. He has something to say about it as well. The lead is 10, and don't look now, but the Kiwis have a dominant lead in this one.
Now it went to double digits. I think I jinxed it. We had two things when it comes to commentators' curse and the announcers' atonement. And now we're going to 36-46 with only 2 minutes left in the fourth. Let's see if Brazil can crawl back. The big fella, understand it doesn't need a dunk, gets a little bit of contact hitting off the glass, 38-46.
Hey, one team's blessing is another team's curse, though. I mean, so it's a two-sided coin. We'll take it either way. Anyway, we are just the frame. They are the picture, and they're putting on quite the show here in this one. It has to be said. Mona back to Wished, looking for the swished, pulling up. It rattles out, and good defensive boards right there from Brazil, trying to get back down the other end and get points as quickly as they can. I like this foul, though. Not in the bonus yet, so really making them work for every possession. No quick transition buckets.
3 fouls from New Zealand, 1 foul Brazil, a lot to give. Let's see, they're going down the right side. Great defense from New Zealand, keeping it right there. But no one was on the big fella, Toledo, making him pay, understanding his spot in the lane, dunking it, making it a 6-point game.
These points are crucial. Even if they don't get the win, they got to bring the points right down if they can bring that gap right down. It's a 6-point lead here at the moment. New Zealand, so far so good. Again, a low-scoring affair as expected. We knew defenses would be traveling. We knew they would see low-scoring, cagey affairs. Everybody got a lot better in between eFIBA Season 2 and 3 World Finals right here. Nice inside seal from Sensei. Oh, that was old school. Coach would be happy with that one.
That was like Optimus Prime maximize, slow, steady, transform, and rip it down. 48-40, a minute 14 left in this game. New Zealand is going nowhere like a rugby match, and they're trying to get that win.
Phenomenal stuff here. Approaching 1 minute to play. That's a good look from the Brazilians, though. Cuts the lead back to 5. Impressive shooting. Now, how can they answer New Zealanders? We're seeing full court pressure right there. Oh, they take their foot off the gas a little bit, though. Letting the Kiwis move freely. Mona holding onto that rock. Time is their friend. Look for him to hand it off to one of the little guys right here. Who's it going to be? Wished. He's looked good. Is he going to wish upon a star and bang home the shot? 1 to shoot. Finds his open teammate. Wide open three-pointer. They fall asleep at exactly the wrong minute there. And what a shot from the Kiwis.
Flumento, fluid stroke, getting that 3, 51-43, 31 seconds left in the fourth. Unable to, a friendly roll, 46-51, Brazil still clawing back.
They did the lap of honor, the up and under, and then it drops in. Trading three-pointers. This has not disappointed. A fantastic opening game here. 5-second differential between play clock and game clock. New Zealand trying to milk it all the way down. Clamps going to find Martins for the dunk. Cuts the lead to 3. That is a really important bucket right there. In a cumulative score, best-of-2 series, that could prove very fruitful for the Brazilians. Really impressive stuff. 3-point lead. You see New Zealand take the timeout so they can move the ball up the court. They know this final bucket is very, very important. Flamengo, 5 to shoot. Finds Mona. Kicks it back to Flamengo. 1 to shoot. Blocking foul, and we're going to the line. Free throws to finish the game, Vince. Impressive stuff from both teams, though, fighting down the stretch.
Man, that's why you're the expert, Chris, and understanding that points are key, especially in game one. You're trying to stretch this as much as you can. There could be a difference between a man with a one-pointer, two-pointer, or a three-pointer. So let's see what they're going to do in this left stretch.
And look at this. We've even got Brazil now taking the timeout, 1.7. This is going to be a catch-and-shoot scenario. We haven't seen a lot of fantastic inbound plays, you know, because the teams are so good defensively. You need something incredibly creative to find the open man. There is one team who's very good at it, though, and that's Turkey. So they're now going to channel their inner Turkish right here, Brazil, and try to work a three-pointer if they can of their own, but any points is good. There it is, a good steal. The touchdown pass shot. Oh, I thought that was going to drop. An impressive win here, though, for New Zealand. They bounce back after losing to the Philippines, and they're feeling good about themselves. You can see what it means to them. Definitely business casual at the moment. They're still got that workman attitude, but a great win to bounce back.
See how calm they're keeping themselves, not getting too excited. They have a lot of energy, and I'm loving it. But it's also keeping your mental bandwidth at bay. You have a lot more games for today. Also, you still have tomorrow when you're going to advance. We have them classification rounds. Again, it's only the final 8. $50,000 is on the line. They don't want to let it grit out their fingers. But I got to admit, they're a whole new team right now, and they're fighting.
They are. They went home. They went control, alt-delete in between that loss there to the Philippines and facing Brazil. Let's not forget, Brazil came out absolutely chirping with an early lead in that one. That showed a lot of character from that New Zealand team to turn that around. And honestly, they made it look easy down the stretch. Brazil came close a couple of times, but they kept pouring in the points. And you're seeing a theme here. You're seeing the thematic. Not a lot of teams scoring even above 60 points. That's because these defenses are so good. We predicted this, especially after the qualification and regional finals. A lot of teams playing a lot of good defense. It was impressive.
Great point, Mr. Simpson, about the low-scoring games. I mean, we've seen some of these teams score over 100 points, but you can see now it's great defense, sometimes better offense, and sometimes it's vice versa. We actually had a great Instagram post in which shout out to Giannis and also my man Davis saying, yo, which one's better? Defense or offense? And most people say, look, offense wins games, but defense wins championships, and they're going to keep it going. But now we're going to go to the game with Algeria versus Saudi Arabia. Let's see if the Kings of the Sand from Saudi Arabia can come back.
Absolutely. Now, the important thing to remember in this one, ladies and gentlemen, is that Algeria took game number 1 by a comprehensive 16 points. That means that the Saudis want to win the series here, Vince, okay? They absolutely need to score at least 16, I should say win by 16, and if they want to win it outright, by 17 points. That's what's great about this best-of-2 series, this format. I love it. We've had it all tournament. I'm here for it. It's been impressive, but that means they really got to go all out here. Algeria will be looking to control the scoreboard, control the clock, and the Saudis likewise will be looking to pour in the points in this one.
Let's see if they can pour in more points. Indeed, only a 3-point affair with 2:33 left in the first, 8-5. Nasser going on the right side, and again, it's going to be Saudi Arabia in the green and Algeria in the white. I love these jerseys, and you know what? We got to get our own ones with our names on the back of them. Adax trying to get that rebound, but he just gobbles it up like hungry hippos going down the left side, trying to get that point guard to the guard, but nope, can't get it. Hazard, very calm, very still, careful with that cross pass, expend that short corner, but he couldn't knock it down.
And look, Vince, I think if we were getting customized jerseys, I'm thinking the Toon Squad jerseys, definitely. I feel like that would be our team right there. We love the Toon Squad. Here we go. Bash going to pull up the rock right here. It is only a 3-point differential at the moment. Hazard, oh, baseline cut. Gorgeous dunk right there. Cuts the lead to 1. And here we go, the Saudis trying to answer.
That rim needs some TLC after that, some tender loving care. You can't do it. We need it for the entire tournament, man. Don't be ripping it down yet.
And this is what I love about Pro-Am mode, though, as well. The customized courts right here with that beautiful World Finals, Philippines. Look at the tree right there. I love that. The coconuts as well. That's exactly what the interior looks like here in the facilities. It's been great. The crowd is pouring in. Having a lot of fun here today. And yeah, obviously, Pro-Am mode, 5v5, highly customizable avatars. That's what it's all about. We're seeing a lot of the Santa beards as that 3 misses, but Adax bringing it down, trying to get the putback. And it's a battle of the big man down low. It's the Saudis back the other end with a bucket of their own, extending the lead to 5.
Fahak knocking down that mid-range, and like you said, so many people put this together. Shout out to Smart, PLDT, Signal, Philippine Sports Commission, Laos Group, Nike, and also Samahang Basketball, Ning Pilipinas. Thank you so much for your support, making this possible. But as you see, we got a great game and a rejection right down the lane, and it's going to Saudi Arabia's hands, 12-17, and then a transition foul to stop the easy. Nope. It was out of bounds, so it was great defense.
Absolutely. Really solid D right here. Here we go. Oop, oop. Good defense. You're seeing the full court press here for the first time from the Saudis, and you can see pressure sometimes resulting in just uncharacteristic mistakes there from Algeria. Hand in the passing lane, and Nassar now with an opportunity to add to this lead with a gorgeous dish down low and a lay-in right there. It's a 7-point lead for the Saudis. Remember, they need to win by 17 if they want to take the series, okay? Or at least win by 16. And then it's going to come down to a whole lot of tiebreakers, and my brain's going to explode again.
I got it. Let's see the endurance on these players right now. X-Peak getting a little cross in Boston as usual. Find the open ADAX for 3, left-hander right off the right side of the rim. Couldn't knock it down. Full court best. Hit it from the back of his hamstring right there. How is he going to catch that?
Look, man, very flexible, right? Met some of the players in the gym doing their stretches and their workout before today's games, Vince. Getting ready. The true athletes that they are, as we see a gorgeous reverse dunk at the other end right there. Impressive stuff. You love to see it. Beginning of the second quarter. At the moment, the Saudis, as we saw against Portugal, bouncing back in game number 2. Nearly seems like they need a warm-up game each series. It's a bit risky, though.
It's a bit risky, but sometimes, like you said, you got to get those muscles warmed up. You got to get in the game. You got to find your flow, find your momentum. But you can't do it too late, because that's going to cost you almost $50,000 if you keep going through this entire series of eFIBA Season 3. But Hazard trying to keep everything coming. Bash trying to go to the rim. Give it to ADAX, his #1 scorer. And again, the mid-range is absolutely key. 16-9. 4 minutes left in the second.
I've been so impressed with the big man stroking the green as well. He's been super impressive. Eating up the glass. He passes well. He dribbles well. He shoots well. And he's a giant. I mean, come on. What more can you ask from the guy? Here we go, Saudi Arabia. That man Nasser, so dangerous with the ball in hand. You're seeing why right there as we see the flex celly. It is a 10-point Saudi lead. So far, so good. We're a minute into the second as their full court pressure pays off yet again. It's paying dividends. You love to see it. Chopper trying to find an open man. Dangerous pass across the key right there. Nasser pumping the brakes. Good cut off the ball. Holston jamming it home. It's a 12-point Saudi lead.
Delectable dish to a delicious finish. Also, shout out to National University Clark. I see all the students here clapping on their respectable teams. Each team had their own student to escort them all around the Philippines to make sure they got everything they needed, make sure they understand Tagalog. Salamat to everyone here, and I'm greatly appreciative of this fantastic hospitality we're getting here in Clark.
As we see an N1 dunk, you're dead right. It's been brilliant, and honestly, the whole team that worked to get the production up and running, phenomenal stuff, sleepless nights, the second to none world-class arena right here, and staff. It's been great. Everyone's been so friendly. Just an impressive country in general, it has to be said, Vince. As we see the lead cut to 9, that's what the Algerians need, and a nice gliding two-handed dunk from Nassar there. Just kissing it in. Really, really pretty dunk.
Clean up on aisle 3. That was just filthy. Little man climbing that ladder. But ADAX, again, trying to get that mid-range going. Even the animation, he knew he wasn't going to make it. Nasser going down the left side. Little cross to his right hand. Trying to find some space. Slicing the defense. But getting a foul. You got to keep your hands to yourself, I said before. 23-12. Saudi Arabia lead.
Here we go. Inbounds now. Nice cut off the ball. And oh, that's going to count. Wow, I thought that was a rejection. The lead is now 13. Strange animation. This is really impressive from the Saudis, though. They are not letting up. At the other end, Algeria worked the open 3, exactly what they needed.
That's like a KR-15 right there. 3-ball corner pocket, knocking it down when you're supposed to, making it, like you said, a 10-point affair. But V. Holston pump faking. trying to get a deeper lead for Saudi Arabia. Again, this is game 2. And it's best of 2 for every of the matches you're going to see today for eFIBA Season 3. Nasser going to right side off the elbow, giving up the chopper. That's a lot of hot potato. Reacts time, able to react in time. Great offensive board above the rim. That keeps it with Saudi Arabia. Nasser going one-on-one with the guard. A little bit of opening. He's about to give it to 33. Couldn't do it. You got to press that button quicker. Fahak with 1.2 seconds left in the shot clock, unable to get it. And yet Saudi Arabia still has possession.
Another offensive board. They are just ripping those out of the clouds there, Vince, climbing that ladder. Impressive stuff. And yeah, they get themselves another opportunity right here. A heads-up timeout as well to avoid the offensive 3-second violation. It is a 10-point lead for the Saudis. They are trying to add to it. They need at least to win by 16. 17 would be a clean win for them in this best-of-2 series. And honestly, it's panic stations if they do drop this series, because that'd be back-to-back losses. They lost against Portugal. They don't want to lose against Algeria. So everything to play for, as we're going to have a, shot clock violation. Some very good defense right there from Algeria. Just what they needed. And they got to try and get some points now back the other end.
After those offensive boards, you got to pick up your defense, and they were unrelenting like the Terminator. They know how to stop, and I want to see more of it. That's how you get to the top. Adax, a little shuttle pass to his point guard, Peak, finding some kind of opening space, but only get it. They're doing a little bit of double team, so somebody's going to be open. Give it to Adax, big fella. Ooh, a nice little cross by the big fella. Pretty quick, but his speed is real low. Couldn't find his man to knock it down, but still, let's see what they're going to do on defense.
Back the other end, though, the Saudis taking full advantage of the open 3, and they go up by 13, which has been the largest lead we've seen. They've had this before. Algeria have been fighting back, but still, this is exactly what we saw the Saudis do against Portugal. Pull away and then maintain that lead by continuing to pour in points and play really good defense. You can see a double team on the inbounds there. Really good tactics, and that's what we saw during the regional finals. We saw a team that was well-oiled, well-balanced defensively and offensively, not panicking. And again, a nice put in right there for Adax. Man, he can do it all. He can shoot the 3, he can shoot the long ball, he can go down low, he can dribble, he can pass. Impressive.
Adax is one of the players that you really got to watch. The leading scorer for that team. But you see 31-17. Saudi Arabia ain't going nowhere. Let's see if Algeria can respond. Getting that cross pass to Adax right in the middle court. Finding his teammates cutting to the rim. Couldn't make that pass. XP pump fake. Nice little give and go, but not today, slow-mo. Going on the right side. 8 seconds left in the shot clock. That's a nice shot, but couldn't knock it down.
Really good defensive boards there as well. And you can see Adax was going in. He's the Swiss Army knife, man. A big part of this Algerian team. They will have an opportunity here. 3-second differential between game clock and shot clock. It is a 14-point Saudi lead, the biggest lead they've had in this game. If the game were to end right now, it would be Algeria's win, though. The Saudis know that. We got 5 to shoot. Hazard trying to work the open man. Good stay-at-home defense from the Saudis, but the 3 is even better than the D, and it drops in to cut the lead to 11. 2 to shoot. A quick heads-up play timeout. Now we'll get an inbound to see what the Saudis can do to finish off this one.
Now, do you notice something? This is only the end of the first half. We still got 2 full quarters left of 5 minutes. The energy is still electric here in this convention center. 31-20 ain't nothing, all right? We've seen these 10-point games, these 11-point games, 15-point games get dwindled down to 4 points. This is what it's like being the best player in your country. We're trying to find the best players in the world so we can really give that trophy to the correct nation.
Absolutely, and you can see right now it is a tale of the field goal percentages there. They are shooting lights out, the Saudi Arabians right there, and from beyond the arc, 50% as well. A couple of those threes drop in for Algeria, and this is a very different score right here. So that's something for them to hang their hat on. That's a little bit of a building block. They'll be able to say, you know what, guys, make your shots, and we are going to advance with the win as we see a gorgeous finger roll right there. Impressive stuff. Here come Nasser and the Saudis trying to answer with a bucket of their own.
Nasser, point guard. Let's see if we see those threes. Haven't seen a lot of Nasser snatches. He's being quiet. He gets to the rim for Huck. Going on the left side, stroking it green with that green bean. 34-22. I'm liking it.
The Wakanda Forever three-pointer right there. Impressive stuff. Loving it. The lead is 12. Peak working his way inside. Kicks it back out to Adax. Clock their friend as well to a certain extent if they control the pace of the game. Open shot A rare miss right there, and this is a big opportunity here, Vince, for the Saudis. If they pour in a 3, it's going to be their biggest lead of the game. No matter what, though, Algeria got to clamp up here and play some defense.
Definitely got to clamp up indeed. You got to protect everything. This is your house. Going on the right side, you see Saudi Arabia giving it to Nasser once again. Great at penetrating the defense and finding the open man. A great cut from V Chopper down that baseline, but unable to knock it down. 3 seconds left in the shot clock. One more time, but almost got it right there. That would have been a body bag. Call the ambulance, but a great hand in the passing lane. Now Algeria can attack.
What defense right there. Stopping the dunk and then getting the steal as well. A little bit of a frustration, cheeky foul right there from the Saudis trying to get that ball back. And just so you know, Brazil and New Zealand, game 2 in that series has kicked off over there. The Kiwis get the win in game number 1. They went down to the host nation Philippines in their opening series as well, so looking to bounce back with a win. While Brazil, who had to sit and watch those opening series, trying to get a game win of their own right here. However, take nothing away from the 14-point deficit and the lead that the Saudis have here over Algeria. In order for them to win, they would definitely need to win this game by 16. 17 will be a clean win, Vince. So everything to play for both teams right there.
They're not giving up at all. 36-22, 3 minutes left in the game. Nice deep 3, 36-25. Algeria still got fight in their eyes. And I already know, New Zealand, Brazil, the game has started. Only 4:15 left in the first. 2-0. New Zealand strikes blood first. But the one thing I do know is that this game right here, I don't want to take my eyes off between Algeria and Saudi Arabia because anyone come back, but a great, good slammer jammer. 38-25 with 2:43 left in the third.
Angry dunk right there. Here we go. Algeria, though, a great steal from the Saudis. I was about to say, know that, you know, their destiny is still in their hands, but you can't be turning the ball over like that. Nassau with the pump fake. They're hustling themselves now. The Algerians trying to get a steal back. Good backdoor pass right there. The rotational defense, phenomenal from Algeria. These passes not finding open men. That one does at the top of the key. It's a massive three-pointer. That is the 16-point deficit they were looking for. Now what can Algeria answer with back at the other end?
I was going to say, do you feel lucky, Punk? Right there, taking out the holster. V Holston definitely got them sharpshooters going. I'm pretty sure they're louder than that, but I feel like doing those sound things.
I do feel lucky because we're here in the Philippines calling some of the best games in the world right now, Vince. Back the other end, a huge three-pointer for Algeria. Cuts that lead to 13. Every bucket counting in that game right there. Obviously, under 2 minutes to play in the third. That's going to be a photo finish in the fourth. I can feel it right now.
No one got their guns unholstered. It is a straight duel, but again, the deficit may be a little great for Algeria, but I've seen them come back from worse. And as you see, that offensive board from the big fella Adax is trying to lead them. And really quick, 3:16 left in the first between Brazil and New Zealand. Still a 2-point game, and when I mean by 2-point game, it's only 2 points on the scoreboard.
We've had one bucket in nearly 2 minutes of basketball over on the other court, and that is because these two teams have world-class defense. They've figured each other out. It's going to be a humdinger of a game as the Kiwis get an offensive board trying to work their first bucket of the game. Back in this one, it's still a 13-point deficit between the Saudis and Algeria. And remember, Algeria won game number 1 by 16 points, okay? So that is the magical number that the Saudis are looking for. However, Algeria going to do everything in their power to not let that happen, Vince.
I have the power. Who is He-Man? And we are the men of this eFIBA Season 3 bash. Right now going in the left side, but then giving it to Hazard on top of the key, unable to knock it down. Saudi Arabia trying to get that full court pass to Nazar. Looking for the open player in the corner, but a foul to stop the transition, which is pretty smart.
Yeah, heads-up play right there. Coach will be happy with that one. In the other game, to let you know, it's 4-0. New Zealand over Brazil right now. Looking impressive. It's a low-scoring affair, but we'll keep you updated with that. We got a differential of about 12 seconds between shot clock and game clock. It rims out a big offensive board defensive board right there for the Algerians. And, oh, they're going to call that transitional foul right there. So they get the free throw and the inbounds. That helps Algeria, and that hurts the Saudis.
That's the great thing about Pro Am Mode, doing the real rules of the real NBA. You can't stop a player from advancing to the rim if you had no real defense in front of him, and also you weren't going for the ball at all. ADAX on top of the key, trying to back down a player from the three-point line, unable to do it. That pick and roll probably got brick wall as in his build. ADAX taking his time, kissing it up, and just like that, it's 43-33.
And that was a buzzer beater, a massive shot right there, cuts the lead to 10. What a finish to the third quarter for Algeria. And now the Saudis have to get motoring. Every single possession counts in this game right here, as we see the bear hug reach-in foul right there. They're just old friends. He was just saying, come here, buddy. That was like you and I when we met in the hotel on this trip for the first time. Nothing wrong with that as we see a nice cut and a shack attack dunk down the other end. Phenomenal stuff there. Saudi Arabia have to score 17 if they want the clean win, at least 16 to make it interesting.
I want to know when NBA 2K is going to implement the breaking of the backboard, because that was back-to-back shack attack. I want to see more of it. 45-35. Algeria still showing life with 4:23 left in the fourth, and a 10-point game can be reduced, but not when Fahak. It is basically shooting from far, and now it's 48-35.
What a shot right there. Algeria trying to answer with a bucket of their own. It is a high-octane heavyweight bout over here, Vince. Not disappointing at all, as ADAX is going to jam it home right there. Cuts the lead back to 11.
ADAX giving the max effort. That's all he knows how to do. And also 14-5. New Zealand is leading with 24 seconds left in the first. I'm telling you, these Kiwis, they got something in their sleeve.
Oh my God, the return of the Kings. Very impressive stuff right there from New Zealand. Doing great in that other game, but of course, shot clock violation. Great defense there from Algeria. They're gonna get this ball back, try to chip away at this 11-point lead if they can, Vince. They know that right now if the game would end, they would have the series, and the Saudis have to fight for their lives in this one.
Fighting indeed. Pete going down the left side. Great defense from Saudi Arabia. Hand in the passing lane. Nasser gobbles it up. Let's see what he's going to do on this transition play. No, slows it down. Bahak going on the top of the key. Finding that right side. Nasser ain't scared at all. That was a beautiful stroke, making it 51-37. Saudi Arabia up.
Oh, that's exactly what they need. And you can see they're trying the full court pressure right there. However, Algeria a little bit too smart for it. A lot of good movement off the ball. And that's a good cut right there. Kicking it back out. Passed up on the three-pointer. Passed up on the dunk. Trying to milk this clock right here. Adax making a nuisance of himself. Are they going to go pick and roll? He's going to go to the corner, and Adax is going to get it for the two-handed dunk right over two Saudi players. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Get out of there. What a dunk.
I need EMT, EMS, anything that has a medic, because that right there deserved a body bag and a trophy at the same time. That man was like Dexter, trying to find his opponent, slicing him down, taking him out. Man, that was strong.
Impressive stuff. The lead is 12. That would be a win for Algeria right now. Under 2.5 to play here in the final quarter. It is game 2 of the series. Algeria won game 1 by 16 points. Adax is going to find himself open, and the big man makes it rain, bringing the pain. Are you kidding me? It's a 9-point lead now for the Saudis. They've got to get motoring.
ADAX, I'm telling you, this man can shoot. And actually, you look at his stats, he's actually not that bad from three. 45%, which is pretty decent. But he's only taken about 31 throughout the entire series when it comes to the pre-qualifiers and made 14. If he puts up more, he's going to be a factor. But you don't leave that big man open because he's going to make you pay.
Hey, that's 31 more shots than I've taken, mate. So there we go. Impressive stuff from the big man as they push the lead now. Saudis back to 11. They've got to go full court pressure. They are fighting for their lives in this tournament here. You don't want to be the first team to drop 2 games out of the group as we get a foul at the other end. Are we in the bonus? No, it wasn't shooting. Okay, couldn't get into the act of shooting right there. Zebras are going to say it's an inbound. 16 seconds on the shot clock. If you're Algeria, Vince, you are milking this clock for all it's worth. Time is your friend.
Time is your friend, and that's what we always talk about, the best of 2s. Now you got to get technical. Now you got to get that basketball IQ, understanding what's at stake. The dub or more points within a 3 from Saudi Arabia, 56-42. They're trying to extend that lead.
Impressive stuff. And to give you an update in the other game, New Zealand are currently leading 24-17 over Brazil. We will be going to that game next, but this one is not over yet. The Saudis get a sneaky steal right there, mate. And this would be the 3 that gives them the lead in the entire series. And if you're Algeria now, you need to get on your bike. Are you kidding me? Come on, the Saudis.
Very, very sneaky, sir. Very, very sneaky. I liking it. 59-42. And again, best of 2. And they're just hunkering down, trying to get as many points as possible. But Adax, a left-handed slammer jammer, 59-44. This man doesn't stop. He is the Terminator, and he will be back.
Absolutely. What a brilliant dunk right there. But this is it. Oh, cheeky foul. In the bonus as well. Oh, no, Vince. It's free throws for the lead. The first one, user-friendly roll. I would not want to trade places with him right now. Ice cold in the veins, though, when he's activated. Are you kidding? You take the lead and you become activated as well. 17-point differential in this one. Nearly a backcourt violation. Gotta be careful. Huge possessions here. Another cut. Finds the open man. Bash. Misses the 3. And it's going to be a defensive rebound here for Saudi Arabia. This is an opportunity for them to extend the lead. Gotta find the activated man. Don't look now. It's the Nassau show, Vince.
Nasser Snatch is coming, and then you know that's D-Bomber. Technically, the second takeover we've seen about these couple of games. And then a great pass. I don't need a score. I'm going to give it to my man and make sure he scores for me. 63-44. 13 seconds left. I think Saudi Arabia could be taking this.
Oh, my word. This is a huge finish right here. 5 to play. They're going to take the timeout at the moment. At the moment, Saudi Arabia, they do have, on aggregate, a 5-point lead right here. This is a huge turnaround for them. They are gonna fall just short, it looks like, Algeria at the final hurdle here. A massive finish, impressive stuff. Saudi Arabia avoid going down in both series, and they come back to win this one, Vince. What a performance.
What a performance indeed. As you see, the emotions is going back and forth. This basically saying, hey, keep quiet. Hey, what you doing? Look at the talk. Hey, man, you're yapping. You're doing all this with your movement of your mouth, but you got to do it with your fingers, all right? You got to pick up the sticks and basically prove it. I love it. I love the emotion, and I love the passion. These two teams don't get to see each other a lot, and then when they can, they put it all on the line. Shout out to Saudi Arabia coming back, but Algeria is definitely one of them teams you got to watch out for.
We want to let everybody know off camera now. Hands are being shaken as well, though. Camaraderie, respect between the two nations right there. But, of course, temper is running high after that first game. So, hey, they came back and they did the answering in the game on the sticks. That is a massive win for Saudi Arabia right there. Down the stretch, they finished so strong, Vince.
Finish strong. Both countries know how heat can affect you in the desert, but now they're basically trying to pull through to get to the other side and find an oasis. Looking at the scores right here, Saudi Arabia versus Algeria. First game, 45-61. Second game, 63-44. Man, that was close, Chris.
That's as tight as it gets right there, mate. Wow, an absolutely phenomenal finish from the Saudis. And honestly, it seems as though they need that first game to get warmed up. The exact same thing happened against Portugal. Game 1, they go down. They come back in game number 2, push it all the way down the stretch. However, take nothing away from Algeria. As we said, a lot of talk from players on other teams about how good this Algerian team is, and they came out and showed that in game number 1.
All right, that was exciting enough, and now we have an even more exciting game between Brazil and New Zealand, 31-24. New Zealand coming off a loss, but now showing Brazil that they're the boss. 4:40 left in the third. Let's see how this is going to turn out, Chris.
Now, it's actually gotten pretty quiet over there, but honestly, in that first half, New Zealand were feeling themselves, getting very loud and proud because they had a pretty large lead. So Brazil quietly coming back in this one right here. We know how talented they are. We know how good they can be. They've just got to prove it right here as they work the open 3 and chip away at that one. Obviously, we know that New Zealand took game number 1. So it is a best-of-2 series, cumulative score-wise. The Kiwis, though, they did let Brazil get pretty close down the stretch there, Vince. So this is going to be incredibly tight right here. If I'm not mistaken, at the moment, New Zealand come in with a +4 on the aggregate.
Tighter than a picadura on the farm when you're trying to get down on your sandwich. But then Vital going coast to coast. Little bit of a boast saying, I'm the big man you got to be worried about. Making it 31-29. Nick Gartrell, coach, telling your man, this is what you do. This is what you do. Why ain't you doing it?
And that's why he's one of the best coaches in the world, okay? The world. He's absolutely phenomenal. That's exactly what the Brazilians needed to get back in this one. A little bit of emotional momentum. Back the other way, though. The Piston firing on all cylinders. Mona throwing it down with authority. A dunk of his own. Anything you can do, I can do better. And that was a nice, ugly dunk right there. I'm here for it.
Big boy stomping in his Air Force Ones. Throw your weight around, big fella. I like it. But Toledo, another addition to this team, getting that offensive board. 33-29. Still a tight affair with 3:27 left in the third. Toledo going on that right side, finding ICBF. You look at the build. It's small, it's compact, but it's quick. And Vital back to back. We're going to call him Drake from now on with double heads dunks.
Hey, look, those off-the-ball baseline cuts are so hard to defend. And honestly, the shooters typically stay at home as well. So that is really, really good work there from Brazil, taking advantage of the situation. At the other end now, New Zealand have got to show some clout. They've got to show some maturity here. Can they close out the game? Can they finish strong? 3 minutes left here in the third. They don't want the Brazilians to get firing in the fourth like they did in game number one. They want to close this game out, slam the door shut if they can.
They're trying to keep that team chemistry, but the one thing I do know is that Brazil comes out at so many tight games. They may be mission impossible, but they make it look easy sometimes. But let's see if New Zealand can definitely keep their foot on this Lion's neck. And they're trying right now, and they're doing it. It's cutting them off. 36-31, 5-point game.
Massive three right there. Absolutely what the doctor ordered. That is a prescription, and there it goes as I see back the other end. I'm loving it. They are literally trading blow after blow. This is the rumble in the jungle, the thriller in Manila. Are you kidding me? Phenomenal stuff here from Brazil as well. The lead is only 2. Aggregate, if I'm not mistaken, yes, as you could see, it was a 5-point game. So aggregate right now, +7 in favor of New Zealand. But Brazil know they're close. They can snip it as we get a great defensive crashing of the boards. And Luis back the other end, trying to make something happen. We'll pump it and bring it back out to Icy.
These two Predators are basically having their hunting grounds on both sides of the court, going back and forth, losing their mind, losing their insanity, but they're understanding they're straight on carnage mode. As you see, great dunk from the big fella. Just went straight black on him, and now it is 36-36, tied game. Brazil creeping back.
Absolutely, but hey, this is Alien versus Predator right here, okay? I want to shout out to Acer Predator, our sponsor. Discover the power and dominate the game with Predator. Hashtag it lies within. And we're about to find out what lies within these players right here. Impressive stuff as it is tied up at exactly 36 points apiece. Really impressive stuff right here. Good scrappy defense from the Brazilians. And the ball goes out of bounds. It'll be the Brazilian ball. Here we go.
But yeah, here we go. Going now tied up 36-36. 1:10 left in the third. Toledo giving it to ICBF, going on that right side. On the top of the key, but a little bit of off balance. Great captain rebound by the big fella, Mr. Solomona. Going out to Wish. Wish, almost got it out of bounds. You got to be careful of that. Finding out, let's see if they can get that possession back. Going on the left side. Great stoppage, Flametto. A little bit of contestation and getting the foul, and that'll be 2 foul shots.
Here we go. Little man going to try and shoot free throws right here. You would expect both of these to go in. Of course, it is easier said than done. These players consistently make the ridiculously difficult look ridiculously simple and easy. But there we go. There's that New Zealand 2-point lead. Now remember, if Brazil want to take this series, they got to win by at least 6, Vince. So it's all going to come down to the wire here as we've got a couple of possessions left. In the third, a nice high-flying dunk there from the little man, getting his Muggsy Bogues Spud Webb on right there. You love to see it.
So technically, as you said, it's a 5-point game, as you can see. All right, so let's see how they're going to handle the clock. 31 seconds left, knocking down the 3, and a foul. What? Let's do it. 41-38, 31 seconds left in the clock. Will the big fella knock it down? Yes, he can.
I am so confused. This is the first 5-point play I have seen in the history of eFIBA, and the Kiwis make it happen. Are you kidding? That's one for the Guinness Book of World Records there. A 5-point play, Vince.
That's not even on your eFIBA bingo card right there. That's that golden ball. That's that one thing that gets you $1 million immediately. Let's go. But then a response from Brazil, 43-40.
Do not adjust your television sets, ladies and gentlemen, but we have entered the twilight zone here at the eFIBA World Finals. Wow, Vince. Are you kidding me, mate? We just witnessed history. Oh, that's absolutely massive. Team New Zealand couldn't even believe it as we see a baseline cut right there. One to shoot. Off balance. Got to have it. It rattles out. It will be a tentative, delicate, as China, 3-point lead going into the fourth here for New Zealand. Cumulative, they have the 8-point lead, though. Brazil will get the inbounds as you see a risque pass right there. Trying to work a bucket right here. Trying to win by at least 6 points if they want to take the series, Brazil. But here we go. It has not disappointed. It is New Zealand's second series of the day, so they want the win desperately. Just like we saw the Saudis do. This is massive.
Both teams are buzzing with energy. It's all gas, no brakes. They must have a Red Bull boost, if you know what I'm talking about. But as you can see, they're not backing down. Their basketball IQ is on peak. And Flamento trying to find an open man, little cross to the left. Couldn't get it, but then it's going to be Brazil. Let's see if they can respond.
Big steal and a heads-up timeout right there. It is just a 1-point deficit. That was a massive stop right there. Flying down the court, and of course, as you just mentioned, our event sponsor, Red Bull, gives you wings. That's exactly what we just saw there. Here we go. It will be New Zealand inbounding the ball. Look at the full court pressure. Risky pass right there. Was double teamed for a moment. Flamento coming up the court. Really good defense. Just living in his pocket like a lucky leprechaun. Wished is going to get the ball. He's going to pull up for that 15-footer, 20-footer. Oh, it will miss. Uncharacteristic. Kind of had the flow on the go right there. Beastie Boys style. Comes icy back the other end. That is the lead for the Brazilians. First time in the game, if I am not mistaken, Vince, they're coming back with a vengeance right now.
Ice in his veins, and he's walking to the Hall of Fame. I'm loving it. I'm liking it. I need more of it. Wish still keeping control of the possession, giving up to Flamento. Look at the defense, getting asked on there, but no one's on Mona on a double header. Looked like synchronized swimmers drowning in the pool. It is 45-44, 3:26 left in the fourth.
What a dunk right there, and it's my favorite kind of lead, Vince, a 1-point lead, because anything can happen as we get a gorgeous steal here from New Zealand. Back the other way, it's Sensei leading by example, the troops right here.
Arigato, only Sensei, all right. Hi.
Yoko gambata yo.
Or Horsey's going in. Wish trying to find Mona with that great screen. Going to get the give and go wide open. I saw that, but just a little delay on big fella. Calm, collective, knocking it down.
Beautiful work right there from New Zealand. And after Brazil had all that momentum taking the lead, they come back with a couple of buckets of their own right here. We get a sneaky reach-in foul from behind right there. As I said, sometimes you get the cookie, sometimes you get the jar, okay? But it had to be worthwhile because if you get that steal, you know you're going to turn it into quick points. Here come Brazil back the other way. Now, if you did not see game one, top left-hand corner of your screen, that was the score right there. New Zealand won 53-48, which means they have a cumulative +5 advantage as Brazil hammer home the points right there. That means that if Brazil want to take the series, they're going to win by 6, ladies and gentlemen, or at least win by 5 to make it interesting, and then it's going to go down to the judge's desk in the rule book. As Flamento finds himself open. It rims in and out, but the Piston jumps up, climbing the invisible ladder to get that offensive board, and is fouled on his way down.
Each team is working together perfectly like a balanced party in World of Warcraft. They're understanding their roles on this team, keeping it tied. 47-47, 2:20 left in the fourth. It's going down to the wire. A 5-point game, technically in the best of 2. eFIBA Season 3, top 8 teams. Let's see who's going to take this one, and a 3-second violation.
Ooh.
That right there, that's just a mishap.
Hey, he forgot his elixir of the mongoose right there, okay? You can't be getting that offensive 3-second violation. Coming back the other way, this is a massive possession now and a huge opportunity for Brazil as we come down to the final 2 minutes here in game number 2, Vince. They need a bucket right now. They have to win by at least 6. There's the open 3. They work it to perfection. And now it's danger danger zone for the Kiwis. They've got to get a bucket here, Vince.
Danger, danger, danger indeed. But let's see if Mauna can do anything with Old Horsey. Let's see, he's going to find some kind of slip in the defense to get a quick score. Flamenco know he can get real fast off that first step. That defense is great for Brazil, but that's way too open for that mid-range. But he misses it, and then Brazil's still up by 3, so it's a 2-point game.
That is massive. An opportunity to time things out. Now, that is a very heads-up timeout there. I like that. Instead of getting the offensive 3-second violation, which we just saw, very smart play. So, 2-point bucket here ties things up. A 3-pointer, and you're looking at a Brazilian lead. Goodness gracious me, Vince. As we saw the Saudis do against Algeria, fighting back. They've been here before, okay? Very, very impressive stuff so far from Brazil just to put themselves in this position. But what did New Zealand have as we get the open 3 and it goes in? Cumulative lead, Brazil right now. And that is a desperate timeout for New Zealand. They've got to dig deep here. Look at the box score. They've been outscored 13-4 here in the fourth.
I'm looking forward to this game, like looking at your cousins right in the eye during Thanksgiving after you've seen them for 5 years. You know you ain't missing a beat because this is the heat we want here in eFIBA Season 3. Flamenco going on the top of the court, understanding that he knows it's on the line. 47-53 and a steal by Icy Martins. Ice is still in his veins. ICBF going to the left side, right back to Toledo. Let's see if he can knock down a torpedo, but he can't get it. ICBF keeping up the possession, understanding that time is his friend. 56 left in the fourth quarter. Going down that left side, finding a little bit of opening. He's going for that 3, knocking it down, stroking it green. 56-47. The redemption is here.
Oh my goodness, what a sequence of play here for Brazil. They are peaking in the fourth quarter. They didn't lose their head. Flamenco needs that. He banks it home. That's huge. Brazil still have a cumulative 1-point lead. We got 40 seconds left to play, probably 2 or 3 possessions in this one. What are they going to do? Is the clock management going to come into it? This is why we love the format, Vince. Here we go. Holy Toledo, reach and foul. I don't hate that. But you got to be careful with the bonus.
We'll be careful. Now, every eyes is on this game right now. New Zealand versus Brazil. Before the first game, 53-48. Now it's 50-56. 26 seconds left. Brazil taking their time. There is a little difference in the shot clock with about 20 seconds. All the way to the rim. ICBF like Frozone. Just gliding and dunking. 58-50.
Now what are we going to get from New Zealand? They can milk it all the way down for the 3. Wish gets open. It goes in. It does the lap of honor. It goes up and under. Right now, the entire series is tied. Right here, right now. It is going to come down. Are you kidding me? To the final shot here. What do we get? 9.7 seconds, Vince. Brazil take the timeout to move the ball up the court. That's a heads-up play. It's ICBF trying to work an open shot. They got to man him up. They got to get on him. 3 seconds. Quick. Oh, I like that. Heads up play, timeout again. But this is going to be a catch and shoot. They're about to channel their inner Turkey right here. Catch, shoot, a bucket. Any points here is a series win for Brazil. Otherwise, it goes to the judges' table. What do we have? Inbound. Catch. Finds the open man. It misses. We're going to have to wait. We're going to have to wait and see. We are going to wait and see right now. We're going to be hearing from the judges panel as to what goes on. It could be very, very tight. It is a tied series, Vince, aggregate, which means it comes down to how many points were scored home and away and in which half and then which quarter.
Basically, it's home by the half, all right? Then it is basically home in general. Then it's home by the half, then home, and then the last quarter. We're going to give it to the stat people to go on, but that is about eFIBA Season 3. That's the excitement we want when it comes to NBA 2K25. Final 8 is crazy. You already saw the crazy tension between the teams before the game. We weren't even on the tip-off, and you got Nick Archel going with the Captain Mona. Understanding, I ain't scared if you're a big fella. I'm that dog too, and we're going to fight with all the teeth, with all the nails. That's how you be an Apex Predator here in Clark, Philippines.
There we go. Well, hey, judging by the body language of Brazil right there, it looks as though they may have actually got the win. We're waiting for the stats. We're waiting for the judges to come in right there. So if we're not mistaken, Well, no, we're still just waiting on final word. But anyway, let's recap what happened right there. New Zealand took game number 1 in the series, 53-48. That was a very impressive performance. They needed to bounce back after losing both games to the Philippines. Then Brazil come back with that Herculean effort in the fourth quarter. They end up winning 58-53. However, we're waiting for final word there from production as to who got the dub. The Brazilians seem to be celebrating, though.
Speaking of coming, they came back. Don't forget, New Zealand's basically leading the entire game, but then Brazil did not give up. And now look at this. Everyone's going crazy. They're ready to go. And here's the thing. Kalu is going back and forth. So as you can see, there is a lot more emotion as you can see. So everybody has to back up and calm down. But this is what happens when you're even a live event.
Waiting for final word. But yeah, look, let's take nothing away from New Zealand right there. Game number 1, they came out, Vince. They got that massive win. You're playing the hosts to open the entire tournament. You got to come back-to-back games. It's basically 4 games in a row that they have to play. They look sterling in game number 1. And honestly, for 3/4 of game number 2 down the stretch, they looked absolutely phenomenal as well. A great effort from that young New Zealand team. But then Brazil, to come back in the fourth and outscore New Zealand the way they did, that was absolutely massive.
Absolutely phenomenal indeed. And now we're going to go to courtside with Beef Mommy and Bluey.
Thank you so much, Vince and Chris. Now we are back here on site at the Predator booth. Now let's take a bit of a walk. Now let's go through the crowd of this event. Now, what are we seeing?
Tensions are running high. As you can see, the players, the crowd, it is exhilarating. The feeling of walking in this stage in SMX Clark. Not just that though, we have very special guests for you. And I'm trying to guess who we can find here amongst the crowd.
I'm trying to look for him, actually.
I know. Although, I think we can give a little bit of a clue to the people watching at home. He's met Dwight Howard.
Oh, he's met Dwight Howard.
Dwight Howard.
The Dwight Howard, the Superman.
Tall guy.
Yeah.
Really tall.
I think I see him.
Do you see him?
I think I see him.
Come on, come here.
People
at home, I think we spotted him.
I think we spotted him. He's currently talking to
There
someone.
you go. Bossy.
Hello, Ko. Hey, hello.
Nice to meet you po,
Nice
Kong.
to meet you, Sir Kong.
Kamusta naman ang pakiramdam na basketball? I know you really love basketball for an entire few years in your career. Love na love mo talaga yung basketball sa content mo. Kamusta naman yung vibe dito sa Clark mismo?
Ay, sobrang saya. Ito nga, nagtuturo nga ako dito sa Team USA bago sila magsimula. Binibigyan ko ng advice para baka kasi gusto ko sila yung makatapat natin eh. Kasi balita ko, 2-0 yung Igilas.
Naku,
Malakas sila.
Parang yung Igilas yata yung may kailangan ng coaching mo, boss ko.
mamaya,
Kaya,
mamaya.
sundan nyo kami. Baka pwede natin silang bigyan natin ng Kong tips. Ano ba masasabi mo sa Igilas, boss? Paano ba dapat yung gameplay nila sa susunod nilang laro?
Hindi, actually, ako talaga yung kinukuha dyan nung nakaraan. Hindi ko nga alam paano nakapasok yung ano eh. Ako talaga yung kinukuha dyan para lumaro. Eh, sabi ko, busy kasi ako ngayong week, kaya baka paubahin nyo muna sa iba. Pero mukhang maganda naman yung nilalaro nila kasi 2-0 sila eh. Diba?
Baka masyadong kawawa kasi yung USA kasi kung ikaw nakipaglaro eh.
Oo, yun talaga yung mangyayari dyan. Kasi ako talaga, coach kasi talaga ako. Kaya kung ano man yung mangyari dyan, baka magulat sila eh. Oo, baka di makayanan. Asa ba ang Igilas?
Ayan na nga. Andito na po ata
Igilas,
sila.
naglalaro sila.
Uy, teka
1v1.
lang. 1v1 daw po.
Sino daw dito pwede mag 1v1 against Kong?
Uy, nako.
Ayan
Sino
na
bang
nga.
pinakamatapang ninyo?
Yung may hawak ng controller. Ayan,
Ayan
na
na
po. Tignan natin.
Tignan natin ang
si
sino.
Durant ang gamit. Pero feeling ko yung pera ko na kay Kong eh. Kasi yung confident talaga siya eh.
Hindi, pero sabi nga naman nila, coaches don't play. Pero baka sabihin nga ni Kong na kaya niya rin maglaro.
It's all about the gameplay and the strats here. Siyempre, eFIBA ang nilalaro natin dito. Kung nahihirapan ka sa court in real life, bumawi ka dito sa NBA 2K25.
Play as your, ano nga naman pala, no? You have to play as your own sometimes, or you can play as your idols in basketball. Ayan na nga. So,
that's it for us here on the floor. We got Kong playing with Gilas, but more action later on. We'll be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life
Red Bull gives you wings.
The
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
eFIBA Season 3 has been absolutely electric here in the Philippines. I cannot start the second half of the first round of games without my man Chris Simpson. How are you feeling?
Mate, excited and delighted as always, but what a finish between the Brazilians and the New Zealanders right there. And we can confirm Brazil got the dub. I cannot believe that. Best of two, it came down to the wire. Did not disappoint. One of the most electrifying series we've had ever in eFIBA. What a game.
And no pun intended, but the thing is that boost was actually crazy, but the New Zealand team is going to need a Red Bull boost because this is going to be their third game back to back to back. I know their bandwidth is crazy, but they had the endurance. They survived a lot of things on that island of New Zealand. This should be nothing, but this is NBA 2K25 at its finest, and they're facing one of the juggernauts of Europe, Turkey.
Absolutely, and we are hearing some amazing things from scrimmages behind the scenes as well. Turkey, not going to name names, but they might have had a massive win in scrimmages right there. The lads travel well, but here we go. Game number one that we are going to be watching, though. Portugal, and this is a lineup we know all too well, Vince. Obviously, the law firm Henry Jones, No Brain Salazar, one of those ironic names because he actually has a massive brain on him. We got Lourinho Creative and Simon B. Bowling. This team has showed up and shown out so far in this one, Vince, have not disappointed.
Yup, and the first time we're seeing them play today, long awaited, is USA. Some of the top players in NBA 2K are on this team. We got CB13 on Twitch, Charles Botswick. We got Mama, I'm That Man, Nadir Nazir, and also Dawson6 on Twitch, Dawson Thomas, also Jamid C, Super C's, and then Arshia Karemi. Crazy hungry. This is going to be insane because I know all these players have been a champion at least one time in their life in the NBA 2K League, and everyone's gunning for their spot.
Absolutely, and of course, they're coming back trying for the two-peat. They were world final champions last year in Season 2, Jönköping, Sweden. Absolutely brilliant. Let me tell you a little story about Crazy. My friend Crazy, just like you and I, he was in the gym this morning, getting some gains before he comes in here to win some games. Absolutely impressive. I really appreciate the entire USA team. They are very humble in victory, and so far haven't had to be humble in defeat. Is that all about to change, though, against this Portuguese team, who have definitely packed a good defense and the skills to play the Bills? This should be interesting.
All right, we're about to get underway, and if you're my anime fan, I had the super for sure. Shout out to Frankie from One Piece. And now we got Portugal versus USA. Portugal strikes first blood 2-0, and only 20 seconds in. Look, they're not playing, baby. They want to show.
They are not. Look at that. We heard a little bit of a cheer there as we were doing our throw over to the game, and that was the Portuguese players drawing first blood, but USA bouncing back with a three-pointer. Now, again, I'm not going to name names, but you know, we're under the same roof here. 40 of the best 2K players in the world, if not the top 40 players in the world, in one hotel. You know we're going to be doing our pre-production, our chats, talking to the players. And I asked them, what makes USA so difficult? And they said, honestly, they are just a free-wheeling team, Vince. They play without a script. They can come out and beat you, any one of the 5 players on the court, what makes them so difficult to beat. And already we're seeing that here. 5-2, jumping out to a quick lead in this one. This is the battle of their lives if you're Portugal. They weren't at the World Finals last year, so this is their opportunity to shine on the biggest and brightest stage of all.
Making it a one-point game, and this is the first time we're seeing North America champs USA. CB13 about averages 36 points a game. Dawson about 9. Super Seeds 14 points, 4 assists, and 4 rebounds. You can run up to 5 because at 4.9. Crazy 7.5, and Mama I'm That Man averaging almost 44 points, and that's about 10 to 13 games. Now they average about 100 points a game. So if you're able to keep them underneath that triple score mark, you're doing a good job.
As we say that, Portugal rattle home a three-pointer to take a very slim 2-point lead. Made 100 points a game. Remember during regionals right there? We actually saw 100 points apiece from one player. It was absolutely ridiculous. So yes, USA, as advertised, they are phenomenal. And this is going to be a huge game right here as Henry Jones had a little bit of a clean kind of break to the bucket right there. Pumps it up and drops it back to PT Creative, though.
Getting a little acrobatic on that. Mama, I'm That Man, pump fake, trying to find CB13 on the left side, cross pass, but unable to do it, man.
Yeah, heads up timeout right there. Just avoiding a turnover. And it's tied 7 apiece. You'd be thinking of your Portugal, so far so good. But the one thing that we notice in every single USA basketball game, okay, they play the full 4 quarters. So if you want to skate the river, young blood, you got to bring your game for full 4 quarters, which is easier said than done against world-class talent. The other game, Turkey versus New Zealand, is kicking off. New Zealand playing their 3rd game in a row. You touched upon it. That can take a toll, and it's best of 2, which really means they're about to play 6 games in a row at the highest possible level in the world. Goodness gracious me, I'm glad it's just us commentating.
Incredible, but also I want to shout out between Portugal and USA. They basically have 2 coaches back to back. We got the manager of Portugal, Andre Carvalho, but also the coaching staff of USA with Lance Sessions and also Josiah Cohen. And I'm also know a guy that was MVP last year of eFIBA Season 2, the one and only Johnny Red is also giving some consultations. He may sub in once in a while, and you gotta be crazy because this guy strokes it green as which he's growing a garden. But I'm loving 11. Both teams have been calm and letting their coaches guide them to victory. Still a close game, 7-7, and it's already 2:16 left in the first. This is actually uncharacteristic of USA.
Yeah, absolutely. You mentioned it, mate. They average 100 points a game. We knew, though, after the World Finals last year, the one takeaway that we saw from absolutely everybody was that they needed to improve defensively. We saw it from all the teams, and that's what we got right here. As you're seeing the ball go end to end, and Portugal eke out a 2-point lead right there.
It was great defense going to better offense, blocking underneath on that short corner, and then going transition and knocking down to 2. 9-7. As you see, CB13, one of the top guards when it comes to this eFIBA. Great family. Seeing his man, Mama, I'm that man, new to this team, doing a nice little mid-range, getting a little funky with it, tying it 9-9.
Beautiful pull-up jump shot right there. Just a 9-footer. Absolutely, mate. This is like my dog and the cat on the couch. An unstoppable force meets an immovable object. But somebody's got to win, Vince. Best of 2. That's what it's all about. Henry Jones, the law firm, finding the cutting man. I thought he was going to pull the trigger on that. We know he has that range. Here comes No Brain Salazar down to Henry Jones. Good defense, though, from USA. Forces a missed dunk. And, hey, we're playing fractional basketball here, mate. That is the difference. That can be the difference in this one.
CB13, you got to be careful of his great offensive prowess, knocking down that mid-range, being highly intelligent when it comes to the game. But PT Creative, a great guard himself, give to Henry Jones one dribble, pull up, unable to hit the cup, and let's see this transition from USA.
Critical defensive rebound right there as well. Can they turn the boards into points? That's a good block. Just did enough to put the shot off right there. However, it will be USA with the inbounds here from the baseline, 16 to shoot in a low-scoring affair. So far, so good if you're Portugal. You've actually managed to put the brakes on a high-scoring team, which is USA. You're only down by 2, and pretty impressive so far in this one from both teams. I'm loving it, Vince.
And both teams are very well oiled, like Tony Stark's workshop. Basically, it's War Machine versus Iron Man, and we're going to see it's coming on top. But 13-19. Portugal trailing just by a little bit. Let's see if they can get a little revenge from that score from USA. Henry Jones on the left side. Give me a little pass, but great hand in the passing lane. As you see, giving it to Mama, I'm that man. Doing a good pump fake. Good across, but again, hot potato. Nobody wants the ball.
Absolutely. I'm taking Don Cheadle in that fight, by the way. Here we go as we see a nice bucket at the other end. Portugal dropping in the 2 points. And that's really impressive, showing that this moment isn't too big for them, Vince. They get that steal. They turn the turnover into points. You love to see it. USA trying to have the final word here in what has been a cagey first quarter. Got a hand up in his face. That is going to be it. Only 2 points in it. Impressive stuff, my friend.
We don't see that a lot with a 2-point game when it comes to USA. Now, we don't know. They could be playing possum. I'm not going to lie. I've seen them do a lot of mind games. As you see, stroking that 3 right in that corner, 16-11. But you know they're going to put that pedal to the metal sooner or later.
Absolutely, mate. Here we go. And just to keep you updated, in the other game, it's a pretty tight affair as well. Turkey have the lead 11-10 over New Zealand. But we're focused on this one right here, 16-11. It doesn't take much. Blink and you miss it, and the USA can jump out to a massive lead. Really important that Portugal keep up with them in this one, 18-11. And you can see that full court pressure coming into effect now. Hey, if you want to get rid of that pressure, you got to break that trap a couple of times, and then they'll take it back to half court.
PT Creative, give it to Henry Jones, the law firm, knocking down that gavel. Bomb. You're going right to jail with that one. 18-13, 4 minutes left in the second. Portugal's in this game, making only a 5-point affair. Good jump pass to CB13, trying to utilize that short corner. Going on that right side, beautiful screen, almost a pick and roll, but great defense from Portugal. You left him open behind that 3. Again, green bean, 21-13, extending the lead.
Positively filthy and beautiful at the same time. Are you kidding me? That step back was a thing of beauty. Amazing. It's an 8-point USA lead, and we spoke about this. You can have a great first quarter. Awesome. But you got to show up mentally immediately in the second. They are all gas all the time. As Henry Jones, man, doing a good job just keeping the scoreboard ticking over, but they need some defense here, Portugal. I like the fact that they've also gone full court pressure, trying to get those turnovers. But now they have to transition back. That is quite often where the gaps will appear. Good rotation down to the open man. Risky pass across the baseline right there. Good defense, pulling up for the 15-footer, making it rain is nice.
23-15 indeed. Going on the right side, PT Creative trying to get his team all on the same page. But Henry Jones, you know, is the nucleus from Portugal. PT Creative on that left side, almost a double team from USA. Great help defense. You see, it's kind of like a zone, but it's like a matchup zone. Understanding where your area is and then switching when it's needed. As you see, collapsing. That was a little bit of a misstep. You should have knocked that down. Offensive board to a second chance. That is unlikely, but again, just destroying the offensive boards. Henry Jones keeping that possession.
Absolutely mammoth rebounding there from Henry Jones. Simon B. Bolin typically be hitting those as we get a nice bit of defense though from USA, trying for a transition bucket of their own. Gonna take the quick hot potato passes. Massive board there from Crazy, the beast in the gym this morning, getting a nice rebound there to keep his team with the possession.
Crazy Hungry, just showing how ferocious he is underneath that rim. Little jump pass, hand in the passing lane. As you see, Portugal defense has been absolutely pristine, but unable to knock that transition three. You need to score those points if you want to stay in the game with USA.
Hey, 3 missed threes in a row right there. Again, they'll be kind of holding themselves to a higher standard there. You can't kick yourself though. You just got to keep bouncing right back up. Really, the fact they're working those open threes is brilliant. That is a huge dunk from Hungry, though. Are you kidding? Down in the paint, throwing it home. Phenomenal stuff.
That dunk was iconic as the Statue of Liberty. Powerful and full of freedom. And I'm liking it more and more. Now it's a 10-point affair, as I said. They could have been playing possum, and now they're extending that lead even more going into the second.
Absolutely. And hey, look, you're going to get shown zero mercy from Team USA. You got to make those threes if you want to run with the Bulls right here. Absolutely. And look, Portugal will know that. They had their number there in the first quarter. Now they just got to bounce back. I like the passes. I like the fact they're working it. A little bit of noise from the team right there. That's exactly what they needed.
Let's see if the history is going to be straight. Now it's the first time that these teams are playing each other because Portugal was not in that first tournament when it came to eFIBA Season 2 in Open, Sweden, and a great slammer jammer there. But Turkey, 26-17. New Zealand still in the game, but Turkey is showing how dominant they are.
Well, Turkey, the 5-time champions of Europe. We know exactly what we're going to get from them each and every time as well. We're robbed of that USA Turkey final last year. However, we may get it this year. You never know. So far, both teams firing on all cylinders. USA working the open shot. They miss, but those offensive points, those second chance points, so crucial in these tight games. Impressive stuff so far. But then again, if you're Portugal, you know you're just a couple of misses away from being right in this one as USA rattle home the three and a nice celly there to push the lead to the largest they've had, which is 12 points.
They're still going to try their best to keep this game a close one, but again, it's best of 2, so you got to add up both scores from the games. Great mid-range, making it a 10-point affair with 50 seconds left in the second. And again, Portugal does have that talent. They do have that experience, but they never played against USA like this, so it'll be a good test.
Absolutely. And you're right, mate. Look, under a minute to play here in the first half. It's just flying by. The whole day is flying by. Like those threes are flying through the hoop for USA. 33-20 now. PT Creative right back on the horse, coming down the other end. Oh, we have activated player there for USA as we see a nice steal. Long-range bomber. Oh, no. Look out. That's a bad man right now in the corner. Heads-up timeout, though.
Heads-up timeout. Now he is activated with that takeover. If you don't know what it is, that is D-Bomber. That basically extends his the shooting prowess of it. That means he's not going to get better shots in the sense of it's like increasing it, but it's going to extend it so maybe it's like shooting like a mid-range at like half court instead of being a true half-court shot. CP13 giving it to Mama, I'm that man, and almost proves my point, but unable to knock it down. Thawsix getting the offensive board, and now the transition going for Portugal. PT Creative keeping it on that left side, understanding he had a chance in the lane, but then a foul from USA.
And a score update. Don't look now, but from the other game, Turkey, who had a comfortable double-digit lead right there, it's been cut back to just a 4-point lead. New Zealand fighting back in this one, really fighting for their lives, it has to be said, Vince, as well. It's 32-26 right now in favor of Turkey. New Zealand very unlucky to lose that second one right there to Brazil and actually lose the series. However, fighting back in this one, they definitely need the win, desperately need the win. But over here, end of the first half, Portugal within 10, and you would have to be saying that's actually a pretty good result.
It is a pretty good result indeed, but when you give yourself that ability to try to come back, but the thing is that you can't dig that hole. 2 players on USA in double digits. That's CB13 and Mama I'm That Man, but you see no one in that world when it comes to Portugal.
That second quarter, though, that was the USA basketball that we're used to right there. That's on track with scoring 100 a game. I thought they did a fantastic job, Portugal, actually slowing things down when it came to that first quarter. But now we've got both games up on the screen right here. You're seeing Turkey in the red jerseys banging home a 3, extending the lead back to 9. That's a 5-point run right there for Turkey. And New Zealand within touching distance, though, in what has to be a must-win game for them. As we go back full screen now to USA and Portugal. 12-point deficit. We know how good Portugal are, Vince. We know that that is 4 possessions. Ricky Tick, quick as you like, as they find Simon B. Boland, who misses again. That is very uncharacteristic for him, one of the best corner shooters in Europe. Just not quite having the game that he wants here in this one. Meanwhile, at the other end, USA punishing you, and that is a reprieve of a timeout right there, as they just got to get their heads back in the game.
Right now, you need to lock up that defense like Zeus did the Titans if you want to stay in the game with USA. Now, their main offensive weapon is fast transition threes, which I think Portugal has basically limited them. However, once that starts going, it's going to be a slippery slope, and that's how they get into them triple-digit wins.
Well, it's like we spoke about at the tip-off right there, as we get another missed 3 and another massive board there from Henry Jones. Look, USA are going to give you 4 quarters, high octane. Any one of the 5 players on the court is going to punish you offensively. You don't know where the weapons are until they actually show up. It's phenomenal stuff, and that's exactly what the Portuguese are dealing with. So if they want to go toe-for-toe with them, they cannot miss those threes. We'll have a look at the stat sheet a little bit later, but they got to get it turned around right now.
Mama I'm That Man on the right side, taking his time, a little bit of jab set, trying to find Crazy Hungry on that roll, but unable. Great Portugal defense supersedes, almost concedes the moment, but unable. And now we're going to do a transition for Portugal.
Rare miss there from USA. Back the other end. Portugal, though, rattling it home with that green bucket animation. They needed that one. The lead is 9. This is a step in the right direction. We've seen time and time again in these world-class games, Vince. Games won and lost truly in the third quarter, okay? It's when you give yourself a chance to come back and win it, or you shut out the game if you're the one with the lead. That is good defense from Portugal right there. USA have 10 to shoot. Stepping into that shot, rattling it home, a massive bucket right there.
This is what they're good at. You got to put that hand up, and sometimes they say, so what? But you got to give it credit for USA being undefeated, trying to get another chance to reign champion for eFIBA Season 3. They're already defending from eFIBA Season 2. Real quick, 4-point game, Turkey versus New Zealand. That's going to be tight, but we got to finish this one right here with USA and Portugal.
12-point differential right now. We're just under halfway through the third quarter. A lot of basketball left in this one. Portugal looking to draw some blood right there. Cannot. I like that look from Henry Jones, but just got to nail that jumper. USA back to the other end. They don't leave a lot of points out there, but that Portuguese defense, that was showing up in the first quarter. They need some more of that. We saw a little bit of this. Backwards and forwards. You're getting whiplash here, the camera. Impressive stuff from USA, though. They missed that shot, and this is just leaving the door open ever so slightly. Just a crack in the door right there. PT Creative driving down the lane. There's a reach-in foul. I don't hate that. I mean, trying to get that ball back for your team.
If we could replay that play, that was a great defensive play. However, that pick and roll was fantastic. They did stop that drive, but the way Henry Jones got basically 2 other defenders to collapse on PT Creative and then could have a chance for the open shot, but that foul was smart without getting an open lane. Another violation, 3-second violation. The captain just missed out with the brain.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think they were expecting the corner shot to go up a couple of passes earlier right there. So to his credit, he was getting ready to try and get another offensive board. Just a breakdown in comms. 12-point USA lead, trying to add to it right here. Under 90 seconds to play in the third. CP13 finds his teammate. Another miss for USA. So now, can Portugal capitalize on this though? They're getting the possessions back. Jump pass right there. Henry Jones rolling. PT Creative. Oh, got to be careful. Don't want that offensive foul. Simon be bowling. That's a charge. It is. There we go. Hey, we're playing 2K Bingo. We got our first charge of the game. We have that offensive screen right there. However, there we go. USA back the other way. Nice pass. Crazy hungry. We saw with that crazy dunk earlier on. CB13 pulling it up. No foul. Zebras letting them play. And here come Portugal back the other way.
I'm liking the endurance of both these teams. It's like a Hunter x Hunter exam. They're not giving up at all. They're trying to get it. And then B, sneaking behind the lane, going right down baseline and dropping it down, bringing the pain. 41-31, and they're not quitting. But look at the defensive builds of Portugal. Their speed is key, understanding the recovery. But Super C is making you pay by stroking the green. 3-ball, corner pocket.
Gorgeous shot right there. And just when you thought they might have been quietening down, there goes that three-pointer from the corner. Creative. Trying to get creative, gliding in with that two-handed dunk. And honestly, I like that. I think take the points that are on offer whenever you can get them. At this stage now, you got to clamp up defensively. Try to give yourself a chance at this in the fourth, right? And it is best of two, so cumulative score comes into it as we see another nice Portuguese steal right there. It is certainly the most strained I've ever seen USA on the ball as we get an and one baseline dunk. And the Portuguese players letting USA know they're not out of this fight just yet.
The old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. It was so nice. We saw it twice. Same play, same result. 44-36, 4.3 seconds left in the third. But you're going to see if USA going to score Dawson, he can knock that down when he can. But I'm pretty sure Portugal is proud from their showing in that third.
And now they'll be thinking, hey, a couple of those missed threes, if they'd gone in, we're right in this with the best team in the world, the reigning champs. Portugal got a lot of wind in their sails right now, Vince. Here's Henry Jones trying to work a shot. That's going to be a reach-in foul down in the paint. And we're going to get the inbounds here from Portugal. This is a huge possession right here. Honestly, this could be a 6-point swing either way, so they definitely need the bucket. Nice dish right there. Henry Jones, pump faked, brought it out of the key. Cut, drive, it rims out. He gets his own board, kicking it back out. No shot, it drops in. 5-point lead now for USA. Portugal peaking at exactly the right moment.
Beat. Knocking down that three, 39-44. Let's see if USA can do it again. Got that friendly roll and just defuse it. That's called a wash if you're in the stock market. But still, in this game, only 8 points. Let's see what PT Grave can do it. Giving it by that great hand in the passing lane. Super C's trying to use that speed, going all the way down to Dawsix, and a two-hander slammer jammer, making it a 10-point game.
5 points in quick succession there for Team USA. And you're finding out just how deadly they can be. Absolutely phenomenal defense leading to a quick transition bucket. Back the other way, working down to Henry Jones and a nice dunk. Hanging off the rim like a baby sloth right there. 8-point deficit in this one. The clock is your friend if you're USA, but I don't get the feeling they're going to be pumping the brakes anytime soon. They're definitely looking at Portugal saying, how dare you make me bleed my own blood. They're offended. They're going to come back in this one and try and score as many points as possible as the little man climbs the ladder with two defenders draped off of him.
Double headshot right there, understanding, trying to make sure Portugal knows they ain't going nowhere. But that's what happens when you have a 10-point deficit. You put yourself in the hole. Now you got to dig your way out. But let's see if they can knock down this three. Unable to get it. Henry Jones doing what he does best, getting that offensive board to keep the possession on his side.
And man, he has been Johnny on the spot, getting those boards for his team, keeping their hopes alive offensively on so many possessions. Really impressive stuff going up against the reigning world champs. Here comes PT Creative, a score update. It's the fourth quarter in between Turkey and New Zealand, and it is tied up at 52 apiece. We'll be getting to that game after the exciting conclusion of this one here as Portugal work an open three. The lead dashed to 7 again. Now they really need to stop here, the Portuguese. It's getting interesting down the stretch, Vince.
Oh my God, I think I have to go to a psychological class with this one because both games are blowing my mind at the same time. My bandwidth is on both sides, but 51-44, USA leading. 54-54, Turkey and New Zealand. Let's see what's going to happen. Couldn't get that dunk. Dawsix from 3. You know he's great behind that arc. 54-44, now it's a 10-point game.
Absolutely phenomenal shooting here from USA. You love to see it. PT Creative just playing the defender like a piano right now. Good cut there from Henry Jones, but great off-the-ball defense. Does manage to get the hard two in the paint. Cuts this lead to 8. Looking for this inbound steal if they can. Nearly. But hey, nearly never won the race. Now, under 2 to play in this one, Vince. It is going to come down to the wire here. USA with an opportunity to show that they don't have a hangover from winning last year's World Championship. Coming back with a massive three-pointer there. The lead is now 11 again.
PT Creative going to the left side, 140 left in the fourth. Find us a nice good cross, shuttle pass to Simon, getting his defender up in the air, but then the O saying, here's the thing, if you move your feet, you lose your seat. 48-57, minute 33 left.
90 seconds left to play. Portugal needs some stops defensively. That ain't gonna do it though. Crazy Hungary getting hungry crazy right there in the paint. A massive dunk. And in the other game, we've got a 3-point game. Turkey with the ball and a 3-point lead. We'll be coming to that game very shortly. But right now it's USA with an 11-point lead over Portugal. 1:20 to play in this one. Can Portugal get firing here? Coming down to the wire, Vince. We know they've got the skills to pay the bills, but they got to start dropping it in the hoop.
Well, let's see if they can do it, but I can keep talking about that 10-point deficit. That's hard to come back from. But they got to knock those on threes. And also, they're missing some open lane shots. I mean, if anything mid-range, you got to make it if you want to compete against USA. As in no-brain south, so giving up right here. PT Creative, that's a D3. Couldn't stroke it green. Henry Jones has been an absolute monster on the boards and giving it to his man, now making an 8-point game.
Massive, 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 massive three right there. Now they need these stops, Vince. It's coming down to this. Defense is going to win championships. That is what we've heard from just about every single team captain at the World Finals this year. eFIBA Season 3 in the Philippines. It's been absolutely on display so far in all of our opening games. Portugal looking for a stop against the offensive juggernaut that is USA. You're seeing how good they are. What a massive board there from Crazy Hungry. That really helps because seconds are as valuable as points right now if you're Portugal. And USA get another dip at it right here. Off balance, 20-footer, massive board. Got to have some points down this end. That's a heads-up foul right there. Not in the bonus, and it stops the bucket.
Still got some fouls to give, as you can see right down the bottom. USA 3 fouls, Portugal 0. 16.2 seconds now. What are they doing? Are they holding for the last shot so that if it's best of 2, they just worry about the deficit instead of winning this game? That could be a smart play here because that's what I think they're trying. An 8-point deficit is not that bad, and if they can cut it down to 6, that would be great. Simon B. Bowling knocking it down, unable to get it. Now, it was a loss. USA did do a good job, but that was a close match. First time playing Portugal ever, so we can say Portugal is here to play and stay.
Absolutely. They took not only the current reigning world champs, but they held them, Vince, to only 61 points right there. That is a phenomenal performance. As you mentioned, the stats don't lie. USA typically averaging 100 points a game. This was a truly defensive performance from Portugal, and they'll just be ruining the fact that they missed some of those open threes. We'll see the stats later because right now in this one, it's Turkey with a 9-point lead. That three that just dropped in made it look a little cushier than it is, but New Zealand have been pushing them all the way down the stretch right here, as is Turkey in the red, New Zealand in the all-white jerseys. The big man Mona trying to work some points down in the paint. He gets it. Just a 7-point lead. New Zealand going toe-to-toe with the European 5-time champions, Turkey. They got to be feeling good about this.
Definitely liking it indeed. I can see it activated as well. I think he got crystal ball. He can basically see where a rebound's going to be. Great defensive, offensive, back and forth. They don't know what they do. It's basically hot potato again. And as you see, Jam Boy, you got to be crazy to leave him open. This man is the leaders in clutch threes in eFIBA in all series, winning so many games, understanding how to shoot.
Literally has more buzzer beaters than Bird and Jordan combined, man. He is a freak of nature. I love to watch him. Flametto works the open three to perfection right there. And this is a heads-up timeout now from Turkey. They're going to move the ball down the court, try to add a final bucket right here with 8.2 to play. Remember, cumulative score really comes into it.
Yep, indeed, indeed. Going on from this inbound, Turkey is in the red, New Zealand in the white. Turkey taking their time, giving it to Aaron. Going from the right, going into the top, Jam Boy, giving a give and go. Cater, the problem is a solution right there with the two-hander slammer jammer. 3.1 left in the fourth.
That's a gorgeous and ugly dunk simultaneously. You love to see it. That is going to be the final in that one. It was a lot closer than the scoreboard actually dictates there. You can see from the box score, it was a massive fourth quarter right there for Turkey. It gave them the win in the end. However, New Zealand can hold their heads high because that's the 5-time champions of Europe right there, Vince. And they went toe for toe with them really down the stretch.
Goodness gracious. And again, it is best of two, so both teams are about to get back at it in just a couple of seconds. But we see both of them using as much as they can when it comes to energy, and I want to talk about Portugal and New Zealand. They've already played today. They're getting to the end of their wits. Their endurance is crazy. I think they may need a Red Bull really soon, maybe an IV of it, because they need some wings indeed. But they are not giving up. They're showing the IQ. They got their warm-up. This is like doing a tournament when you're playing the AAU. I did that when I was a kid. You got to play a couple of games, but you got to push through and try your best to go in the end and get to that championship so you can take home that trophy.
Absolutely. Yeah, and look, it's mental endurance and physical endurance out there, okay? New Zealand coming back basically for their third series in a row. It's best of two, Vince, so obviously that means 6 games in a row where you're playing the best players in the world. Your mental fortitude has to be up there. And as you can see right now from Group A, New Zealand came out and the hometown heroes, the Philippines, did the business on them there in that first series. And then it was Brazil coming back, tied on aggregate points. However, Brazil do get the win there. So now here, New Zealand playing against Turkey. They go down by 9 points in game number 1, which means they can still win the series if they win by 10 in game number 2. But that's a tall task against a fantastic Turkish team.
Now, Group A is definitely a gauntlet, but Group B even better. USA versus Portugal, 61-54, but everyone else tried their best. Saudi Arabia going against Portugal the first time, it was 46-54, but then Saudi Arabia got the win 55-41, but Portugal basically won out of that crazy best of 2. But then Saudi Arabia and Algeria, as you see, went down to the wire. 45-61, then 63-44. I mean, each team is giving their best. No one's really winning by crazy amounts. You ever notice that? It's not no 20-point leads, real 30-point leads when it comes to both games. And that's why I love the competitiveness of the best of 2.
So much psychology in effect right here, like truly, and that's why the teams have to stay together. That's why they have coaches. That's why they have the meetings. You can see them huddling together in between the games right there, the best of 2s. It really is a lot of mental fortitude on display right there. And you're seeing the seesawing cumulative score coming into massive effect right there. Impressive stuff. I can't wait to see, can New Zealand bounce back against Turkey in game number 2 right there. But what about Portugal pushing USA all the way down the stretch? Now, again, we didn't get to see the box score. However, I was keeping track of the missed 3-pointers there for Portugal. They reared their ugly heads. We're talking maybe 1 point in it if you have just maybe their average 3-point percentage from beyond the arc. That's what they'll be thinking. Hey, we nearly beat the world champs. Let's go back and do it this time.
And you talk about them coaches. I mean, again, some of these have managers. When it comes to Portugal, Andre Cabral, and also when it comes to Turkey, we got my man Khan. But I want to shout out Alper Bitin. He's actually the coach of Turkey. He's actually serving in the military right now, so thank you so much for your service. But then also coming to USA, you have LAN sessions in which I'm pretty sure his mom is watching the stream. I said I was going to shout out Hi Mama Sessions. Thank you so much for tuning in. But also Josiah Cohen being that assistant coach. So coaching is key when it comes to NBA 2K because you need to know how you're going to play. Sometimes when there's too many chefs in the kitchen, nothing gets cooked. So everybody needs to know their role so you can cook the best dish possible.
Yeah, big facts, right? I mean, what's fantastic about this USA team is that any one of them can be the one to go and score 100 points in a game. They really are all that skilled. But that, for me, then shows just how good and improved these teams have come in with their defenses this year. I mean, Portugal holding them to 61 points there. That's massive. Look for them to kind of rinse and repeat in game number 2 right here and just make those threes down the stretch. USA, on the other hand, I mean, that might have been a little bit of a wake-up call. Did they awaken a sleeping giant here? Are we about to see Yamamoto regretting it? This could be huge. USA everything to prove when it comes to game number 2, just to show, hey, we're the champs, don't forget it.
Definitely, definitely. And however, I want to shout out Henry Jones, the way he was keeping control of the boards, rebounding everything he can, trying to get his team second chance opportunities. But he can't do it alone. It has to be a team effort. And that comes with every single team that made it here to the finals in Clark, in the Philippines, as we are in the SMX Convention Center. Shout out to everyone who's been a participant of it, Predator and also Red Bull. But the thing is that it's been getting crazy. And now we have the game between USA and Portugal, and let's see who's going to come out on top, the second one of this best of 2.
Woohoo, and first blood right there for USA. They score from the tip-off and within 10 seconds. It will be USA in the light jerseys, Henry Jones, and Portugal in the red jerseys, back the other end, slamming home a dunk of his own. And you gotta love Pro-Am mode. It's 5v5. Each player that you see on camera there controlling an avatar in the game, 10 total players. They are face to face with each other. We're live in person right here in the Philippines. And of course, the beautiful eFIBA World Finals court inside Pro-Am mode and the highly customizable game mode allows the players to wear their national jerseys, which is so cool.
Portugal in the red, and also USA is in the white, going down the right side. PT Creative gives a cross pass. Great hand in the passing lane. Almost able to save it, but nope. Ran right into the scorer's block. Now let's find out if he can get a pick, but good shoulder pass to PT Creative, which we saw play. You got to be careful of that. You still can get a steal and get it out of bounds, so you got to be very careful. Henry Jones for a 3. Law Firm knocking it down.
Motion to dismiss. Henry Jones asks for a sidebar with your honor and bangs it home. Impressive stuff. And then back the other end, getting huge defensive rebound. Look, Portugal will be, I think, pretty buoyed, feeling pretty good about that first game, especially that first quarter against USA where they held them to what, 11 points, I believe, in the first quarter. And I don't think anyone's done that in a long, long time. Simon B. Bowling had a few misses in that first game. Will want to bounce back here. That's really scrappy defense, impressive stuff from USA. But Portugal still have the possession and 10 to shoot. Finds Simon B. Bowling. He finally makes it rain. Finally got that monkey off his back. He's got to be feeling good about that, Vince.
Now, don't forget the first game, it was 54-61, so there is a deficit when it comes to both these teams. 8-2, Portugal slightly in the lead, but let's see if USA can respond. Given a great defensive play by Portugal, and now they're coming down for transition. He's waiting for nobody, stroking it green, 11-2. Woo! This game's getting spicy.
I don't think anyone has ever gone on an 11-0 run against the USA team. Are you kidding me? Portugal firing on all cylinders in game number 2. And if they didn't know it already, USA are in the fight for their lives right there. We could be witnessing an upset in the making. As you pointed out, Vince, 7-point differential from game number 1 in a best of 2 cumulative score. That means Portugal need to win by 8. And they'll be thinking, well, hey, so far so good. And of course, as I say that, the blessing of the commentator right there for USA as they chisel the lead down to 7.
Chiseling down indeed. Now, no brain Salazar. See if he can do anything with the rock. You're just closing it out, just bringing it out, resetting the game. But PT Creative slicing and dicing to the rim and then slamming it home like the Thor's hammer jam. 13-14, Portugal up. Now, what's going on the left side? CB13, you got to be crazy because he has handles for days, understanding where he's going to go. But a great steal. Oh, man, it is the commentator's curse. Jinx him a little bit. And Mr. B being the big fella, 15-14. Portugal just extending the lead, trying to make sure they come out on top in this best of 2. CB13 going on the right side, crazy hungry, give and go, and another steal, 3 in a row. This is a hat trick when it comes to defense for Portugal.
Wow, we were really impressed with that Portuguese defense in game number 1. And look at this. We said, hey, they held USA to 11 points in the first quarter. Well, right now, we got under 2 minutes, which is a long time when it comes to 2Ks. We get a baseline dunk. Portugal with 17 points in the first quarter, though. Right now, USA are shell-shocked. What can they do to get back in this one?
Hey, hold on a second. This may be the twilight zone. I don't think I've ever seen USA get down by 20 points. And I don't want to jinx it, but I want to watch it. I just see Mama That Man going to Super C's, understanding he needs to score some threes. But Mama I'm That Man is trying to take it all the way. Dawsix can knock it down if you give it to him, but a great defensive board from Portugal. They got a little pep in their step.
You know history's in the making when Vince starts to speak in a British accent, and I'm here for it, mate. Absolutely, as we see scrappy USA defense. That's just what they needed. Cocked it back, threw it down. What a dunk. Put that on a poster and let me hang it in my room. That was a thing of beauty as we get the full court double team pressure here from USA as well, taking nothing for granted. Now, here's the thing, though. We know they always pack a full four-quarter meal with them. USA are not going to panic. It's up to Portugal to keep up the tempo, the full four quarters themselves, if they want to knock off the best team in the world. Henry Jones rotating the ball. No brain Salazar faked him out of his boots, but that is good defensive rebounding and another quick transition bucket at the other end. Exactly what the doctor ordered right there. Fill that script, USA. They cut the lead just to 9.
Man, this play is getting more intense at Broadway opening night. Lights, camera, action, and I see the brilliance. However, Portugal is trying to make sure those curtains are going to be called. PT Creative right behind the back, trying to find the man, Henry Jones. Great hand in the pencil grade. You cannot telegraph those passes. 1, 2, that's a transition 3, but then a great foul.
Yeah, that was a heads-up foul right there. But, hey, we saw Portugal get 3 steals in a row. Now we've seen USA get 3 steals in a row. I love it. This is a heavyweight title bout. They're going pound for pound, round for round. Absolutely awesome. Give you a quick score update in game number 2 between Turkey and New Zealand. It is Turkey winning 11-4 at the moment in what is a must-win situation there for New Zealand. They have to win by 10 to take that game. Back the other end, we see it rim out for USA. Both free throws missed, if I'm not mistaken. But they are in the bonus as Portugal are going to drop in a massive bucket right there, a buzzer beater. The first quarter is in the books. Portugal 20, USA 8. And if I'm not mistaken, that was eFIBA history in the making. USA have never been held to 8 points in a quarter.
Nope, I've never seen that, and now they're going into the second. No brain sounds are given to PT Creative, trying to extend that lead, and the old saying is, if the God can bleed, then you can take him out, and they're trying to find out, draining it down.
Goodness gracious me. A 15-point lead for Portugal right now. They are absolutely loving it. USA, there's hungry. Get hungry down in the paint with a nice dunk right there.
This game is feeling like the tournament of power. Who's going to turn Super Saiyan? Who's going to freaking go down to the wand? Here we go. No brain Salazar going from the left side. Giving the chance to PT Creative. Henry Jones one more time, but then a great rejection by USA. Full court pass to Mama I'm That Man, and very smart foul there.
Absolutely, the reach-in foul right there, doing everything he could to save a quick transition bucket. I like the change in tempo we're seeing from USA, though, recognizing the situation, okay? We've got Portugal in form right here. We need quick buckets. But the Portuguese themselves down the other end with a gorgeous finger roll layup right there. It's a 15-point Portuguese lead. Don't look now, Vince, but we might have our first upset of the tournament brewing right here. A lot of game left to play. I can't get too excited.
He was weaving through the defense like a tram through the steep steps of Lisbon. I like it. I love it. I need more of it. But then CP13, you know he's not scared of nobody. There's an old saying, some people have the will to take the shot, but you have the skill to make the shot. Unable to do that right there. Henry Jones trying to find someone. A little fancy between the legs bounce pass. Was that on purpose or mishap?
I have no idea, but let's just give him 10 out of 10 for creativity as we see a nice 15-footer banged home right there. And you want to know the cool thing about Lisbon? You can ride that tram, but you can also go to the beach and ride some big waves. And right now, this is a tsunami crashing into USA here because Portugal are up by 17 points. Are you kidding me? They didn't get the script. This is a rewrite.
All right, Philippines are watching intently, saying, okay, are the number ones having a little bit of a bad game? But now it's 29-10? Now, this is just a pound-for-pound matchup of a team you've never seen before, and that's what y'all love about eFIBA Season 3. 7 regions, 62 countries. You have no idea how some of these nations are going to play, but you're finding out today here in the Philippines.
29-10. Absolutely phenomenal. USA just can't buy a bucket right now. Back the other end, Portugal making it look easy. Are you kidding me? It rims out, but there's that man, the law firm, getting the offensive boards for his team. Came in here with the reputation as one of the best big men in the world, and it has to be said, Vince, holding his own against the world champs. In fact, dominating against the world champs in this game right here. Here come USA, back the other way. Gotta take that open three. It rims out again, though, and here come Portugal. Goodness gracious. This is phenomenal stuff.
I'm telling you, Henry Jones is rebounding as strong as the cliffs of Argov. I'm telling you, standing against the Atlantic waves every single time. Defense and offense, keeping possession on his squad. Understanding he's going for transition if he's on the defensive player, but if he's on that offense, getting that second chance opportunity. 29-10, he's keeping him in this game. 2 minutes left in the second. PT create a pump fake back to Henry Jones. Just a little tip pass, give and go. 3 seconds, and a nice little short corner. Finish it. That was like Predator and camouflage in the forest. You couldn't see him.
Kidding? He's lopping like the Predator now as well. That was the Predator nuke. The massive baseline drive and dunk. I love it, Vince.
Hold on, I think I can say this. What the hell are you?
What are you? We are Portugal. By the way, I want you to know I understood that geographical reference as well. They are pounding them with the waves right here. This is fantastic. But hey, if there's one team that can dig themselves out of a massive hole like this, we know it's USA. That could be the first step in the right direction for them. They've had the threes. They just haven't been hitting them. You got to keep your heads up and you got to keep chipping away. But take nothing away from this Portuguese performance. Goodness gracious me.
Both are going great at it. Again, great rejection from USA. The defense is still there. 31-13. A minute 26 left in the game. Quick score update. New Zealand 17, Turkey 19. 3:52 left in the second.
Yeah, and Kiwis keeping it close over there, which you like to see. They need to win that game by at least 10, mate, in order to get the clean win on the series. They don't want to lose their third series in a row, so they'll be going for absolutely everything right there. Back in this one, USA bang home both free throws, so the lead is still 16. But a little bit of life in Team USA now. We're starting to see that scoreboard tick over a bit in their favor. If you're Portugal, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. More of the same, please.
Well, PT Creative just gliding to the rim, skywalking. All right, Mr. Person, using the force to your advantage. 33-15, a minute left in the second. Biggest deficit I've ever seen USA have going into the half.
18 points. Wowzers in this one. Really playing fantastic defense and offense as we speak of the devil swatting that ball away. Top of the key, another miss. Henry Jones with a huge defensive board. 40 seconds to play in the first half here of game number 2 between Portugal and USA. Top left of your screen. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're just tuning in, USA won the first game by 7 points, which means if the game ended right now, Portugal would be winning the series, and they play second in Europe. Turkey are the reigning champions of Europe. So honestly, at the moment, based on form alone, this is anyone's championship to take home, Vince.
I'm ready. I'm excited, but then going up, getting the friendly roll, almost getting blocked again, but 33-17, 13.5 left in the second. PT Creative, I think it's going to take a second and calm it down. Hold on. Slow it down. I just dissed you. Let's see to the right side. A little pump fake. No, it's a jump pass to Henry Jones and a foul with 2.7 left.
Looking for the buzzer beater to put the finishing touches on what is probably the best half of basketball they've played as a team. It rims out, but a 16-point lead right now for the Portuguese against USA. That is massive. Score update in the other game. Just a little over 2 minutes to play. It's 5-point lead, 25-20 for Turkey at the moment. Scrapped out 25-22. As we're seeing both screens up right now, impressive stuff, it has to be said, from New Zealand, keeping it close against the reigning 5-time champions, Turkey.
Now it's getting 22-25, almost knocking it down. Now seeing that it's going on the right side, understanding, getting that great rebound, oh Horsey. Seeing that everything is on the light and on the time, just a 3-point game.
Phenomenal stuff here as we're seeing the Kiwis fight for their tournament lives. They absolutely need to win this series to keep their hopes alive. Meanwhile, Turkey are basically playing their first game. We know sometimes they're a little slow to get warmed up. Really impressive stuff from them, though, to get that 9-point victory as we're now back to Portugal, USA. USA trying to come back here in the second half. They find themselves in truly unfamiliar territory, Vince. I do not remember them having to play from behind this much for at least 3 years.
I think I feel a storm coming. I'm telling you right now, if you're in the middle of the desert, if you're milling on the Midwest, you're feeling those winds, you're feeling that tornado, and it might be a twister, but you got to be able to hunker down and just weather the storm. But it's not over. It's only a 13-point game, and USA has the talent, has the skill, and also has the coaching to come back. But Portugal is not going to allow you to do that. PT Creative for that short top. Right, but couldn't knock it down. But a hand in the passing lane. Henry Jones, great job being defensive prowess.
Well, to quote Shannon Sharp, send in the National Guard right now because they need reinforcements out here. Team USA, Henry Jones for 3. No way! Are you kidding me? The law firm strikes again. What a freaking shot. Phenomenal stuff right there. Amazing performance so far for Portugal, holding their own in the second. Vince, we're in unfamiliar territory. This is great.
The big fella doing it all, rebounding, shooting, and scoring on the. But in a 3 right now, 36-23. USA ain't going nowhere though, baby. This is eFIBA Season 3, and I'm ready for it. Going on the right side, PT Creative, trying to get possession. Finding where it is. Great defense of USA, but leaving by himself. Could have made that shot, but chose not to kill the clock a little bit. Now the time is their friend. They have enough points. Going out, up, down, knocking it all around, 38-23.
I know there's a lot of basketball left in this one. I understand we're at the 3-minute mark in the third quarter, but Portugal are just playing with absolute reckless abandon right here. Zero fear as we see USA coming to life. Certainly here in the third quarter, they recognize that they need to either completely remove this deficit or give themselves a chance at it in the fourth. If you're Portugal, though, more of the same. Keep it coming. You're looking great.
All right, PT Creative trying the best to the Henry Jones. Doesn't give it to him, but actually kind of use up like a shadow clone jutsu, using him as a defender. But then a 3 from USA, 38-29 as they're creeping back. As you see, Charles, the one and only captain, 12-5 in this third quarter. We're showing the USA how they're supposed to be.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, we said this. If you want to beat them, you got to play a full 4 quarters. It's that simple. They do not go away. They are absolutely like presented by Predator in the freaking forest right there. They're going to hunt you down. They're not going to give up full 4 quarters, Vince. And that's what we're seeing right here from USA Basketball. What can Portugal do to answer those? So far, they've been dictating the terms of this agreement. And there it is. Another massive shot right there from the law firm Henry Jones, leading by example. Has to be said, one of the coolest customers in the entire contest.
Yup, and right now they're discovering their power and they're dominating the game with Predator. And I'm looking at it, it's going to lie within. They got to dig deep down if they're going to beat USA, but it is best of 2. As you see, there is a slight deficit, 59-51. That's only 8 points, and they're about to get it done with this 10-point lead, but there's still about 6.5 minutes left in this game.
And USA will be reminding themselves of that as well. They'll be saying, okay, hey, we're down 10 in this one, but cumulative, yeah, we're only down 2 right now. Keep it coming. Here we go. You know the champs aren't going to go away. They're going to be fighting Henry Jones with what feels like his 1 millionth rebound in this game, Vince. We know he dominates the boards in Europe, and now on the biggest stage of all, he's dominating and also owning things from beyond the arc. That time, it was a bridge too far. It doesn't go in, and here come USA. Back the other end with an open 3. Boom! Right there, cumulative. That is USA going into the lead.
This chemistry is like poetic justice when Kendrick Lamar and Drake were actually cool, but I hope to see that again, but never again. But the one thing I do love is that they're not backing down at all. They don't care if they're going down to the Lions' den. They are fearless, and they're going to try and score another 3, stroking it green, 44-34, 46 seconds left in the third.
Oh, my God. So as it stands right now, Portugal have that 2-point lead on cumulative points. Keep an eye on this, ladies and gentlemen, as we get the and one. It is a shooting foul. Oh, dramatic pause right there. But we are going to see potentially the lead change once again from the cumulative. It is USA as it stands winning right now. Here we go, 36 seconds left in the third. Definitely the best quarter they've had so far, USA. They are coming back with a vengeance in this one. What can Portugal do to answer, though? Henry Jones open underneath, finding the open man for the 3. It rattles out, and USA coming down with the board. back the other end. Open three. Misses. Henry Jones again. It's end-to-end stuff, Vince.
Uncharacteristic. That is USA's strong point. But Henry Jones taking it full court. Big man just dribbling. Giving it to PT Creative. Almost was a turnover there. Looking for the give and go. 5 seconds left. Taking himself, but then a foul, and they got something to give. So now they have to prepare. Wow, I'm studying right now. Prepare a great inbound play.
Hey, it's what, our 10th game already today. It's going big or going home. That's what we're here for. End of the third quarter. If the game were to end right now, it will be USA winning by 1 point. I want to give a score update. It's a third quarter, 2 minutes to play over between Turkey and New Zealand in game number 2 as well. Turkey with a delicate, very delicate 4-point lead. Scrap that, cut that to a 3-point lead. New Zealand pushing them down the stretch as well. The 5-time champions of Europe not going quietly into the night. If you want to beat them, you got to bring your A game. Now here come Portugal. They get the first possession of the fourth quarter. This is the final quarter in this back-to-back best-of-2 series between these teams. It has not disappointed. And as it stands right now, that's a 1-point lead for Portugal. I think I'm going to faint. We need an oxygen tank up here, Vince. This is going down to the wire.
That mid-range had so much grace. It was like a traditional Fata performance. That was like a lot of emotion because, again, the 46-39 is really keeping them going. The energy is great, and you don't hear Portugal screaming a lot because they're so locked in. But USA with a great offensive board. CB13 cross pass to Super C's. Super C's can knock it down, and with that friendly roll, kisses off the glass. Now it's 46-42.
What a shot right there. Absolutely clutch. And now how can Portugal answer? They pull up with a 3 of their own and it goes in. It's end-to-end stuff, Vince. Oh my, what a shot. CB13 back down the other end for USA. Pulls up with a 3 of his own. It rims out. Crazy hungry. Getting crazy hungry underneath that glass right there. They're gobbling up the glass. Look at this glass. See the Dipsy too. Shout out to Dick Vitale. Here we go. Mama, I'm that man. Trying to be that man. Pick and roll. CB13 thought about it. Pulled it down. Great transitional defense. Off balance 3. Gotta have it. Huge board right there, though, for USA. And a reach-in foul. It is getting scrappy down the stretch here.
Scrappy, happy, and I'm liking every minute of it. 49-42, 3:17 left in the fourth. CB13 giving it to Mama, I'm that man. Calling his mama right now, saying, I'm that man. 49-45, USA creeping back.
This is huge. As it stands, cumulative score, it is a USA win right now. Portugal know this. They've just got to stay true to their character, true to what got them this far in the first place, Vince. They were dominating. They were up by 19 at 1 point over USA. Take nothing away from USA. Fighting back in this one, as you can see, dominating in that third quarter where we see so many games won and lost. And now it's coming down to the stretch. Score update, Turkey leading by 8 points over New Zealand at the moment. But all eyes on this historic matchup here. USA reigning World Finals champions, eFIBA Season 2, going up against Portugal the first time they're at the big dance, and they are pushing them for all their worth right here as USA are going not just for the cumulative win, but the win-win as they cut the lead to 2 in this game.
Crazy Hungry was like Nightcrawler on that play, just teleported from the short corner all the way to the rim, and I'm liking that build. PT Creative giving to Henry Jones. He's already knocked down a couple of threes. Put your hand up, give and go. PT Creative, little man, dunking it home, 51-47. Now, as you said, the first game was 59-51, an 8-point deficit, but a win is a win, and this is something we've never seen because USA technically is undefeated with all the tournaments of eFIBA.
And you are spot on, but they are really finding themselves here in the second half. Wowzers, what a massive three-pointer. Huge stuff right there from CB13. Exactly what you need from the leaders on your team. PT Creative now needs to make a little magic of his own. Henry Jones with the rock, 10 to shoot, pulls up. Really good defense from USA. Are we looking at a shot clock violation here? 3 to shoot, got to find the open man. Pulling the trigger, it rims out, and a massive defensive board. Back the other end, USA get the N1 dunk with the lead, stamping their authority on the tournament.
Woo! 52-51 and going to the line. Now leading by 2 points. USA is feeling themselves. They just basically had a redemption. It was like Himmeltep being resurrected from the mummy. But let's see if PT Creative come back. Great defensive play from USA. Mama, I'm that man. Showing his build. Supersedes giving that to CB13. A good timeout. 2-point game with 1:23 left in the fourth, Chris. Woo!
What a second half, my friend, from USA. Would you look at that? They've outscored them 36-18 in the second half. That's that lead evaporating for Portugal. We spoke about it. When you take on USA, you better pack 4 full quarters of basketball. And they're finding out the hard way now that these guys are the reigning champs for a reason, with another massive dunk finishing in style in this one.
Give and go, just letting it flow. 4-point game, minute 9 left now. Portugal's not out of this game yet. You can still get this W. Going to no one's on PT Creative, and a nice little tomahawk dunk. 53-55. Okay, they're still going.
I'm with you, mate. I think it will be a huge psychological win right here if Portugal can actually come out with the win in this game, irrespective of the best of 2 series cumulative score. I'm with you on that one. They got to finish strong. They got to tell themselves we were here for a reason in this one. But man, what a finish there. Crazy getting loco down in the paint.
Last time it was this close. They were going against the Dominican Republic, which was 60-63, which was a 3-point game. But it's showing that, as you said, Portugal is meant to be in here. Henry Jones has been talking me through this whole trip, looking me in the face, especially stoic, but saying, I'm here to win, and he's putting it in. He knows the work. He knows what he can do. And this could be a final preview, if you know what I mean. But every team has a chance.
Big facts. I mean, honestly, if we didn't know how close the competition pool was, now we do. Here comes Portugal putting on a phenomenal performance. Their first appearance at the World Finals in person. They weren't there last year. They absolutely blew away everybody in Europe this year to come second and book their ticket, and they did not disappoint. No team has ever held USA to 8 points in a quarter like they did in quarter number 1. That is a huge step in the right direction if you're Portugal. And also, a massive warning to USA that this isn't last year's tournament. These teams have packed their defenses. They came to play, and you got to be on your toes if you expect to win again.
Exactly. And now a nice little fillet to nothing today. Henry Jones unable to hit it. 2.7 seconds left, and it's looking like USA is going to come up with the dub. But valiant performance from Portugal. That's what I like to see. That's what I want you to be here on eFIBA Season 3. Chris, my blood is boiling. I didn't take another sip of the Red Bull. I'm going to do this just to calm me down.
That was a performance for the ages there. And again, a game of 2 halves, a tale of 2 cities, as we're seeing a lot of love and respect between both lineups right there. Lots of handshakes. That first half, Vince, that Portugal put out on tape right there might have been one of the best defensive performances we've ever seen against the USA. Phenomenal effort right there.
I mean, a little bit of McShakies there if you went to McDonald's, but I have to admit, I am highly impressed seeing this Portugal team first time at this level. USA, of course, has the coaching, has the talent, and has the skills to come back. But, man, that was exciting. We're going to go to the other game between Turkey and New Zealand, in which it was actually a good affair, and which is now trying to find the score, which is 48-59. 53 seconds left in the game. It's safe to say Turkey definitely put what they needed to do in this work, but you never know. And let's see if New Zealand can knock down some threes.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to come down to the wire in this one as well. However, we've witnessed it time and time again as we see a nice big dunk there from the big man down low for the New Zealand team. We've seen Turkey just control the tempo of games. It's something that they do incredibly well, Vince. Time and time again, they never panic. They don't mind working and waiting for that last shot. If it comes down to that, they will play at their own pace. No one does it better. Tanzu takes the 3 right there, misses, back down the other end. No shot clock. It's waved off as New Zealand try a 3, but do get the miss as well. It's going to be Turkey in this one. Very impressive performance from them. They come out against the New Zealand team who are well and truly warmed up. but these are the 5-time champions of Europe. So take nothing away from New Zealand. To hold them to 59 points, to get a 50 burger of their own against the best in Europe is quite the performance.
It's quite the performance indeed. And again, back to everything when it comes to this fantastic tournament is that it's been a beautiful showing of all teams. I'm not seeing any real blowouts, Chris.
No.
Everyone got talent here. Everyone's meant to be here. The final 8 teams were justified, and they still are being justified. And this is only day 1. This is
Only
first
day
half.
1. We're not even halfway through day 1. We're approaching halfway through right here. You can see the mutual respect between the players as well. Turkey will be thinking, hey, job half done right there. An impressive performance from them. They didn't seem to break a sweat. Again, Turkey always play at their own pace. We know that about them. It's really hard to fluster them. They rarely ever, they have the best poker faces in the game. They rarely ever get flustered, and that was a truly good performance from them right there.
I mean, strong, calm, and collective. I had to do some push-ups right there on the floor there just to get some energy out. I'm still hype. I'm still ready to go. We still got more games that we're going to be seeing today, and this is all just preemptive to the finals. I can't wait for everyone at home to see what the Philippines has done in this convention center, SMX in the Clark, Philippines. I'm happy Papanga Day to everyone that's here because I think it's a holiday. We're getting people coming in and out. We had a great influencer, Co, that helped us, get some more people to attendance. And again, Predator, Red Bull, also Smart, everything. LDT has been great. But let's look at Group A because this was a great showing of talent all around.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, we tipped off. Obviously, the host nation opened things against New Zealand. They get the win 54-41, 59-44. New Zealand then come back and get a win over Brazil in game number 1. However, tied on cumulative points, it went to Brazil on the tiebreaker, who won game number 2, 58-53. And then New Zealand in Group A have to go and face, as I mentioned, the 5-time champions of Europe. That is a tall task right there. 3 very tough games in a row. But that's exactly what we were expecting. Really good performance from the Kiwis and a good start for the Philippines, Brazil, and Turkey.
And now Group B, Saudi Arabia versus Portugal, 46-64, then 55-41. Again, them numbers have to go into play. Then it was Saudi Arabia, Algeria, 45-61, then 63-44, down to the wire. Are you kidding me? I'm liking how Saudi Arabia is looking this squad. I love how they're doing it this tournament, but Portugal is also really strong. As you can see here, United States versus Portugal, 59-51, then 62-53. Look, we don't see a lot of competition when it comes to that against that USA team, but to keep them down underneath 100, underneath kind of 65 is a feat that you should be proud of.
I mean, they held USA to 8 points in the first quarter. No one has ever done that before in the history of the game. That was incredible. At one point, Portugal had a 19-point lead over USA. However, the age-old adage came true. You have to play 4 full quarters against USA because they are always going to pack a full sandwich for you.
All right, we got the dream team here. I'm Vince Shane, the Energy, also Crip Simpson. But now we're going to go to our side court reporters. Give it up for Blue and the Beef Mommy.
We're back here on the floor after such heated matchups. We got Team Philippines and Team New Zealand up here. Man, we're in both sides of the coins right now.
Yeah, we are like on different opposite ends right now. But I'm really excited to ask these about their days and how their matches have been going for them. So start us off, Beef Mommy.
All right, so first up, I'm going to be coming up to you first, my dude. New Zealand, you guys had such an interesting matchup, but at the very end, you guys kind of just had the loss of momentum. What happened? Like, pull me through the last few games that you've had.
Honestly, I think it's just a composure thing. I think you get it from playing on stage more. We're a newish team, so just getting out and being able to compete with everyone else was our main goal. And we pushed Turkey to the right till the end in both games, so that was our goal, to come out here and earn the respect of everyone else.
I mean, you are here for a reason. You beat Guam. Season 2, you were also present, but now it's just like, it seems like back to the drawing board for you guys for the next year. But I mean, again, we're on the flip side now.
Yeah. How about on this side for the Philippines now? I'm going to be asking you a question as a representative of Gigilas, no? For you, you have been going through some competitions today and you have been exerting a lot of effort. How do you plan on carrying that over to your next games? today?
Uh, we're just been talking about the opponents and like communication, and hopefully we get the win. And I know that we're gonna win everything.
Oh, a very, very confident
I know.
answer from my boy Clue here. Grabe. That's actually crazy.
I know. Turning on a lighter note, though, how was your experience here in the Philippines so far? I mean, I'm pretty sure you've had like really good food. Yesterday, you were interviewed by Clue.
Oh, yeah.
You tried different snacks. Do you remember which one you liked the most?
No, I can't remember what one I like the most, but it's been a good couple of days so far. Thanks to eFIBA for putting on a good event. It's always good coming out Philippines. It's always putting on a good show, so thanks again, eFIBA.
Did you have the luxury of being able to do a 1v1 with Kong TV?
Yeah, we did.
How was it? How was the whole thing?
Yeah, it was fun because it's my first time seeing Kong, and I've been watching him ever since. So yeah.
All right.
I got one last question for the both of you, especially for you. You just came up hot off that Turkey game. Any advice that you could give to Clue, Team Philippines, now that they're going up against the same exact team that gave you a hard time?
Don't lose.
Don't lose.
Don't lose.
There you go, folks.
Simple.
I mean, no pressure at all, but that's it for now. A lot more action here in eFIBA Season 3. Short break, up now.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in lies within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in lies within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in lies within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in lies within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in lies within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in lies within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in lies within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Gamers and ballers, we are back. This session has been absolutely crazy. I see everyone's in the crowd. If you've been paying attention, make some noise. Let me hear you out there. That's what I'm talking about. We have a game of the day happening in just a few moments. But before we get started, again, my name is Vince Chang, aka The Energy, and Trumpet Monkey, it's Chris Simpson. How you feeling?
Mate, excited and delighted to be back. Goodness gracious, we needed oxygen tanks after Portugal versus USA. History has been made. We had our first ever 5-point play from Team New Zealand. It has been an action-packed first half. And as you mentioned, though, game of the day coming up right now as we have the champions of Asia versus the champions of Europe. Fireworks incoming.
Fireworks indeed, and now they definitely wanted this rematch because they were like they've been robbed when they went to eFIBA Season 2, and now it's here, eFIBA Season 3. However, there's one slight little advantage. We're in the Philippines. Clark, Pampanga, and happy Pampanga Day, but let's go, baby.
This is absolutely brilliant. And of course, as well, this year we have best of 2, which means a cumulative scoreline, and we're absolutely loving what we're seeing as we have the Turkish lineup right here. We got Jamboy, we got Eram, we got Kato the Problem, a.k.a. Kato the Solution. Love Battle Dead, and the man, the myth, the legend himself, the Bruce Willis of 2K, Tanzu.
Oh, man. Yippee-ki-yay, brother. But we're going to talk about feelings then when it says the Philippines, because the feelings in this room is strong because the Philippines got some amazing players. And the thing about that is they're led by a great coach, Coach Knight, and then every single one of these guys knows how to play the game of 2K. As you can see, we got Zavella, LCB, Ice Too Fast, Clue, Social, and Don Preach. Be careful of this man. He may be the smallest one on the team, but he's the biggest one on the court.
That's it. The Don. He keeps making people offers that they cannot refuse. He is unstoppable. Look, so far so good for the Philippines. They opened the account by really coasting to win against the New Zealanders right there in front of the hometown crowd. Look at the people gathered around the monitors right here. You can get so close to the players. It's very cool. They are going to be up for this challenge. But honestly, one of the biggest challenges they've had in a long, long time. Coming against an informed Turkish team right here, this is going to be massive.
The game is now started. Philippines versus Turkey, 0-0 on that. And now we're going 4 quarters of 5 minutes. Let's go, Chris.
Oh, here we go. And early on, the one thing I want all of the viewers to look out for is the way that Turkey control the pace of the games. They definitely play at their own pace. They're not going to be rushed into doing anything whatsoever. They are happy, Vince, to keep the ball down to maybe 29 apiece, 29 points apiece in the fourth quarter, and then shoot that game-winning buzzer beater. That's what they're all about. Control the tempo. They're not going to be rushed. And here we are. Obviously, it's going to be the Philippines in the light jerseys right there and the red jerseys of Turkey as we have a shot and a miss right there. And here comes Irani. Back the other end. Tanzu with the one-handed dunk. Hanging off the rim like a baby sloth. It's beautifully behold.
Starting off with a lot of power and just like a true Predator. And shout out to Acer Predator. Discover the power and dominate the game with Predator. It lies within. And they're trying to bring everything with side. Another dunk by the Philippines. And Red Bull gives you wings. Thank you so much for being our sponsor.
The Don had some wings right there as well. Loving the sponsors. It's been a fantastic event so far. And of course, the hole here is only half of the event. Wait till we get to the stage next door for the finals tomorrow. It's going to be massive, but a full slate here this afternoon and this evening for you in the Philippines. As we begin with a cagey affair. We've got 1 minute off the clock right here, Vince, but only a bucket each and a couple of dunks at that. As Ice Too Fast is going to work an open three. By his own high standards, he misses. Down the other end, though, Turkey missing the three as well. Uncharacteristic misses from both teams right here in what is bound to be a cagey affair.
Now we do know LCB can knock it down, but Clue can do it too. But Don Priest dominating the boards. Up, down, real quick. He got them springs and them hamstrings, and now it's 4-2.
Making it look easy, but here we go. Turkey back the other way. You're hearing the crowd go wild every time we see a Filipino bucket. That's what it's all about. Jam Boy lines it up from 45 degrees and bangs home a green three. You love to see it.
Jam Boy, the king of the clutch, and he does not do much to make it. He knows his build so well, he can shoot with his eyes closed. Don Preach on top of the key, trying to find his point guard. Not as fast as you think. That build is just meant for defense and being powerful around the rim. Just bullying people. He's coming in for this inbound. Going to get it to the Targaryen LCB. Let's see if he can do Jakarz with a little bit of fire. Clue, a little bit of doop-to-do, but unable to score it, but again, offensive rebound. Social, Ice Too Fast. He's not slow at all. He's quick, and he's trying to cut down this defense. Keeping that great possession on that left side. 2 seconds left in the shot clock. LCB, deep three, but unable to stroke it green.
Big board right there. Look at the quick transition attempts here. It is going to be Turkey's inbound from Turkey. They are flying up that court, Vince, looking for those open corner threes, trying to catch the Philippines napping. It is a new wrinkle in their game. We didn't see it in the opener versus the Kiwis, so this is really good to see them trying tactic A and B. As back down the other end, we see good defense, and it's just a 1-point game in this one. Low-scoring affair. We're halfway through the first quarter. Zaval working it nicely to Don, who does get the nice put away right there, despite the fact he had a couple of flying Turks coming his way.
The support is real, and I'm liking it. Salamat to everybody in this SMX Center convention right here in Clark. But Aaron, it's definitely a problem as a point guard. Let's see if he can get to the rim. He's stopping on the dime, giving the cable the problem. A great block by the big fella, Don Preach. Rejection down to LCB. 1, 2, 3, knocking down 8-5.
The momentum going with the hometown heroes here for the time being. The crowd liking what they're seeing. A rare block on Cato. The problem, he normally doesn't leave any scraps for you, as we see a risky pass across the key and a quick interception there by Don Preach. An opportunity here for the Philippines to score 3 buckets unanswered in a row. However, we know Turkey, they don't go anywhere. They're one of those teams that play the full 4 quarters. You got to be ready for them to bounce back as they work a beautiful open three. It does miss, but Cato comes down with a gorgeous board right there.
I'm liking those rebounds. Now, Cato, the problem was averaging a decent amount of rebounds during the qualifiers. 10.9 with 16.1 points. He knows exactly how to control the paint, but look at that steal from the Philippines. Clue giving it to LCB, the true point guard of this team, going down the left side. Clue has a chance, but a good jump pass, keeping the possession on the Philippines side. Cross, ice too fast, trying to find a little bit of light. There's none. Great defense by Turkey. Pump fake, Don Breeze, and getting a body bag. Another slammer jammer. 10-5, 53 seconds left.
And I gotta tell you, that was fantastic offense versus fantastic defense. Really good rotation everywhere that you could see right there. But it is what it is. 3 buckets in a row, and an and one right there. Turkey get the 2, and they're gonna go to the line right here to try and make it 3 points. Jamboy stepping up to the mark. Swish. The most beautiful sound in basketball.
Yes, it is. I love the chain nets. I don't know if you had the chain net growing up. The ching, ching, ching. That was my favorite sound.
The chain net is very nice. It's true. And here we go. Trying to answer with another bucket of their own. The Philippines, so far so good. Leading 10-8. Corner pocket. 3-ball. Beautiful shooting right there. Had to pick up the dribble and stroke the green. It is anything but easy, but he made it look that way.
I'm liking it. I'm loving it. I need more of it. Let's see how Turkey is going to respond. Aaron to the right side. Find a little bit of daylight, but then hold him back. Give it to Jamboy. Don't give him any kind of space. We're unable to get it. But then the big fella getting the rebound. But then going to the line. They're already in the bonus. It's been a real cagey affair.
Wow. That was a quick bonus. Wowzers. That might be a record right there. 14 seconds left here in the first. It is a tentative, a delicate 3-point lead here for the Philippines. There is no shot clock. This will likely be the last possession, but we got a dribble out of bounds right there. A tiny bit of breaking concentration, and it will now be Turkey who look to either tie it up here or chip away at this lead. 5 to shoot. Ireni gonna find Jamboy. He is money. Beautiful shot right there. 3.1 to play with here. If you're the Philippines, hands in the passing lane, gonna step back, pull the trigger, banging it home. A buzzer beater to end the first quarter. Straight back into it here in the second quarter as we get a quick timeout there to avoid the offensive 3-second. Oh, my apologies. That bucket did not count. Oh, okay. Zebra's got involved.
Oh,
the
no,
ref
no,
said
no.
clock had already expired. I thought that was money. Unlucky right there. So it is just a 1-point game, which means Turkey can take a double dip here and potentially grab the lead. But look at this defense from the Philippines. So good on and off the ball. We have seen the defenses of all teams improve so far as we get a gorgeous 3-pointer right there. And Turkey shoot into the lead just by 2, but that was a money shot, Vince.
Jamboy always got that scope on that sniper, ready to knock it down behind the arc. But let's see how Philippines is going to answer. LCB is on the right side trying to get a pick and roll from Don Breach. Unable to get it by ice too fast. This guard is real crafty. Going left, right, trying to give it in that corner. Social pump fake. Good defense from Turkey. Stopping that transition. There's only 2 seconds left in the shot clock. Clue at the end, stroking it green, tying it 15-15.
A foot on the line, so it's a deep 2 right there. But you're right, man. Jamboy's got more buzzers than Family Feud, and he makes it look easy. As Rennie is going to get fouled and go to the line to shoot 3 free throws. Say that 5 times really quick. It's hot, but there we go. 3 free throws coming up. First one drops.
Free throws. But here we go. We're going to see if he's going to knock them all down because shots win games, but free throws win championships. Now it's a 3-point game, 18-15, 3:58 left in the second. Give the LCB going down that right side, going back and forth, looking like a dribbling drill. Seeing if anybody's open. Cross pass the ice too fast. This man doesn't need a glass, just nothing but net. Oh, that was so wet.
That was such a gorgeous setup right there, using Don's screen to find just a slither of space and bang home that 3. We got ourselves a ball game right here, Vince. Tied up at 18 apiece. So nice right there as we see a gorgeous drive and dunk, just making it look easy. Oh, Turkey coming out with the full court pressure early on as well. I like that. Don comes down to help. Zaval, cool under pressure, manages to bring the rock all the way up. Dom picks up the dribble, hands it back to Zaval, just making a nuisance of himself right there. A very well-oiled machine. These players on both sides as we get a nice block. Know each other very well. Social, though, finds himself open, and a massive rebound right there from Kato. That was sweet to watch.
Let's see right now, Aaron from the right corner. Trying a little bit of space, going up. Love Battle Dead, been a little bit silent. Loving the purple braids. That short corner is so sweet, will give you cavities.
Now look, that is, I think, just a quick reset timeout right there. I know it's only a 4-point game, but that is a wily Turkish team right there, Vince. They are used to having their way, dictating the pace of these games as well. So here we go. A quick timeout just to reset the brain a tiny bit for the Philippines. Zaval really flirting with that sideline there again. Goodness gracious, the Zebras keeping a close eye on it right there. They have a reach-in foul now. Nice cut off the ball. Gorgeous dunk right there. Fantastic movement off the ball from the Philippines.
By Bathdaw's hammer, I will avenge. It's only a 2-point game, and then a defensive swing. Clue on the top. LCB trying to find the open cut, but no one's staying in the lane. But great defensive play by Love Battle Dead. Going up. Can't hit it off the cup, and still 2 points.
Did everything except finish it. Really good defense. But look at Turkey. They, before defense became cool, they were doing it, okay? That's one thing for sure, as we're going to get the free throw in the inbounds right here. They know how to play D. Tanzu, a.k.a. the Bruce Willis of 2K, rattles home the second free throw as well. Just that 4-point lead, but now an opportunity to extend it as well if you're Turkey.
Let's see how they're going to go in this possession. Aaron getting double teamed a little bit. I see the pick and roll, unable to get it. That is a corner three, but jumping, you move your feet, you lose your seat. Good defense from Don Breach trying to get a full court pass.
Did just enough to make that a contested shot, and that's why it missed right there. Don't want to give Zaval too much space. A tiny breakdown in communication. Again, it's this movement off the ball at this high level that I love to see. Working the open three. It cuts the lead to just 1 point. The Philippines not going anywhere. This is a cagey affair, Vince, and I'm absolutely loving it. You ready? Coming up the court right now. Trying to work his shot. He'll take that from the shoulder. Oh, it rattles out, though. Again, just enough defense for the Philippines to make that contested. And down the other end, they're going to have the lead by 1. Really nice shot. Good transitional bucket.
Tom Brady better watch out. These passes are on point. But again, that comes from that chemistry. There was rumor that this team was just working tirelessly for 6 months straight. But as you see, Turkey are knocking down that three, making it a 2-point game. But they're trying to make sure their chemistry is on point so they can go to that World Finals on that main stage.
They just have so many weapons. And of course, anyone who hasn't watched Turkey play before, the same team, the same 5 dudes have been playing together for 5 years. They are the 5-time champions of Europe. Everybody's come to take a shot. Nobody's been able to take him down yet, and it's for a reason. They have a hive mind, and they are incredibly talented, as we're seeing right there with back-to-back three-pointers.
Still a 5-point game, 43 seconds left in the second. Let's see how the point guard from the Philippines reacts. I love the full court pressure, but I see in the picks as well from the big fella. There's a slight open lane, but nobody used that cut. Everybody staying a little bit stationary. You got to stay mobile against this Turkish defense. Going in that corner, social, pump fake, almost left the defender. Ice too fast. You know he got the handles, trying to get them ankles. Landed to the big fella. Now going back to that short corner. Oh, but a great offensive board from Don Breach. Smallest man in real life, biggest man in this land. I like it, 30-27.
And he's got that big Filipino heart right there. That was a fantastic board and put back. Offensive rebounds and second chance points, time and time again, proved to be the difference in these high-octane battles between these world-class teams. Not surprising at all that he is performing when his country needs him to. Kato the problem, working, oh, jump passes galore, 2 to shoot, gotta have it, and there we go. End of the first half, Turkey with a narrow 3-point lead at the moment, 30-27 over the Philippines.
Don Breach, perfect from the field, 5 for 5, on his way to a possible double-double with 10 points and 7 rebounds. But look at Jan Boy, 3 for 5 from 3, 5 for 8 from the field with 14 points. You got to watch that man. He cannot heat up because then he will scorch you and leave you in the dust.
Interesting stat line there as well. 3 of 9 from beyond the arc there for the Philippines. Normally deadly as well. It is just a 3-point game, so we can just show it's honestly on a razor's edge this entire game. So far, so good though, Turkey, as they continue to find the bottom of the bucket from beyond the arc.
Definitely owning behind the arc like the Ottomans once owned the empires. They know how to shoot, and you got to give it to your shooters. But let's see how LCB going to give to Don Breach with the two-hander slammer jammer, 29-33. They're just a little down, but they're definitely not out.
Had a little bit of Charles Barkley about that dunk right there. Very nice stuff there Here we go, Rennie. Oh, nice. Nearly had the steal. It will be Turkey ball. 14 seconds left on the shot clock. Plenty of time for them to work some magic. The lead is only 4. You got to be thinking the Philippines definitely within touching distance as we get another hand in the passing lane and a great steal.
Good steal, point guard trying to get to the lane. Social, sizing everything up. Good in a good reset. Trying to give it to the point guard, but good defense as well. Going to the lane, but giving a go-to pass. Social on that corner. Going to the right side. 3 seconds left in the shot clock. Let's see what he's doing. That's behind the arc, hitting his mark. That's a three-pointer. Now it's a one-point game.
What a shot. Are you kidding me? He had to squeak that one in there. Stroked it green. Oh, this is a phenomenal performance from both teams right here. I don't hate that foul either. You're going for the momentum. You're going for the steal right there. A low-scoring affair. We're over a minute, nearly a minute 20 into the third quarter here. We've already had 5 points scored. Really, really impressive stuff. Both teams hustling as Cato, the problem, is going to get open in the paint and throw that one down easy as you like.
These two Titans are going back and forth like Godzilla and King Kong. It's feeling like the battle of the bigs, but let's see how the guard from the Philippines is going to react on that left side, getting that pick and roll. He doesn't care, hitting up, but then a nice little tip. Good save. Amazing offensive play, keeping the possession for the Philippines. LCB going down that left lane. No one's there. Soaring to the rim like the Philippine Eagle. I like it. And by the way, largest eagle in the world when it comes to length of wingspan.
Really? There we go. I love that. Here we go. Phenomenal stuff. And Rebel gives you wings. And all the great passing here. Getting open. Jam Boy down on the corner. Banging it home. Just extending the lead back to 3. Yeah, both of these teams bringing the best out of one another. This is the heavyweight fight we were promised, Vince. Absolutely loving it. Movement off the ball. Phenomenal. Both offensively and defensively. And there we go. We're going to have our first jump ball of eFIBA Season 3 World Finals. If you're playing bingo at home, you can take that one off, along with the 5-point play earlier from New Zealand. Out of this world, man.
That was never on your list. Don't give it to nobody. That's an automatic win.
That's a unicorn. An absolute unicorn. A 5-point play as we see a gorgeous three-pointer rattled home to tie things up here. Game 1 between Turkey and the Philippines. The hometown heroes have tied things up in the third quarter. They are leaving it all out on the court as we see a gorgeous cut and dunk right there. You got to take your points on offer.
Rarely see Jam Boy going to the lane like that, though. He lives on the 3. Going to the right side. Don Breach, pump fake. Still keep control. Mr. Clue, I'm liking it. More ferocious than the Tau Volcano. Just erupting out the rim. 39-39. 1:53 left in the third.
Absolutely phenomenal game we got brewing right here, Vince. As we're going to have tip-off between USA and Algeria as well. That's the second concurrent game that's going on. As Turkey bang home a massive 3 on the left, on the right-hand side. USA escaped the clutches. Nice block right there of Portugal, squeaking out a win in what had to be a wake-up call for them. Portuguese defense was incredible. Let's see how they fare against an Algerian team who are coming in with a lot of swagger and a lot of confidence based upon the fact that their opponents themselves, their fellow players, think they're going to get a top 3 finish.
Exactly. Now I'm thinking 42-39, still close. A lot more game left in this one, but it is best of 2, and you got to add up the points who's really going to stay on top.
So nice we had to show it twice for a second there. Here we go. USA with the nice reverse dunk, working it down there. It's tied 2 apiece between USA and Algeria. However, we are locked in, we believe, on Turkey and the Philippines. Right now, under a minute to play in the third quarter. This is looking pretty exciting for the hometown heroes as they're trying to get a big win against the 5-time reigning champions of Europe. Off balance 3, it rattles out. Oh, and it hits the backboard. So there we go, that's going to be a violation.
Bringing up the court, Turkey trying to find somewhat of a notch in the Philippines' armor of the defense. Still a close game, but right there, hitting off the rim. I like it. I love it. 44-39.
Phenomenal stuff here from the Turks. They are digging deep into the bag of tricks. I like as well, Vince, that we're seeing a few different wrinkles from them. We saw that quick transition bucket. They don't just have A, B, C. They got D, E, F, and G as well when it comes to their tactics, as we're going to get another dunk at that end. Phenomenal stuff. Impressive finish right there, it has to be said, and it's a 7-point lead for Turkey.
Now I see Turkey is on the right side, knocking it down. Philippines still in it, 46-42. Jam Boy going up. A great rejection from the Philippines, going over to the other end of the court, and now that ends. We're going to the fourth with a 4-point game.
4-point lead here. It is small. It is going to be the Philippines ball. It is going to be an opportunity for the hometown heroes to chip away at this lead. Or if they get another 5-point play, they can take it as well, Vince. Although, I don't know if Unicorns are going to strike twice in the same day. A beautiful rebound there from Clue. Going to work it back out. 7 to shoot. This sticky defense from Turkey is all over you. What a shot, though. Offensive interference from Don. I don't think I've ever seen that call. So the Zebra's saying, hey, it's our time to shine. The ref's getting involved in the game. Goodness gracious.
I don't think they have FIBA rules, okay? I don't think they have FIBA rules. There's a little bit different rules right there. But still, 46-42 with 4 minutes left in the fourth.
Here we go, Ireni. The one thing we said you got to look out for is the pace at which Turkey play the game. They never panic. It's what they're known for. As Kato is going to slam home that dunk right there and extend the lead to 6.
Still 4 minutes left in the fourth. It's still a close game, and you know the Philippines have the will to come back, but Turkey has such a strong defensive presence that you get suffocating. But they give and go, so much unselfishness on this Filipino team, but sometimes you gotta go for the score. As you see Ice Too Fast pump faking, that's ruining it, but nice in motion, 3-ball, corner pocket, 48-45.
Patience and persistence right there from the Philippines. They waited for their open shot and they made it count. That's exactly what they needed. Back at the other end though, Ren gonna fly in with a dunk and a 5-point lead for the Turks.
As you see 50-45, 3:19 left. Real close affair, but it's only game one. We still got a lot more minutes left in this one. Going on our right, being very patient. Ice Too Fast. It's up. It's not down though.
It was nearly, he found himself too open. You know, that does happen in real life as well. Unlucky miss right there. And here comes Turkey back the other end. Kato looking to take over this game. Gonna watch that offensive 3-second violation. Pump fake, trying to work himself open right here. Rennie gonna settle for the 20-footer. He's making it look easy. It's anything but, and that is a 7-point lead. And a mental timeout right there for the Philippines. They got to hit the reset button and get back in this one, Vince.
And a real quick score update between USA and Algeria. Algeria's actually up by 3 with 1:29 left in the first. And we'll see how that's going to turn out after this main game with only 2:41 left in the fourth.
I cannot wait to tell you what I learned about that Algerian team. Wait for the Netflix special, ladies and gentlemen. So much juicy intel behind the scenes. But in this one, Don Preach getting a much-needed bucket for the Philippines late here in the fourth, under 2.5 to play, Vince, and it's going to be coming down to the wire once again. Now remember, it is best of 2. The cumulative score is important as we see Clue picking the pocket of Ireni right there, and an opportunity for the Philippines to not only take back a little bit of this lead, but make a dagger of a 3-pointer.
Let's go. Salamat. Thank you very much to everyone here at the SMS Convention Center. 2-point game, minute 58 left. Let's go.
And you can hear the hometown crowd chanting defense. All of them getting behind their team right here. We haven't had scenes like this ever in eFIBA. This is absolutely brilliant. The atmosphere is electrifying here in the Philippines. However, Turkey are no slouches, but there's a massive rebound. Every single possession vital at this stage, Vince. It's coming down to the wire.
Coming down the wire indeed. Ice Too Fast, trying to use the clock as his friend, going right to that short corner off that elbow. But then LCB still surveying the land, trying to get that pick and roll, but unable to get it. Still keeping the possession, giving up to Ice Too Fast. You know he can knock it down. Suffocating defense but then rimming out, but great offensive board by Don Breach, the big fella, and a smart timeout, taking a reset.
And I love just as the real life crowd here goes wild for that rebound. So did they do that in the game. Emulating life right here. What a performance we have from both teams. What can the Philippines do with this inbounds here? A three-pointer would give them the lead. Two would tie this thing up. And we know in tight games who's going to show up and show out for the Turks as we get the and one bucket and a chance right here with a massive free throw to take the lead.
Right there, like a Kuletang ensemble, they are now all in sync. Don Breach just has to knock it down. Let's keep it quiet. And it hits. They're leading by one with a minute one left in the fourth.
Big man, make free throw. Here we go. The in real life crowd is chanting defense. You can see them behind the players right there on the cams. They're getting into it as Kato has an off-balance shot. It misses, and this is a massive opportunity here for the Philippines to put this game on ice. Are you kidding me? Turkey need a stop, and they need it now, Vince.
Now, they do not need to rush this shot. The shot clock is their friend. The game clock is their friend. But again, you got to be careful here. Now, there's still about a 6-second difference between the game clock and shot clock. You have to play solid defense in a violation, and he steps out of bounds. And it's now Philippines ball with no shot clock. They have to hold it, but you got to make your free throws if they foul.
This is huge. Here comes the defense. They can just dribble out this clock. At some point, they're going to have to foul. There goes the trap. There goes the steal. It's going to be a jump ball, Vince. Oh, my God. Suffocating defense from Turkey.
This is deja vu. Shout out to Denzel Washington. I've seen this before, but it's big fella versus little fella. Whoever wins this can almost win the game. Turkey has possession. Love Battle Dead calls a timeout to reset. Very smart.
Very smart, because that was also nearly a backcourt violation there. That's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes when he caught the ball. We have been here before. Who is going to make this shot, Vince? It's going to be an inbound play here. Rennie with the rock. We get a reach-in foul. Ooh, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, they're fine. Not going to be in the bonus anytime soon. Had to have a look at that right there. Good defense. Didn't hate that foul. Rennie trying to work the open shot. Risky pass right there. Got to have a jam, boy. It misses. And game one goes to the Philippines in this one. What a finish. We are used to seeing Turkey make that shot. That is a statement win. Phenomenal stuff from the hometown heroes.
Clark Papanga, make some noise one more time! That's what you like to see. The hometown crowd, the hometown heroes. Now that is just game one. It is best of two, but we heard a lot of talking before we got here in the Philippines, and Turkey said some things, Philippines said some things, but now proof is in the pudding, and now Philippines has their first win.
Unprecedented scenes here as well. The host nation with the hometown behind them right there, the crowd cheering. You love to see it. And absolutely, what a finish right there. The Philippines come back. They take the lead. Down the stretch, Turkey did exactly what we expected them to, Vince. They always find a way to get that last shot, to get the ball in their hands of their difference makers. But this time, they just couldn't make that final bucket. It is cumulative score, though, so a 1-point lead won't have Turkey completely flustered.
Exactly, but we got more game to watch because now we're having Algeria versus USA, and Algeria is still in the lead going into the second. And if you're looking at my partner to the right, he's staring at it as if it's an infrared predator trying to find his next mark. He can't blink, and let's see what's happening. As soon as I say that, it's still a 1-point lead, but Algeria is up on front, Chris.
Okay, my sources tell me, Vince, that this Algerian team is primed for a top 3 finish. And you know who my sources are? Players from other teams. They're all telling me the same thing, that this is basically a leftover all-star team from Europe. A lot of these Algerian players had the potential to play for other nations as well. They didn't quite make it, and they came together playing for their country, Algeria. That is the backstory, and look at them gel right here. They got a 3-point lead over Team USA. Are you kidding me? And we just saw Portugal nearly nearly shoplift the booty against the USA right now. And here we go, Algeria doing a fantastic job.
Coming on the left side, you can see Adax trying to get in that lane to stiff this defensive press, but no, Super C's makes him pay with a great lay. 24-25, minute 36 left in the second, but let's see how Algeria is going to respond. Again, USA is in the blue, Algeria is in the white. Peak, a top point guard when it comes to this beautiful African team. Going to that right side, cross pass to Adax with no hesitation, but unable to hit the bank shot.
And here we go, a one-point game, my favorite kind of score because anything can happen, mate. And an opportunity here for USA to take the lead. It is only the second quarter, so we shouldn't get too far ahead of ourselves. One thing that they have done is put out 4 full quarters every single game. The USA do not go quietly into the night. Shout out to Independence Day. They definitely hang around and they fight for those full 4 quarters, as we're seeing here, clutching with a bank shot right there to squeak back the 1-point lead.
Now let's see how they're going to respond. 25-26, as you said, that 1-point lead, but Algeria has basically been leading the entire game, which I actually love to see. Bash giving it to Peak. Very calm, very collective, not rushing anything. Adax going up. Again, one more time, just using the forward and the point guard 1-2 punch and then getting that 3, 26-28, 39 seconds left.
Just a tiny breakdown on defense there for USA, and the Algerians, to their credit, able to make them pay as we see Mama, that man, bang home a 3 of their own. And it is just a heavyweight title bout here. Haymaker after haymaker going back end to end. Only a 7-second differential between play clock and game clock here, Vince. A 1-possession game against USA. If you're Algeria, you got to be feeling good about this.
Definitely feeling good indeed. I'm telling you, USA is strong, but all these other countries got them in their sight in a long 3 from Algeria, all the way behind the arc, 29-31. And we're going to be switching again to Turkey and Philippines for game 2. You know there's a lot of tension happening between these two teams. I can't wait. But we're going to USA with only no seconds left in the half, and Algeria is winning.
Unbelievable, Vince. I mean, they would have been bolstered. Have a look at the points in the paint right there and the shooting percentage off the charts right there for Algeria. Phenomenal stuff. Incredibly impressive. Look at that, 71% field goal percentage and 67 from beyond the arc. That's what you're looking for. Again, by their own high standards, USA shooting 40% from down, I should say beyond the arc, not down under, but basically we've seen them drop it from down under, really below their own averages, and only to be out of it by 2. I'm pretty sure they'll be happy knowing that they can put in the complete 4-quarter performance.
And shout out to my man Chris Simpson. We've been streaming for about a couple of hours straight back to back, and you know he's still got the energy. He's still looking pretty, but the trumpet monkey is ready to keep going. And thank you so much to Red Bull fueling our power, because Red Bull is giving us wings in this situation.
Absolutely. Hey, we're in our own bubble of positivity here, surrounded by the best 2K players in the world in the Philippines. It has been so much fun. Everybody in the same hotel under one roof again. It has been spoiled for the stories. We're having a lot of fun in pre-prod and in background as we see a wonderful pass that went through 2 sets of legs. And boom, USA have a 2-point lead in this one. Algeria got to get back on the horse.
I'm noticing that the second half is when USA definitely shines. Doesn't matter how much they're down the first 2 quarters, they always claw back. There was almost an 18-point deficit, and they still won. But now, let's switch back to the hometown crew. Philippines versus Turkey. But as you can see, USA 31-33. Now tying up. Oh, man, it is getting crazy here. Now 3-2, Philippines. Let's go. 3:36 left in the first.
So game number 1 comes down to the wire. Turkey find themselves in familiar territory. A buzzer beater for the win. As I said earlier, they've had more buzzers than Family Feud, my friend. They normally make that shot. They miss it this time, but just a 1-point differential on aggregate. This time it's the Philippines in the blue, and obviously Turkey then in the light jerseys. So far, they'll be thinking so good. They're still within touching distance. The players do approach these 2 games as one giant game, one 8-quarter game. So they'll just be thinking that's halftime. We're down by 1. Let's get back to it as we see a mammoth dunk right there for the Philippines.
Stacking their assists like Tetris, but you know they're an unselfish team. But I did say before, maybe too unselfish. You need to shoot it again. But Cato the problem, he can knock those down when it's open, but that one did not stroke green, which is perfectly okay. Only a 3-point affair with 2:50 left in the first. CB, roll right here to the left side, understanding he got somebody on him that can guard. But then double, no one's on Don Breach, but stroking it green. Another one behind the arc hitting his mark, 8-2.
So he had perfect timing and wide open and still missed. That's just cruel. That's just the basketball gods not smiling upon you. As Jamboy has an off-balance three. And don't look now, but the Philippines have all the momentum in this one, plus a 6-point lead and the rock. This could get ugly real quick.
Well, indeed, but let's see if the point guard can definitely come this back. You just got to calm the nerves, but they're still up. But it's only the first quarter. There's a lot more gameplay to be coming with the Pro-Am with NBA 2K here 25 at the Philippines SMX Convention Center. And as you can see, another three, but unable to hit it. And let's see what Turkey can do here.
And Turkey really are like the Predator, though. They just keep coming, man. You really got to put them away. But even then, they can come out and get that last-minute nuke to ice the game. They have Predator written all over them. Alien Bud, they play out of their minds, out of this planet sometimes. So if you're the Philippines, you got to keep pouring in those points. Take full advantage, as that's going to rattle out a nice defensive board there for the Dawn.
And that's our presenter, Acer Predator. Discover the power and dominate the game with Predator, and it lies within. Let's keep it going. It's only a very low-scoring first quarter, 8-2. Jamboy going down that baseline, can't find anything. Then is Aaron trying to keep that possession. Understanding handles is key. Down to the left, cross pass. Jamboy, you got to put a hand up because he definitely knocked it down. Caden problem, almost by himself. Rejection from Don Breach, but then Turkey still has possession. Love Battle Dead trying to keep him alive. Jamboy all the way to Aaron. More range than 5-3, knocking it down, 8-5.
Phenomenal shot right there. And by the way, to give you a score update in the other game, it's USA 41, Algeria 33. So the U.S. pulling away with that one ever so slightly. Right here we see this sticky defense. Hustle like Russell diving for the ball. Those floor side ticket holders getting the value for their money. Get some player sweat on them right there. But it will be the Philippines with the inbound and 12 to shoot. Great cut off the ball. Big old dunk right there. The lead is 10-5.
I'm too fast. That was a hard drive to the rack. Put in the defense nearly on skates with that cut and basically froze him at the same time. Way too open for a point guard to get a two-handed slam at Jamma. But Aaron going that cross pass. Left Battle Dead all by himself. And now it's 10-7.
Oh, we nearly get the steal off the inbound right there. Love Battle Dead can bring that area of his game. He definitely. Oh, we get the reach inbound. I thought that was going to be a treble. He can bring that baseline cut in as well. They don't use it very often, but again, the Turkish team have so many weapons in the repertoire. So good to see them turning to option G right there. It is just a 3-point lead for the Philippines. They won the first game, as you can see, top left-hand corner of your screen, 53-52. Low-scoring affair. Turkey had the buzzer beater, couldn't make it count. Eyes too fast, stepping into that one. It's a miss. Jamboy finding Ireni down low. A nice bucket right there, and it's just a 1-point lead in this one.
1-point affair indeed. 7 seconds left in the first, and this first quarter has been the longest one I think we've commentated. It has not ended, but it's so exciting. LCB, is there a foul? A shooting foul behind the arc. That's going to be 3.
Oh, here we go. Huge opportunity here for the Philippines to finish the quarter with 3 points. As you say, Vince, free throws win championships, and that's what we're seeing right here. Zabal bangs home the second one as well. And here comes a potential 4-point lead with 0.7 seconds left in the first. It's good. Money, count it. 4-point lead here for the Philippines. However, Turkey will get the inbound and the first opportunity to chip away at that lead.
See if they can respond with great defensive play from the Philippines. Clue slowing it down. He's trying to diss you. Now LCB keeping up, got the dribble right behind. Real sneaky there, like a Predator with camouflage. No one saw him anywhere. Now it's 15-9.
Got the steal and the dunk. Oh my word, he was showing up all over the place right there. It's a 6-point lead. What do we got? Personal foul. It was a reach in right there. What it might have been a previous screen. Ooh, Cato making a bit of a nuisance of himself. Another reach in foul, so they're getting a little handsy, trying to get the steals, turnovers into points. crucial stat line so far here in eFIBA Season 3 World Finals in the Philippines. Ren pulled up his dribble. Step back. It's going to be a miss, but Cato with the massive board right there. Tanzu, quiet game so far for him. Going to watch that offensive 3 seconds. 4 to shoot right here. Great defense, it has to be said, by the Philippines, but a glorious little off-balance layup right there keeps Turkey within touching distance.
But the Philippines are still in it. The Targaryen going from the right side, left. Don Preach so good of separating the guards from the guard with those full court screens. A little bit of separation, unable to stroke it green. Now Turkey has a chance to at least make it a 1-point game.
You see Cato and Love Battle both crash the boards there. These teams understanding the importance of those second chance points, those offensive rebounds, and what they represent to teams. Making sure they leave no scraps for their opponent. That is good defense right there. Got to pull it up, got to have it. Cuts the lead to 2.
Great mid-range. Again, understanding placement on the court. He doesn't need to go for that 3. Let's go for those easy buckets. Cross to ice too fast. Going on that left side, but using the right opening, not using the pick. That was a great play right there. And Mr. Ego going to the rim. LCB dunking it home. 17-13.
Red Bull gives you wings. Nice dunk right there. Score update there in the USA-Algerian game. USA are pulling away with it ever so slightly. Definitely with a double-digit lead in that one. We'll give you an update when we have it. However, all eyes right now on the Philippines versus Turkey in what is proving to be a battle for the ages. That one does the lap of honor and then rims in. The lead is cut back to 1.
Rattling it home indeed. 2:56 left in the second. LCB going down that right side. But you see the placement of every player to that corner. Ice too fast. Was thinking about that short corner runner. But taking a second, may do the give and go to Don Priest. He's under there, then stroking it green just a little bit with a friendly shooter roll, making it a 3-point game.
Glorious shot right there, off balance as well. I mean, they're scrapping. This is absolutely a scrap fest right here. They're going to take whatever points they can get because Turkey are finding their groupings. Back-to-back threes here, and the game tied up at 19 apiece. Now, cumulative score means that 1-point win for the Philippines in game number 1. Turkey will win the series if they win by 2. It's that simple.
More twists and turns in a horror movie right now. I don't know who's going to come out screaming and who's going to come out crying. But here we go, Don Breach going up. Big fella kissing off the glass. That's how you use your build to its optimal match because he understands everybody cannot stand him when he's underneath that paint and just doing those easy buckets to keep his team in the lead.
Absolutely. He's one of the premier big men on the world stage right there. Heads up timeout just before he took the rock out of bounds. I like what I see right there from Turkey. Here comes the inbound. Battle dead. Finding Irani. Trying to work an open shot. He's got to pull up for that 15-footer. Nails that. 21 apiece. It is as advertised. The best of the best on display here. eFIBA Season 3 World Finals in the Philippines. And I love how close the opponents are. Sitting opposite each other, Vince. So far, a pretty respectful game as well. Not a lot of chatter.
Ice too fast, still has possession. That's behind the arc, hitting his mark. Another 3 green bean for the Philippines. 24-21 with a minute 17 left in the first half.
Maximum respect between these two opponents, and they are taking the buckets when and how they can get them. Love Battle dead, driving in. Cato the problem, quick timeout to avoid the 3-second offensive violation foul right there. Very heads-up play. So now it will be 11 on the clock, 1:06 left in the first half. This is game number 2 in the series though, Vince. So Turkey find themselves in familiar territory, quite often playing good teams from behind and somehow finding a way to get the win. This time though, Philippines able to get the stop defensively, coming back the other end trying to add to this lead.
LCB trying to cut the defense, trying to be as fast as the Jitney going through. Manila unable to get it, but then Don Breach with the offensive board. Trying to get another pump fake to get the defender up in the air to get a nice easy lane. 1-2 punch, definitely being unselfish. Now give it to Don Priest, looking for a body bag, but then a little bit of a glitch, I guess.
I don't know what that was. That was either the ugliest shot in history or a failed alley-oop, but we didn't see the alley-oop animation, so I'm not sure. Let's just put it down. A good Turkish defense. That's buck the other end. They can't quite get the bucket to go in. Risque pass right there and a reach-in foul. Good boards from Cato, though, giving his team a second chance at this one. They're going to get the inbounds now. 14 on the shot clock, 17 on the game clock. Clock management, awareness, really, really important in this one.
Let's understand what's going to happen for this inbound. It's going to be a staggered screen, and someone's going to go for a quick shot. 14 seconds left in the game, but the difference between shot clock is about 2, and then unable to knock it down. Don Preach getting that rebound, crucial for the Philippines. Still got the lead by 3. Cross, icy fast by himself. Pump faking, giving the social. 1 second left, going up, unable to hit the cup, but still they're leading.
What a cagey affair right there, mate. That was seriously impressive as we're seeing probably the most even stat line ever when it comes to this game right here. As we mentioned, okay, Philippines took game 1 by a victory margin of 1 point, which means Turkey can still win the series if they win this game by 2. A dead draw would give the match to the Philippines right there. So right now, as it stands, if the game were to end on cumulative points, Philippines would win by 4. So far, so good. Love Battle Dead missing the open 3. Cato, the problem, coming down there with a fantastic board. As you're seeing, USA currently up rather largely, it would have to be said, over Algeria. They were able to pull away in that one. But back to this one here, Turkey cut the lead to just 1 point, which is a little bit of like deja vu right here, Vince. Just that 1 point lead in this game as well.
Very scary, but we don't know what's going to happen because I know this is your favorite kind of game because of what?
Anything can happen.
I like it. Now 4:24 left in the third. Social keeping everyone in their right position. As you see, they spread the court so everybody can do what they need, and that's exactly what they needed. 26-23, a great mid-range for the Philippines.
A low-scoring affair in this one as well. We might not break 40, Vince. It depends if one of these teams can get rolling. 4 minutes left in the third quarter. A lot of basketball left in this one, but really fantastic defense on display from both teams. Off the ball, on the ball, hard to beat. Cato going to take those easy points all day, every day. Nice dunk.
Now, we always talk about how defense wins championships, but offense keeps the light on. You need to score. You need to find a way so you have more points than the other opponent, but it's only a 1 point deficit for Turkey, and I don't think the Philippines like this lead. They need to extend it just a little bit more because when you're going against the champions of Europe, nothing is safe. Ice too fast, going back and forth like a pendulum, finding a nice little lane, but great defense from Turkey. Social from the corner. It looked like it was tipped, but then it got dipped right in the hook. 29-25.
That was an heroic three-pointer right there, Vince. The defender all over him. You called it, mate. What a shot. Turkey turned the ball over as well. Clue has been Johnny on the spot with those steals in both games so far. Impressive stuff. And a massive opportunity for him here to bang home that 3. That is a huge lead for the Philippines in the third quarter here. Still a long way to go, but 7 points in a low-scoring game like this, that's a really nice lead.
With a nice mid-range right there. Great crash to the basket from Cato. The problem being the solution. Unable to knock down these shots. 32-25. Philippines still have the lead. Going down the left sideline with a little bit of light. But I see Don Preach by himself, but a timeout to reset the offense. Smart, smart, smart.
Yeah, smart play right there. A little reach in. Just found himself like a little off balance, maybe in a nasty situation. I got to tell you, I like both of those looks right there. Just got to make those shots. This 7 point lead, as tentative and delicate as it may be, well, they have an opportunity to add to it right here. And Vince, all the momentum with the Philippines at the moment.
I see it, LCB giving it to Don Preach. He's been dominating the paint like a final boss. But going down the right side, there's no more shot clock. Does he get it off in time? Yes, he does, but it's Turkey ball.
And he nearly hit that one as well. Goodness gracious me. Here comes Jamboy, going to pull that up, rattles home a shot. They needed that bucket, Turkey, just to get back into the fight in this one. 5 point Philippines lead, and now they get to go full court pressure on the inbound as well, making it difficult for Zabal to bring the ball up the court, but of course, he doesn't break a sweat.
Now we still got 7 minutes left in this game. Ice too fast, giving it to Mr. LCB, and 1, showing the strength, baby. Little man can fly like an eagle, and like I said, Red Bull giving you wings.
A perfectly timed bucket Can he make it? Yes, he can. What a play right there. Here comes Turkey back the other end. They definitely need an answer now because this 8-point lead is the largest that the Philippines have had so far in this one, Vince. Gotta have a bucket. Gotta have it. Oh! Massive block. Return to sender. But it will be Turkey ball.
Can't stop that. You can't stop that. That was just nasty. Someone get a medication. They need a prescription. That was sick. But then knocking down a great mid-range, 35-29. This is a heavy bout foul, and we're just in the beginning of this eFIBA tournament, but I'm loving every minute of this, Chris.
Phenomenal stuff here, mate. We are spoiled. As we see a gorgeous dunk right there, puts the lead back to 8. And at the moment, the Philippine team just coasting in this one, managing to hold Turkey at bay with this 8-point lead. And don't forget, they won the first game by 1 point as well.
Going on this right side, Jamboy all by himself. Another dunk from the shooter. You cannot let the defense collapse like that. You cannot turn around on your assignment. If you need to guard someone, at least put a hand on them. But again, trying that short corner for Social, he's been real deadly from that position on the court. Now LCB trying to reset the offense. As you see, everyone's spreading. Give it go all the way to the hole. 39-31. Philippines trying to get in this W.
You can see what it means to the hometown fans here as well, cheering their team on. But hey, we've been here before with Turkey. This is absolutely familiar territory for them. They find themselves down in the third, and then somehow, some way, they end up with the ball in their hands for the game-winning shot. They cut the lead to 5 right there, so they won't be panicking. They really, truly are one of the teams that plays the game at their own pace, and they will not be flustered as they get a stop right there. About 2 seconds between game clock and shot clock right here. So I wonder, will Turkey just milk this all the way down as we've seen them do time and time again.
Teru Tanzu getting the jam boy. That was from the parking lot, unable to knock it down. 8 seconds left in the third. Enough for one more play. LCB, give and go to Social. He doesn't give it up. Cross pace, great defensive play by Tanzu. Full court, unable to knock it down. 39-34, Chris. Philippines leading.
And I got to tell you, I like that shot selection from Turkey as well. And we've seen them banking from the parking lot, from half court plenty of times. Good defense, hand up in the passing lane. That Turkish defense, so famous. It's finally showing up in this game with a couple of hands up. And so far, so good. A good timeout right there from Kato so he doesn't carry the ball out of bounds.
Very smart indeed. As you see, these stats are a little bit under what we're used to see, and they're keeping a very low-scoring game. I mean, we're going to the fourth, only 39-34, and these teams can score over 65 to 70 points easily. Aaron right there on that right side, giving the jam boy. You got to put your hand up, and he's loving those mid-ranges, just chipping away at that lead. Doesn't need no big leaps and bounds, one step at a time, so you can come out on top.
And that's what they do to you, man. It's literally like a 1-inch punch. They just sneak up on you. That is 5 unanswered points for Turkey. They never panic. You have to be ready for the full 4 quarters here as the crowd is starting to get into it. A massive dunk there from Dadan as he throws it down, just pushing it back out to 5 points. Rennie looking for Jam Boy. What a shot there from 45 degrees. The lead is dashed to 2.
That often feels like it was designed by Sora and the Keyblade crew. Just great precision and know exactly what you need to do on your team. Jam Boy is your shooter. You go to your strengths. But 41-39. As you go to the right side, Jam Boy all by himself from coast to coast and showing some strength, tying up the game. 3:46 left.
Honestly, Turkey right now are like Maximus. Are you not entertained? They cut that lead all the way down to 41-41. Phenomenal stuff as Clue is going to bang home a massive 3 there for the hometown. On the right of your screen right now, you're seeing tip-off between USA and Algeria. It ended up being a comfortable win in Game 1 there for USA. However, take nothing away from this Algerian team. They had the lead at one point. They pushed them all the way back.
You see everyone is on their feet here at this arena. SMX, Clark, Pampanga, but then another dunk by the big fella, Kato, the problem being the solution. But you got to understand, there's so much on the line for this game. We were robbed from this matchup in Jönköping, Sweden, and now we got it here in Clark. Let's see, they're going to beat Superman, and Philippines will come out on top. Social is in the corner, gets fouled. 1 point game, and they still got a 1 point lead from the previous one. So now it's just a 2 point affair.
Hey, 1 year and worth the wait. Am I right? This is not disappointing. The fans are loving it as well. A 1 point game here. This is the best that Asia has to offer versus the best that Europe has to offer. 5-time European champions Turkey going toe-to-toe with the Philippines right here as we see a missed shot but a fantastic offensive board and a heads-up timeout right there.
We did get to see these two match up, but it was an exhibition game when it came to Singapore for the Olympic esports. But now this is real money on the line. This isn't for play. This isn't for saying I'm just the best.
And just remind me, who won that game?
You know what?
Let's not talk about it, right?
You can take it.
There we
You
go.
can take it.
However, it was another epic buzzer beater from Turkey, and honestly, it's looking like it might come all the way down to the wire in this one. But not if the Philippines can continue to extend the lead. Another money corner three right there. Absolutely brilliant stuff. And here come the defense chants as we see a dunk from Kato at the other end.
47-45, and I'm going to say straight up, shut up the crowd real quick. You cannot give that much momentum to Turkey because when you knock them down, they get right back up. The Philippines ain't going nowhere without a fight. This is a Manny Pacquiao bout. They're going to go left, right, up, down, trying to get that uppercut and trying to get that knockout. 2 minutes left in the fourth. Let's see what LCB can do in that corner. Cross pass, Social all by himself. Green Bean! 50-45.
And here come the defense chants. For the first time this game, we saw the Philippines players standing up and letting the Turkish players know they are feeling themselves right now. Iran trying to work an open shot. The chant is getting thick. 6 to shoot. Pulling up, off balance, great offensive board. Kicks it back out. Somehow it lands with Kato. 8 to shoot again now. Jamboy from deep. It rims out. That's a massive turn of events right there. The Philippines with an opportunity to extend this lead.
Revenge is best served cold, and let's see if they can do it today with the hometown watching and cheering. LCB on their right side taking their time. As you know, the clock is their friend. Almost a minute left in the fourth. 5 seconds left in the shot clock. LCB's about to try to take it themselves. You cannot leave Ice too fast by himself, but great defensive board from Tequila. And let's see if Jamboy can answer back.
Oh my, that could be a massive 6-point swing right here, Vince. They miss the open three. They give Turkey an opportunity now for Rennie, but he misses as well. The clock is not your friend if you're Turkey. You need to stop. You have to get this ball back. Remember, the Philippines took game 1 by 1 point, which means cumulative score. They're up by 6 right now, Vince.
30 seconds left. They're keeping everything calm and collective. But a steal, but still got it. Clue keeping the possession. 2.1 seconds left. And let's see whose possession is going to be. It's going to be Filipino ball with 1.4 seconds left in the shot clock.
Oh, time is a cruel mistress as we're going to get a catch and shoot from Ice. He misses, but Don with a massive board and a timeout there. That might be the rebound that wins the game.
You gotta be kidding me right now. That was like dancing on the court for the tickling performance. It's beautiful, it's in sync, and that's what needs to happen for this Filipino team. Watch the right side, giving the inbound. LCB, only about 7 seconds difference between shot clock and game clock. 5-point game, down preach, pump fake. You move your feet, you lose your seat. Social all by himself, a Mr. Captain Floaty, but gets a foul, and he's going to the line.
And the Filipino players know that they have done it just enough here. A very comprehensive performance in game 1 and 2 against the champs of Europe. 7-point lead right here. Final moments of this game. 2-pointer, but the damage is done with 4.9 to play. The Philippines, as it stands, have a 6-point aggregate scoreline. And that is a big old performance right there for the hometown heroes. And you can see what it means to them and the fans.
Gamers and ballers and my fellow people here at Clark, make some noise! Again, this was just a simple best of two, basically in the qualifiers of eFIBA Season 3, but it felt like a championship game. Philippines took out Turkey, one of the top teams from Turkey, and as you see, the fans are loving it. I'm loving it, but don't go away anytime soon, because there could be a rematch when we get to that real world finals, when we have the final 4 teams going for that championship trophy and that $50,000 prize pool.
Absolutely. Look, and Turkey will go away and lick their wounds in that one to take nothing away from the Philippines, Vince. They have come out here. They opened the day with, of course, they're the host nation, so they play first against New Zealand with comprehensive wins there, back-to-back games. And then, of course, we saw New Zealand and Brazil go neck and neck. The win goes on aggregate to Brazil. Turkey then took out New Zealand. Then they're now playing back-to-back, obviously, against the Philippines. They'll have Brazil next. And oh my God, I do not envy Brazil, because they now have to come in and play against a very angry Turkish team right there.
I need some more energy. One more sip. Just one more. That's good. I'm getting some wings. Everyone's having a good time. But we got to go to the game at hand. Still, USA versus Algeria, 12-12. We saw them leading, so it's been a tight game. And I don't know what's going on through the mentality of both of these teams, but they're still fighting tooth and nail. 4:35 left, but as we can talk about, the hometown crowd is going crazy. But we got a lot more NBA 2K.
As we get the Philippines chant here from the audience, the players are in amongst the crowd having an amazing time. You can see how much it means to them. Now, Algeria have once again shot out to an early lead here against USA. Take nothing away from their first half performance in game number 1. However, the USA, as I preach time and time again, play that full 4-quarter presence. You have to come ready to play and to match their energy, their expertise, and their skills every single quarter, every single possession.
And I gotta shout it out, okay? The Philippines discovered their power and they dominated the game. And what did they use? Predator. It lied within them, and that's how they came out on top. Shout out to Acer Predator as our presenter of eFIBA Season 3 here in Clark.
Phenomenal stuff. And yes, here we go. If you're just tuning in, it is Algeria in the green, USA in the light jerseys right there. USA did take game number 1 by a comprehensive scoreline in the end. They pulled away with it in the second half. However, we're now looking at a resurgent Algerian performance here as they look to try and do a number on the USA, see if they can at least get the moral victory. It is going to be a massive mountain to climb, though, to beat USA by 20 points.
Great defense from Bash. Hand in the passing lane, getting on that right side, giving it back to Peak. Make sure your point guard. And again, USA is in the white and Algeria is in the green. Going from the top of the key. No one's really guarding him. Has a little more space. But great hand in the passing lane. Nope. Just stripped him right there. Mama, I'm that man. Trying to go coast to coast. But then the foul stopping the play.
Great effort right there. And of course, plenty more action up and coming. Turkey are going to play their 3rd game in a row. They're 1-1. When it comes to the group, we got a 1-point game in this one, though. So Algeria, if you would have asked the players beforehand, many of them thought they'd have a top 4 finish. That this is one of the quietly best teams in the world. So far, though, Saudi Arabia did manage to defeat them. And now they're going up against USA. The schedule doesn't get any easier, does it? And they've got to actually put in a really fantastic performance in this one.
Well, let's see how USA is going to respond. CB13, again, one of the top point guards that ever played this game for years to come. Mama, I'm that man once again, going right behind the arc, stroking it down. Now it's a 2-point lead for USA for the red, white, and blue.
And that's what you're going to get from the U.S. This complete performance end to end. Running out of bounds there, a little unlucky. Haven't seen that one before, but USA going to get the inbound here with 2:19 to play in the second quarter.
Let's see, going down his left side, CB13 controlling the tempo. Going down his right side, see right now, Crazy hungry as heck, going down the lane and then slamming it home, 21-17.
Peak looking to see if he can get his team back on track here. Jump passes, not a big fan of those. Always risky. Bash, and that's why. Kind of puts you under pressure, puts you on the back foot offensively. Down the other end, a nice dunk, a quick transition bucket, and a timeout here from Algeria because the USA, if I'm not mistaken, are on an 8-0 run.
Mama that man showing why he's on this team, a great addition. Shout out to that boy Dimes and also Johnny Red from that championship squad of eFIBA Season 2. And I'm pretty sure that my man, that boy Dimes, has a brand new baby to taking care of him. Thank you for participating last year, but make sure you take care of your family. Giving that ADAX, going on that right side, Peak, getting a little bit of space, almost a little snatch. No one's on there, a little bit of space. Hazard is a hazard behind the arc, but unable to hit his mark, going down for USA.
And back the other end with another transition bucket right there. +1. They're going to go to the free throw line here, make it a 3-point play. USA showing a wrinkle in their offensive game plan we haven't quite seen yet, which is this quick transition bucket. Again, that's a tail of the tape. They saw something from Algeria. They thought, let's take advantage of that. And look, this tournament is bringing the best out of everybody, so you got to bring your A game. You got to bring A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
All the way to X, Y, and Z. CB13, give it to Mama. I'm that man. You got to put some pressure on him. Nice mid-range. I love that play. It's a lost art, but he's bringing it back. And I want to keep it going all through this tournament. Get those easy twos to get them on the board.
Under 1 minute to play here in the first half. You're seeing, by the way, top left-hand corner. Yes, it was a 19-point win in the end there, Vince, for USA over Algeria. We were squinting our eyes trying to see that score line over there. So that means that if Algeria want this one, I hit the nail on the head earlier, they got to win by 20, which is a huge ask against the reigning world champs. However, this team does have the skills to pay the bills. They just got to figure out how to stop this USA juggernaut from scoring.
Crazy Hungry, unable to hit a free throw. That is the big build. They ain't really made to hit those sometimes. You know, Shaquille O'Neal, I try to hit the ball, can't get the ball, won't go down the hole, so I'm not going to shoot it.
Go to your happy place. Here we go. Here comes Peak. I've been impressed by his handling skills so far on this one. He's looked as advertised, very, very dangerous. Impressive stuff. I got the reach-in foul. Don't hate that. Right now, it's the USA in the bonus. So if I'm not mistaken, one more foul and Algeria will also be in the bonus. Trying to work the pick and roll. Good defense right there. Gonna watch that 3-second violation. Both teams, in fact. Adax, 3 to shoot. Gotta take it from the shoulder. He will miss. And Hungry with a great outbound pass right there. Mama, I'm that man with a nice dish to Crazy Hungry. Beautiful ball rotation right there. A miss. Attempted putback at the buzzer beater. It doesn't go, but still, USA will be thinking job half done in this one.
Little bit of Spider-Man crawling up the wall trying to get that tip, but as you can see, great points, 28-23. Again, low-scoring affair for both teams. However, you got to see who's really putting in that work on both sides. As you can see, Crazy Hungry just being a monster on the boards and also just one of those prowesses that it just invokes fear in you when you're next to him when it comes to offense or defense. But let's see if ADAS can step it up on Algeria.
Yeah, and 9 assists right there for USA compared to 4 of Algeria. Just shows you how much they like to move the ball around. Well, one narrative that kept popping up time and time again during the regional finals and the qualifiers for the teams to try and book their ticket here, as we see great defense from the USA, was exactly that. Much improved defenses from last year as we get another and one opportunity here with a big dunk and a chance at a 3-point play if Super Cisse can knock this down, which he can.
That's what I like to see. I'm going to keep saying it until the cows come home. Shots win games, but free throws win championships. You got to knock every single one, especially when you have these close games like this. Oh, going up, almost an and one again, but 23-31. Let's see if the big fella can do it.
30 seconds into the second half here, Algeria. They're behind, but they're within touching distance without a doubt. They want to get the dub here, though. They got to get on the bike and start pedaling. CB13 controlling the game. Nice pass right there to Crazy. That's good rotational D, but Crazy gets his own board, goes for the putback, gets his own board again, and then a foul. That is some hustle from Russell underneath.
He's just stacking the stat sheet right there, getting your own rebound, trying to get that double-double, which he can't average. Crazy Hungry, keeping it calm and collective as usual, dribbling out to CB13. You know he can stroke it green and gets a nice little friendly roll, kissing off the backboard.
Did the lap of honor, went up, said hey, and then dropped right back down. 9-point lead here for USA. Algeria trying to work some magic. Bash in the corner, bangs home a three of his own. They're not going anywhere right now. Staying with USA. They need to stop defensively though. A couple of quick possessions to go their way. CB13 trying to work some magic. Super in the corner. Absolutely hammering home that three-pointer. They're just trading massive threes at the moment. And of course, USA very comfortable doing that.
Very comfortable indeed, but the chemistry is real. They train like it's the NBA Finals, and I like it, I love it, and I need more of it. America, one of the top people when it comes to basketball, but as we've already seen, even in the professional level, internationals are starting to step in, so you got to watch out. There's a lot of talent all over the world.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, this is now the premier NBA 2K tournament in the whole world. We got the 40 best players in the world here for 2 days of intense competition. One will be crowned world champion, $50,000 prize pool as well. Those money bags are going to be spread out very nicely for all players, including the World 5 as well.
P going up, ADAX knocking it down. Only a 7-point game with about 8 minutes left in the entire game, and this is the second one of best of two. First game was 68-49, and that's a crazy body bag by USA, 39-30.
Wowzers, nice dunk right there. Here comes Peak, back the other way. Hasn't lost the rock yet. They haven't managed to pick his puck. A good roll right there. Adax driving in with a two-handed dunk. With authority, very nice. CB13, yeah, he's just in the driver's chair, isn't he? Really looking good.
Woo, but getting blocked by Algeria, a little violation, just out of bounds, but it's going to be USA's ball. Coming in from the inbound, CB13 almost had a shot, but again, a real quick foul, which again, could have been short brain play, but just resetting the office. 39-32. Mama, I'm that man. Showing he got a plan and knocking it down from beyond the land. 42-32 now, 10-point lead.
What a shot right there. USA well and truly in the driver's seat right here with this double-digit 10-point lead. Trying to work the magic. The pace of the game at the moment certainly favoring the U.S. and their defense has been something which has been, I think, probably vastly improved in this game as well. In the passing lanes, a lot of steals, looking good.
Looking great. Minute 54 left in the third. Bash going for the inbound. Peak, keep the control. Pick and roll to ADAX, not giving it. I like that wheelhouse cut, but unable to get it behind the arc. Not hitting this marker. Now USA has a chance for a transition three, which are real good at. Mama, I'm that man. Didn't even look at it. Did a Steph Curry, and now it's 45-32.
And this is what they do to you, Vince. Honestly, when the points are on offer like that, USA are going to bang home those threes and start to put a big old cushion between you and them as we see a nice bucket put back at the other, and they definitely needed that. Got to get a few stops defensively, though, if you're Algeria, because the USA look like they're gaining some big mo right here, mate.
It's safe to say that USA is the bar, but I'm highly impressed all these other countries are keeping up with them. That's what this competition is all about. Getting a foul, charging foul, going the other way. That's how you play good defense for Algeria.
Exactly what the doctor ordered. They needed a stop. They've just got to chip away at this lead. Approaching 1 minute left in the third to give themselves a chance to maybe creak that door open, sneak in, try to get a dub. Obviously, not looking at the scoreboard from the previous game here. Pulling up 8X, banging that shot home too. Deep two. Very impressive from the big man.
Making a 9-point game, 50 seconds left in the third. CB13 going on the right side of the court for the open man on top of the key. Crazy Hungry, finding Mama, I'm that man. Oh, unable to hit that, but that's usually his shot. This sweet spot right there, but I think he's a little off. Hazard all by himself. Beautiful shadow cut, 38-45.
Very nice moves right there. Cuts this lead to 7. It's the closest they've been for a while, Vince. It's looking good. Another transition bucket right there, cutting it to 5. 27 seconds left here in the third quarter. That's exactly what Algeria would have hoped for. Just chipped away at the lead, give themselves a chance in the fourth. USA losing a tiny bit of momentum there after those big consecutive back-to-back three-pointers. The lead went out to 11. Milking the clock here, happy to have the final shot of the quarter. It will be a miss. It's a putback. Couple of attempts at it, but who got the timeout there? Peak, okay. Don't hate that. Protecting the ball, 1.5, so this is going to be a catch and shoot. Stranger things have happened. USA get all of them getting back. And they're just going to let that go. 5 points in it. USA will get the inbound here to begin the fourth quarter, though, so a chance to add to this lead.
Going to the fourth in the first game, I'm pretty sure Algeria was down by 20. Being down by 5 is leaps and bounds of where they were before. Let's see if they can hold it out. But then a beautiful three, stroking it green, making the 8-point lead. Excellent time and wide open. You can't do that for USA.
Yeah, you got to get a hand up on that shot. Really, you got to contest every shot. And as we mentioned, the full 4 quarters on display here from USA. They have not disappointed in that regard. They've actually reminded me a lot of Turkey, just not panicking, sticking to their game. But their game is just insane scoring ability as well. It is second to none as Algeria strike back with a 3 of their own right there. Cuts this lead to 5. Just need a big stop at some point here. A couple of big stops back to back. Crazy, hungry. Eating up that paint right there with a massive dunk. That's how it's done. As we see USA pick the bucket and another dunk. Phenomenal stuff.
I need no Pepto-Bismol. Both of those dunks were absolutely nasty and nauseating. Just getting you off just like a sailor going back and forth on a ship. But that's how they do. They're going to basically suffocate you full court, and then they're going to make you pay for it. That's USA's game. Fast-paced, lightning like Flash and Sonic trying to go around the world.
They just have so many weapons in the repertoire. It's how you gonna beat us today? Well, that stifling defense and those quick dunks, that sharp shooting from beyond the arc, impressive stuff. As that man turns around, feeling himself, says, "I'm gonna take that shot," and because of some fantastic offensive rebounding, finds himself with the ball yet again. A risque pass right there to CB13. But honestly, they're playing with house money in this one, USA. They had the aggregate 19-point lead coming into this best-of-2 second game. They find themselves up by 9 at the moment, which is a 28-point total lead on aggregate. As we see a nice 3 rattled home there from Algeria. They're within touching distance, but they need those stops I was talking about, Vince. Under 3 to play in this one.
Now they're starting to work together. They're finding their groove. Super C's one more time, unable to hit that. That's usually his shot. Great defensive rebound from Adax going down the right side. Big man, you gotta be careful. Don't get your ball stolen. X to Ben being a little bit quiet this game. Let's see if we can break down the big fella. Let's see. Oh, great lateral defense. I like crazy. Okay, Hazard. 6 seconds left in the shot clock. Going to left side. A little bit of an open lane, unable to take it. Ran that elbow, but not knocking it down. 48-54.
Fantastic defensive effort right there. 6-point differential in this one. Approaching the 2-minute mark. If you're Algeria, you're happy with the fact that you're within 6 to Team USA, but you know more is demanded and needed as you see a gorgeous jump shot right there. Back to 8 points, and again, unrelenting defense from USA. Full court pressure, Nelly had the steal. Peak coughs it up. We're going to see another transition dunk at the other end. USA extend the lead to double digits once again.
As you gave homage to Dick Vitale, it's showtime, baby. You're all the way down the lane. That's what you say. He's a diaper dandy.
Dipsy-do, dunker roll. Look at him go. Dick Vitale, legend. Here we go. Hey, if we've seen further, it's by standing on the shoulders of giants. And right now, that is what we are seeing here. USA absolutely putting on a phenomenal performance here against Algeria. Again, many players telling me they're a team to look out for as we see a good drive, but fantastic defense. There's that transition dunk with the and one again. I do like the fact Algeria are hustling back to try and block that. But goodness gracious, USA making them pay time and time again.
That was an Avenger dunk right there, and everyone didn't need to assemble. You took it out yourself as you were a whole going through NYC. He's just smashing. Adax going on the left side, giving the peak, the point guard from Algeria. Really giving on that left side of the court, but then a foul. Getting a little bit too handsy there, buddy. And then he's going to the line because they are in the bonus.
In the bonus, a minute 13 to play. As it stands, Algeria lose to Saudi Arabia. Right now, it looks like they're going to lose to the USA, so they are in a must-win scenario when it comes to the next game as well, Vince. However, there are signs of life. They've definitely looked good. They've had the lead a couple of times now as well, mate, over the USA in these games. Good ball rotation right there. Rattles home a three, cuts the lead back to 10.
See where it's going. 53 to 63. Again, Algeria is in the bonus. I would just keep going to the rack and trying to get to the line for 2 free throws. But crazy hungry, just being absolutely starving, trying to get more points, devouring the rim. But XP keeping the pace up for Algeria, going on the left side. Unable to find anyone, no cuts. They're staying right behind the three-point line, letting them work behind the back, unable to get it. And now full court pass for USA. This is their play. No look, stroking it green, super C's, making it 68-53.
Impressive finish here from USA. Down the stretch, they have looked every bit as advertised. The world champs returning here. Portugal gave them a run for their money. They definitely gave them a scare without a doubt, but they stuck true to themselves as we see a rim in and out there. Three-pointer attempt. Back the other end, a reach-in foul. 10 seconds to play in this one. Big win for Team USA in game number 1. They've backed it up here with another solid performance in game number 2. Algeria led at one stage in both games, but it would not be enough, Vince.
Will not be enough. 53 to 69, valiant effort again from Algeria. It goes back and forth with all these games. I'm highly impressed that they keep it basically a single-digit affair with USA, because you know how powerful they are when it comes to the offensive power. But, however, there's a lot more games to be played, and nothing set in stone until we go to the finals.
Big facts, my friend. And yes, that was a workmanlike performance from USA. Down the stretch, not necessarily pushed as far as in the Portugal series. However, take nothing away from Algeria. As I mentioned, Vince, they led in both games at different points in the first half right there. But that USA team, they play the full 4 quarters, and it's pedal to the metal the whole way.
A little bit shaky that second game, and even the first game. As you see, most teams are starting to get on top of USA when it comes to scoring, but then that second half is where USA shines, and before you know it, they're beating you by 20, maybe even 30. But right now, it's still been close, single digits, which I'm highly impressed. Now, Saudi Arabia, Portugal. As you see, we know what happened there. Saudi Arabia, Algeria, United States, Portugal. But this one we're going to look at United States, Algeria, 68 to 49, then 69 to 53. Still close game. It isn't a 20-point lead. It's in the teens. But that's what makes me impressed, that when these squads are playing this strong USA spot.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Algeria now dropped 2 of their series. They lost to Saudi Arabia there in heartbreaking fashion at the last, so they come back with a must-win scenario for their next game. And of course, the opponents don't get any easier.
Not going to get easier at all, but I'm telling you, the game of the day was seeing the Philippines versus Turkey, which was absolutely insane. And what I loved about it was that the hometown crowd was a part of it.
Oh, they were behind them chanting defense, and the players ran into the crowd after the game. Electrifying atmosphere here, Vince, but don't go anywhere. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back with more action here at the eFIBA Season 3 World Finals in the Philippines.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Hi, I'm Kenneth Charles Gutierrez. I'm from the Philippine team. Actually, we've prepared a lot and actually we stayed in a boot camp for a month. Our main focus this time is to win everything. Thank you for supporting the Philippines and rest assured now we're gonna win everything this time.
My name is Luis Guilherme, shooting guard for Team Brazil. Our preparation for the up-and-coming match, we're doing a lot of film sessions. We're gonna be prepared for our opponents. And our main focus will probably be, we want to pass to the group phase, so we are focusing on getting at least the 3 wins against the 3 teams we're gonna play, so yeah. Pedir aí pra galera do Brasil, todo mundo torcer, tá assistindo os jogos e acompanhar, e é isso.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Hi, I'm Kenneth Charles Gutierrez. I'm from the Philippine team. Actually, we've prepared a lot and actually we stayed in a boot camp for a month. Our main focus this time is to win everything. Thank you for supporting the Philippines and rest assured now we're gonna win everything this time.
My name is Luis Guilherme, shooting guard for Team Brazil. Our preparation for the up-and-coming match, we're doing a lot of film sessions. We're gonna be prepared for our opponents. And our main focus will probably be, we want to pass to the group phase, so we are focused on get at least the 3 wins against the 3 teams we're gonna play. So yeah. Pedir aí pra galera do Brasil, todo mundo torcer, tá assistindo os jogos e acompanhar, e é isso.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Hi, I'm Kenneth Charles Gutierrez. I'm from the Philippine team. Actually, we've prepared a lot and actually we stayed in a boot camp for a month. Our main focus this time is to win everything. Thank you for supporting the Philippines and rest assured now we're gonna win everything this time.
My name is Luis Guilherme, shooting guard for Team Brazil. Our preparation for the up-and-coming match, we're doing a lot of film sessions. We're gonna be prepared for our opponents, and our main focus will probably be we want to pass to the group phase, so we are focused on get at least the 3 wins against the 3 teams we're gonna play. So yeah. Pedir aí pra galera do Brasil, todo mundo torcer, tá assistindo os jogos e acompanhar, e é isso.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Hi, I'm Kenneth Charles Gutierrez. I'm from the Philippine team. Actually, we've prepared a lot and actually we stayed in a boot camp for a month. Our main focus this time is to win everything. Thank you for supporting the Philippines and rest assured now we're gonna win everything this time.
My name is Luis Guilherme, shooting guard for Team Brazil. Our preparation for the up-and-coming match, we're doing a lot of film sessions. We're gonna be prepared for our opponents, and our main focus will probably be we want to pass to the group phase, so we are focused on get at least the 3 wins against the 3 teams we're gonna play. So yeah. Pedir aí pra galera do Brasil, todo mundo torcer, tá assistindo os jogos e acompanhar, e é isso.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Hi, I'm Kenneth Carlos Gutierrez. I'm from the Philippine team. Actually, we prepared a lot and actually we stayed in a boot camp for a month. Our main focus this time is to win everything. Thank you for supporting the Philippines and rest assured now we're gonna win everything this time.
My name is Luis Guilherme, shooting guard for Team Brazil. Our preparation for the upcoming match, we're doing a lot of film sessions. We're gonna be prepared for our opponents, and our main focus will probably be we want to pass to the group phase. So we are focusing on getting at least the 3 wins against the 3 teams we're gonna play. So yeah. Pedir aí pra galera do Brasil, todo mundo torcer, tá assistindo os jogos e acompanhar, e é isso.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Hi, I'm Kenneth Carlos Gutierrez. I'm from the Philippine team. Actually, we prepared a lot and actually we stayed in a boot camp for a month. Our main focus this time is to win everything. Thank you for supporting the Philippines and rest assured now we're gonna win everything this time.
My name is Luis Guilherme, shooting guard for Team Brazil. Our preparation for the upcoming match, we're doing a lot of film sessions. We're gonna be prepared for our opponents, and our main focus will probably be we want to pass to the group phase. So we are focusing on getting at least the 3 wins against the 3 teams we're gonna play. So yeah. Pedir aí pra galera do Brasil, todo mundo torcer, tá assistindo os jogos e acompanhar, e é isso.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Hi, I'm Kenneth Carlos Gutierrez. I'm from the Philippine team. Actually, we prepared a lot and actually we stayed in a boot camp for a month. Our main focus this time is to win everything. Thank you for supporting the Philippines and rest assured now we're gonna win everything this time.
My name is Luis Guilherme, shooting guard for Team Brazil. Our preparation for the upcoming match, we're doing a lot of film sessions. We're gonna be prepared for our opponents, and our main focus will probably be we want to pass to the group phase. So we are focused on get at least the 3 wins against the 3 teams we're gonna play. So yeah. Pedir aí pra galera do Brasil, todo mundo torcer, tá assistindo os jogos e acompanhar, e é isso.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life
Hi, I'm Kenneth Carlos Gutierrez. I'm from the Philippine team. Actually, we prepared a lot and actually we stayed in a boot camp for a month. Our main focus this time is to win everything. Thank you for supporting the Philippines and rest assured now we're gonna win everything this time.
My name is Luis Guilherme, shooting guard for Team Brazil. Our preparation for the up-and-coming match, we're doing a lot of film sessions. We're gonna be prepared for our opponents, and our main focus will probably be we want to pass to the group phase, so we are focused on get at least the 3 wins against the 3 teams we're gonna play. So yeah. Pedir aí pra galera do Brasil, todo mundo torcer, tá assistindo os jogos e acompanhar, e é isso.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life
Hi,
Gamers and Ballers, we are back to another set of games here at eFIBA Season 3 live in the Philippines in the beautiful city of Clark. Chris, it's been absolutely intense from start to finish, and we still have about 8 more games.
As advertised so far, mate, this has been absolutely phenomenal stuff. The hometown crowd has gone wild for the Philippines team as well, lifted their performance, and yes, as promised, we have seen absolute nail-biter finishes. Has not disappointed so far.
Now, the 2 games that's going to come on the docket right now is going to be Brazil versus Turkey and Algeria versus Portugal. However, I want to shout out this Brazil versus Turkey matchup. Coach Nick Gartrell said to me at the booth, I've been waiting for years to play against a Turkey team, and now it's basically win or go home.
Exactly. Must-win games coming up as well. This is going to be huge. I'm really enjoying the best-of-2 format with the aggregate score lines. It's impacting the way teams are approaching each game. And, of course, if you drop that first game, as we've seen now twice with Saudi Arabia, you get an opportunity to come back in the second game and make a real show of things.
Now they're just trying to win. We'll break down the tiebreakers when that comes across. However, the games are going to be intense. Now, Turkey just came off a loss from the hometown heroes, and sometimes you got to be wary of that because that anger, that fight is going to be relenting toward the next opponent they have, and that may be Brazil.
Yeah, absolutely. The Turkish players not too happy with the way things finished there. It felt like the whole stadium were cheering for their opponents right next to them as well, and that's exactly what was happening. So now they have a little chance at some revenge here against Brazil. So the Brazilians are going to have to bring their A game in this one.
Yep, and on the other side, Portugal almost get on top of the USA, which was absolutely beautiful. First time to see them within single digits within 2 quarters, but they're ready to play as well. But we're going to break down your favorite team when it comes to this lineup for Turkey.
And here they are, the Turkish lads. We've got Jamboy, we've got Eren, we have Kato, the Problem, Love Battle Dead, and of course, Tanzu.
All right, and now we got Brazil. Now, Brazil can definitely ball, and we got the one on the ICBF, Luis Clamps, Icy Martins, Vital, and Lugu Toledo. They're ready, Chris.
And we don't have to wait too much longer here. The game is ready to tip off. There it is, Brazil versus Turkey. There is respect between these two teams, these two squads, Vince. However, no love lost whatsoever. No mercy asked for, none given. This is going to be huge as Brazil open the scoring with a dominant three-pointer.
Again, Nick Gartrell being the coach for Brazil, also the coach of Turkey is Alper Beachin, but Khan is here as the general manager. Getting that cross pass. Kato, the problem by himself, a lapse in the defense from Brazil. You don't see that often.
No, you don't. Of course, you mentioned Nick right there as we were trying to do our intro to the session. He is literally jumping up and down like a jackrabbit, getting the troops fired up. It was hard to concentrate. And now it comes down to business as we see good ball rotation here. Vital kicking it over to Toledo. ICBF. And if you didn't figure it out, Brazil in the yellow jerseys, Turkey in the red. Deep three-pointer, big old board right there for Kato, the Problem, one of the best big men in the world.
Chasing down that board like a dog, tried to chase down cars, but he definitely got that one. Jamboy is on the right corner. Don't give him any kind of space. The shuttle pass was unsuccessful. Vital, great defensive prowess, putting the hands in the passing lane. Luis Clamps going down that left side. Vital's up on the top of the key, but a foul, and now it's 3-2.
Tried to sneak his hand into the cookie jar right there. Sometimes you get the cookie, sometimes you get the jar lid. Could not get it out. The Zebras getting involved early on in this one. Toledo with a nice cut and a massive dunk with authority. A little bit of Brazilian flair to get things going here, Vince.
Toledo rising to the occasion is just an understatement. This big fella is a great addition to this Brazilian team. And what we've seen him do in eFIBA Season 2 and also in Singapore is actually quite impressive. But now they're looking for revenge because they want to end up on the top, at least the Final Four, having their chance to go for that $50,000.
Ooh, there we go. Some nice defense here from Brazil. Down the other end with another dunk. They shoot out to a 7-2 lead here over Turkey. Of course, Turkey, a lot like USA, they play the full 4 quarters. They never go away. They just keep coming. As we see there, getting back into the flow with a quick bucket. You got to play the full 4 quarters if you want to knock them off. That's going to be the big test for Brazil. But so far, so good. They're out to an early lead in this one.
I'm liking the captain, giving it to Toledo on the top of the key, taking his time, looking to run a play. We're going to find a pick and roll right here real soon, right in the gap. Luis Clamps brought a rejection from Turkey. Now going down the right side, trying to get a transition 3. Jamboy stops and pops. That's a nice little mid-range, but unable to get it. But Kato LeBron keeping it going, cleaning up the garbage, making it 6-7.
Not wasting any time at all there with the quick putback. Cuts the lead to 1. And here we go. ICBF, so talented. So good with the ball in hand. Finds Clamps. Going to go in. Contested shot. Kato ripping down that rebound. And here comes Turkey. Just like that. Back the other way. Looking to take the lead with a bucket right here.
1 point affair. 2:17 left in the first. We're just starting, but they're going down fast. Aaron going down the left side. Keeping everything calm and collected, but a great steal from Brazil, ICBF.
Really good defense right there. Backdoor cut and a massive dunk down the baseline. Pushes the lead back out to 3 here for Brazil.
More bounce in the trampoline park. I'm liking it real quick. As soon as he gets it, going right back up. Aaron going to the other side. Jamboy all by himself. You can't do that, baby. Lightning strikes all the time with this man. 9-9, a minute 47 left.
Jamboy, yes he can. Very, very nice right there. Ooh, Toledo Nearly with a nasty block. A little off-balance pass right there. Obviously, we're playing Pro-Am mode, which we love due to the customization. We are seeing some epic red throws here from Team Brazil. And, of course, they're playing in their team jerseys. That goes out of bounds, and it's going to be Turkey who get the rock here with the inbound and an opportunity to take the lead early on in this one.
Looking at the smiles on their faces, Turkey understanding what they need to do, and they're so calm. Just understanding this is just the first quarter. There's a lot more gameplay to be game played. Kato the problem, going on the right side, Jamboy keeping it from deep from another end, but unable to knock it down. If that would have went, I would have ran around the whole court.
Oh, my God. I couldn't believe that shot. We got misses end-to-end by their own high standards. Uncharacteristic misses as well. You expect them both to go in. Here comes Iran. Oh, that's good defense, so he put himself right in between the ball and the recipient. Back down the other end, a nice bucket for the Brazilians. I believe that's their 4th steal of the game here, Vince. We're only in the first quarter. Much improved defense. They're looking good.
Defense is their strong point, and everyone keeps saying that defense wins championships. But I will say offense keeps the lights on. Great block, as you can see, rejected. Just when I tried to slide in Rihanna's DM, I got rejected just as bad.
Well, Vince, you can stand under my umbrella, buddy. I promise you, okay? As we get the inbounds. 10 seconds to shoot. The ball goes in, and that's the first Turkish lead of the game. A very tight contest in this one, and looking good so far. As, of course, we're going to see tip-off between Algeria. That is not only the Christmas beard, the Santa beard, but it had Christmas lights in it. And they were Algerian colored. I'm here for this. I love Pro-Am mode. It's Algeria versus Portugal there, and that is going to be a real heavyweight title bout as well. Portugal, of course, feeling good about themselves as we see a massive dunk from Kato, the solution. Portugal feeling good because they push USA all the way down the line.
Again, all these games are win or go home, basically, or a chance for a couple of ties in which no one really wants to go through the tiebreakers. Don't leave it to the Zebras. Don't leave it to the Cars. But a great slammer jammer from Toledo, showing a little bit of prowess, showing a little bit of boss going down the court.
And, of course, Brazil won one of those tiebreakers earlier on against the Kiwis. Some say a little bit lucky to get away with that one, but it is what it is. The rules are the rules. They got the points. They get the win. It's that simple. I'm loving this, though. 1-point game. Kato with a massive left-handed dunk, hanging off the rim like a cute baby sloth right there, and Turkey shoot back into the lead.
That dunk had more power than a Kamehameha. But let's see if they can keep that energy going throughout this entire match. 16-50, 1-point game, 4:36 left in the second. Toledo almost losing the ball underneath the rim. ICBF pump fake, trying to get his defender up in the air as he goes down the lane. Going on that right side, keeping that cross, trying to get some ankles. Ankle taker maybe in a mid-range, 17-16, 1-point game.
Yeah, really fantastic work from Toledo there as well. The big man did just enough, making a nuisance of himself with the Turkish defense so that we could get that open shot, and he banks it home, making the ridiculously difficult look ridiculously easy. Both sets of players here, world class. Rennie from 45 is going to make it rain from just about the scorer's bench right there. What a shot. Turkey with a 2-point lead.
Tracking down that three as if he was wearing Predator gear. He's just freaking trying to find the perfect shot for that headshot to take out his opponent, and he does it beautifully.
Good offensive board right here from Toledo. Can't get the putback, though, into the safe hands of Irani, and an opportunity here for Turkey to just extend this lead ever so slightly. Under 4 to play. Another hand up in the passing lane, but Jamboy Johnny on the spot to pick up the loose pill.
Again, 2-point game, 3:35 left in the second, 14 on that shot clock. Let's see if Turkey can take advantage of this inbound play. They've been pretty successful when it comes to it, and again, that's the bam! Announcer's blessing, and he knocks it down.
So the versatility on display here from the Turks, okay? They have so many different ways that they can score points. We know about their shooting prowess. We know about their buzzer beaters. But every once in a while, they'll turn around in a game and be like, hey, you know what? Kato's going to have 20 points. Deal with it.
Yep, going to deal with it indeed. Tracking down that offensive rebound. IC Martin was in the right place at the right time. I didn't think he knew he had that because he could have went up with another shot.
Well, he's telepathic. You tell the paddock, I'll tell the cows. Here we go. Toledo with the rock. Gonna hand it off to IC. Trying to work his magic. Oh, nice pass up to Luis Clamps here. Again, finds the open man. Hammers home the three-pointer. Cuts the lead to 1. Nice ball rotation there from the Brazilians. Really good offense.
Keeping it really close. All you got to do is tap it in. Just tap it and give it a little tap it. But the game is not over. Still got a lot more time on this clock. Great board from Toledo and a little spin on it.
And that's our first Timmy quote, I think, in eFIBA history. I live it. Timmy, I'm living a lie. Here we go. Brazil with an opportunity now to actually take the lead on this bucket if they can get some points. Turkey's defense rotating nicely. I'm really liking the interchange we're seeing between Toledo and Icy, though. That's great. Look at that movement right there. And the Brazilians take the lead.
Back on top where they want to be. Turkey 21 with 2 fouls. Brazil 22 with 1 foul. Not getting real cagey as we see in other matches. Keeping their hands to themselves. Jamboy on top of the key. Going to right. Giving the Kato the problem. Real easy dish right there. Stop, pop, and finish. And I like what I'm seeing.
Impressive. I mean, both teams mimicking a little bit here. Big men, points in the paint. You love to see it. I'm really enjoying, though, this Toledo ICBF matchup that they have going. You're seeing it there. They're rubber banding between one another, finding the open shot and taking it. Impressive stuff. And my favorite kind of lead, Vince. 1 point because anything can happen. Here we go with a deep three-pointer. Defender draped all over him. And don't look now, but Icy is activated. He's got deep bomber. Here we go. This could be special for the Brazilians right here.
Definitely going to extend his range right behind that arc. But let's see if he can hit his mark going down the right side. Look at that defense from Turkey, making sure he doesn't have any chance to get it off. But then he does it again. Oh, but can't hit it.
He's still activated, though, so they're going to get further chances. But Kato with a massive board this time. Kicking it back out to Ireni. That was love battle deep right there. My apologies. Got the offensive board. Kicked it out. Impressive stuff.
I'm liking it. I'm loving it. I need more of it. ICBF going down that left side, going back and forth. I just see Toledo trying to get position, but unable to get it. He's alone by himself. That's a great mid-range. You know that was going to knock it down, especially if you got that takeover activated.
Impressive stuff here. It is a 3-point Turkish lead, though. Under a minute to play in the first half. You touched upon it before tip-off, Vince. This is must-win for both teams, without a doubt, just to cement their position within the group, to make their path to the Final Four that much easier. Big, big games as we're coming down the stretch here in day one. Off-balance jumper. It rims out. Big board. Trying the transition bucket. Pulls up. Pops it in. 1-point game. Turkey are going to get the inbound.
They called shotgun on that play. That was a great pass from a basketball player, but it looked real football players, and I know you're a Raider fan.
I am, absolutely. Listen, they were better quarterback on this court than the Raiders have in real life. That's for sure, mate. As we see a miss from Turkey, coming back the other way now. No shot clock, waving it off. This is going to be pure ISO as we see a reach-in foul right there. I actually don't hate that because now it really throws a little bit of a spanner into the works. You got to inbound the play, and you're basically just going to be sticking to Icy like white on rice, making sure he doesn't get an open three. Hand up in the passing lane. That is going to be all she wrote here in the first half as we get our first air ball of the tournament. A 1-point lead for Turkey at halftime, and you got to be thinking, job half done. Look at these stats, though. Again, Brazil only shooting 33% from beyond the arc right there, Vince, and they're only down by 1, so that's a little worrisome if you're Turkey.
Little worrisome for Turkey, but they're keeping it like Turkish coffee, bold and quick because they want to make sure they end this game as fast as they can. You don't want to give Brazil any chance to extend that lead and get that confidence. You got to strike them at that heart, and just like he did that, like a vampire with a silver stake, trying to kill him as fast as possible, 31-28.
Kato the solution. Hammers home a one-handed, left-handed dunk as well. Unfavored hand, impressive stuff. Really, again, the rubber banding between Toledo, and this time it's going to be Lewis trying to work an open shot. Corner. Great defense, though. Hand up in the passing lane. Who is it? It's Tanzu, of course. Captain Courageous. Here we go. Reach-in foul right there on Rennie. 3-point lead. Turkey are going to get the inbound here. We have seen how crucial the third quarter is in all of these games so far, Vince. So this is really going to be a test of both teams' willpower right here as we have a beautiful baseline jump shot, 14-footer, every bit of 15-footer, 5-point Turkish lead. And look at the full court press as well. Just making life uncomfortable for the Brazilians right here. They want to go carnival, but the Turks not letting them dance.
Understanding that short corner is definitely everybody's friend. You got to be careful because no one's really recovering that position on the floor. And if you can knock it down, it's just going to be more and more harder for the opposite team to keep the point score down. And then that's just obvious basketball. But as you see, the defense keeps breaking down. You need to keep your assignment. Who is your man? Unless you have somewhat of a switch zone defense, or maybe you have another kind of 1-3-1, you got to keep your opponent in front of you.
Absolutely. Love battle comes down with the offensive board. Another foul right there. Get the feeling this is an important bucket. I thought we were going to have an alley-oop for a moment right there. The momentum was with Cato. Rennie trying to get open, down to Cato. Great rotational defense there, though. Toledo with a ferocious steal.
And real quick, a score update between Portugal and Algeria. 3:23 left in the first. 7-6, Portugal on top.
Now, I believe we had a reset in that one, Vince, as well. I saw some technical issues, so a very tight scoreline right there. Algeria will be happy with that because we saw Portugal push USA all the way in their game, which is a fantastic litmus test for them. At this end, Brazil bang home both free throws, and now they have an opportunity with a three right here and another foul to tie things up if they can. A reminder that we saw our first ever 5-point play today. That's in my life. I've never seen that. That was absolutely amazing. The Kiwis did not disappoint. They played with all their heart out there as we see Brazil bang home a deep two, and it's just a 1-point lead, which is how we started the half.
Couple of feet, now it's a mid-range, a higher percentage shot. Just knock it down when they give you that opportunity. Jamboy giving it to Aaron, going to the left side, unable to do anything with it. Give and go. Cato the problem. Again, slam dunking it home. 35-32, Turkey juggernaut. Right here.
Cato is having one of those games, man. He is taking over. Goodness gracious, that is like early naughty Shaq right now. Another gorgeous deep two right there from Brazil, keeping within touching distance. Neither team really getting too chirpy there. Both locked in as we see Love Battle Dead from the corner, banging home the three. Now the Turks are getting a little rowdy. That's a beautiful three-pointer.
Three-ball corner pocket. And to see Kalu, the manager of Brazil, with the question mark all over his face. I wish we could have those cartoon animations. He's going, what happened there? But ICBF trying to recover on this play right here. 4-point game, 2:22 left in the third. Going down that left side, you can see that pick and roll. May would have went through, but that was great defense from Turkey. Icy Mars all by himself, a long three, but couldn't knock it down.
Nearly had the board there, Toledo. He timed it so well, it just bounced perfectly into a Turkish lap. Impressive stuff. And here we go. The Turks with an opportunity here, approaching 2 minutes left in the third quarter to just extend this lead. They got to clamp up the Brazilians, get a stop right here. Turkey, you don't want them in the driver's seat come the fourth quarter at all. You want them a little bit under pressure, a little bit uneasy. But right now, Jamboy finds the open space. So hard to defend off the ball, and that is a 7-point Turkish lead.
You got to be on him, as you said, like white on rice. You cannot allow him to get an inch because he's going to make you pay for it. Toledo on top of the key, giving it to the point guard. ICBF controlling the tempo once again, almost to a double team, but a reach-in foul, which stops the transition play on the offensive side. But however, I don't know if that was real smart. They should have let it go because the next one they're going to be in the bonus.
Yeah, getting close to that bonus for sure. They are teetering on the edge. Again, ICBF and Toledo working their magic perfectly. They needed that bucket, Vince. It had been a hot minute since they had one. That is nice, settling for a high percentage 9-footer, banging it home. Here comes Ireni, pumps the brakes. Cato, hits Jamboy instead. Off the ball movement, good. Sets for the shoulder shot. It rims out and then back in. A little bit of Turkish delight for everybody right there.
A little bit of the shooter's touch, but that's when you're an expert at NBA 2K25 Pro-Am mode. Again, this is 5-on-5. Great pass right to Vital. Woo! That was beautifully poetry in motion like a capoeira master right in the streets of Brazil.
Glorious dunk right there. And we're going to have at least 2, probably 3 possessions here. As Cato is going to hammer home a dunk of his own. Anything you can do, I can do better, says Cato. Points in the paint at a premium here in this game. It's been impressive stuff. 45-38. We got 40 seconds left in the third, and it is teeing up for yet another Heart attack cat fourth quarter, Vince. This is going to be huge.
Again, this is best of two, and ICBF gliding to the rim and slamming it home. 45-40, 32 seconds left in the third. And as you said, iron sharpens iron, and that's what these two teams are doing.
Oh my God. That was an Armin Van Halen music video. That was beautiful right there. Oh, good bullets from Cato. Second chance points on display here as we see a massive three from Jamboy. Catch, shoot, hand in the face, does not matter. Don't look now though. Icy has been activated. Again, long range bomber, but they did so well shutting it down the last time, the Turks. They got to dig deep and do exactly the same here. 4 to shoot here. Got to get the shot off. Luis Clamps is going to have to settle for a deep shot. They do not. And that will be third quarter in the books. 5 minutes to play in this one. Turkey with an 8-point lead.
And real quick, the score update from Portugal to Algeria. 4:34 left in the second is now 22-16. Portugal is up.
Impressive stuff from Portugal. They have seemed very confident around the facility. It has to be said. The moment not too big for them. Their first World Finals. They came to play, that's for sure. Meanwhile, Jamboy penetrating, hitting Cato. Low percentage shot with a couple of defenders around him, but he's feeling it. And an opportunity here for Brazil. Only down by 6 to come back. Toledo, triple threat. Icy from deep, bangs it home. 3-point ball game in this one. Don't look now. Carnival is coming to town.
I'm liking they're unleashing the ultimate ability at the boss fight in Elden Ring, and I'm seeing their specialty behind that arc. Brazil can shoot. They don't show it exactly every game, but they have the ability.
Cato with the quick bucket right there. The only screen I ever see in that is "You Are Dead." There we go. I'm glad it's these lads playing and us commentating, mate, because this is an absolute delight to watch. 5-point ball game. I can't wait to see the final scorecard right there, the box score. How many points in the paint as Toledo comes back with a dunk of his own. The big men have put on a show for us here. 3:38 to play in the fourth, mate. It has not failed to impress.
That pass was through the defenders that they're playing Portal. That was some next level strategy. Just a straight glitch, but again, a slammer jammer by Turkey, 52-47.
The cake might be a lie, but these two teams are not. Coming down the wire, and don't look now, Vince. ICBF, he's activated yet again. The third time in the game, the dude is having a phenomenal performance.
But also we have a player on Turkey as well activated. We got 2 deep bombers. Let's see if they take advantage of it. Unable to knock it down. You don't want to get deactivated, but you know it's Rennie. Let's see if he can do it, baby. Ren going on that right side, keeping that possession. He got some handles for days. To the rest, now he's bow. The shuttle pass to Cato, the problem. Unable to knock it down. Jamboy, another mid-range and making them pay, 54-47.
So many weapons in the repertoire, Vince. They're like a Swiss Army knife, this Turkish team. They will just find a way to get open and make you pay as we see a deep three right there. Exactly what the doctor ordered of your Brazil. Cuts the lead to 4, taking full advantage of that deep, mad bomber. You love to see it. Here comes Ren back the other way. Trying to get some magic of his own, but it's going to be Cato with the shack attack. What a dunk. Huge bucket right there.
2 alpha predators in the forest going back and forth, trying to hunt each other down, finding out which territory they can take over. Brazil trying to keep the defense up and doing great plays, being offensive. And right there, being the predator, stalking his prey, slamming it down, hunted for days, 56-52.
This is AVP, and we're just the humans watching, man. This is absolutely brilliant stuff. Out of this world gameplay as Cato is going to get another one. No foul call. The Zebras letting him go at it here. A lot of contact. He doesn't care, though. All he needed was the bucket.
This is Holyfield versus Muhammad Ali. This is going back and forth, bout for bout, blow for blow, dunk for dunk, shot for shot. Do not blink. 1:44 left in the first game. 58-52. Turkey up.
Here we go. Wide open. You cannot fall asleep and leave the sharpshooter there from halfway from the palm tree, Vince. That was a thing of beauty. Here comes Rennie. Defender draped all over him, trying to work a shot of his own, but you keep leaving Cato wide open. You can't let him get the easy points. Love battle ready. Misses. The tip. The corner shot. Tanzu misses. And finally, Brazil come down with the rock. 1:20 to play. This could be an all-important possession right here.
Let's see if they can knock down the 3 or go for the easy 2 and just make it a 1-point affair. Given a give and go. Almost lost the ball, but Vital able to recover. Great job, great hands, also great feet. But then as you can see, Turkey with the steal. The captain, Teo Tanzu, getting fancy with it. Dr. J would be proud.
Are you kidding me? And he nearly gets a steal off the inbound as well. The reverse windmill. Absolutely. Dr. J, Dominique Wilkins, that was what it's all about. Toledo down low. Got to call that timeout or avoid the 3-second offensive violation right there. Smart play, heads up play. They're going to have 12 to shoot. Definitely about 4 possessions left in this one, Vince. So no need to panic, but you need some points and then you need a stop at the other end at some stage.
All right, coming for this inbound. Toledo doing a little jab set, keeping the dribble, understanding that it's going to be up to his guards if they're going to try and get open. You can't stand still on this. You got to cut and find that open lane. But he gets a contested 3, unable to knock it down. That was crucial. Let's see if Turkey can take advantage of it.
And that was Cato versus Toledo in the blocks, fighting for that rebound. And of course, Cato down the other end, a lapse in concentration, an easy bucket for the big man. He gets the defensive board at one end and the dunk at the other. The complete package.
Look how still Turkey is right now, because we can see them and look in their eyes. They are laser focused. They're not blinking. Somebody got to put some Visine in their eyes, because I know their eyes are drying out.
It's like Madame Tussauds over here as we see a gorgeous dunk from Toledo. And we got 10 seconds to play in this one. It might be a bridge too far. That defensive board from Cato followed up with a massive dunk at the other end. Everything to play for here. They got to get a stop, Brazil. It's certainly not out of the question, Vince. Stranger things have happened. 2 players activated. Great cut, great dunk. 7-point lead, 6 seconds to play. Heads up timeout, trying to move the ball down the court. Not impossible, but the fat lady's warming up.
Bing, bang, boom. That was fun, but I think it may be done for this first game. But 64-57, 2 games, best of 2. So very short line in which they still have a chance to get on top from this particular best of 2. Unable to knock down a 3, 64-57. So about 7 points, which is very doable for Brazil.
Absolutely phenomenal stuff right there from Turkey. You can see both sets of teams there rather sedate. Turkey are not going mental at all whatsoever over there with the win, and the Brazilians not panicking. That could have gone either way down the stretch. A couple of key performances were the difference in the end. It has to be said, though, Vince, that massive Cato rebound followed up at the other end with the dunk seemed to put the nail in the coffin for Brazil.
Some crucial 3s from Brazil. I like seeing it, but again, the experience and just the tenacity from the Turkish team is something you cannot blink about, all right? 1 second, 1 mishap, you can lose that lead, and we saw it transition so quick. We still have all the stats right here, and look at this now. Turkey, first game, 64-57. Now, this is win or go home. Turkey did lose to the Philippines. Brazil did win against New Zealand, but just by a mini margin. But they still have the Philippines after this game, so they have to be careful.
Yeah, I do not envy any team which has to play the Philippines here today. I mean, we saw that hometown advantage right over there behind the players. We saw the Philippines beat Turkey and then enter the crowd. It was a mosh pit. It was huge. It was fantastic. That's what we're here for. And yeah, Brazil, they got to be looking at a win right here because they do not want to have to face the Philippines on their home turf in a win-and-in situation.
And now we have the second game, Portugal versus Algeria, 43-27. This is a little decisive right here. Third quarter, 4 minutes left. And again, Portugal, a very strong team. I said they were my dark horse for this tournament, but you know my lineup already. But if they go far, I would not be surprised.
Well, Algeria at the moment just letting this game slip away from them ever so slightly. However, it's still the third quarter. They can still make this up. But Portugal, just so on time. They really, really are. They actually play like a Swiss watch, man. They are always on time. Such a well-oiled machine. Very impressive. And they've just had a calm and a confidence about them here at the venue throughout the week that is a little bit scary. It's a little bit unsettling if you're these other teams.
A little scary like Friday the 13th, which, if I am correct, it is Friday the 13th, this 13th, correct?
Oh, yeah, I have to get on an airplane on Friday the 13th, so I'm not very much looking forward to that. But, hey, it is what it is. If I see anyone wearing a hockey mask, though, I'm getting off. Here we go. Peak has the rock right here, finds Bash in the corner. They need some buckets in a hurry right here, Algeria. That's exactly what the doctor ordered. They cut the lead back to 16 because you don't want Portugal pulling away with it, getting up above 20. Then they're just going to go ham.
That was a scary shot in that corner right there, but 46-30 is nothing to be shy about. I think Algeria has the ability to make this a 10-point game going into the fourth, but they have to utilize every single player. The Ben, when he goes off, they are a whole different team. ADAX is just like Henry Jones. That is their nucleus. That is their center. You shut him down, the team shuts down. But let's see if everybody else can come around them and be that offensive prowess that they need.
Absolutely. ADAX obviously playing with the Santa Claus beard with the Algerian colored ornaments in it. I love Pro-Am mode. That's what you're watching if you're tuning in for the first time. It's 5v5. All the avatars you see on the screen right there as we get a nice 20-foot jump shot right there. A 17-foot jump shot, banging home the 2 points. All the avatars you're seeing are controlled by a real-life player. They are sitting opposite each other. Those are the cameras that you're seeing right there on either side of the screen as well. We are live in person in the Philippines. World Finals, the 8 best teams in the world, the 40 best 2K players in the world gathered here. And it is not disappointed so far, Vince.
Great three-pointer downtown for Portugal, like Portuguese navigator discovering a new land. I kid you not, they need a new compass of how far that was. But XP trying to be a little more cheeky on top of the court, but getting fouled and stopping the play.
Impressive stuff. 17-point differential right here. Algeria trying to stay within touching distance. Probably want to chisel this lead that the Portuguese have down to double digits, barely, maybe 10 or 9. So they got a chance at it in the fourth. But, of course, that's easier said than done. Floating that jump shot in with a defender draped all over him. Impressive stuff.
I've done it a couple of times in real life. That is not an easy shot to make. Going right off the dribble and floating a little bit to the front. And with NBA 2K25, the realism is real. If you're using that shot stick or using that tap button, you have to make sure you time it right.
Physics, man. It's a beautiful thing. It is a great game. We have a lot of fun watching this.
You know the funny thing? We've been commentating for a couple of hours. You know what you haven't said yet? The meta. I've been waiting for you to say that.
The most effective tactic available. Well, that's because we're not necessarily seeing any meta right here. We are truly seeing a whole lot of variety. These teams have each of them put a lot of film down, and I'm telling you right now, the styles are varying, and they are going all the way through the repertoire. You got 8 of the best teams in the world, which means they are not a one flavor scoop right here. They can bring all the flavors. They each have about 8 different game plans, 8 ways that they can beat you. So far, it's differed every single game, and I love it.
B has a great rebound, and I love to hear what you're saying. You're right. They're breaking it down in the sense of we're the best from where we're from, and now we're playing the best. And the only way to be the best is to beat the best. And that's what I just think. Coach Nick already talking some smack every single game. I don't know if it's to fire him up, his team up, or the other team. But we're going to find out in just a little bit between Brazil and Turkey. But as we watch in Portugal versus Algeria, 49-37, 28 seconds left in the third. A nice little floaty off the short corner. That was a work of art. I love to see it from the Portuguese team.
Absolutely. Here we go. 20 seconds to play as we see a gliding dunk right there. Algeria doing exactly as we suspected here, Vince. Trying to chip this lead down so they got a shot at Portugal in the fourth quarter. Good movement off the ball by both teams. Got to take that time out, though, avoid that offensive 3-second violation.
PT Creative already got 21 points. Henry Jones on the way for a double-double with 9 points and 9 rebounds. But XP, 20 points, 8 for 14 from the field, 2 for 6 from 3. He has to pick it up. 7.6 seconds left in the third, 51-39. Simon B. Ballin going to Henry Jones, coming off the dribble. Good pass in the passing lane, good steal, and that ends the third quarter. Going to fourth with a big deficit. Does Algeria have it in them?
Potentially. I mean, hey, 12 is better, though, than the 19 it shot out to. So, I mean, job half done. However, this is going to be a tough Portuguese team to overcome as Henry Jones, a law firm, putting on a big man move and kicking it back out. PT Creative finds himself open, gets the user-friendly roll right there, and the three-pointer banks in. 15-point lead for Portugal. Algeria really have to start motoring here. They need some points and they need some stops.
XP going on cross. Hazard being hazardous as you know he is. 54-41, a deadly jam. And I said if they can make it to a 10-point lead or at least a 10-point deficit going to the fourth, Algeria has a chance. But let's see how Portugal responds. No brain Salazar all by himself. And you know that was just pure buckets.
A drip in the bucket right there. I mean, that rim is as wide as the ocean right now. The Portuguese just pouring in the points. Can't fall asleep defensively when you're chasing the lead like this. Hazard trying to claw some points back for the Algerians at the other end. Adax has to pull the trigger on that. He was open. He can't get it to go, and here come the Portuguese again.
But the Bill's not made to make those threes. There's other things he's especially at, but decided to be balling, calling his name. 60-41. I'm hearing them scream. They're ready to go on top in this group.
Ooh, here we go. Find themselves down by 19 again. Peak drops it down to Adak. Pulls up again. Adax is trying to make a nuisance of himself. They find Hazard. Banks home the three. They need a little bit more of that. They need some full court pressure, and they need some turnovers right now.
More and more. Add some R&B to this. PT Creative going down the left side. Still to see if Henry Jones, but he takes a short elbow and could not knock it down. 60-44. And again, great turnover and great defensive play from Portugal. No brain Salazar holding it. Got to pick up his dribble. Doesn't get the foul, or the travel. Excuse me, and then going to Henry Jones. PT Creative going down that left side on top of the key, all around the shoehorn, going right back and then knocking it down. Nope, can't find it.
Really good defense there from No Brain Salazar, though. Impressive stuff. And just to let you know, as you're seeing on the right-hand side, just the flags, a little bit misleading for you right there. It's Turkey and Brazil tipping off game number 2. Very, very important game as far as the group is concerned over there. And this is going to be an all-important series. As Turkey and Brazil going at it again. This time it's going to be Brazil in the green, Turkey in the white jerseys. Cato the problem underneath again.
Let's see what Brazil is going to do to respond, as there's a slight hesitation here, but it's Portugal with 62, Algeria with 44 in the first game. But then Brazil versus Turkey is going to the right side. Then ICBF going down that right. Vital, corner 3, unable to knock it down, but great defensive rebound from Turkey.
Good open look from Brazil. They would have liked to have that one, but hey, that shot is downrange. You got to focus right now as Cato's ripping down the offensive board and putting it back, gets that 1-point lead. Again, they were talking before the game. It was pretty tight, it has to be said, in the previous game right now. Once again, early on here in game number 2, just a 1-point game as we see a gorgeous 3 from the Brazilians trying to pull away with this one.
6-4. I'm liking it. I love it. I need more of it. Aaron going down that right side. I'm liking this elbow short shot. It's been going on all around. It's been infectious and contagious on all different teams, allowing them to get those 2 points on the board.
Really impressive stuff from both teams here. Neck and neck, approaching the 3-minute mark in the first quarter here. It is game number 2, and there, top left-hand corner, you are seeing the differential at the moment. Game 1, Turkey 164 to Brazil 57, which means aggregate, Turkey up by 7. That has to factor into whatever Brazil are planning right here in this one. They want to win outright, it's got to be by 8 points.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. Great analysis, Chris. Now, Jamboy, little jump pass, love battle dead, right into traffic, and Cato Problem says, I don't care. But offense interference, and the point does not count. 9-6, Brazil with the 3-point lead.
Ooh, we've seen that call a couple of times today. Interesting stuff. Brazil with a chance here to extend this early lead in the first quarter. They went away, spoke as a team, came back with determination on their faces. So far, so good, as Icy's going to pull the trigger, and a rare miss by his own high standards right there. Ireni bring the ball back up the court. Pulls up on the shoulder, bangs it home. 1-point Brazilian lead.
I see Aaron, a point guard with master and everything he does. His build is made to facilitate but can score when it needs to. ICBF going down that right side, crossing. I'm telling you, this is a full court drill. Give it to Vital. Vital gets fouled, and they got fouls to give. Turkey only has one, and Brazil hasn't touched anybody in this first quarter.
And they were pretty handsy in game number one, so let's see how long that lasts. I was really impressed with the Brazilian defense in particular. A lot of steals even in that first quarter as they have a good look right there. Toledo with an absolutely epic offensive rebound over two Turks right there. Manages to bring it down and get fouled, which means inbounds here for Brazil. I did like that tactic where we saw Toledo and IC rubber banding there. Never quite sure who was going to take the points. It had the Turkish team guessing at times, but there's that man Cato who had that clutch turnaround defensive rebound dunk at the other end, which for me just put it ahead and out of reach for the Brazilians in game number one. Look for him to continue as down low. He can't get it to rim. Really good defensive effort from the Brazilians.
Oh, he missed the crib, and a little update, 73-55. Portugal comes out on top in game one. Now this group is going to be crazy, but Portugal is feeling a little confident and is going to take the second game with a great, well, I wouldn't say going to take it. They may take the game, but they have a great lead going in.
18 points. That is pretty interesting right there. I did like what we saw there. You can see from the box score, Algeria outscoring Portugal in quarter number 3. But yeah, Portugal just too good down the stretch in quarter number 4. It's hard to take momentum away from the best teams out there. Now at the moment, that's exactly what Turkey are trying to do because it's a 12-8 beginning here in this game. Heads up timeout before he dribbled out of bounds right there. Brazil will be thinking, okay, quarter one, absolutely in the bag as we now just have a slight technical difficulty. You can see the team are Johnny on the spot and trying to figure it out.
What I loved about it is that both teams were willing to say, hey, something is going wrong, and that's what I loved about it. It's about good sportsmanship. They want to make sure everything is equal on both sides. All right, coach on coach, general manager on coach saying, hey, I understand. I want this to be a real matchup. No excuses, no asterisks.
Really love that sportsmanship as well. And, of course, the technical crew here, some of the best in the world. They're definitely going to be looking into things, making sure everything is okay.
Just finding out what's going on. Shout out to Roberts from Go X Animo. Do this thing. Now there's going to take a pause, I think we said.
Well, Vince, what we're seeing here, I mean, sometimes the gremlins come out. Even when it comes to a live performance like this, occasionally you will get the disconnect.
Any gamer will know, okay, when you're dealing with the metaverse, when you're dealing with connections, when you're dealing with video games, these things happen. It's just basically kind of like, can't say an act of God, act of the cyberverse. But the thing is that we have a lot of great people willing to handle these situations. But I want to say again, the sportsmanship is key. Understanding, hey, we don't want no asterisks to this win or the loss. We're going to take a second, reset, and get back to the game that we love at NBA 2K25.
It's great to see as well. A lot of respect between these opponents. But whenever, you know, my PlayStation or Xboxes have an issue, the one thing I don't have is an army of technicians who are the best in the world at what they do on hand to try and figure it out and try and fix it. That's exactly what we do have here in the Philippines, though. So I'm sure we'll be back to that electrifying game between Brazil and Turkey in just a moment. But maybe we can just talk a little bit about game number one and what we saw right there, because already in this one we see a tentative 4-point lead for the Brazilians, trying to pull ahead in quarter number one. But once again, it's Turkey, very similar to USA, playing the full 4 quarters. You have to pack a full lunch if you want to take these guys on. And what we saw from Brazil was about 3.5 really good quarters. Nearly the full meal. But ultimately, Turkey are pulling away with it. So this one, so far, quarter number one in the books, going well for Brazil. Can they match the intensity, though? That's what we're going to see.
That's what we're going to see, indeed. And now we're going to find out what's going to happen in just a couple of moments. But what it is I love about it is that we have to figure out who's really going to come out on top. Think about what just happened. Turkey coming off that real stressful loss to the Philippines. Philippines are now riding that high. But this right here, mini break, does that high die down for them. Brazil going against a strong Turkish team. Now, let's just say if they win, that high is going to transition to the Philippines. Now, if they lose, will they be deflated, or then they'll be like back in the tiger in the corner and they're even more ferocious? I don't know what's going to happen, but that's my curiosity right now.
Well, you and I are of the same mind. We always are. That when one team has that kind of frustrating loss, and you know they're one of the better teams, 5-time champions, Turkey, we typically feel sorry for whoever they have to play next. And that's what happened all throughout the qualifiers and then also through the regional finals for Europe as well. Turkey, when they were slightly maybe annoyed with one of their performances, they always came back in the next game and dominated. So they're kind of riding the high right now. But yeah, you're right. The Philippines, I mean, that was a high of highs right there. Entering the crowd, it was like a mosh pit, as we said. The home fans going absolutely crazy. They have to come back after this and put up again. Well, so far, so good, though. I mean, they really did a number on New Zealand. And then to beat the 5-time champions of Europe, the Philippines look as advertised.
As advertised. Now, they have played against each other when it came to exhibition match in the Singapore Esports Weekend when we were in Singapore. However, we always talked about how the Philippines can score. The Turkish team knows how to be more balanced. Brazil had that defense. But we know he came out on top, and I know you love him very much. However, this is the rematch that Coach Nick Gartrell wanted to get because unfortunately he was not there. We were with Kalu, dope guy that's representing Brazil, general manager. But what I saw was a lot of talent, a lot of heart, and the first time with the possibility of NBA 2K being in the Olympics, the competition was absolutely pristine.
Yeah, no, it was. And of course, that game ended between Turkey and the Philippines with a buzzer beater. As expected, the Turkish are always dramatic. It really is a cliffhanger ending every single time. And we nearly saw that earlier as well. I mean, against the Philippines in Game 1, they had the opportunity to make that game-winning shot, but couldn't ultimately do it. But the good news is, when one game goes down, well, that's why we have concurrent games being played as well. So we're now able to take you over to the other game that's being played right there between Portugal and Algeria.
All right, here we go. The first game was very decisive. You were saying it was an 18-point lead for Portugal. Let's see if Algeria can dig themselves out of that deep hole. Hazard on top of the key. Nice little white mohawk. Little sense of the Targaryen family. I mean, Dracarys, if he can actually knock it down and put some flames in this game. Going down that right side. 2 seconds left in the shot clock with a nice mid-range, but now it's Portugal ball.
Here we go. And what we've seen from Algeria so far today is streaks of greatness. But what they're also learning here on the world stage is that you have to be good, and you don't have to be good, I should say. You have to be great for the full 4 quarters as well, which is absolutely massive. It's a tall task. It's a big ask of a team at their first World Finals. But that said, Portugal are at their first World Finals as well, and they are showing up and showing out.
Definitely showing up, showing out, and guess what? Let's see if they can come out on top here. Algeria down by 3, 4 minutes left in the first. Going to left side, great offensive board by Henry Jones, the law firm, being absolutely concrete on this team. He's so reliable. I love seeing it, Chris.
I mean, I would have to say this. He has been the best big man performance we've seen all day today.
Yes.
Right up until that final performance from Cato there. That was pretty lights out, except the consistency of Henry Jones, particularly against USA as well. He was the best big man in that game. Not taking anything away from Crazy Hungry. I mean, he did well as well. But Henry was a step above. He was the leader as advertised. He's been incredibly impressive at the moment. And let's not forget, they are going to be picking a World 5 as well. At the moment, Henry Jones got one hand on that money bag.
Hazard with a great dunk for Algeria, but also you got to talk about Don Preach. He's been a great big man for the Philippines, going back and forth, getting the boards when it's needed, and knocking down the big man shots. But I see a 3-pointer right there. Portugal 6, and now Algeria 2. 3:19 left in the first.
Impressive start here from the Portuguese. Algeria just trying to find their way in this game, feel their way into it. Hazard has been a really good shooter for them. Trying to work this magic peak. Hits Ajax. Oh, big man with the 3-pointer. Didn't know he had that in him. Pretty rare that you see Shaq bang home a 3, but Dirk came along and changed everybody's perception of big men shooting threes.
When we talked about he only took 31 threes when it came in 8 games during the qualifiers, hitting 14, 45%. He doesn't shoot it a lot, but when he does, it is crucial, making a 1-point game. And I know it's just in the first, but every single possession counts when it comes to eFIBA Season 3.
Indeed, and a 1-point game early on in this one. 2:44 left in the first. Top left-hand corner, you can see the Portugal took game number 1 by 18 points, which means on aggregate, if Algeria want to win this series, they're going to win by 19 points, and that is a tall task in particular. It's a good defensive rebound. Torn down there, though, by Algeria. Working the ball up the court. A little bit rudderless right there, but now they find their way yet again. DeBen with the ball hits Hazard. Trying to work an open shot to the corner. DeBen pulling the trigger, and it rims him with a man in his face. That was a tremendous shot.
Tremendous shot indeed, but you know what? Just make it an equal 20. How about that? Don't worry about 19 points. Win by 20, and that's how you're going to come out on top when it comes to this group. Algeria, 8 points, 6 for Portugal, minute 56 left in the first. All by himself, B, nobody guarding him, and making a tied game 8-8.
You know me, mate. I'm the dramatic chipmunk. I gotta see those 1-point margins, but I'm with you. So far, so good in this one. We have seen Algeria put in sterling performances for the first 2 quarters, without a doubt. It's just a matter of extending it for the full 4. That is the sign of a championship team. The caliber that we're looking for is No Brain Salazar moves off the ball, hanging up the rim like a cute baby sloth right there. Impressive dunk.
Rising to the occasion. Give me some more. I still got energy for days. 10-8, minute 32 left. Peak going down the right side. Getting great defense by this Portugal team. And again, Algeria's in the green. Portugal is in the white. Hazard behind the back. Ooh, a nice little ankle breaker. Giving it to Adax. A little pump fake. Not giving up the ball just yet. Spin move to Hazard. 3 seconds left in the shot clock. It's got to go up. It's going to be a shot clock violation. Peak from the parking lot. Unable to knock it down. Adax chasing down that rebound. No one's on him. A nice little fancy up and up, down and down. Shooting foul and 1. Let's go.
Big man shooting free throw for the lead, and he's got it, Vince. What a phenomenal effort from Adax. He got that offensive board. He kept the play alive, and then he ends up getting the and 1 3-point play. That's huge.
I love it. I need it. Let's do it some more. Oh, Henry Jones almost had a good give and go, but suffocating defense collapsing from Algeria, keeping the hand in the passing lane, going for a transition, but Adax is going to slow it down. But no, finds Hazard, threading the needle, but he missed the crib. See, what happened was too much mustard on that.
Too much mustard indeed. There we go, mate. Just a 1-point game in this one. There the Portuguese are banging home that 2-pointer to take a 1-point lead of their own. Impressive stuff. As Algeria will now get the inbounds. If you're just joining, it is Algeria in the all green unis, Portugal in the white. Portugal did take game 1 by 18 points. That's the score you're seeing in the top left-hand corner, 73-55. And that means Algeria need to win by at least 19 or 20 if they want to punch their ticket through with a dub in this series. So far, they are winless. But with plays like that, they may just find a way, Vince.
Give and go and ho, ho, ho. Right there, that was a present to this Algerian team. Santa Claus is coming to town. Henry Jones is now on top of the key, giving a little pump fake to PT Creative, keeping the guard on his toes, going all the way to the right side, giving it go to No Brain Salazar. A nice little floaty. 14-13. Portugal up by 1.
The filet mignon. That is going to be the end of the first quarter in this one. A 1-point deficit right now for Algeria. Very good stuff there from Portugal. A solid finish, but here we go. An opportunity, PT Creative, to add to this 1-point lead.
PT Creative, nice pump fake, getting 2 defenders up, and up, but unable to capitalize on it. Looking at the timeout from Henry Jones, still a 1-point affair. And you got right now, tonight's going to be a silent night. My voice is already going, and we still got the championships tomorrow, but I can't wait.
Absolutely, mate. This is exciting stuff. Henry Jones, a.k.a. the law firm, finds No Brain Salazar. It's one of those ironic nicknames because he has a big old brain on those shoulders right there in that nugget of his. And here we go, a foul at the other end just to stop the transition bucket. We will have an update for you on Brazil versus Turkey as soon as we hear from our technicians. It's going to be pretty exciting stuff.
Going on the right side, X-Peak is about to pump fake. Great defense from Portugal. Going down left side. Oh, unable to knock it down. And let's see if Portugal can take advantage of it.
gets the 1-point lead. It's a low-scoring affair in this one. Portugal with the quick bucket there, though, makes it 16-13. Here we go. Peak. The Portuguese defender draped all over him. Looking to work some magic. Adax making a nuisance of himself. Great defense off the ball, though, there from Portugal. To bump the big man is no easy feat. Peak finds himself open but cannot capitalize. And here come the Portuguese looking for a quick transition bucket. That's a heads-up foul right there.
I like that, though. Instead of trying to go for that transition three, which I love to do, now you see it's basically a transition foul. You see the defender off balance, and you got to capitalize on it. It's like when Kobe Bryant would purposely with pump fake, wanted you to get into him so he can go to the line as much as he can.
Is smart, is nice, but they can potentially get 5 points out of this one possession. Then they bang home both free throws, and now Portugal will also get this inbounds. Let's see what magic they can work. We got a timeout and a potential technical issue in this game as well. It is going to happen. But just so you know, the update there between Brazil and Turkey is that they will be playing 3 quarters and 50 seconds with a score of 12-8 in favor of Brazil. So good sportsmanship right there. And of course, we'll be switching in between the games just as quickly as we can.
So keep that in your mind. And also, Cato and Love Metal Dead have 1 foul each, which is crucial because you could get fouled out of the games and also graded out if you're doing too bad in a game. So basically, when we're going to go to Brazil and Turkey, it's going to be a 4-point deficit for Turkey. As you can see, they're already getting excited already. And then once we come back, it's going to be great. But we'll let you know everything is live, and we are going when it comes to the meta. Everything cannot go perfectly as planned sometimes. Connections can come off, but that's just the way it is, and we just know how to deal with it.
Yeah, even in person, you still have to actually connect to the game. And as I said, fantastic technicians on hand right here, Vince. And they've got everything up and running once again for Brazil versus Turkey. It will be 3 quarters and 50 seconds. And, of course, the advantage that Brazil had there was 12-8 points. So bear that in mind as we're calling that game. We've got it written down, and don't worry, we'll also be reminding you of that fact. So just waiting for that game feed to come through momentarily. Of course, we have Algeria versus Portugal ongoing as well. A couple of exciting games, must-win games as well, Vince. So don't go anywhere. You're just going to have to look at our faces for a tiny bit longer here. But, mate, what's impressed you from the Algerian perspective as well, considering they are in a must-win situation?
They're in a must-win situation. They have to use every weapon they have. Adax, I know, is a great player, but you got to go to peak a little bit more. Both of them were averaging about 18 points a game when it came to the qualifiers, and they have to show out. They can't be scared to score on this Portuguese team, but when you have Henry Jones, the law firm, not only being an offensive powerhouse, but a defensive stopper as well. He's basically both in one, an unstoppable force and an immovable object. You have to find a way to knock him down because he is the glue when it comes to this Portuguese team.
He's putting out subpoenas for the offense and the defense right there, Vince. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. But yeah, for me, without a doubt, one of the best big men in the game on the global stage. But so far in this tournament, I've even got him pipping the hometown hero, Don Perch, in terms of big man play. But Don Perch right up there with him as well. It has been an impressive tournament so far.
Impressive tournament indeed, and nobody is letting up. They're trying their best so they can advance to that glorious stage that we have to our left. You haven't seen it yet at home, and if you're watching us on Twitch, YouTube, or TikTok, press that follow button. That is eFIBA_official. Send us a message, send us a DM. Shout out to everyone here in Clark, Philippines for all the support. But I have to admit, it's been exciting since the time we've been here. We had some great buzzer beaters, some great games, but also the hometown crowd has been absolutely supportive of the Filipino team, which they are going to be playing next against a tired Brazilian squad because they're going back and forth with Turkey.
And let's really hone in on that Turkey-Philippines game that happened earlier, Vince, because we had hundreds of people over here cheering them on, and after the Philippines got the win, they entered the crowd and started chanting and jumping with everybody, a giant mosh pit. It was phenomenal. We haven't seen scenes like that ever. Of course, Sweden, the host nation, did not make it through to the World Finals in Jönköping, Sweden last year. So we finally have a hometown team absolutely crushing it.
All right, now it's time to go back to the game. Brazil versus Turkey. Again, just think about a 4-point deficit for Turkey. It ended at 12-8, and that's going to be the rest of the game. It's going to be 3 quarters and 50 seconds. 2 players on the Turkish team have 1 foul, which is very crucial because that means they can get subbed out the game, and then the rest of the game we're going for the AI player, which is crucial. You did say sometimes the AI player is that addition you need to a squad, but you want to make sure you got your teammate.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've just seen some AI players rear their heads when it came to Europe in particular and have phenomenal performances, particularly off the ball, but we don't have to wait too much longer. Here we go. Bear in mind that aggregate score already for Brazil. We're basically going to play until 10 seconds into the 4th quarter, Vince, and it should be a lot of fun.
All right, going now with his full course pass. Iran giving that all the way to Jamboy. You got to be careful on the cross-court passes because you got to put that hand in the pass lane. Could get a steal. Trying to do that jab set, keeping his dribble behind the back. Going from that left elbow. Now has no one on him, but unable to knock it down. K to the problem. Being that big fella, he needs to be in a love battle dead. Stroking it green, not red. 11-5.
Turkey now with ultimately, you've just got to take 4 points off of their lead right there, okay? So with a 2-point lead, a tentative lead in this one. And, of course, fantastic sportsmanship from both sets of players as Toledo's going to throw down a 2-handed dunk. Oh, it was a miss. My sincere apologies. At the other end, Turkey come away with a bucket of their own.
That block was nearly vanishing. That was Houdini. I couldn't see it, but now you see me, now you don't. ICBF being fast down the left side of the lane. Toledo going head-to-head with the big fella, picking up his dribble. ICBF again trying to get a pick and roll to see if he's going to get a nice little touch, but no one's on him. That elbow shot, unable to hit a spot.
Here we go. Oh! Big old dunk and an and one right there. Manages to get the free throw to drop. That's an 11-point Turkey lead.
And now they're in the bonus, so Brazil has to be careful with it. 4.7 going down the left side. As you can see, Icy Morning's 3-ball corner pocket, but unable to hit it. Now Brazil going for the inbound, going into the 2nd quarter. Again, it's going to be 50 seconds, so going into the 4th, there's going to be 10 seconds left. ICBF. Nice little in and out, almost did a sham god. Keeping it going, up. Toledo, right in the corner, Vital. Nice little dribble, finding ICBF. 1 second left in the shot clock. Off balance, but still stroking it green. 16-7, and we'll do the minus after. Now going, Ren going out right side. Seeing that it's open. Up, down. I like it. Showing around. 19-7. Brazil still trailing just by a little bit. Just got -4 from Turkey. So technically it is 15-17. ICBF off the mark. Going up. Turkey keeping the possession. Understanding what's at stake. This is basically win or go home. But Icy Martin with a great defensive play. Trying to go full court, but a little slow, just like the Terminator, but still just as destructive. Vital, ICBF, Lewis Clamps, knocking down the 3, stroking it green. Technically 15-10. Brazil trying to creep back up. Going at Jamboy, short corner. Going right here, left side. 21-10. ICBF getting defended, just suffocated. Great shot from Brazil. 21-12.
Ooh, it's getting tight in this one. Things are heating up here. Rennie with the ball, looking pretty loosey-goosey, it has to be said, Vince, pulling up for that deep 2, and they are making it look easy. Turkey, something's woken up in them.
I can see it indeed. Now this is game 2 technically. Going to the left side. Toledo being nice and patient, understanding what's at stake. ICBF getting fouled. They got to keep their hands to themselves, Chris. Nice inbound play. Toledo. It's going that back and forth between big man and point guard.
We saw them rubber band so well earlier as well, Vince. Really making a nuisance of themselves. Here we go. Vitali gonna, bang that home right there.
Coach Nick trying to pump up his team, knowing he wants to advance to the finals. Aaron going on that right side, keeping that dribble, going all the way to the lane, trying to bring some pain, and a nice little easy lay, which took some difficulty to get up.
Here comes Icy. His team relying upon him to have a Herculean performance in this one as he takes the ball out of bounds as well.
Now I can see the plays being called. All these teams work out as if they were really professional NBA players. They're professionals in their own right when it comes to eFIBA Season 3. Money is on the line, $50,000 live at SMX Convention Center in Clark, Philippines. Unable to knock that down. Turkey trying to get some more points on the board, but going all the way for Brazil. And a good foul to stop that transition.
Heads up play right there. 10-point Turkey lead. Bear in mind there, in game number 1, Turkey got the win by 7 points, Vince, okay? We are effectively counting 12-8 at the beginning of game 2 right here. We're going to play it down to about, 4 minutes and 10 seconds left in the fourth quarter in this one. We have to remember that no matter what, Brazil also have a 4-point lead in this game.
Definitely keep that in mind. The first game was 57-64. Big fella taking it all the way up. Don't know why anybody's not pressuring him. Could possibly get a steal. His handles are not really in that 90 mark. ICBF a little behind the back. You reach, he's gonna teach. Find a little bit of space, giving it to Toledo. A nice good two-hand slammer jammer. 25-17, Turkey up.
And you gotta love the 1-2 connection right there between Icy and Toledo. It's impressive stuff. Turkey, meantime, looking for a big man dunk at their own, and they find Cato the solution down low.
I like Cato the problem, working it the way he's supposed to. Now the left side, ICBF being that guard, how he's supposed to as well. Toledo with 51 seconds left in the second. A little behind the back, keeping it nice and clean. Nice shot, unable to stroke it green.
By his own standards, he would have liked that one to go in, and we are just seeing this 10-point lead from Turkey solidify now. They seem to be holding it, Vince. Brazil needs something special. They need a little carnival magic if they want to kick loose this game right here.
What's now, they got to stop getting in their head and understand that they can play together, and if they find that gel, when they really start to use what they have in the sense of that community and that communications, because they've been working out each other for the last couple of months, preparing every single day after the South America qualifiers in eFIBA Season 3. They have a chance to advance and maybe become eFIBA World Final champs with great coaching.
Here comes Jam Boy, waving away the shot clock, Vince. They're just going to milk this down for the final shot. This is iconic Turkish 2K basketball right here. Finds Cato the solution for another dunk. The Brazilians fall asleep defensively. They have 4.3 seconds to get the final word here in the first half. Got to pull that trigger. Somehow gets it to go. Impressive finish from the Brazilians.
31-19, but again, as you can see, the second game technically is a 12-8, so there's a 4-point lead for Brazil. So you could just minus 4 points from that 31 points from Turkey. But that first game, 64-57, not that much, as you know, but it's a very good possibility that Brazil can come out on top, but Turkey is going nowhere.
Yeah, effectively, we're just treating this like an 8-quarter game. It's aggregate. You got to add up the points, and whoever has the most is going to be the winner. Heads up to the graphics department for getting that done right there. Ricky Tick, I should say. And occasionally, hey, even in the land finals right here, Vince, there are going to be technical issues. We still have to connect to the game service. Everybody needs to get connected and play. It's 5v5. Occasionally the gremlins will come out, but our techs are doing a great job.
I'm loving it. Ooh, almost knocking it down, but let's see exactly what Turkey can do with this possession. Love battle dead. A little bit of possession. That's a crazy cross-court pass. That's almost was stolen.
Coach don't like those, right? He's getting a little bit angry.
No,
But hey, at the moment, Turkey in the third quarter, really good at steering their team to victory. They've done it time and time again. Got to see what they can do right here. Good inbound play. Jamboy going to find Cato, but a good block from Toledo. But look who comes through for the sneaky rebound. It's Tanzu, like a thief in the night, getting that board right there. However, it didn't hit the rim, which means they got to shoot. 3 to shoot. Big dunk from Cato. He takes the high percentage play that's on offer.
Cato, the problem. Always a problem on that court. Let's see how he's going to defend on this try when Brazil's trying to get on top. 33-19. Turkey showing why they are the juggernauts of the Europe region. And I said before, Kong, but unable to do it in Singapore. Nice stroke in the green, 33-22.
Well, if my math is correct, Turkey have won Europe 5 times. However, Brazil have won South America 4 times. So this is a true battle of the gods right here. And that is a massive dunk for me, Rennie, climbing that invisible ladder in traffic, no doubt.
That might have been the dunk of the day. 2 body bags at once. You get 2 for the price of 1. I got to see more of that.
He's at Costco, having a fun time. ICBF with the rock. Toledo, pick and roll. Clamps and 1. Got it to go and a chance at a 3-point play right here.
Chance indeed, but you got to knock down that free throw.
Ice in the veins. Oh, he didn't even look at it go in. That was classy.
Yes, indeedy. Aaron keeping the possession. Looking at the play right now, you see 2 players in each corner. Trying to find an open spot, just dribbling way too much though. But a nice little breakdown. Jamboy again slamming it home. A man who's usually a shooter has just been driving the lane anytime he gets the chance.
This is one of those 2-handed chin dunks right there, showing off the hops. More hops than the Guinness Brewery. Impressive stuff. Nice baseline. Gets double blocked though. 2 Turks hanging off of him. Return to sender. Elvis has left the building.
That block was so hard, the leather is gone off that basketball. There was some aggression in that one, Chris.
Woo. Took out their frustrations on the ball. It is a 12-point Turkish lead right now. 5 to shoot. We're halfway through the third. Bear in mind that we are only going to play for 50 seconds, if I'm not mistaken, into the fourth quarter, and then we're going to call curtains on this game. Due to the disconnect earlier, Lewis Clamps finding Icy for the 3. The Brazilians need more of that and in a hurry. That's exactly what the doctor ordered.
37-28, 2:11 left in the third. Let's see how Turkey is going to respond. Full court pass to Jamboy. You got to make sure you put defense on him. You got double team because you know he can knock down that 3. Going down right side, give and go. Giving it to the big man. No, he does it himself. But a nice foul over the back. And now it's going down, staying here at Turkey.
And there aren't many teams in the world who are as good as managing the game clock than Turkey. It is a thing to behold right here. They just don't panic. They're not going to give Brazil an opportunity necessarily to get too close because they're also going to milk the clock and manage the scoreboard.
Yep, and game will end at 4:06 in the fourth when it comes to Brazil and Turkey. 1:54 left in the third. Aaron going down that right side, finding that lane. Short window paint kind of didn't go, which I don't understand. Usually he makes some shots in his sleep.
Right, but Cato with the big board yet again. This time, 2 Brazilians there to crash the defensive board and a 3 at the other end. Oh, don't look now, Vince. That's what they needed right there. Quick inbounds here from Turkey. Bear in mind, we're only going to play 50 seconds as Cato gets the dunk. We're only going to play 50 seconds of the fourth quarter.
I'm excited, and Cato delivering when the call is being answered. At 4:06, that's when this game is going to end in the fourth quarter. Lewis Clamps again on 2 hits and got the and 1, 39-33.
Just gliding to the hoop right there. That was impressive, my friend. Lovely dunk. Can he get the and 1? He can. And this next minute is going to be crucial right here for Brazil. Don't forget, they're coming in on the series with a 7-point deficit from game 1. You cannot leave Love Battle dead that open in the corner, though, to just bang home threes willy-nilly. You got to get a body on him.
That was just a breakdown from that Brazilian defense. But see if they can answer back. Giving a give and go to Toledo. This big man has been showing his worth on this Brazilian team. Luis Clance, the captain, give and go. Oh, 2 of them are up in the air, but knocking down the 3, 42-37. Brazil down just by a little.
They are cutting it fine right here. Bear in mind, we got this 34 seconds left in the third, and then we have 54 seconds that are going to be played in the fourth. As Love Battle dead, like a thief in the night, is going to take those points along the baseline whenever you don't cover him. And a needed bucket right there for Turkey. As Luis Clamps is activated, we're going to reach in foul, slowing things down. Oh, they're in the bonus. So here we go. 2 free throws for Luis. The first one rattles home. The sequel was just as good as the first.
Very few times that happens with movies, by the way.
It's true. It's big facts. Here we go.
Brazil's now in the bonus, 15 seconds left in the third. Aaron trying to find a little bit of light. A nice little pick and roll. Just putting a little bit of body in there, and then the defender gets off balance. K the problem, giving it to TR Tanzu. Jamboy, you can't let him shoot because he's not going to make that one, but usually he does. And now that's the end of the third quarter. Again, we're only going to 4:06. All right, Gamers and Ballers, 4:06, and then we're going to call game.
And at the moment, as it stands, it is Turkey ahead by 1 point. They come in, you can just see there, the game got disconnected at 12-8, okay? That's why we're only going to play 54 seconds right here. They do have the +7 deficit that they had coming into the game as well. And as it stands right now, Turkey as well with a 5-point lead on the scoreboard. So that all equates to, as it stands, Turkey with the win right this second. Let's see what the Brazilians have to say about that, though.
They got to respond, but you know exactly what they're going to do. You said it before. Turkey is the best team when it comes to time management, understanding how much they have in any kind of game, disconnection or not, and then knocking down at the crucial moment, 46-39, and they still got the lead.
There's just no one better in the world at managing a game than the Turks. It is their speciality. Honestly, it's a Turkish delight. As we find Tanzu in the corner, he misses, but somehow Kato manages to get the tip back. We have 6 seconds left. We have 3 seconds left. The last heave-ho effort here with 2 on the clock. Again, the game ends at 4:06. And Toledo is going to get rejected. That's all they wrote in this one, Vince. Turkey come back with the big old W.
Turkey now has the win and a crazy game in store for Brazil in the next couple of minutes. However, man, oh man, wasn't that an ankle-breaking, a nail-biter game. There was dunks, there was real drama, but however, I got to admit, Brazil got what they wanted. They faced against the team, but they didn't get it done.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's a nice bounce-back win right there for Turkey. They needed that as well when it came to the group. Impressive performance, it has to be said. I did like the heart and the skills on display from Brazil right there. Yeah. They are a well-coached team, and obviously they have the skills right there. But, man, that Turkish team, so good at clock management, it has to be said. And they really, really showed up and showed out right there.
Definitely, and I love seeing it. I love seeing the heart. I can't wait to see the group standings because we got to figure out who's going to be advancing tomorrow, who's not. But we got a great team that's going to break down everything for us. However, we already know people who have just been dominated. USA has been doing their thing. However, in this, Philippines is undefeated, which is lovely to see.
Hometown heroes. The crowd is already building for their next game, which is going to be absolutely massive. I do feel a little bit sorry for the team who has to take them on. And that's going to be the Brazilians once again right here. But yes, we're expecting a huge crowd, a huge turnout. And again, if we see a Filipino victory, another massive mosh pit right there.
I'm ready for that mosh pit. I'm ready for the hometown. Everyone's going to be celebrating. But however, you got to give it to all the teams that have been playing. Every single one of these countries are leaving everything on that court when it comes to fire, when it comes to heart. But then it's just the competition is so amazing. The talent we're seeing has been spread around all in the globe, every single corner of this world. And I love seeing it here in the Philippines. Clark Papanga at the SMX Center.
Absolutely. I mean, it is quite literally national pride on the line here. The basketball federations and associations have sent the players. They've got them kitted out in the official basketball gear for their nation. They are national heroes, and they are not disappointing with these performances so far. As we review all of the Group A results right here, Vince, the Philippines started off with really great performance against New Zealand. I feel a little bit sorry for the Kiwis because they had to take on the hosts right away, and they did not disappoint. We then saw New Zealand go all the way down the line with Brazil, but Brazil did end up getting the win, basically on points scored at home right there. Then we saw Turkey do a number on New Zealand, so that was the Kiwis' third loss in a row, which is a little tough. However, Philippines came around then. Big old win. We saw that celebration. We saw the home crowd. The first time we've seen defense chanted in an actual arena. It was great. And what you just saw there, Turkey playing their third game in a row, getting the win. So they finished 2-1 on the day. Much needed victory over Brazil. One more game coming up later on, Brazil versus the Philippines, and that is going to be some more fireworks. The Philippines looking to go undefeated on the day.
And as I said, the mental bandwidth is going to be key. Philippines having that high, is it going to transfer to this game against Brazil? Brazil just had that really close game against Turkey. Is that going to also deflate them going against the #1 team in their group spot? Only time will tell. But now we're going to go to Portugal versus Algeria, 8-7. Let's see who's going to come out on top here. The game is going to end at 1:12 in the third quarter. We're going to get the scores to make sure everyone is posted. Hazard going on that left side. No one's guarding him. And a good slam at Jammer right there. 8-9, Algeria up by 1. Inbounded by PT Creative. You know how Creative is as a point guard. Finding Henry Jones. Been crucial, but great defensive play by Bash. Trying to bash the rim right now, but gets rejected. But then a goaltending by Salmon be balling. So the 2 points are going to count, and they're going to go down, see if they can get some more points on the board. Last score was 18-13, so just a 5-point lead for Portugal. So anything you see, add 5 to what Portugal has right now.
Exactly. Cumulative score. You just got to approach it as an 8-quarter game here. To anyone who hasn't seen the best of 2, that's exactly how it works. And honestly, I am loving the tactics. I'm loving the technique, Vince. It brings out the best in these teams. It adds a wrinkle to the game that we haven't seen in any other 2K tournament, and I am here for it. Right now, as we see Henry Jones find his teammate for an epic dunk down low, phenomenal stuff.
Phenomenal stuff indeed. Let's see how this is going to turn out. Technically, you could say it's 15-11. We're in her peak, stopping the transition, stopping her down, but nice behind the back. Ooh, almost took an ankle right there, trying to knock down that 3, and he does. Beautiful long range, 14-10.
Nice work right there from Algeria. Having a crack here at the Portuguese. Now, obviously, Portugal came out, held USA to 8 points in a quarter, Vince. No one's ever done that in the history of eFIBA. So they came to play. They have to be putting their hand up as one of the favorites of the tournament now as well, because we know that if they make a couple more three-pointers, USA are losing that game.
Just by a margin of error, but USA has a fantastic team of champions and a great coaching staff, so you got to be careful, because it's not just one going against everybody. They play as a unit, they win as a unit, and they know they want to become champions as a unit.
And what's great about getting 40 of the best 2K players under one roof in one place for the week here in the Philippines is the conversations you get to have. Normally you just get a production meeting and your bog standard interview questions. But what I love is the conversations over breakfast, over dinner, what you get to hear about other teams and how their opponents think about other teams. And one player told me that USA are the most unpredictable but talented team on the whole world stage, and that's what makes them so hard to beat.
Indeed, but everyone wants to try their best to take him out. So No Brain Salazar going on the right side off that elbow, giving it to Henry Jones. Big man against big man, putting his back toward the basket. Find the guard right out there to the left side. Now, 2 seconds left in the shot clock. Giving it to Mr. B, but unable to stroke the green.
Pretty impressive stuff here, it has to be said. Look, it is always a little bit stop-start as Algeria bang home another three-pointer there. They have a 7-point lead right here, Vince, but obviously a massive score to overcome when it comes to that first game deficit of 18 points. Like you touched upon it, they got to win this one by 20, mate. And we're seeing the scores being updated by our statisticians in real time based on what you're seeing at the bottom and also what the score was when the game got interrupted from a technicality. So shout out to our graphics and our tech team for that. Really, the scoreboard you need to be watching is the top left-hand corner. You can nearly ignore the bottom left.
That's beautiful. That's what I like to see. Another two-pointer for Portugal, so it should be 30-30. Get it on that left side, peak. Understanding, got to use his teammates. Give and go to Adax. Adax doesn't go for the dunk, but gives it for the bend. But then a good shot for a better shot. I appreciate it.
DeBen doing the damage at the corner right there with a huge three-pointer. Impressive shooting. Phenomenal skills. That corner shooter is the loneliest job on the planet, man. You got to be ready to stroke a green at a moment's notice, and it might be the fourth quarter, and you've seen the ball for the first time. So I do not envy them. A nice steal, though, here from Algeria. Defense is something that they've been lacking down the stretch in particular. So if they can find that here against Portugal, somehow eke out a 20-point win, then they can go on, hang their hat on it, and really have a crack later on in the tournament.
Indeed. 30-35. Algeria's up by 5. Going down. Oh, a nice defensive play from Algeria. The bend, when he steps up, they're a whole different team. Has it all by himself, but a great rejection from Portugal. That's the defense we like to see, and that's what they're becoming known for.
Exactly, and just a reminder that once this game reaches 3 minutes and 12 seconds in the third quarter, that is it. That's curtains. Due to technical difficulties, the game had to stop earlier. That's what we're aiming for right here. Good pick and roll. Simon B. Bowling, banging it home. Very nice shot from the corner.
As you see the animation going, who's guarding me? Nobody. Of course I'm going to knock it down. XP being the guard that he needs to be, but he has to be more of a scorer right now. Let's see if he can drop 18 as he usually does. Adax going on that right side. Big fella giving it to the corner. The bend again, back to back. I'm liking these threes, ball, corner, pockets.
Really impressive shooting, it has to be said here, from Algeria. They are leaving it all out on the court. They know that it basically means it's pack your bags time if they lose this one, so they have got to go all out. Roughly 4 minutes to play for them in this one, as we see the law firm Henry Jones putting a subpoena out and hammering home that three.
Henry Jones is a problem. 36-38, just a 2-point deficit, but another three, and I'm liking it. This right here is going back and forth like a seesaw. No one's giving up. No one's giving an inch. Let's see who's going to come out on top, Chris.
Ooh, it's impressive stuff. It has to be said, without a doubt. They are just going to let this milk down a little bit. Hands it off to No Brain Salazar. He's got big brains, actually. Works the open three to perfection. Drop in the ocean for that man right there.
Something he's very known to do. Peak, keeping the possession. Giving it back to Hazard. 1-2, let it fly. No hesitation in that shot. 44-39.
Just a reminder, this game will be stopped at 1 minute and 12 seconds left in the third, guys. The scoreboard that you want to keep your eye on is the one you see in the top left. That is a cumulative score. You can ignore the bottom left. Our amazing stats and graphics department are taking care of it as Henry Jones pulls the trigger on another three. That one was a bridge too far. Big man got greedy.
Just playing through. Hazard keeping the possession. 54 seconds left in the second. Great defense from Portugal. Sticking the man right in front of him. Adax, you got to be careful. This man can score at will. Peak, a little behind the back, keeping the handles going. 2 seconds left in the shot. The bend once again right in the corner, knocking down another three, making it 47-39 Algeria.
He has impressed in this game right here, it has to be said. We heard about this Algerian team coming in from several player sources saying that this is effectively a European all-star team. They all happen to be Algerian though, and playing for their national team right here, but to be watched potential top 4 finishes. We're seeing those skills right here. Maybe the one thing we're not seeing is the complete package of a team like Portugal who play together so frequently. But when you got dunks and threes like that, it's a sight for sore eyes.
I can see that, but the Ben, I think, you have straight 8 points by himself in the last 3 possessions when it comes to Algeria. As you see, my throat is going, man. I kid you not. The voice is still there, but I'm saving a lot of energy for the last game of today. But man, oh man, I'm liking this.
That was a massive three-pointer there. Remember, aggregate score is crucial here. Algeria are effectively looking to win by 19 or 20, and that'll seal them the victory in a must-win game or go home for them. To remind everybody watching, at exactly 1 minute, 12 seconds, we are pulling the plug on this game. So they've only got 2 minutes and 48 seconds here, Portugal, to score a bunch of points. I should say Algeria, and Portugal will be doing everything in their power to stop them.
Exactly. Portugal does have the ability to do it. As you can see, still a lot of points being scored for Algeria. 51-42. They're not giving up at all. Salazar giving it to Henry Jones. Trying to find the open man. Everyone spread out the floor looking like a domino. Simon B. Ballin using the baseline. But Henry Jones, one dribble, keeping everything on the right side.
A little bit of contact right there. Oh, they went for the corner shot. Simon B. Ballin can't get it to go, but the clock is their friend. I like the tactic there, milking down the 24 seconds in its entirety. Time well and truly working against the Algerians here, Vince. So this is absolute panic stations if you're them. You need to be scoring points and in a hurry. Any points you can get, I would have taken those 2 right there. But the big man's going to step back and try a 3. Not what the doctor ordered. Besh with the big board. Keeps the hopes alive. Hazard banging on the 3. More of that is required. They currently have a 12-point lead. They need to win by 19.
They have a lot of ground to cover, but I think they can do it. They just got to keep working anytime they have a chance. Henry Jones just using the clock as their friend. As you said, technically this is the 4th quarter.
Absolutely. At exactly 1 minute, 12 seconds, this game will end. Every bucket vital for Portugal at the moment. The clock is their friend. They'll be milking it and looking for points. If you're Algeria, you got to get motoring, and you got to get motoring right now.
Let's see if they can put that foot to the pedal, but unable to do it. Great defensive play from Portugal, and Portugal's being known as a defensive team. I love seeing it.
Ooh, big rejection right there on what was a high percentage shot as well. No-brain Salazar going to get the handoff here with that iconic, I call it a pink mohawk. Looking good, shoes to match, pulls the trigger. Oh, balanced the ball on his head like a seal there, Henry Jones. Circus trick, phenomenal stuff. A minute 42 left to play in this one. I don't think we've ever seen that before.
I have never seen that. I haven't even seen that in real life. That was absolutely insane. A lot of firsts here at eFIBA Season 3.
That's what I call using your head right there as we get a gorgeous rebound. Time working against Algeria. They have a 10-point lead in this game right here, but they need to win by 19 to win the series. Henry Jones knows that. He's going to take his sweet time right here, milking the clock every tick, every second that passes. Is a tick towards a Portuguese victory on the series, and that's a massive dunk.
Give and go, just let it flow. Let the big man do what he knows. And I love that slammer jammer and also that 1-2 punch from the point guard in the center. Great defense again from Portugal. And you were talking about how there was like 4 steals in the beginning. There's more going on today.
Yeah, really good steal right there, and that is a true dagger to the heart right here of these Algerian hopes. Playing a big brain move right here, just milking that clock, Vince. Nothing wrong with it. They have the aggregate lead. They did all the hard yards there in game number 1. They can milk it now. Henry Jones with an absolutely massive rebound to reset that shot clock to 14 seconds. At 1:12 here in the third, it is curtains on this game, and it looks as though it's going to be Portugal winning on the series again. The Algerians put up a valiant effort. Hey, it is a win, but on the series, it's an L.
A win is a win is a win, and that's what I also like to see. They're still fighting until that buzzer is going to be blown. But again, 1:12. 28 seconds left on the clock, technically. Going back and forth. Let's see if they get some points on the rock. It's all about pride now, Chris.
Yeah, big time as we see a little bit of a foul there, a body. We've got 9 seconds to play in this one, and it is going to be an inbound for Algeria. A valiant effort, it has to be said, but it's going to be a bridge too far. 7 seconds to play. 5.
And a timeout.
Peak with the timeout. Oh, I believe that's curtain. Sticks are down, and we have handshakes going on over there. That is going to be all she wrote in this one. A really solid effort there from Algeria. However, Portugal are going to get the series win, Vince.
Portugal with the series win. You know what? No surprise there. They are absolutely been showing out this entire tournament. I got to give credit where credit's due. The first time they're at this stage, and they're proving that they're meant to be here. No one was here by mistake. Every single one of these teams had to go through a gauntlet in their respectable regions, and Portugal has proven that Europe won 22 teams isn't an easy one, and they're really doing their thing right now.
Well, it has to be said, Portugal looked phenomenal when it came to the European qualifiers and the regional finals right there. But they have traveled well, Vince. They look every bit as advertised. The whole Team USA to 8 points in a quarter. No one's done that ever. Literally ever. So Portugal, a really good win. They are walking with a calm and a confidence about them that does whisper champions. And yes, so far so good. Solid effort there from Algeria, but they couldn't quite get it done.
Job's not finished. We were interviewing Henry Jones during the qualifiers, and he has a lot of confidence in his team, but he's trying to bring him all the way home. And that's what's the great thing about that squad, is that chemistry is so strong, and it's a true family.
Yeah, big time. They all get along, and they are well coached. Have a look here at the Group B results. Portugal come out. They do end up getting the points win on aggregate over Saudi Arabia right there. The Saudis then beat Algeria, heartbreaking fashion. USA do manage to get the win against Portugal, but we touched upon how great a performance that was from Portugal. USA then beat Algeria pretty comfortably, it has to be said. And then Algeria versus Portugal, you just saw the result right there. Another Portuguese victory. They are 2-1 on the actual group stage right there. They're done for the day, and we still have one more game. It's going to be Saudi Arabia versus the U.S., and that should be fireworks as well.
Going to be fireworks as well, and both teams had a little bit of a rest and not going back-to-back, unlike that Brazil team that's going against the Philippines. So let's see what the difference is going to be. Does Saudi Arabia have a chance just to hold up against the United States? And that's what I love seeing.
It's going to be fantastic, mate. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We got a small break. Vince and I will be back on the desk right here at the eFIBA World Finals Season 3, live in the Philippines. Catch you in a minute.
Hi, I'm Kenneth Carlos Gutierrez. I'm from the Philippine team. Actually, we prepared a lot, and actually we stayed in a boot camp for a month. Our main focus this time is to win everything. Thank you for supporting the Philippines, and rest assured now we're gonna win everything this time.
My name is Luis Guilherme, shooting guard for Team Brazil. Our preparation for the up-and-coming match, we're doing a lot of film sessions. We're gonna be prepared for our opponents, and our main focus will probably be we want to pass to the group phase, so we are focusing on getting at least the 3 wins against the 3 teams we're gonna play. So yeah. Pedir aí pra galera do Brasil, todo mundo torcer, tá assistindo os jogos e acompanhar, e é isso.
Hello, I'm Hazard, SG for Team Algeria. In your next game, we watch like Saudi Arabia. We know them. They're all good, so we don't have a specific player, you know. So we watch them, and we know that they are all good. So we need to play against the 5 players, not one. To Algerian fans, I'm here, so it will be good.
My name is Henry Jones. I'm the center and captain of Portugal. So competing in the eFIBA World Cup is like our objective since day one. We really wanted to be here and we did it. We couldn't last year, but we're here now and we're ready to compete. I'll say just trust us. We know we can win all games. We want to win all games and we will be there for sure.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Hi, I'm Kenneth Carlos Gutierrez. I'm from the Philippine team. Actually, we've prepared a lot and actually we stayed in a boot camp for a month. Our main focus this time is to win everything. Thank you for supporting the Philippines and rest assured now we're gonna win everything this time.
My name is Luis Guilherme, shooting guard for Team Brazil. Our preparation for the upcoming match, we're doing a lot of film sessions. We're gonna be prepared for our opponents, and our main focus will probably be we want to pass to the group phase. So we are focusing on getting at least the 3 wins against the 3 teams we're gonna play. So yeah. Pedir aí pra galera do Brasil, todo mundo torcer, tá assistindo os jogos e acompanhar, e é isso.
Hello, I'm Hazard, SG for Team Algeria. In your next game, we watch like Saudi Arabia. We know them. They're all good, so we don't have a specific player, you know. So we watch them, and we know that they are all good. So we need to play against the 5 players, not one. To Algerian fans, I'm here, so it will be good.
My name is Henry Jones. I'm the center and captain of Portugal. So competing in the eFIBA World Cup is like our objective since day one. We really wanted to be here and we did it. We couldn't last year, but we're here now and we're ready to compete. I'll say just trust us. We know we can win all games. We want to win all games and we will be there for sure.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hi, I'm Kenneth Carlos Gutierrez. I'm from the Philippine team. Actually, we've prepared a lot and actually we stayed in a boot camp for a month. Our main focus this time is to win everything. Thank you for supporting the Philippines and rest assured now we're gonna win everything this time.
My name is Luis Guilherme, shooting guard for Team Brazil. Our preparation for the upcoming match, we're doing a lot of film sessions. We're gonna be prepared for our opponents, and our main focus will probably be we want to pass to the group phase. So we are focusing on get at least the 3 wins against the 3 teams we're gonna play. So yeah. Pedir aí pra galera do Brasil, todo mundo torcer, tá assistindo os jogos e acompanhar, e é isso.
Hello, I'm Hazard, SG for Team Algeria. In your next game, we watch like Saudi Arabia. We know them. They're all good, so we don't have a specific player, you know. So we watch them, and we know that they are all good. So we need to play against the 5 players, not 1. To Algerian fans, I'm here, so it will be good.
My name is Henry Jones. I'm the center and captain of Portugal. So competing in the eFIBA World Cup is like our objective since day one. We really wanted to be here and we did it. We couldn't last year, but we're here now and we're ready to compete. I'll say just trust us. We know we can win all games. We want to win all games and we will be there for sure.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Hi, I'm Kenneth Carlos Gutierrez. I'm from the Philippine team. Actually, we've prepared a lot and actually we stayed in a boot camp for a month. Our main focus this time is to win everything. Thank you for supporting the Philippines and rest assured now we're gonna win everything this time.
My name is Luis Guilherme, shooting guard for Team Brazil. Our preparation for the upcoming match, we're doing a lot of film sessions. We're gonna be prepared for our opponents, and our main focus will probably be we want to pass to the group phase. So we are focusing on get at least the 3 wins against the 3 teams we're gonna play. So yeah. Pedir aí pra galera do Brasil, todo mundo torcer, tá assistindo os jogos e acompanhar, e é isso.
Hello, I'm Hazard, SG for Team Algeria. In your next game we watch like Saudi Arabia. We know them. They're all good, so we don't have a specific player, you know. So we watch them and we know that they are all good. So we need to play against the 5 players, not one. To Algerian fans, I'm here, so it will be good.
My name is Henry Jones. I'm the center and captain of Portugal. So competing in the eFIBA World Cup is like our objective since day one. We really wanted to be here and we did it. We couldn't last year, but we're here now and we're ready to compete. I'll say just trust us. We know we can win all games. We want to win all games and we will be there for sure.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life within.
Hi, I'm Kenneth Charles Gutierrez. I'm from the Philippine team. Actually, we've prepared a lot and actually we stayed in a boot camp for a month. Our main focus this time is to win everything. Thank you for supporting the Philippines and rest assured now we're gonna win everything this time.
My name is Luis Guilherme, shooting guard for Team Brazil. Our preparation for the upcoming match, we're doing a lot of film sessions. We're gonna be prepared for our opponents, and our main focus will probably be we want to pass to the group phase. So we are focusing on getting at least the 3 wins against the 3 teams we're gonna play. So yeah. Pedir aí pra galera do Brasil, todo mundo torcer, tá assistindo os jogos e acompanhar, e é isso.
Hello, I'm Hazard, SG for Team Algeria. In your next game, we watch like Saudi Arabia. We know them. They're all good, so we don't have a specific player, you know. So we watch them and we know that they are all good. So we need to play against the 5 players, not one. To Algerian fans, I'm here, so it will be good.
My name is Henry Jones. I'm the center and captain of Portugal. So competing in the eFIBA World Cup is like our objective since day one. We really wanted to be here and we did it. We couldn't last year, but we're here now and we're ready to compete. I'll say just trust us. We know we can win all games. We want to win all games and we will be there for sure.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory.
Hi, I'm Kenneth Carlos Gutierrez. I'm from the Philippine team. Actually, we prepared a lot and actually we stayed in a boot camp for a month. Our main focus this time is to win everything. Thank you for supporting the Philippines and rest assured now we're gonna win everything this time.
My name is Luis Guilherme, shooting guard for Team Brazil. Our preparation for the upcoming match, we're doing a lot of film sessions. We're gonna be prepared for our opponents, and our main focus will probably be we want to pass to the group phase. So we are focusing on getting at least the 3 wins against the 3 teams we're gonna play. So yeah. Pedir aí pra galera do Brasil, todo mundo torcer, tá assistindo os jogos e acompanhar, e é isso.
Hello, I'm Hazard, SG for Team Algeria. In your next game, we watch like Saudi Arabia. We know them. They're all good, so we don't have a specific player, you know. So we watch them, and we know that they are all good. So we need to play against the 5 players, not 1. To Algerian fans, I'm here, so it will be good.
My name is Henry Jones. I'm the center and captain of Portugal. So competing in the eFIBA World Cup is like our objective since day one. We really wanted to be here and we did it. We couldn't last year, but we're here now and we're ready to compete. I'll say just trust us. We know we can win all games. We want to win all games and we will be there for sure.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The courage, the power, the glory. You gotta believe in life
Hi, I'm Kenneth Carlos Gutierrez. I'm from the Philippine team. Actually, we prepared a lot and actually we stayed in a boot camp for a month. Our main focus this time is to win everything. Thank you for supporting the Philippines and rest assured now we're gonna win everything this time.
My name is Luis Guilherme, shooting guard for Team Brazil. Our preparation for the upcoming match, we're doing a lot of film sessions. We're gonna be prepared for our opponents, and our main focus will probably be we want to pass to the group phase. So we are focusing on getting at least the 3 wins against the 3 teams we're gonna play. So yeah. Pedir aí pra galera do Brasil, todo mundo torcer, tá assistindo os jogos e acompanhar, e é isso.
Hello, I'm Hazard.
Hello, 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 everybody that is watching from home. Welcome to the eFIBA World's Final Season 3. I'm here with Beef Mommy and the crowd with their Red Bulls, giving them wings for this next fight that we have. What next fight are we having?
Oh, we're gonna have Philippines versus Brazil, yo. This is gonna be tight. Philippines having a 2-score lead, man. They're at the top. Brazil needs to go and beat that as well. But of course, we gotta throw it to the casters. But one more woo, come on, Team Philippines, let's go! Vince, Chris, take it away.
Now, thank you, the Beef Mommy and also Bluey, keeping the crowd hype. And as you already know, this is going to be the last set of games of today of eFIBA Season 3. We've been going through some crazy group phases, a lot of competition, a lot of talent from all over the world. Somehow, I just got my voice back. And Chris, are you on the same boat as me?
Mate, absolutely fantastic game so far. High-octane stuff from start to finish. It's been a long day, but you wouldn't know it. It's been going so quickly. The crowd is absolutely pumped. And, of course, the hometown heroes, the Philippines, are about to play again, which you know what that means. We're going to get another mosh pit over here.
Another mosh pit indeed. Two different teams are going to be playing when it comes to Brazil and also Philippines, but also it's going to be Saudi Arabia versus USA. A lot of competition, a lot of things on the line. If you look at the group stage, there could be some three-way ties. Hopefully we don't get everybody involved when it comes to the numbers, but I'm really excited to see who's going to advance for the semifinals tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. So far, it hasn't disappointed anyway. Yeah, like you said, it's getting tight in the group stages. These are must-win games. If you're Brazil, you got to get this dub right here to cement your place. Obviously, the Philippines as well. They're undefeated as it stands. Likewise, the USA over there, well, they've looked every bit as advertised. Portugal pushed them close. Couple of three-pointers go in, and we might have a different story right there. But so far, so good. High-octane 2K basketball, the best in the world, the 40 best players in the world, right here in one venue today.
Indeed. Let me question. It's going to be quarter and semifinals. Of course, it's going to be the finals. We're going to have a third-place medal game as well. There's going to be prizes all around, but the main prize we're trying to get is that $50,000 prize pool, which is going to be divided amongst the winners. And that's a lot of cheddar, especially here live in the Philippines.
Oh, absolutely. And shout out to FIBA as well for bringing the money bags. And everybody's going to get a piece of that, including the World Five, the 5 best players from the tournament. So even a team that places 8th might have a player taking home a little bit of cheddar, and the drinks are going to be on him.
And also, shout out to Acer Predator. I'm telling you, it's been crazy. Thank you so much for all the equipment. And as I said, you got to discover the power and also dominate the game with that Predator. I'm telling you, it lies within, and also Red Bull, it gives you wings. And as you see, the first Group A has been absolutely crazy.
Yeah, I mean, phenomenal. It opened up New Zealand versus the Philippines. Felt a little bit sorry for New Zealand because that crowd started going ham immediately. The Philippines did not disappoint their fans. They opened with a win. It was great. New Zealand then pushed Brazil all the way, but the Brazilians end up getting that win right there on points aggregate and also points scored. Then we had Turkey come out for their first game of the tournament against New Zealand. Comfortably winning, it would have to be said there on aggregate. Then we had Philippines versus Turkey, probably the match of the day. That's where we saw the fans really go wild. That was the champions of Asia versus the champions of Europe, 5-time champs Turkey. That is no slouch team right there, and the Philippines got it done. Then we saw Turkey versus Brazil, a lot of chirping. No love lost on the court, but camaraderie and good sportsmanship off the court. That was a big win for Turkey to keep their hopes alive. And now we finish the day. Brazil versus the Philippines.
Brazil versus Philippines. We're going to see how that mental status is going to advance to the next game. Now, when it comes to Group B, Saudi Arabia versus Portugal, 46-64, 55-41. And again, Portugal's such a strong team. And then Saudi Arabia versus Algeria. That was one of the tight games that we ever seen for today, but it was beautiful to watch. United States and Portugal, a sweep, but one of the best performances we saw from that European team in Portugal. But United States, they know how to come back every single time within that second half. United States versus Algeria, still great competitive battle. And then we had Algeria versus Portugal, which we almost went down to the wire. Technical difficulties, but still we were able to get out the end. And now it's going to be Saudi Arabia versus United States.
And this should be really interesting because I've been impressed But the Saudis in each of their second games so far, Vince, have turned around maybe slightly lackluster opening performances, but in game number 2 seem to find their form. This is a true test. Everybody feels like they're playing their finals when they take on USA. They're the reigning world champs. They won the World Finals last year, eFIBA Season 2 World Finals in Jönköping, Sweden. Trying to do the two-peat here, go back-to-back and win it this year. Honestly, really tight game against Portugal. Portugal may have put the script out, the playbook on how to beat USA, held them to 8 points in the first quarter. No one has ever done that in the history of the game. That was a massive accomplishment. However, USA always packed a full lunch. They always bring 4 full quarters of gameplay against you, and it's hard to hang with that much talent for that long down the stretch. That's what we saw. Now the Saudis will get their shot.
Indeed, that's what we're seeing. We're seeing all these top teams bleeding in the sense of people think they're gods, but if you can see a god bleed, then there is a chance. But that's what I love about this competition and allowing different players to play other regions, other nations, and other countries, because the different style of play is different in every single part of the world. And that's what the great thing about eFIBA Season 3. The talent is based on every single corner of this globe, and it's being portrayed here.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth reminding everybody, especially if you haven't tuned in until the finals now, we started with 62 teams. All 7 continents on the globe represented here. That's a third of every country in the world. 62 nations represented. Their basketball associations and federations going all out to make sure they fielded teams. We had 22 teams from Europe alone, 17 from Africa. It's been brilliant. We then chiseled it down to regional finals and ultimately finalists who booked their ticket, the last 8 who come here. That's the 40 best players in the world we're talking about. We've gathered them on one venue. The hotel is above the venue. It's phenomenal. 40 of the best players under one roof. We get to hang out with them at the pool, at breakfast, at dinner. It's been a treat for us to get all the stories behind the scenes, and hopefully for all the fans as well. As we can have a look at the lineup now for the hometown heroes, the Philippines, Vince.
As you see, Clark Vanson's Val LCB. Then we got Social Julian Malalin. I see everybody's going crazy already. Ice Too Fast, Isaiah Alindada. Also Clue, Kenneth Gutierrez, and also the big fella, Mr. Preach Diaz, Don Preach.
Don Preach, for me, has been phenomenal. Second best big man after Henry Jones, the law firm from Portugal. But here comes this Brazilian team. We got Icy. We got Luis Clamps right there. Icy Martins. We got Vital. We have Toledo and Holy Toledo. I am loving the back and forth between ICBF and Toledo. They've been really doing a fantastic job when it comes to actually slinging between the big man and the little man. We don't have to wait much longer, though. You can hear the crowd starting to chirp. It is going to be the Philippines in the blue striking first. And, of course, Brazil in those iconic yellow unis.
Don Preach knocking it down. And before we get out, the presenter, Ace Sir Predator. Discover the power and dominate the game with Predator. It lies within also our sponsor, Red Bull. Red Bull gives you wings. And also a good shout out to Smart, PLDT, Signal, Philippine Sports Commission, Louds Group, Nike, and Samaha Basketball, Ning Pilipinas. And now we are live. Brazil versus Philippines, 2-0, 4:33 right now left in the first. And it's time for me to go to another level because I saved my energy for this game.
Oh, this is going to be a big one. Can the hometown heroes go undefeated in the group stages, go top of the group, or are Brazil going to play upset right here? Brazil fighting for their lives as well, don't forget. Right here, Vince, they did get the win against the Kiwis, but they went down against Turkey. As we're going to see a potential 4-point play. Earlier in the day, we had the first ever 5-point play in the history of eFIBA. It was absolutely phenomenal. Oh, that's actually just going to count right there. Yes, as 3.
And I want to know how Brazil is feeling right now because they're more unpredictable than the Amazon forest. Are they going to be timid because of what happened the game before, or are they going to be more ferocious? But we all know the Philippines got the hometown crowd on their back, cheering them on. Don Preach on top of the key, giving it to Ice Too Fast, understanding what's at stake. 4 seconds left in the shot clock, knocking it down. Couldn't do it right there, but all the way down to the next part of the crowd. Lewis knocks it down for 3.
Took that step back. That was absolutely glorious. Here we go. Brazil coming out firing on all cylinders to begin this game. Quick 5-point lead for them. Of course, the Philippines aren't going to go anywhere as he manages to draw the foul. He'll be going to the free throw line to shoot 3 free throws right here.
That almost went in, Chris. I was actually kind of nervous.
This close. Nails the first one. shaky cam right here. It's like when I try to take a selfie. Nails the second one. Can he make it 3 in a row? Don't you know he can? Stroking the green right there. Brazil will get the inbound.
Great job at the line. Brazil bringing it in.
A little bit of full court pressure there. We haven't seen that a lot from these teams. This is a must-win game for Brazil, certainly. Oh, good boards right there from Toledo. And a bear hug of a foul right there.
Interesting foul. Two big men going at it. Two Goliaths trying to find their dominance in the paint. Vital getting in with the inbound, giving it to Toledo. Definite addition to this team. ICBF, little step back. Captain Luis going on that left side. Cross pass to Vital. May knock it down from 3. Can't do it. And a great board. And then we're also going to start USA versus Saudi Arabia to the right.
USA in those iconic blue jerseys right there. The Saudis in the white jersey. We'll be fixated on the Philippines versus Brazil, but don't worry, folks. We'll keep an eye on that scoreline for you. Right now, the Philippines, an opportunity to either tie it up or take the lead. Gotta shoot, though. Really good defense from the Brazilians. And now they'll come back the other way, but a great steal. It's Social getting a hand in that passing lane.
Fantastic steal from Social. LCB being the point guard, trying to direct his team to victory. Clue coming from the short corner and just appearing like Houdini. 7-7, tying it up.
The fans crowded around all the screens. They're so close to the players. This is a really fantastic atmosphere here, Vince. It has to be said. We haven't seen anything quite like this as ICBF. Again, rubber banding with Toledo to a fantastic dunk. They just do that so well. The chemistry is insane.
Remind me of Kevin Bacon with the air up there. He had so much hang time, almost ripped down that rim. We probably had to get a new backboard. And like I said, I'm waiting for NBA 2K to implement a backboard that actually breaks. That would be insane.
And you know these boys are breaking it too. We gotta have it. 2K, if you're listening, let's make it happen. Dawn, gonna get the inbound right here. Zaval. So many weapons, the Philippines. Dawn looking to make a nuisance of himself right there. Zaval gets open. Misses, but a huge board from Don, who goes for the putback, gets his own board twice, and then a quick foul. Oh, and already in the bonus here. Well, that was really quick. We got a minute 39 left in the first. Getting handsy out there, Brazil.
Really quick indeed. Big fella trying to stack up that stat sheet. He had 2 offensive boards back to back, and even got the inverted rebounding and also foul shot kind of position. I like it.
Big man missed free throw. It happens. What can I say? Clamps from the top of the key. That's a gorgeous 3 from Brazil. Hey, when they get open, they make it rain.
Luis not just good at defense, but they call him Clamps for a reason. He can score when it's needed. LCB going out that left side. He's doing it by himself, and now just doing a little redemption as well. 11-12, Philippines only down by 1.
Great shot selection there. Full court pressure coming from the Philippines as well. Just making sure Brazil are feeling that pressure all the way down the court. Trying to knock them out of their groove. Great ball rotation there. The rim's out, and there's an opportunity right here for the Philippines to take the lead. Remember, they're already in the bonus as well, so Brazil need to be careful when they defend. Zaval finds himself open. You cannot leave him that open. He punishes him from deep.
Back to back, so nice. We saw it twice. I'm liking that 3-pointer. Now they're up by 2. Let's see how Brazil's going to answer them. 42 seconds left in the first. ICBF pump faking, getting the defender up, almost getting the foul, but then stroking it green. One of the most unorthodox shots I've seen in the entire season.
And it still goes in. The skills to pay the bills here from the Brazilians. Goodness gracious me. Here comes Zaval back the other way. They lose him in transition, and he's going to punish you every single time right there with a nice 14-footer.
I mean, this is becoming a high-scoring affair. They're just exchanging buckets, but you got to be careful because you need a stop at the crucial moment. I see LCB already activated with deep bomber. ICBF, great hand in the passing lane, unable to save it. It'll still be Brazil's ball, but you see the intensity on the other side.
You make a really good point. This is actually on track for one of the highest scoring affairs we've seen today. It's been very cagey, and the defense is there. It's just maybe finally 2 teams, last game of the day, getting a little bit loosey-goosey, finding their shooting form as Toledo is going to drive it in for an epic dunk. A little bit of contact, no foul called. But don't look now. Zaval has activated his takeover right there, Vince. Oh, he's got the potential to drop this in from half court if he wants it.
He already got 2 in a row. He's going for a hat trick. Unable to get it, but then that's the end of the first. I mean, sometimes great things will come to an end, but this game is far from over. 16-17, Brazil just holding on that lead by the pinches of their fingers.
But it's a type of game that definitely, I think, favors the Brazilians here. You know, they like the free-flowing carnival style of ball right there. High-scoring affair. They're happy to hang with the best when it comes to that.
LCB still trying to control his team. A good give and go. Don Breeze dunking like he's using the force. He was just floating to the rim. 18-19.
Reaching. Absolutely fantastic. But here comes Brazil. Back the other way. ICBF passed up the shot. Luis clamps. Gonna make it rain. Can't get it to go. Massive board by Toledo. Resets the offense. Brings it back out. 8 to shoot. Making himself a nuisance right there. Gonna settle for the long free throw. Cool guys don't look at explosions, and cool guys do not look at 20-foot jumpers that are going in.
No need at all.
Really nice celly right there.
3-point game. Run up there, ice too fast. Stroking it green again. Now tying it up. The crowd is on their side, giving them some more momentum.
Every time you see a big shot there from the Philippines, that crowd gets a little rowdier. I think they're saving their energy for the fourth quarter. Without a doubt, we have never heard defense chants before in an arena. As we see a glorious one-handed dunk in traffic, making it look easy. It's anything but. Brazil holding on to this 2-point lead.
Man, them ankles were taken. That cross was actually made by a boss. I haven't seen that in a while. But LCB going on that elbow, give and go to Don Breeze. Big fella kissing it off the glass. That's what big men need to do. Control the paint. That's your territory, Predator.
Very nicely done right there. Knotted up at 23 apiece in this one. Really exciting game so far. Here we go. Icy trying to work an open shot. Had a man underneath. Got to watch that offensive 3 seconds, though. Cutting back right there. Toledo going to get the foot back. Really nice work from the Brazilians.
They keep going back and forth, but you got to be careful of this. I'm going to keep saying until the end of the game because someone's going to make a mistake. We're going to see where the momentum is going to be leaning in just a couple of minutes. Don Preach keeping everything nice and calm, resetting the offense. Zaval trying to get a little bit of open space. A snatch back off 1 foot, but unable to knock it down.
Big opportunity here for Brazil as they find the open man and the 5-point lead right there. Tiny bit of breakdown defensively there on a quick transition. Offense for Brazil. Really nice work. Extending their lead. Now, what can they do? LCB, there's a reach-in foul. They were going for it. 2:22 to play right here in the second. It's 2s across the board, Vince. And a 5-point lead for Brazil. In the other game over there, it looks as though USA are actually down versus Saudi Arabia. That is a pretty good effort over there. We'll get you an update when we can, but in this one, it's Brazil with IC activated right here. BF bringing the ball up the court, pulling up for 3. It rattles out. Back the other end. An opportunity here for the Philippines to tie things up.
Don Preach, a great rebound, finding the man on the other side of the court, trying to get a fast break transition point, but instead he does it himself. The big fella is everywhere, but within that inner circle, he is king.
The go-go gadget floor arm right there with the quick power layup. ICBF finding Toledo, big old dunk down low. With authority, points in the paint, coming at a premium.
That dunk was to give homage to Mortal Kombat. Finish him, that was a flawless victory, and now it's just ripping it down.
You love to see it. As we see a gorgeous 3 right there. Don't look now, Vince, but it's a tie ball game, 30 apiece here. Coming up on 1 minute left in the first half. It is best of 2, cumulative score. So this is effectively a quarter of the way through the game right now, and it is not disappointed. The fans getting behind their team as we see another glorious shot. This might be the best shooting performance we've seen from any team so far today. The scoreboard is ticking over.
They got ice in their veins, and guess what? They're doing nothing but being great under pressure. They're making diamonds, not busting pipes. They are going for the moment and trying to prove they want to go into the end stage on top.
LCB milking that clock. Good movement off the ball there from Clue. Back to Zava. Pulling up. Rattles home the three. That's the lead for the Philippines.
Man, this shot got more drama than a few good men, and guess what? They can't handle the truth, and the truth in the Philippines are here to stay, and Brazil knows how to fight.
LCB knows what it's doing, as the Brazilians do as well, though. They shoot back into the lead right there. That's a pretty tough shot to defend, Vince. I mean, they did a good job there, the Philippines. The Brazilians are just feeling it right now as they wave off the clock. No shot clock right here. We're going to see LCB do what LCB does, which is milk it all the way down and look to drop in the final bucket of the first half, making it rain, and we're back to a Filipino lead. The crowd are loving it.
Are you kidding me? The confidence is straight on another level and almost knocking it down from the logo. The Philippines is rocking out. Brazil is rocking out. This may be the game of the day. I'm liking these two styles, and keep it going, brothers.
Are you kidding me, though? The shot percentages there are absolutely phenomenal, man. They are stroking the green every single opportunity they get. Look at that. And we really are on track for the highest scoring game of the day as well, Vince. The defense is there. The shooters are just shooting.
Sometimes it's good defense, but better offense. And when that happens, you just got to put your hands up, shrug, and get back to what you need to do to win this game.
Shooter's going to shoot, man. Unbelievable. Good defense here on the inbounds, though. ICBF. Rubber banding once again. Driving in all the way this time. A one-handed dunk from the little man. Doing his best Spot Webb impersonation. Are you kidding?
That was a vintage slash right there with a straight to the cup. No kiss to the glass. It's ripping down right at the front of the rim. And I'm loving it. No more confidence in that one right there. I thought that was going in the way that probably was.
Yeah, Clue normally good with those shots right there. He'll be kicking himself, but that shot is downrange now. You got to focus as ICBF is going to take full advantage at the other end. No quarter us, no quarter given. Don't look now. LCB's got 20 points in this game. ICBF has 18. Impressive stuff. A couple of juggernauts going at it here. Just a 4-point game, but a quick mental reprieve, a quick timeout there from the Philippines just so they can get reset. A little bit of calms. They're a world-class team. They know what they're doing.
Exactly. LCB knows they're doing as that point guard, the Targaryen, is trying to find. But big man Dom Preach trying to rip it down as strong as he can. A great slammer jammer here in the Philippines.
Like a debt collector. He was at the door and not taking no for an answer right there. He took that bucket. Phenomenal stuff. Toledo pumping the brakes a tiny bit. Big man. Oh, that's a good ball to the corner. Vital going to get the rabbit out of the hat with another big three for the Brazilians.
LCB again controlling the tempo. Find his teammates. Oh, left his defender like a bad relationship, but couldn't get it there. Shots by my man Cal Montgomery. Vital finding the corner. Luis Clams getting fouled to stop the transition. 43-8, just a 5-point affair. 30-37 left in the third. Hold on a second. We're already in the third. This is going way too fast.
Blink and you miss a game, man. Absolutely fireworks. As promised, we're going to get the and one. It rims out. He's going to go to the line to shoot two, though. An opportunity to extend the lead to 7. Have a look at the box score right there as well. So far, 8-2 here in the third. A lot of games won and lost in the third, Vince. Right now, if you're the Philippines, you're going to turn that frown upside down, get smiling. You got to get back into this one.
Exactly. Brazil leading, and again, it will be best of 2. You got to add up both scores together to find out who's going to come out on top. 45-38, 3:30 left in the third. Let's see how LCB is going to respond. Finding out where his teammates are going to be. A nice little pick and roll, but again, that short corner, but then rejected at the rim, but it was a foul. I saw a lot of ball on that one. I'm not too sure that Zebra did it right.
Zebra's getting involved in the game. They want to be in the highlight reel as well. I'll tell you what, though, no easy points in the paint. Coach loves that. But this is a 10-4 run to start the third right here. I'm glad they got on the board. I'm glad they got some points. Now watch for this full court pressure here from the Philippines. Now, okay, rescinding that order. We're going to play half-court D right here. Look for the stop. Brazil really just playing loose, aren't they? They're really feeling themselves right now. I'm enjoying it.
I'm pretty loving it. This team's energy is boundless like the Brazil's Amazon River. It just keeps flowing, and they keep going. 5-point lead, 3 minutes left in the third, but a great defensive play from Don Preach, getting a little bit of a pick with some cookies. Add some milk.
Now, that was a rare steal right here for the Philippines. We have seen them get sticky, icky, hands in the cookie jar in plenty of time so far today. But Brazil doing a good job of holding onto the rock, protecting the pill. Right now, though, LCB knows his team needs a bucket. They're going to rely upon him to make some magic right here. Trying to find the open space. Hits ice too fast for the top of the key three. Big old board from Dom Perch, though. The big man giving his team an opportunity as Social's going to jam that one home. The lead is cut to 3. Impressive stuff from the Philippines.
That team is showing the energy of the traditional sit-along dance. It's fast and vibrant, and I want to keep that energy going through the end of this quarter because they still have another set of a game after this. It is best of 2, 42-45. They basically made that little bit of lead smaller and smaller. As you see, Brazil is going nowhere. Now it's 42-48.
Another fantastic shot selection right there from the Brazilians. Making it rain. They have been money from beyond the arc. In this one, we got 2 minutes to play here in the third. The Philippines trying to rattle home a 3 of their own. Can't get it to drop. ICBF close to a takeover. Finding Vatal. Big old board from Toledo. Reach-in foul right there.
Personal foul.
Get the inbounds, resets the shot clock to 14 seconds. Brazil looking to extend this lead here. Trying to make it comfortable in the fourth. That's a nice rejection, though. Zebras letting them play this time, Vince.
Rejection indeed. That block, you can hear it from the end of the galaxy. Just as Thanos snapping his fingers, snap those 2 points. But as you see, ICBF going on the left side, coming to the right, finding a little bit of open space. Seeing that left short corner, Vital, the right corner, unable to knock it down. And let's see if the Philippines can respond.
An opportunity right here for the Philippines just to chip away at this lead now. Coming up on 1 minute left in the third. We know how important it is to be within touching distance in the fourth especially. So this is going to prove vital down the stretch.
Let's keep it going. A minute left in the third. 48-42. Philippines are just trailing. Have no more fouls to give, or they're going to put Brazil in the bonus. LCB looking at Don Breach again, slipping and dipping and dunking it home. 56 seconds left, and it's only a 4-point affair. Brazil still trying to get a little bit more of a lead, get more cushion, because again, you're trying to go in that second game with as much points as possible. A 10-point lead would be great, but a 4-point lead is still something. Luis Clamps, captain of this Brazilian team, trying to find his man with the give and go, but he's taking it himself. That was straight from the parking lot, but couldn't knock it down. But Toledo knocking it down. Nope, not today.
You love him. Dom Perch showing up big time there. Stopping that offensive putback right there. Phenomenal stuff. But there's Toledo once again, protecting his own rim, bringing the ball back up the court. 1 second differential between game clock and play clock. Look for Brazil to milk this all the way down. Wait for their favorite shot right here. So far, so good. They got that 4-point. It's a delicate lead, but it is a lead, Vince, and they are looking as good as they've looked all day. As with rims out, that's slightly unfortunate. Can they get this to drop the Philippines? No, 4 points is all that's in it heading into the fourth.
Game is not over. It is not done. They may be down, but they are not out. As you hear the home crowd going crazy. Let me hear you, Clark. Let me hear you, SMX Center. Let's go!
We might not be welcome at the Brazilian dinner table again, Vince, okay? Except the crowd are getting behind their team right here. That's a heads-up timeout just to avoid the quick turnover. Looks as though we've got a tiny bit of a connection error. Again, good sportsmanship over here. So just going to let the teams figure it out. As it stands, Brazil with the 48-44 lead. Just going to be figuring this out.
Now, don't forget, we've been going on for hours and hours and hours, and sometimes the technical issues will come about, but we're going to figure it out.
Absolutely. I mean, it happens. Again, the players still need to connect to the game, still need to get on the servers right there. It's Pro-Am mode. The good news is, all right, when you or I are at home and our PlayStation 5 stops working, we don't have the best technicians in the world on hand here to help us instantly. We love these guys. We trust this team right here. They're going to get things sorted out. But also, there's another game going on concurrently. I'm sure we're going to be jumping to that one in a moment, and I cannot wait to see what is going on over there.
USA versus Saudi Arabia, and when I saw it before, Saudi Arabia was up, but you know what USA, when it comes to that second half, they just come crawling back. They know the real meaning of redemption. They never give up. As long as there's a couple of seconds left on that clock, they're going to try their best to put as many points as possible. But I want to get on that point. We got to find out where the servers are, because the different servers, and that's why we divided the regions to different places so they can have the most optimal chance to play the game to the fullest. Now, this is the Asian server. We have the American server. There's the African server, because sometimes things will get too convoluted. Maybe too many people playing this game right now. We don't know.
Well, 2K is popular, that's for sure. You touched upon something there with USA, though. Let's talk about the fourth quarter, because this game we were watching right there between Brazil and the Philippines, that is the most complete performance we've seen from a Brazilian team so far today, playing the full 4 quarters. They are playing loose. They're shooting the lights out, and that's exactly what USA are going to do as well. And actually something that we saw from Saudi Arabia during the Middle East finals, how they booked their ticket here, was playing start to finish, 4 full quarters, very controlled games, very well-oiled machine. So that's an unstoppable force meeting an immovable object over there, and I cannot wait to see what's going on in those games.
Can't wait to see that either, and I just want to give the shout to the big men on both. Before we're talking about Toledo from Brazil, definitely trying his best against Don Breach. I'm loving when certain positions are going against each other, but as you can saw that volley, it was just point after point, shot after shot. It was absolutely insane. There were so many different points, and it's on the way, as you said, becoming the highest scoring game of this tournament. And now we're going to go to USA versus Saudi Arabia, and it's 5-7.
Absolutely. Okay, so the update on this one is this game that you're watching right here between USA and the Saudi Arabian team is going to end at 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Again, technical difficulties are going to happen, as you see a nice block right there. And as it stood, it was the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia 27, USA 21 as well. So bear that in mind. We'll do the math for you so you don't have to worry. But the game will be ending a little bit shorter in the third as USA work the open man. They do miss, but crazy hungry, getting hungry underneath the boards right there, eating up that glass.
Always hungry indeed, putting that do not disturb. We got so many people trying to get in on this action, saying, hey man, I just want to make sure I'm cheering for you, but you can't do it. I'm live. I'm trying to win $50,000.
You're playing in the World Finals and your mate's trying to DM you. Yeah, you got to wait till after the game. The USA striking back there with a 3 of their own. It's the Kingdom versus the USA, the reigning champs right here. However, when the game did disconnect, the Saudis were up by 6.
Yep, and now you see the updated score in the left-hand corner. It's 34-29. Saudi Arabia still up by 5, which I'm highly impressed. Nasser, one of the top point guards when he came from the Middle East, trying to find a little bit of space. Holston, let's see if he's going to put that Holston there. No, he couldn't knock it down.
Big man shooting 3-pointers. He is feeling himself right there. Back the other way now. USA doing everything that they can. Try to chip away at this Saudi lead. But certainly, use an expression earlier, I mean, they looked untouchable last year. And so far today, a couple of good teams coming in. We spoke about defenses improving from Season 2 to Season 3. That was the huge talking point out of the European teams as well. Everybody seemed to improve defensively. Everybody still has the capability to score 100, but that defense is what's going to stop world champs like the USA.
It was basically at the genesis, but you know what? You need to have some time to learn to know how you're going to be playing in a futuristic kind of world. And the thing is that NBA 2K, and when I say futuristic kind of world, is evolving every single day. And now the competition is now getting bigger and vaster. People have more ways to study different teams. That's why we can study USA. A great floaty right there, getting it up to now it's 34, and I think it's 33. So just a 1-point game. United States just crawling back.
That's right, folks. Now, oh, as we see a glorious dunk right there. Nasser doing everything he can to get his team the win right here. Please bear in mind, ignore the score on the bottom left, folks at home. Please focus on the score on the top left. Our statisticians are doing an amazing job, and our graphics team of keeping the scores up. Absolutely perfect.
Thank you for our graphics operator. It's fantastic. You guys are a godsend. But 36-35, just a 1-point game. and United States is going nowhere. Saudi Arabia is in the white, United States is in the blue. Nasser on top of the key, trying to find someone to give a pick and roll. That's what they're really good at. And you know, is this guy in Timberland boots? Hold on, I've never seen that. I know Paran Mode can customize everything, but this man from Brooklyn, that's what he's playing from?
He's got the timbers on his toes, and this is how it goes. 1-2. Oh, my God, Vince. But I tell you what, they're winning, so it's working. He can wear the timbers all he wants.
I love it. CB13. He's real deadly behind the arc, but you don't want him to get any kind of heat. But that cross pass was too risky. It's Nasser snatching it in the midair. Giving it one more time to react. Sam couldn't knock down that shot, but the recovery defense when the United States was absolutely clean. Nasser going on the right side with a little behind the back. Looking, surveying the lane. Trying to get some kind of ankle break. We're going to give it go to the big man. He's going himself. 3 seconds left on the shot clock. He has to shoot it. It's going to be a violation, and he does. Why do you hold the ball so much?
A little bit unlucky there. He could see the cogs moving. He was trying to find that corner shooter, breaking U.S. ankles right there. But good discipline from USA, sticking to their man, and he doesn't get the shot off in time. CB13 has been phenomenal as we see a gorgeous three-pointer right there. And that's going to see Team USA actually taking the lead in the game.
38-36, just a 2-point lead. It's small, but you know how they just stack on that lead play by play. They just need a little bit of light so they can get through that tunnel. Nasser. Nasser snatch going on the left side. Now finally got a little bit of a cross, but a foul. If you reach, he's going to teach. You got to keep your hands to yourself.
Here we go now. Saudi Arabia inbounding the ball. Oh, great defense from USA. They're going to get a quick transition bucket here. Nice two-handed dunk at the other end. And they got a 10-point lead in the restart, but more importantly, they got a 4-point lead in the game.
Give and go, let's go, 40-36. They're showing out for sure. We'll get the real stats of each player later. But I have to admit, it's always around the end of the second, beginning of the third is when USA starts to turn it up.
And just a reminder, this game will end in the third quarter. We'll get the exact time for production for you. At the moment, as it stands, USA with a 4-point lead. If you're just tuning in, please watch the top left-hand corner for us.
Yep, and again, the Philippines are back up and ready. We'll get to that game shortly, and also we're going to do some calculations for you to keep you in the know on how that's going to end. Nasser, point guard from Saudi Arabia, getting stopped by USA. Great cross pass. Look at the rotation defense. Beautiful block behind the arc. Shot clock violation. That's beautiful defense from USA.
Phenomenal defense. Really great effort right there. You can see the respect they're showing the Saudis right here, clamping down, making them work for those points, and they just can't even get the shot off. That is literally the hearts of lions and champions right there if you're USA. Gorgeous pull-up. Can't get it to go, but look who it is. It's the beast underneath. Crazy hungry. Ran into him in the gym, IRL this morning, getting some gains before he gets some games. He was hungry for it.
And I got you the compliment. The man has $1 million smile, though. I mean, muscles are bulging everywhere, but I don't know where that smile came from. He's such a jolly person, but he's like a bear that I would never want to cross. Probably rip my face off and throw it in the woods.
Big time. Or he might just give you a hug. Here we go. Back the other end. The Saudis haven't scored in what feels like forever now. They need a bucket, but USA have found another gear defensively as it is SWAT City out there. Oh, a lucky bounce of the ball. The Saudis get it back. Chopper hits Nasser. We haven't seen one of his iconic snap-back shots right yet, Vince. Trying to work something there. They try to pick the pocket. It's a foul, so they're going to get the inbound here, the Saudis.
Now Nasser is right now on top of the key. Now we're about to switch back to the Philippines versus Brazil. As you see, it says 5-4, but then take a close look to the top left corner. So we're going to figure it out. So it's going to be Philippines 44, Brazil is 48, and it will be switched. And it's going to end at the first quarter with the 30-second mark. So 10 seconds mark, and that is just about to happen.
So right now, we have 2 minutes and 26 seconds left in this game, Vince. Everything to play for if you're the Philippines. You got to make those shots. Don't approach, ripping down the offensive board, though. Heads up timeout to avoid the 3-second offensive foul right there. Everything to play for. It was a 4-point lead for Brazil. Top left-hand corner, yet again, you can see beautiful work from the graphics team. That is the real score. Top left-hand corner, folks.
49-52, Brazil just trailing by 3 points, where Brazil is showing that they exactly know how to play. Knocking down the 3, baby. Liking it, need more of it, and now they're going to keep going. Tied game, 52-52.
Absolutely phenomenal stuff. And just to confirm, it's ending at 10 seconds.
Okay.
10 seconds left in the first quarter. We will call curtains. So this is it. This is the final 2 minutes right here. Brazil have played probably their best game of the tournament, trying to take down the hosts here with the crowd behind them, the Philippines, with an opportunity to take the lead now, Vince.
Here's we go. Don Priest, the big fellow. One-handed slammer jammer. Getting it up by 2 points, 54-52.
I could feel that dunk coming through the screen. That was special. That is a 2-point lead for the Philippines. Again, the game ends at 10 seconds left in the first. Just to remind everybody, there were technical issues. Both teams reconnected now. They're playing until 10 seconds here in the first quarter.
Then they're calling another timeout, trying to fix something that you see both coaches having a little bit of conversation, understanding what's at stake at this game. And again, it's a possibility of a 3-way tie to make sure everything's equal, no asterisks, but I love the sportsmanship, Chris.
Yeah, big time. I mean, as you can see, technicians and coaches having a discussion right here. A lot of mutual respect between the teams. Sure, they might chirp at each other, but that's just the competitive nature of the game.
Home team.
For example, we know Larry Bird and Magic Johnson loved each other deep down.
Oh, yeah.
But the biggest trash talkers in the game.
Indeed, and then they went to that great dream team, and they just showed the world how talented USA basketball is.
The good news is, this is why we have concurrent games running.
Always got something to watch, which I'm loving this competitive. But again, it's been a long day, almost going to be 11 hours. We're going to be streaming everything, so some things are going to happen. Shout out to Robert trying his best to delegate the situation. But like you said, we have expert technicians. We're going to get to fix this shortly. But it is a best of 2, so this is going to be the first game, and then we have the second one. But we just have a little bit left in this one.
That's a 3-second violation.
Just going to have to wait a moment to understand what is going on from the technician.
And I see the Philippines still playing.
Yeah. Pretty sure that's going to be waved off, though. The fans are as eager as we are to find out what's going on.
That'll be 3 seconds.
Going to be coming back to us momentarily. Lots of gameplay left here, Vince. But the gremlins do appear every once in a while.
Now we're going to find out. Now I'm looking at the score with USA versus Saudi Arabia, and they're going to fix it. But as of right now, USA is leading 31-13. That is a decisive lead.
Number 10.
Okay, we're going to be switching over to the U.S. versus the Kingdom. Momentarily, the game incoming. It's our pretty faces just for a few moments here, but this is why we go concurrent games. And we got an absolute humdinger of a game brewing over there between the USA and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
33-13. USA showing the dominance right now. Must have been raiding the threes since we had that little break. Let's see what's going on. Crazy Hungry still trying to devour everything in the paint. CB13, the point guard, giving on that left side. Mama, I'm that man. Going around to Dawsix. Going up, but unable to knock it down. And I had some surgeries on these eyes, I can see.
Here comes the game feed, though. The play-by-play will be even better when we have the actual game feed. There it is. Fantastic stuff. Well, don't look now, Vince. But this is the final 25 seconds of this game. USA have absolutely torn ahead.
Defiant, and they know how to rock it. On that, they're just trying to get some points on the board. Again, this is the first game of the best of 2. In the corner, V Chopper, give and go. V Holston, off balance, couldn't really get a clean catch. And again, with Pro-Am mode, it's so realistic. They couldn't just pop and shoot that one. He had to take a second to reset.
And if I'm not mistaken, Vince, this is the final 10 seconds of the game here between the Saudis and USA. And it has been a lopsided affair in this one. Just waiting to confirm the result.
I think it's safe to say that USA has probably won this one. And then it's going to go for a second game. We got to reset some of this PS5s.
Well, Vince, never a dull moment, mate. I love the fact that we were doing play-by-play from 10 feet away right there, trying to give our absolute best to you, the viewers at home. You caught the final stages of that game. It looks as though USA are going to come through with the victory. That is massive, but take nothing away from Saudi Arabia. They hung with them. The tale of 4 quarters, though, that's what it's all about. It is so hard to hang with USA for 4 full quarters like that. No one's been able to do it for a few years right now. Very impressive stuff. But hey, I'm sure the Saudis aren't done. If anything, actually, going from the form book, Saudi Arabia have played better in their second game every single game so far today.
Well, let me take a second. I was talking to Coach Ryan, and he just said beautifully, look, this is the first time the team has traveled to play NBA 2K25. This is the first time we're at this level. He's highly impressed and very proud of his team on how well they're actually doing. Think about this. They're in a completely different country. They're not used to any kind of the parts of playing in this live event in which eFIBA is doing a great job doing, and now they're advancing themselves, their talent, and now their basketball IQ in this game so they can be better when they come back hopefully next year.
Absolutely. And shout out to the production and graphics team, because we're actually going to be able to show you the final score from that game. We know it was a little bit discombobulated right there. However, you know, you got to focus. These things can happen when it comes to a LAN tournament as well. You still got to connect online. We'll have the final scores for you in a moment. And you're absolutely right, Vince. They're away from the comforts of home, family, friends, routine. They have to come here to the Philippines. It's been an amazing host city, don't get me wrong, but it does take an extra mental level, an extra edge when you got to sit 2 meters away from your opponent face to face. As we can see the score right there, it's going to be the USA winning 56-40 in game number 1, and everything to play for then in game number 2. Have a look at the scores. The Saudis have come back and outscored their opponents by a respective 14 points and then 19 points in each of their previous 2 games.
Yep.
Can they get that mojo back and do it against the USA? Time will tell.
16-point deficit. I know Saudi Arabia sees that as a loss, but you know what? That's pretty good to go get USA. Again, USA has the ability to score over 100 points, but you're keeping them under 60, and that's something to be proud about.
Oh, without a doubt. And it's all happening here. We're going to have the finals, the second game, I should say, the final game of the day for Saudi Arabia and USA in a few moments. And we are figuring out the technical issues between Brazil and the Philippines. We know all the fans in the crowd want to know who's winning, what's going on right there. And that might have been the best performance we've seen from the Brazilians all day.
Yep.
It was complete. They played defense. They played offense. They shot the lights out. A really good Brazilian performance.
That's one of the key things when it comes to any game here is making open shots. Yes, making a contested shot is a problem in the sense of it's a contested shot. But most players probably get nervous. They can't stroke it green. But as soon as you have a chance to score anything, you got to knock it down. You need to drain it. Every one of these squads has the ability to score over 100 points if they really wanted to. So your defense has to be your point, but your offense has to be stroking green.
Well, let's talk about the Philippines. I mean, we've seen them score 200. Are you kidding me? I didn't even know that was possible. I didn't know the scoreboard went that high in 2K. They're capable of doing that. And so far today, this might be the highest scoring game we've actually seen. So very impressive. We've actually seen good defense. It's just shooters. They're going to shoot.
Shooters shoot, and the defense is great as well. But I just want to talk about the chemistry as well. You were talking about how Brazil's been playing for so many years. They have one new addition when it comes to Tugo Toledo because they replaced a big man from last year. But this Filipino team knows how to play together. They are a family. They understand what their attributes are, what their strengths are. They know who can score, who can play defense, knowing what the lock is going to be, who's going to be a point guard, using their meta, okay, to the most optimal way so they can come out on top in their region and hopefully here at eFIBA World Finals Season 3.
You're dead right. And of course, it helps when you have the hometown fans screaming for you. You get a win, you enter the mosh pit, you celebrate. It's been a beautiful, beautiful scene to behold so far here today. And we are very, very close now to tip off, it would appear, between the Saudis and USA. We're going to get there momentarily. But Vince, what's impressed you the most about USA? Because the teams have come for them today.
What most impressed is that they're not rattled, okay? Even if they were down a couple of points in the first and second quarter, they always rallied, okay? That's the fight in them. That's that USA kind of prowess we have. I mean, me growing up in Brooklyn, Long Island, also Harlem, you got to have that grit. No matter how much you're down, if there's a chance, if there's a way, you can still come out on top. And that's exactly what they're doing. And here's the thing. They're not coming out saying that, yo, we're going to blow you out by 40, but they're at least coming out with the W. But you got to admit, they have that capability. You add 5 more minutes, 3 more minutes to any one of these quarters, they can probably have that 25 dub. But again, they create a little deficit being down by 10, 13 points. We saw for the first time 18 points, which we never thought we were going to see, but yet they still coming out on top.
I couldn't believe that. They actually went down by 19 against Portugal, ended up coming back and getting the win, making it look easy. You're absolutely right. It felt like the tortoise and the hare, didn't it? Just the tortoise slowly but surely getting there. Reminded me a lot of the way Turkey manage games and win games as well. Typically, we're used to USA coming out and just shooting the lights out. However, now they've just had to stick to their guns.
Yes.
Defenses have gotten better, improved a lot since last year's finals, in person as well. Everybody was preparing for their game against the USA, giving them their absolute best performance. So yeah, perseverance and playing the full 4 quarters is what has interested me the most and really caught my eye. Very impressive stuff.
I was going to ask you, now you've been watching when it comes to the chemistry, but also defense. You see a lot of teams have some great defense, especially the big men. Can you give me a player that you've been highly impressed from this season?
Oh my God. So for me, it's got to be, he showed up here, Henry Jones, the law firm. Are you kidding? He's been eating up the defensive glass, eating up the offensive glass, scoring points as well. We saw Cato, the problem, probably have his biggest big man game as well. But really, Henry Jones has been lights out from start to finish. The big man, he's jumping around in the corner. He's liking the shout out. Hey, credit given where it's due right there. That's been most impressive. He was a massive part of that performance. It held USA to 8 points in 1 quarter. It feels weird saying it out loud. Holding USA to 8 points in 1 quarter. No one's ever done it before. Guinness Book of Records, along with New Zealand's 5-point play. Didn't think I'd ever live to see that.
And that's interesting. So sometimes when commentators go back and forth with this, we'll have an opposite answer. And you know what? I have to agree. The great thing about it is that we love Henry Jones. Shout out to you. If you're going to be our all-star, we're going to vote for you. But there's a whole bunch of other players that are showing out. So real quick, we're going to go through a break so we can fix some of these technical difficulties. This is eFIBA Season 3. We'll see you in just a second.
Hello, I'm Hazard, SG for Team Algeria. In your next game, we watch like Saudi Arabia. We know them. They're all good, so we don't have a specific player, you know. So we watch them, and we know that they are all good. So we need to play against the 5 players, not 1. To Algerian fans, I'm here, so it will be good.
My name is Henry Jones. I'm the center and captain of Portugal. So competing in the eFIBA World Cup.
We had here, and now we're right back. Me and Chris Simpson. I'm your man, Vince Chang, aka The Energy. We still got it going. We got the power of Red Bull. It's giving us wings, but also keeping us up and keeping us pumped with eFIBA Season 3 here in the Philippines. And now we're just about to get started again between Brazil and the Philippines, and also Saudi Arabia and USA. These are the last games of today, and then tomorrow we're going to have the quarterfinals, semifinals, and also finals, and a chance to win that $50,000.
And hey, worth the wait, okay? We do apologize. On behalf of everybody right here, we have a fantastic production and technical crew working hard behind the scenes to get these games back online as quickly as possible. But worth the wait, because we've got USA versus Saudi Arabia, the rematch right there, okay? And the Saudis have really come out and played a second game better than their first game all day long. And then, of course, the hometown heroes right here, the Philippines versus Brazil in a game for the ages that was going down to the wire. We need to understand what's going to be happening there. We're waiting for the update so we can give it to you. And of course, we're waiting for tip-off. So far, the crowd has stayed true. They've hung around. They're waiting to cheer on their boys over here, and you love to see that.
I love to see it indeed. Now, there's going to be a brand new game when it comes to Saudi Arabia and USA because they ended the first, but the right side with Brazil and also Philippines is going to be a calculation. Shout out to the graphics. Shout out to the designer team. They're keeping everything informed right to the top left corner. We'll keep you informed in what time there's going to stop.
Fantastic, and here we go. We don't have to wait any longer. It's the host nation, the Philippines versus Brazil. We're going to find out exactly what's going on with the scoreline. Stand by.
Inbound play coming from Brazil. Jennifer Town. Really good. Just quick foul.
First personal foul. First team foul.
So now we got a fresh second game between USA and Saudi Arabia. We're going to go to that game before we know it, and then we're going to give you an update with Brazil and the Philippines. As you see, only about 20 seconds gone into the fourth. Saudi Arabia is in the green, USA in the white.
And this is game number 2 right here. We already had the result from game number 1. It ended up being USA winning comprehensively. Look out for the Saudis, though. They always play a fantastic second game. We're just waiting for a little bit of confirmation here from the technical side of things. Okay, here we go, Vince. We're just waiting here. Final stages. We're getting confirmation as well of what's going to be happening.
As we can see, back and forth we go. Some technical difficulties, and we're going to get through it for sure.
I'm not sure if the buckets we're seeing are actually counting right here, guys. Yeah, we definitely don't have everybody connected. We can observe that. So this is basically a little bit of a shoot-around.
Basically a practice. Just getting warmed up so they don't get cold, waiting for the next game to go live.
Keep shooting that. And it goes in.
Now, game is in Boulder. Due to some technical difficulties, again, we are on the other side of the world, but some emergencies have happened, and then we're going to wrap it up for today. It's been crazy with the competition, Chris. Man, what do you want to say about it?
Oh, mate, look, it has not disappointed, okay? We are so sorry that the final games could not get played live on air, okay? We'll get you an update as soon as we can. It's been phenomenal, though. Come on, Vince. We got 10 hours of action already so far. We fell short at the final hurdle, technical difficulties, but this is exactly what happens.
All right, shout out to everyone that's been participating. Again, thank you so much for presenter Predator, also Red Bull giving us wings. And let you just know, please follow us on all different social medias when it comes to eFIBA_official. But we will be returning with you with all information shortly. But definitely tune us live tomorrow for the quarter, semi, and finals here for eFIBA Season 3. We'll see you soon.
My name is Henry Jones. I'm the center and captain of Portugal. So competing in the eFIBA World Cup is like our objective since day one. We really wanted to be here and we did it. We couldn't last year, but we're here now and we're ready to compete. I'll say just trust us. We know we can win all games. We want to win all games and we will be there for sure.
Hi, I'm Kenneth Charles Gutierrez. I'm from the Philippine team. Actually, we prepared a lot and actually we stayed in a boot camp for a month. Our main focus this time is to win everything. Thank you for supporting the Philippines and rest assured now we're gonna win everything this time.
My name is Luis Guilherme, shooting guard for Team Brazil. Our preparation for the up-and-coming match, we're doing a lot of film sessions. We're gonna be prepared for our opponents, and our main focus will probably be we want to pass to the group phase, so we are focusing on getting at least the 3 wins against the 3 teams we're gonna play. So yeah. Pedir aí pra galera do Brasil, todo mundo torcer, tá assistindo os jogos e acompanhar, e é isso.
Hello, I'm Hazard, SG for Team Algeria. In your next game, we watch like Saudi Arabia. We know them. They're all good, so we don't have a specific player, you know. So we watch them, and we know that they are all good. So we need to play against the 5 players, not 1. To Algerian fans, I'm here, so it will be good.
My name is Henry Jones. I'm the center and captain of Portugal. So competing in the eFIBA World Cup is